Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 1148 to Chapter 1238. Sasuke, who was on the deserted island, naturally did not know that he had been targeted by Orochimaru again. At this time, he was sweating profusely as he practiced, and the expression on his face was incomparably serious. After a long time, the sun set in the west, and the light on the island also dimmed. After stopping his practice, Sasuke wiped the sweat on his face and looked at the other end of the island. He murmured, "It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Master come to test me?" This island was not considered big. He could clearly sense the chakra fluctuations of Hyojin, who was on the other end of the island. He knew that Hyojin had been on the island for the past few days, so he was a little puzzled as to why Hyojin did not come to test him every day like before. Moreover, because Hyojin had set up a rule and warned him not to leave the side where he was, even if he was curious, he could only suppress it. As night fell, Sasuke made a bonfire on the beach and ate the food that Hyojin had prepared for him while thinking about what was on his mind. At this time, the sound of gentle footsteps came from afar. Sasuke's face suddenly lit up, and he quickly went to greet Hyojin, who was walking slowly in the night, and asked, "Master, are you going to test me?" Hyojin nodded, "Yes." "That's great." With a smile, Sasuke continued, "I've been ready for a long time. I've been waiting for you to come." Hyojin looked at Sasuke seriously. After almost a week of practice, the childishness on Sasuke's face had faded. On the surface, there was no longer the impetuousness of the past, and even the inherent arrogance had been greatly restrained. However, the sharpness was still there. From the look in his eyes, it could be seen that the young man in front of him was still the Uchiha Sasuke. After a moment of silence, Hyojin said lightly, "This is the last time." "What?" Sasuke was shocked. He thought that these days would continue for a long time, but he did not expect to suddenly receive the ultimatum of Hyojin's final test. Shock, apprehension, and all sorts of other emotions welled up in his heart. Hyojin didn't care about Sasuke's reaction and said in a cold tone, "This time you can use any means, including all the pupil techniques of your Manjikyu Sharingan. In any case, after fusing with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his pupillary prowess will automatically recover, so there is no need to hold back in this battle." "Yes." Sasuke did not dare to argue as he stared at the cloaked figure before him. Although it had not been long, he was used to obeying the mysterious and powerful Balrog's arrangements. Soon, Sasuke opened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and a 6-pointed star pattern appeared on his scarlet eyes, shining with a strange brilliance. He knew the strength of Hyojin, and he knew that even if he went all out, the odds of winning were extremely low, so he didn't say any nonsense, nor did he intend to test Hyojin's strength. He directly jumped into the air and launched Susanoo. Hua! Suddenly, the purple Susanoo was projected from Sasuke's body, and then quickly grew larger, directly beyond the skeleton form, and turned into a half-body armor. Whoosh! Almost at the moment when Susanoo appeared, the arrow wrapped in the black flame of Amaterasu was shot out and flew towards Hyojin on the beach. At the same time, he held his right wrist with his left hand and launched Chidori Flow. A huge electric light shot out from his palm and hit the beach, and quickly spread on the beach, forming an electric blanket composed of thunder and lightning. For a moment, the purple Susanoo and the flashing electric light completely dispelled the darkness on the island, illuminating the beach under the curtain of night into a gorgeous scene. The corner of Suijin's mouth twitched, and he also instantly activated Susanoo, and urged his arms to protect his body. Boom! In a burst of explosion, Hyojin's red Susanoo was knocked back several steps, but it still barely blocked the arrow shot by Sasuke's Susanoo and the lightning that spread from the ground. However, the black flame of Amaterasu on Sasuke's Susanoo spread along with the arrow to Hyojin's Susanoo and burned fiercely. At this time, Sasuke landed from the air and looked at Hyojin with a vigilant face. If it was in the past, seeing his Amaterasu burning on the opponent, he would definitely be proud, thinking that the outcome was settled, and that victory was his. But now, he did not show a proud expression, because he knew that in the face of a top powerhouse like Fire Demon from Amatsukumi's organization, it would be difficult for his Amaterasu to hit. However, he still had some expectations in his heart, because this was already the strongest method he could use. On Hyojin's side, looking at the black flame that spread all over his Susanoo in the blink of an eye, he was sure that Sasuke not only used Amaterasu, but also Earth Fate, which controlled the transformation of Amaterasu's form. As the black flame of Amaterasu spread rapidly, he could feel that his ocular powers were being consumed rapidly. If he didn't do something in time, his Susanoo wouldn't last long under the scorching heat of Amaterasu. So, he raised his arm and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, with a crisp snapping sound, a beautiful purple flame suddenly appeared and immediately wrapped around Hyojin's red Susanoo, repelling Sasuke's black flame of Amaterasu. This? Sasuke was dumbfounded upon seeing this. He thought that Hyojin would use some trick like sealing jutsu to neutralize his Amaterasu, but he did not expect that Hyojin would choose to fight fire with fire. What surprised him even more was that his Amaterasu was at a disadvantage in the battle of fire. What kind of flame is this? Almost instantly, Sasuke's attention was attracted by the strange purple flame that suppressed the black flame of Amaterasu. The black flame of Amaterasu was recognized as the most powerful flame in the shinobi world, so he could not imagine what kind of flame could suppress the black flame of Amaterasu. In just a moment, Sasuke's scattered black flame of Amaterasu was devoured by the strange purple flame, and as the black flame of Amaterasu was devoured, the swaying purple flame in the wind became more and more beautiful. At this time, surrounded by the strange purple flame, Hyojin slowly walked toward Sasuke like a god stepping on fire. Looking at the strange purple flame in front of him, and the mysterious Homosubi wearing a black robe and flame pattern mask, Sasuke suddenly became a little lost, and he kept murmuring, "Sensei." Third update, I implore everyone to vote for me and support me with monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Under the frost-like hazy moonlight and the bewitching purple flames that swayed in the wind, the Balrog who was wearing a black cloak with golden edges and a mask with a flame pattern on his head looked so surreal and illusory. At this moment, Homosubi himself seems to have become mysterious, integrated with the illusory. Is this a Jinjutsu? Sasuke's pupils gradually dilated, and his eyes began to become dull. But he knows very well that his brain has not been invaded by the foreign chakra, and everything he sees with his eyes should be real, but the scene in front of him still makes him feel like he has fallen into an illusion. Because the magnificent and illusory scene in front of him is too unreal, it doesn't look like a scene that would happen in reality at all. There is no doubt that the quiet night, the hazy moonlight, these external environments can greatly liberate the emotional part of the mind. People often diverge their thoughts in the night, allowing their emotions to spread along with their thoughts is the same. And the quality of Yin Release Chakra's fire release clone has an indescribable mysterious temperament. In addition, Hyojin combined his own Yin Release Chakra, the Yin Release pupil power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the purple flame developed by Fire Release Chakra is a kind of strange flame that contains some kind of spiritual power, and it is a strange flame that exerts the power of Yin Release and Fire Release to the extreme. Therefore, under the interaction of this unique environment, special temperament, and unique ninjutsu, although Hyojin himself did not use any jinjutsu, but it naturally produced an illusory effect like a jinjutsu, making it difficult for Sasuke who has the Manjikyu Sharingan to distinguish between the real and the fake, and he couldn't help but indulge in it. Looking at the stunned Sasuke, Hyojin was very satisfied, and thought to himself, are you really shocked by the power of my purple flame? It was obvious that Hyojin, who had just developed the purple flame, did not realize that this new flame, other than being able to suppress the black flames of Amaterasu, also contained a mysterious spiritual power that could amplify the mysteriousness of his fire-escaped doppelganger, as well as the effects of his illusions. In the sea breeze, Hyojin slowly walked in front of Sasuke and said coldly, "Why are you in a daze?" Sasuke came back to his senses. "Master, you, bang." Without waiting for Sasuke to finish speaking, Hyojin sent him flying with a kick. He immediately lectured, "You can even daydream during the test. I don't have a disciple as stupid as you." There wasn't the slightest bit of tenderness. Under the mask, Hyojin was still mysterious and cold. "I lost." Unexpectedly, Sasuke did not argue. Facing such a powerful and mysterious flame demon, he lost willingly because he couldn't find a way to defeat the flame demon. His most powerful eye technique was useless in front of the flame demon. Hyojin was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Sasuke to admit defeat so quickly. He said, did I go too far and accidentally destroy his confidence?" Self-confidence was very important to a ninja. A ninja who was not confident in himself would not be able to grow into a top expert. Just as Hyojin was secretly reflecting and thinking of a way to remedy the situation, Sasuke did not seem to be affected by the defeat at all. He crawled up to Hyojin and asked curiously, "Sensei, what ninjutsu is this purple flame on your body?" Seeing that Sasuke's face was not depressed, Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "This is flame release." Flame release? Sasuke was stunned for a moment and asked again, "Is it Kekkei limit?" Hyojin was just about to nod, but after pondering for a moment, he felt that the current flame release could no longer be considered as a Kekkei limit, because it was a complete fusion of Yin release chakra, fire release chakra, and lightning release chakra. Among them, Yin release chakra was the base, fire release chakra was the highest, and lightning release chakra was the auxiliary. Therefore, it was more appropriate to define the current flame release as a Kekkei limit. Therefore, Kuroto said lightly, "No, the flame release I used is a kind of Kekkei elimination." Sasuke suddenly understood, so it is a Kekkei limit, no wonder it can suppress my Amaterasu. The Sharingan belongs to the Kekkei limit, so most of the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil techniques are also classified as Kekkei limit. This is also the case for Amaterasu, which is known as the strongest flame in the shinobi world. Therefore, when he learned that the purple flame Hyojin used is a stronger Kekkei limit than Kekkei limit, Sasuke felt that it was only natural that his Amaterasu was suppressed. No wonder Jisue-san and Shinichi-san were not Sensei's opponent. Sensei is probably the most powerful Uchiha. While admiring Hyojin, Sasuke carefully glanced at Hyojin and asked anxiously, "Sensei, do I have no chance now?" Hyojin didn't answer immediately, but remained silent. This so-called test, on the one hand, is for Hyojin's own consideration. For example, to further develop the flame release requires Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan, so he can't immediately fuse the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan for Sasuke, and Sasuke, who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, is a good candidate to vent his anger and practice his Manjikyu Sharingan. On the other hand, he hopes to pass this test and let Sasuke experience how hard it is to obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and let Sasuke restrain his arrogance a little. Now it seems that both of these purposes have been achieved, his development of the flame release has been successfully completed, and Sasuke doesn't seem to be as arrogant as when he first awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. No, he is even a little too obedient. Forget it, these details are not important. Hyojin quickly drove this doubt out of his mind. And Hyojin's silence made Sasuke even more uneasy. He can't say why, but in the face of Hyojin, he simply can't muster the courage to argue. After a long time under the eager gaze of Sasuke, Hyojin said in a cold tone, "I don't have time to waste with you here, clean up, we are going to carry out the fusion surgery immediately." "What?" Sasuke was taken aback. He thought that the best result would be for Hyojin to give him another chance, but he never thought that Hyojin would directly prepare to carry out the fusion surgery for him. For a moment, he was surprised and happy, and asked, "Sensei, did I pass the test?" Hyojin glanced at Sasuke and asked, "What do you think?" Sasuke was startled for a moment, and the joy on his face suddenly disappeared, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Hyojin didn't speak and directly turned his head to the side. After a simple cleaning up, Sasuke carried his backpack and came to Hyojin's side. "Sensei, it's time to go. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." At this time, Hyojin took out a cloth from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it to Sasuke. "Cover your eyes with this." "Blindfold." Subconsciously taking the cloth, Sasuke asked curiously, "Why?" Hyojin casually explained. "The fusion surgery will be carried out in a small stronghold of Amatsukami. You are not a member of Amatsukami, so in order to keep it a secret, you need to blindfold your eyes." "I see." Sasuke nodded his head and tied the cloth belt for himself. After confirming that Sasuke tied the cloth to cover his vision, Hyojin reached out and pressed on Sasuke's shoulder while communicating with the giant Tenseigan in the Sky Fortress. Because of the seal not long ago, Hyojin now needs to communicate in advance if he wants to use the power of the giant Tenseigan. He can't use it instantly like before. Soon, after obtaining the power of the giant Tenseigan, Hyojin activated Rain Pull and flew into the air with Sasuke. The blindfolded Sasuke was a little surprised. He didn't expect Homasubi to have this ability. Taking advantage of the gap between flying to the Sky Fortress, Hyojin told Sasuke about the various things to pay attention to during the fusion surgery, and finally said, "After the surgery, it will take about 2 to 3 months for the fusion period. You have to be mentally prepared." "So long?" Sasuke was a little surprised. He thought that as long as the surgery was completed, he would immediately be able to obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin didn't explain much, but simply said, "The fusion of the ocular power takes time." In fact, the estimate of 2 to 3 months mentioned by Kuroto just now is already very optimistic. If things go wrong, the fusion period may take even longer. This is because after this period of torment, whether it is the pair of kaleidoscopes in his eye sockets or Sasuke's kaleidoscopes, the ocular power consumption is very serious. Although this will not affect the final effect after the fusion, it will delay the progress of the fusion. "I understand." Sasuke immediately nodded. "During the fusion period, you won't be able to use your eyes, so during this period, you will be in a state of blindness." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "But you are not completely idle. You can take this opportunity to carefully feel the process of pupil fusion. This kind of opportunity is very rare in the shinobi world." Sasuke nodded again. "Yes." After a while, the two of them flew to the floating fortress not far from the island. "We're here." Hyojin released Sasuke. Where is this?" Sasuke thought that Hyojin was going to take him to another island, but he didn't expect that they would fly all the way up and not descend at all. Finally, they came to a place that looked like land. "Follow me closely." Kuroto didn't explain. He just said something coldly and then walked in the direction of the operating room. "Are we on the moon?" Sasuke asked curiously as he quickly followed. With his current strength, even if his eyes were blindfolded, it wouldn't hinder him from keeping up with Hyojin's pace. "Yes." Hyojin responded casually. He was happy that Sasuke had such a misunderstanding, so he naturally wouldn't correct anything. "I'm actually on the moon." Sasuke suddenly became excited. Hyojin didn't say anything else and led Sasuke all the way to an operating room specially prepared for him. This operating room was connected to a small living area that could satisfy Sasuke's life for the next few months, and Hyojin had set up layers of seals to prevent Sasuke from running around in the floating fortress. Hyojin said, "You can take off the bandage now. This will be the area where you will live for the next few months." Sasuke quickly pulled off the bandage and looked at the operating room and the small living area connected to the operating room. While Sasuke was familiarizing himself with the environment, Hyojin warned coldly, "Remember, you can only move in this area. If you dare to trespass into other areas, I will immediately execute you." Sasuke promised honestly, "Please rest assured, I will not trespass without your permission." Hyojin gently nodded, "Okay, lie down on the operating table by yourself. I will go and remove the eye now, and then immediately perform the fusion transplant surgery for you." Sasuke lied down on the operating table, then hesitated for a moment and asked, "Sensei, after I get the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, will you still guide me?" Hyojin, who was walking out of the operating room, was a little surprised. He looked back and glanced at Sasuke, "Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?" Sasuke didn't even think before answering, "No. It's over, this kid has really been beaten silly by me." Hyojin immediately said coldly, "You are not a member of Amatsukami. I have no obligation to guide a piece of trash like you." Sasuke still wanted to say something, then, Hyojin directly interrupted him impatiently, "We should not have any more interactions in the future. After you return to the Uchiha clan, do not mention to others that I have guided you." Hyojin was really a little worried that Sasuke had been beaten silly by him. Itachi and Jishui would argue with him. Sasuke felt lost for a moment, then asked, "Sensei, can you give me a piece of equipment?" Hyojin did not stop walking, and as he walked out, he casually asked, "What equipment do you want? Can you give me your gloves?" After a pause, Sasuke quickly explained, "I think it's cool." Is now the time to think about whether it's cool or not? Just stay here and adjust your mentality, the operation is about to begin. After teaching Sasuke a lesson, Hyojin left the operating room. His injuries are almost healed, plus the flame release has been fully developed, so temporary equipment such as gloves are no longer of any use to him. Moreover, a pair of gloves is not worth much money, at most, it took him some effort to inscribe the Zen fire seal on it. Since Sasuke thinks it's cool, then it's not a bad idea to give it to him as hush money. After a while, Hyojin came to his operating room, then removed the soul descent technique. His soul returned to the In release, and quickly removed the Manjikyu Sharingan from the eye sockets of the fire clone. After thinking for a while, Hyojin sent his soul into the water clone again. Then, he brought Fuyua's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan to the operating room where Sasuke was. The reason why he used the water clone to perform the surgery on Sasuke was because he realized that Sasuke's observation and perception were actually very meticulous, so if he used the In release, it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated. I implore everyone to recommend and support me, it's just a small effort, please. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Is this place on the moon? Sasuke paced back and forth in the operating room with a face full of curiosity. He didn't doubt that he was on the moon because he believed that Hyojin wouldn't lie to him. At this moment, footsteps sounded outside the corridor. Sasuke quickly looked over, but when he saw that the person's face was wearing a mask with a water pattern, his face suddenly showed an irresistible sense of loss. Hyojin ignored Sasuke and placed the small storage jar containing Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan on the tool rack next to the operating table, and then began to organize the surgical instruments. At this time, Sasuke walked over and asked, "Are you Suijin of Amatsukami?" Hyojin nodded, then pointed to the operating table and said, "Lie down, we'll start the operation now." Sasuke asked, "Where's Sensei?" Where's Uchiha Hikari? Why didn't she perform the operation for me?" "I'll be in charge of the operation, she went to deal with other things." After a pause, Hyojin pointed to the operating table again and said, "Don't make me repeat myself." Sasuke had no choice but to lie down on the operating table. At this time, Hyojin opened the storage jar containing Fuyua's Manjikyu Sharingan and explained, "This time, your father's Sharingan will be implanted into your eye socket. At that time, you may feel swelling, tingling, or local paralysis, but these are normal symptoms after the operation, so you don't have to be too nervous." Sasuke nodded lightly. Hyojin continued, "After the completion of the fusion, the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique may be inherited from you, but there is also a certain probability that it will be inherited from your father." Sasuke listened quietly and didn't say anything. His and his father's kaleidoscope ocular techniques were not that different. Both of them had Amaterasu. The only difference was that his second ocular technique was Amaterasu, while his father's was an illusion ocular technique. Whether it was the Earth Life or his father's illusory eye technique, they were both acceptable to him. At this time, Hyojin picked up the scalpel and cut open the outside of Sasuke's eye socket. He said, "In order to let you clearly feel the fusion of the ocular power, I will not use anesthesia on you during this surgery. You have to bear with it." Sasuke clenched his teeth. "It's okay." Hyojin stopped talking and focused on the surgery. Eye transplant surgery was nothing to him now, but once he stepped onto the operating table, he had to be cautious even if it was the smallest and simplest surgery. Soon, Sasuke's eye sockets began to feel the swelling that Hyojin had mentioned before, accompanied by a faint stinging pain. "Damn it, it feels like something is drilling into my brain." As he breathed, the pain quickly escalated and filled Sasuke's brain, making it hard for him to bear for a while. However, in front of the members of Amatsukami, he didn't want to show weakness, let alone expose his weakness. So, he suppressed the pain and pretended to be fine. Just when Sasuke made up his mind to fight to the end, he heard Hyojin's voice in his ear. "Okay, the surgery is over." "Huh? So fast?" Sasuke was shocked. From the first cut, he could be sure that not even 3 minutes had passed. "It's just a small eye transplant surgery. How long do you want?" After smiling, Hyojin tied the bandage around Sasuke's eye. "From now on, don't force yourself to use the Sharingan." Sasuke touched his eye through the bandage and asked, "When can I remove the bandage?" Hyojin shook his head. "It depends on the speed of fusion. I can't give you a specific answer now." "Thank you." Sasuke got up and bowed to Hyojin. Although he didn't know what kind of agreement his family had reached with Amatsukami, Amatsukami had transplanted his father's Manjikyu Sharingan to him according to the agreement, so he was sincerely grateful to Amatsukami. It can be said that from this moment on, he put down his grudge with Amatsukami. After putting away the surgical instruments, Hyojin looked at Sasuke, who was still in a stable mood, pondered for a moment, and said, "Listen carefully, now I will tell you a secret." Sasuke was startled, then pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Hyojin slowly said, "Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not the end, there is a stronger pupil technique above it." Rinnegan? In an instant, Sasuke blurted out. Because in the shinobi world, the only pupil technique stronger than the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is Nagato's Rinnegan, which is known as the Sage's Eye. Yes. Hyojin nodded and said, "As long as some harsh conditions can be met, then the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can evolve into Rinnegan." Sasuke was shocked. What? Rinnegan evolved from the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Then, doesn't that mean that Sage of Six Paths also had Sharingan at the beginning? Hyojin replied, sort of. There is no doubt that Sage of Six Paths first had Byakugan, which is the standard of the Otsutsuki clan. After that, Sage of Six Paths was stimulated, and his Byakugan mutated, which led to the emergence of Sharingan. Therefore, it is not wrong for Sasuke to say that Sage of Six Paths had Sharingan. However, Sage of Six Paths did not go through the stages of Manjikyu Sharingan or Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but directly awakened the Rinnegan from the three Tomo Sharingan. From this, it can be seen that Byakugan and Sharingan are actually of the same origin, or it can be said that Byakugan is the foundation of everything, whether it is Sharingan, Rinnegan, or even Hyojin's Tenseigan, they all evolved from the Byakugan. At the thought that he might be able to evolve the Rinnegan like Nagato, Sasuke was surprised and happy, and eagerly asked, "What are the conditions to evolve the Rinnegan?" Hyojin said, "I'll tell you this after you have the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I'm mentioning this to you now because I want you to understand that if you seriously comprehend the fusion of pupil powers now, it will be very helpful for you to evolve the Rinnegan in the future, so I prepared a pen and paper for you. You'd better record all your feelings during this period of time." Hyojin himself had also experienced the fusion of pupil powers once, but at that time, he did not survive the gene recombination and fainted, so he did not have the chance to comprehend the fusion of pupil powers in detail, so he needed first-hand information from Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Since it was related to the Rinnegan, he would naturally take it seriously. Hyojin did not say anything else. After taking one last look at Sasuke, he turned and left the operating room. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. At present, the most orthodox and operable way to evolve the Rinnegan is undoubtedly to let an Uchiha with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan transplant the cells of the first generation. In short, it is the combination of the extreme Yang chakra and the extreme Yin chakra. Whether or not he is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra is not the decisive factor. In the original story, the reason why Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan one after the other was the coincidence of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. The reason why Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan one after the other is because the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra has a stronger in-release chakra than other Uchiha. That is to say, in terms of evolving the Rinnegan, chakra is essentially the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra and the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra. This set of theories was not Kuroto's random speculation. The most direct proof is that those Otsutsuki with the Rinnegan don't have Otsutsuki Indra or Otsutsuki Azura's chakra. The Rinnegan in Xiong Li's eye sockets is the product of the Danzo's Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual. Therefore, as long as the power of Yin and Yang is strong enough, even the Manjikyu Sharingan or Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not a necessary condition to evolve the Rinnegan. For example, the Sage of Six Paths directly evolved from the three Tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. But in practice, the most effective way to evolve the Rinnegan is the fusion of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura's chakra. Because in terms of the strength of Yin and Yang chakra, there are only a few people in the shinobi world who can surpass these two brothers. In addition to improving the power of the bloodline, there are few effective methods to improve the strength of a single attribute of chakra, especially the Yin and Yang chakra, which are relatively special compared to the 5 elements of chakra. This is also the reason why Hyojin supported Itachi's choice and left the opportunity to fuse with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to Sasuke. Because once Sasuke obtains the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, then the strength of his Yin chakra will be very close to that of a living Otsutsuki Indra, and almost all the conditions to evolve the Rinnegan. The only thing missing is the last step of implanting the cells of the first generation and fusing with the yang chakra of Otsutsuki Azura. After leaving Sasuke's activity area, Hyojin found Xiangli in the Sky Fortress and briefly told Xiangli about Sasuke. Xiangli asked, "Sama, do you want me to prepare food for him on time?" Hyojin shook his head, "No need, I have already prepared food and water in his activity area, you just need to monitor his movements and make sure that he stays in his activity area." "Yes, Sama." Xianglin hurriedly agreed. Her Kagura Mind Eye is most suitable for surveillance. Except for Shinichi, who has extraordinary perception, it is very difficult for others to detect the surveillance of her Kagura Mind Eye, even Itachi and Jishui are no exception. Hyojin glanced back at Sasuke's activity area and said, "Since you misunderstood that this is the moon, then let's continue misunderstanding. On the real moon. Although there are constantly figures coming and going in the magnificent palace, there is no aura of life at all, as if it is shrouded in an indescribable silence." In the most central room of the palace, Otsutsuki Samurai looked at the Byakugan in the storage chem with hesitation. Unlike Hyojin, who is experienced, Otsutsuki Samurai has no surgical experience at all, coupled with the fact that he is the one who needs the transplant surgery. It is a small operation for Hyojin, but it is a big trouble for him. It took him several weeks just to collect and sort out the information. Not long after, a row of Tenseigan puppets pushed the door and walked into the room. Otsutsuki Samurai didn't turn his head and asked indifferently, "Is everything ready?" The leading Tenseigan puppet first bowed to Otsutsuki Samurai, and then replied respectfully, "Master, the barrier has been opened, and the passage between us and the shinobi world has been completely cut off." Otsutsuki Samurai's expression remained unchanged. He knows that during the period of fusion with the Tenseigan, it is his most vulnerable time, and there are strong enemies in the shinobi world that can threaten him, so he can't be too careful. Then, he waved his hand and said, "You stay, the others withdraw." The leading Tenseigan puppet stood still, while the other Tenseigan puppets respectfully withdrew from the room after saluting Kuroto. Otsutsuki Samurai lied on the bed at this time and said, "Let's start." On the moon today, except for Otsutsuki Samurai, the others are all Tenseigan puppets activated by Tenseigan chakra, and he doesn't know how to perform surgery himself, so the transplant of Byakugan can only be done by the Tenseigan puppet. "Yes, master." The Tenseigan puppet came to the bedside and began the Byakugan transplant surgery. Compared with ordinary people, the Tenseigan puppet has no fear, tension, and other emotions, plus the puppets on the moon are not inferior to those in the shinobi world. The structure of the puppet is very delicate, so after familiarizing itself with the information compiled by Otsutsuki Samurai, although the Tenseigan puppet is not as good as Hyojin, it is enough to cope with the level of Byakugan transplant surgery. In just a moment, the surgery was completed smoothly. The Tenseigan puppet covered Otsutsuki Samurai's eyes with a white cloth, and then retreated to the side respectfully, and stood quietly by the bed like a statue. Otsutsuki Samurai, who was lying on the bed, didn't care about the Tenseigan puppet, but focused on the pupil fusion in his eye socket. Thump thump, thump thump, a sound similar to a heartbeat echoed in Otsutsuki Samurai's mind. At this moment, Otsutsuki Samurai could clearly feel that his pupil power was rising rapidly with this beating sound. However, just as his face showed joy, the beating sound stopped abruptly, and everything returned to calm. How could this be? Otsutsuki Samurai, who tried to fuse for the first time, was stunned. Such a change made him a little at a loss for a while. Thump thump, after a long time, the beating sound sounded again, but this time it was much weaker than before. If one didn't feel it carefully, they might even ignore the beating sound. This continued intermittently for 3 days, and Otsutsuki Samurai finally realized something and thought to himself, is it because the Byakugan of the Hyuga family's master is not pure enough? Otsutsuki Samurai could feel that his pupil power was continuously improving these days, but the speed of improvement was much slower than he expected. The second update is here. I will continue to ask for recommendation votes on Monday. In addition, I would like to thank the students who rewarded me today. Thank you everyone. Inside the Sky Fortress, Sasuke, who had completed the transplant surgery, lay on the bed and felt the fusion of his ocular powers. During the process, although the swelling in his eye socket was still there, it was much slower than when he had just completed the surgery, and the stinging pain had almost disappeared. Because it's the fusion of 2 pairs of eyes, so only blood relatives can transplant the ocular powers. Sasuke, who had nothing to do, felt the fusion of the ocular powers while thinking. Although he had not formally learned medical ninjutsu, because Sakura had been interning at my hospital since she graduated from the ninja school and often mentioned medical ninjutsu to him, he was not completely clueless about medical ninjutsu. He knew that the organ rejection between blood relatives was relatively small. Ugh. It's starting again. Suddenly, Sasuke's entire face twisted, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed out from under the bandage in his eye socket. This kind of sudden pain was obviously not the first time this happened. Including this time, he had experienced this kind of sudden pain 4 times. Each time, there was no warning. Not only was it fierce, but it was also accompanied by bloody tears, as if he was using the Manjikyu Sharingan's ocular techniques in a state of overdraft. However, this kind of pain came and went quickly. In just a few short breaths, the pain subsided, followed by a huge improvement in his ocular powers. The improvement was so great that even Sasuke himself was amazed. After taking a breath, Sasuke got up and took out the notebook left by Hyojin and seriously recorded. There was the 4th pain today, and the process was as short as the previous few. After the pain, my ocular powers have improved again. I'm sure that my current ocular powers are stronger than when I first awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. To what extent can the ocular powers be improved? I can't imagine now. My chakra seems to have changed too, and I feel closer to Sensei. Maybe Sensei doesn't have the ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, but the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that I will soon have. At this point, Sasuke put down the pen in his hand. He began to subconsciously recall the time he spent on the island. Scenes flashed through his mind, and finally, the scene in his mind stopped at the dreamy scene of Hyojin controlling the fire escape clone unleashing the purple flame under the night sky. That scene had left too much of a shock in his heart. Even after so many days, he still couldn't forget it. Ziyen, Sasuke murmured. Because the island was not big, he could feel Hyojin's chakra waves from the other end of the island. Therefore, he knew that Hyojin had been practicing or developing something during the days when he was being tested. Coupled with the purple flame that has never appeared in the shinobi world before, the answer is self-evident. Sensei's famous golden flame is a kind of Kekkei limit, and the newly developed purple flame is a kind of Kekkei elimination, so this purple flame is most likely developed on the basis of the golden flame. After diverting his thoughts, Sasuke continued to analyze. The golden flame is definitely a fusion of the nature of fire and thunder, so what is the 3rd type of chakra added to the purple flame? Wind? Earth? No, it's in release chakra. With the Uchiha clan's innate understanding of fire release, coupled with the chakra waves that Hyojin sensed on the island when he was developing the purple flame, Sasuke keenly guessed that the 3 types of chakra required for the purple flame were fire, thunder, and in. When my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan completes the fusion, the strength of my chakra should be close to Sensei's. At that time I will also develop the purple flame and make Sensei look at me in a different light. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he secretly made up his mind. It was not difficult to guess the attribute of a certain type of bloodline limit or bloodline elimination chakra. Many of the attributes of bloodline limit chakra were public, but knowing it did not mean that one could complete the fusion and develop the bloodline limit. However, Sasuke was different. He felt the rapid increase of the ocular power in his eyes, and he believed that he could do it. Besides, he did not want to see Sensei turn his face to the side in disappointment every time. He wanted Sensei to look at him. On the other side of the Sky Fortress, standing in front of the large nutrition tank with the young release clone, Hyojin's face was full of anticipation. During this period of time, while the young release clone was developing in the nutrition tank, he not only completed the strengthening of the fire release clone, but also completed the transplant operation on Sasuke. After finishing all these, his young release clone was almost fully developed. In another week, he could remove all kinds of life support equipment and enter the development stage. Through the glass of the large nutrition tank, Hyojin carefully observed the young release clone inside. The size of this young release clone was slightly bigger than the previous 5 clones. Its hair color was the same as Hyojin's release clone, which was normal black. It had a decent appearance and looked very easygoing. It did not have the mysterious temperament of the fire release clone, nor did it have the sharp edge of the wind release clone. Of course, Hyojin did not care about its appearance. What he really cared about was the pair of Byakuya in the young release clones eye sockets. Due to the lack of a soul, the Byakuya that was cloned in the form of cell clones were essentially half-finished products. Only when it was combined with Hyojin's own spirit body would it be considered a complete pair of Byakuya. The previous water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning clones were all the same. However, Kuroto didn't know whether it was because of the primogenitor cells or some other reason. The Byakuya on this young release clone was very active. Although there was still a gap between it and the real Byakuya, it showed far more activity than the previous 5 clones. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought, no matter what, once the primogenitor cells are added, it has the effect of turning something rotten into something magical. This must be the power of the holy tree. Judging from the current data, there should be no doubt that the primogenitor cells contain the power of the holy tree. It can be said that among all the reincarnations of Otsutsuki Azura, the physique of the primogenitor cells is the most special. In this regard, even Naruto can't compare with the primogenitor cells. This should be the reason why the primogenitor cells are so special. This is also the reason why it is difficult for other forces to control the primogenitor cells except for the bloodline of the Sage of the Six Paths. Because the holy tree itself is a weapon developed by the Otsutsuki clan to plunder the energy of the planet. Its status is at the top of the shinobi world, and it can almost suppress all forces in the shinobi world that are not of the Otsutsuki clan. Not to mention the complete holy tree, even the outer path demon statue and the 9-tailed beast that were separated from the holy tree can almost run rampant in the shinobi world as long as they don't encounter the bloodline of the Sage of the Six Paths. There is still a long way to go. Thinking of this, Hyojin secretly restrained the pride of conquering the primogenitor cells, because compared to the Otsutsuki clan that developed the holy tree, his achievement is really not worth mentioning. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was one of Hyojin's strengths to be able to be wary of his inflated ego and make adjustments in time. Moreover, he knew that his current research results were nothing compared to the Otsutsuki clan who had developed the Tree of God and was able to plunder energy from the planets. After adjusting his mentality, he immediately immersed himself in his intense research. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Just as Hyojin had expected, the young escape clone had completed its development successfully. After taking the young escape clone out of the large nutrition tank, Hyojin used various expensive equipment to conduct a comprehensive examination on the young escape clone. Through the examination, Hyojin found that the young escape clone's vital signs were normal. The cell activity was twice that of his Yin escape clone, 1.5 times that of his wind escape clone, and 10 times that of his water escape clone and fire escape clone. As he recorded the young escape clone's data, Hyojin fell into deep thought. Based on the data of the young escape clone, its strength was already comparable to his Yin escape main body and wind escape clone. He could completely skip the development process. However, this was not a good thing because the ritual required balance. Fortunately, I had expected this and increased the strength of my water escape clone and fire escape clone. Fortunately, Kuroto had anticipated this situation in advance, and while developing the young release clone, he had already started to strengthen the water and fire clones, which were the weakest among the clones. Therefore, from the looks of it, his Yin escape main body and his 6 clones could barely maintain a balance. However, this balance was already very fragile. Once the young escape clone's strength was further increased, this balance might be broken and the weaker water escape clone and fire escape clone would once again become an obvious weakness in the ritual. Phew, after exhaling softly, Hyojin started to form a hand seal. Now, he could only hope that the young escape clone came with the wood escape technique. That was the only way to ensure that the young escape clone's strength would not be greatly increased. Soon, Hyojin completed the hand seal and performed the soul descend technique. With a whoosh, the young escape clone that was lying on the operating table sat up. Eh? After nimbly jumping off the operating table, Hyojin's expression suddenly changed after he sensed the new cloned body. He did not know why, but when his spirit entered the young escape clone body, he felt a very special feeling. If his spirit felt freedom in his Yin escape clone body, and harmony in his other clones, then warmth in this young escape clone body. This feeling was like soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. Is it because this clone's chakra contains the characteristics of the tree of God, or is it because of the boundless nature power that is produced after the yin and yang fusion? For a moment, Hyojin could not determine the source of this feeling. This was because his yang escape clone body was very special. On one hand, it inherited the characteristics of the tree of God in the cells of the first generation. On the other hand, after the first generation cells representing yang escape chakra fused with his cells representing yin escape chakra, it naturally completed the yin and yang fusion, giving the clone body a certain amount of boundless nature power. This fusion was a bit similar to the fusion between Uchiha and Senju. However, Uchiha, who represented yin escape, became Hyuga. To be more precise, the yin escape descendant of his younger brother Hamura merged with the yang escape descendant of his older brother Hamura. No matter what the reason is, one thing is for sure. This clone body is enough to nourish my spirit body. The effect is almost the same as when I was in my body. While feeling the yang escape clone body further, Hyojin went to the training field of the Sky Fortress. Along the way, he carefully felt the Byakugan in his eye sockets. He found that this pair of highly active semi-finished Byakugan had undergone a strange change after fusing with his spirit body. Not to mention that the vision of the eyes was very clear. After activating the Byakugan, the distance of the X-ray vision was also far beyond the normal Byakugan, only slightly inferior to his Tenseigan. This should be the extremely pure Byakugan. If I toss around a little more, there might be some strange changes. Hyojin was very sure that the purity of this pair of Byakugan definitely surpassed the Byakugan of the other clones, and even surpassed the Byakugan of everyone in the ninja world. After collecting his thoughts, he glanced at a wooden target in the distance of the training field. Whoosh, with a teleportation technique, Hyojin flashed in front of the wooden target and sent it flying with a punch. It was just a wooden target, so he felt that he wouldn't be able to detect anything. So, he immediately activated a few modified puppets in the training field and pounced on the puppet. Bang bang, accompanied by a few low muffled sounds, the puppets that had been specially modified and strengthened by him were as fragile as tofu under his random blows, and instantly disintegrated. Looking at the puppet fragments scattered on the ground, Hyojin smiled slightly. The strength of the body is much greater than I thought. After pondering for a while, Hyojin summoned the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to the training field, and then ordered the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to use magnetic release to create layers of iron shields for the puppets. With the iron shield created by the magnetic dun, these puppets were finally able to withstand a few blows, but even so, as long as Suijin exerted his full strength, he would be able to break through the barrier of the magnetic dun iron shield and smash the puppets behind it with a single punch. Clenching his fist, Hyojin smiled with satisfaction. As long as I receive formal training, it shouldn't be difficult for my yang release clone to surpass Tsunade. Tsunade's monster strength was both a bloodline and a skill. In the original space and time, Sakura, who was not of the Thousand Hand clan, had mastered this skill, but only with both bloodline and skill could the monster's strength be exerted to the extreme, such as Tsunade who could tear Susanoo with her bare hands. And Hyojin's yang release clone was even better than Tsunade in terms of bloodline. Because the yang release chakra in Tsunade's body obviously did not have the characteristics of the sacred tree, but Hyojin's yang release clone not only had the characteristics of the sacred tree, but also had a certain amount of omniscient nature's power. This meant that the potential of Hyojin's yang release clone was greater than Tsunade's. As long as there was reasonable training and development, it would definitely not be a problem for it to tear Susanoo with its bare hands. Of course, Hyojin did not have any special obsession with tearing Susanoo. What he cared about most at the moment was whether this yang release clone was equipped with wood release or not as he expected. Soon, Hyojin raised his hands and began to slowly make hand seals while shouting, "Wood release, 4 pillars." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Rumble, as the chakra inside the clone's body poured out, wooden stakes rose from the ground, intertwined with each other and assembled together, and in just a moment, a huge wooden house appeared in the practice field. Looking at the wooden house that was completed in the blink of an eye, Hyojin's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it can use wood release. He was not surprised that the yang escape clone was able to use the wood escape. This attempt was just to confirm his theory. Because all ninjas who have successfully transplanted the first-generation cells have the ability to use would release, the only difference is the strength of the power. Simply put, the first-generation cells have the ability to use would release between Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Genkai elimination. The strength of would release is related to the physique of the caster. The closer the ninja is to the Otsutsuki blood, the stronger the power of would release. Conversely, if the ninja lacks the support of the Otsutsuki blood, even if the first-generation cells are successfully transplanted, the power of would release will be very limited. The most intuitive example is Uchiha Madara. After successfully transplanting the Hashirama cells, he can even use the top-level would release ninjutsu such as the Descent of the Flower Tree World, but Danzo doesn't have the bloodline of Otsutsuki, so even if he successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells, it will be difficult for him to use would release as a regular method to fight. Slowly walking into the newly built wooden house, Hyojin carefully observed. The would release ninjutsu of the 4 pillars was found in the secret archives of the village. It is said that at the beginning of the village's establishment, a large number of houses were built with this ninjutsu and completed the initial transition. After walking around the house, Hyojin said, although there are no furnishings, the overall structure is strong. Enough to block the wind and rain, and a little decoration can be sold. After a little confirmation of the strength of the wooden house, Hyojin ordered the 3 generations Kazekage puppets to dismantle the wooden house and then left the practice room. Being able to use would release ninjutsu means that the clone has met the basic standards of Hyojin. Next, it is time to test the limit of the clone. This step is essential because he must thoroughly understand the limit of the clone before the ceremony. And to test the limit of would release, naturally, it can't be carried out in the Sky Fortress. The lesson from the last test of dust release is too tragic. Kuroto doesn't want to spend money to repair the Sky Fortress again. It didn't take long for Suijin to arrive at the island where he had tested Sasuke before with the help of the clone body. Knowing that Kuroto can control different clones, Gaara was only a little curious about Kuroto's new identity but didn't care too much about it and asked, "My lord, shall we start the test now?" Hyojin gently nodded. There is nothing more suitable than a tailed beast to test the power of would release. Therefore, Hyojin looked for Gaara, who had one tail sealed in his body. He wanted to test the limit of would release through Gaara. At the same time, he also wanted to beat Gaara so that he can further use the power of the tailed beast. This time, Naruto accidentally mastered the 9 Tails chakra mode. His strength has greatly increased. This made him realize that simple evasion is not safe. The safest way is to let Gaara have a certain ability to protect himself. As a Jinchuriki, the most convenient and effective way for Gaara to improve his strength is to master the power of the tailed beast in his body like Naruto. Hyojin said while printing the hand seals, after the seal is unlocked, the will of the one tail will quickly recover. You have to be prepared. I Love Luo took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He knew that the one tail in his body is a nightmare that he can never escape from. Only by facing it bravely can he get rid of the shadow that shrouded his childhood. Release. After completing the hand seals, Hyojin removed all the seals that he had placed on Gaara's body. Ha ha ha, almost the moment the seal was removed, an arrogant laughter came from Gaara's body. Immediately after that, Gaara lost consciousness. A large amount of quicksand surged out of his body, and his body rapidly expanded. In just a few breaths, Gaara's body was devoured by the quicksand, fusing into the body of the huge one-tailed crane. It went berserk? Hyojin's eyes turned cold. He knew that the one-tailed crane was not easy to deal with. However, he did not expect that the crane would break free the moment the seal was removed and suppress Gaara. Is it because of the rebound caused by the excessive seal? Or does Gaara have a psychological shadow against the crane? I don't have the confidence to face it, so I lost my guard? In an instant, countless thoughts surged into Hyojin's mind. Ha ha ha, I'm out again. Soon, the entire island was filled with the laughter and arrogance of the one-tailed crane. Hyojin frowned and confirmed that Gaara had gone berserk. At this moment, the crane also noticed Hyojin, who was not far away. It roared with a ferocious expression, "Damn human." After roaring, the crane took a deep breath and shouted at Hyojin, "Wind release, air training bullet." Boom, the power of the ninjutsu performed by the tailed beast was naturally extraordinary. The air training bullet was like a passing typhoon, instantly raising everything on the island. Looking at the destructive air training bullet, Hyojin's expression did not change. He quickly formed a hand seal and said, "Would release, ranking technique." Boom, in an instant, a wooden shield engraved with fangs rose from both sides of Hyojin, covering Hyojin inside. This ranking technique was the strongest defensive ninjutsu that Hyojin found in the secret technique archive of the village. In the battle at the Valley of the End, the first generation relied on this technique to successfully block the attack of Uchiha Madara's mighty Susanoo. As expected, after a series of tremors, Hyojin, who was under the ranking technique, was unscathed. Seeing that Hyojin had actually used the wood release, the crane's pupils shrank, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes instinctively. At this moment, the wooden shield protecting Hyojin opened, revealing Hyojin, who looked indifferent inside. The crane asked, "Who are you? Why do you know the wood release?" Hyojin did not waste any time. He formed another hand seal and shouted, "Wood release, wood dragon technique." Whoosh, as soon as Hyojin's voice fell, a thick wooden stake emerged from the ground in front of him. Then, the wooden stake rapidly grew thicker and bigger under the support of Hyojin's chakra. In the end, it turned into a wooden dragon that was not inferior to the crane's tail. It circled around and entangled the crane. Damn it! The crane was shocked to find that its chakra had uncontrollably surged towards the wooden dragon that was entangling it. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Damn guy, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Shohei's hysterical shouts were still lingering in the sky above the small island. After being entangled by Hyojin's wood dragon technique, Shoha immediately struggled violently, but no matter how it struggled, the wood dragon that entangled it didn't relax. Not only that, but as a large number of tailed beast chakra flowed into the wood dragon's body, the wood dragon that entangled Shoha became stronger and stronger. It can be foreseen that the final winner of this confrontation between Shoha and the wood dragon will be the wood dragon. And as the caster, Hyojin looked at the scene in front of him with a flash of surprise on his face. He knew that wood release can restrain the tailed beast, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. The powerful tailed beast is almost a large toy under wood release. No wonder the first generation collected all the tailed beasts so casually. From the current situation, as long as the tailed beasts meet the first generation, let alone fight, I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to escape, and the strongest 9 tails is no exception. The tailed beast is indeed a toy for the first generation, but for other ninjas, they are complete monsters. The decision of the first generation to distribute tailed beasts to other villages is too reckless. Thinking of this, Hyojin couldn't help but think about the decision of the first generation. In his opinion, instead of distributing tailed beasts, it's better to seal all the tailed beasts in a place where no one knows about. Because in the previous shinobi wars, the tailed beasts completely became the enemy's strength, and as the original owner of these tailed beasts, my village suffered from the tailed beasts. In fact, after the establishment of the shinobi village system, the strength of Mai was reflected in the first generation and Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara faked his death and retired, and after the death of Hashirama, although Konoha's strength is still at the top of the 5 great shinobi villages, it has lost the dominant position it had when Hashirama was alive. In short, the reason why Mai was able to dominate the world back then was because of Hashirama. Without Hashirama, Mai is just the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. It was the same for the tailed beasts. Other than the first generation, the subsequent generations of Naruto did not have an overwhelming advantage over the tailed beasts. During the 9 Tails Rebellion, 3 generations and 4 generations, both Naruto, were helpless against the raging 9 Tails. In the end, 4 generations had to sacrifice themselves to barely defeat the 9 Tails. Such a mistake will not happen to me. Hyojin's gaze gradually turned ice cold as he looked at the clamoring Shohei. The first generation naively thought that as long as the will of fire could be passed down, Mai would be able to prosper forever. However, the fact proved that the will of fire alone is not enough, one must have real strength. The first generation's misjudgment of the future situation caused the shinobi world to suffer the destruction of 3 shinobi wars in just a few decades. As the 5th generation, Hyojin must correct this mistake and recover all the tailed beasts in the future. At this time, Hyojin raised his arms again and began to make hand seals. He did not forget that the purpose of this time was to test the limit of the clone body, so even if the wood dragon technique had successfully restrained Shohei, he still did not plan to stop. Would release, wood man technique? After completing the hand seals, Suijin let out a loud shout. Rumble, with the activation of his ninjutsu, the earth trembled, and then a 100-meter-tall wooden man that was almost identical to Susanoo rose from the ground and appeared on the island. This Shohei was already restrained by the wood dragon, and when he saw the wood man that was even bigger than him, his expression froze, and the ferocious expression on his face gradually turned into surprise. Boom, accompanied by a whistling sound, the giant wood man slapped Shohei's head, making him dizzy. At the same time, Shizuru, who was unable to move, found that the Konohagakure on his head was also absorbing his chakra like the Konohagakure. Not only that, but he also found that the wood man seemed to have some kind of sealing power that restrained him. When the wood man slapped his head, he felt that he had lost control of the tailed beast chakra in his body. It's over. Instantly, Shohei was shrouded by a great fear. It was hard enough to deal with a wood dragon, and now there was a wood man that was even more difficult to deal with. Facing this situation, he had no chance of winning. Suddenly, Shohei saw the ninja that used wood release in the corner of his eyes started to make hand seals again. Shohei was dumbfounded. At this moment, Hyojin finished making hand seals in the distance and shouted, "Wood release, world of trees descend." Clatter, countless trees broke out of the ground and rose crazily. In the blink of an eye, the island that had just been raised by Shohei's air training bullet was immediately covered with green. The trees that grew crazily were not aimless. Many trees entangled Shohei's huge body as if they had a mind of their own. Some branches even directly inserted into Shohei's body and then grew out from the other end. After a while, Shohei's huge body was covered with trees and vines. At this time, Shohei could not even move, let alone struggle. The tailed beast chakra in its body was also being absorbed by the wood dragon, the wood man, and the trees that covered its body, causing the sand that made up its body to collapse. After a few moves, Hyojin leaped onto the wood man's shoulder and looked at Shohei opposite him. At this time, Shohei was no longer as arrogant as before. It looked at Hyojin with its dull eyes filled with fear. It did not expect this inconspicuous ninja to be so terrifying. Hyojin looked distressed. Is it not the limit yet? As he said that, he sighed and began to make hand seals again. Then, he shouted, "Would release, all cloth bag technique." In an instant, countless huge arms rose from the ground and grabbed Shohei who was standing firmly. Then, they pulled hard and pulled Shohei to the ground. After Shohei fell to the ground, the arms wrapped around Shohei's limbs, tail, and neck, binding it to the ground. Shohei, who fell to the ground, had completely lost the ability to resist. It could not even speak. Hyojin could only sense its emotions through the fear in its eyes. Swoosh, in a flash, Hyojin landed on Shohei's head and kicked Shohei's nose. "Hey, you don't even need to use the tailed beast jade. Are you pretending to be me?" Shohei, who had lost the ability to speak, was completely speechless. At the same time, chakra was being absorbed by the wood dragon, wood man, wood hand, and countless trees. It could not even maintain its form, let alone use the tailed beast jade. Here's the second update. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you everyone. Seeing that Shohei had no resistance at all, Hyojin rubbed his chin and thought to himself, if that's the case, then I'll continue to practice with a tail. The tailed beast's skin is thick, and it is undoubtedly an excellent target. Other people and things really can't withstand such torture. After making up his mind, Hyojin no longer hesitated and began another round of hand seals in front of Shohei's horrified eyes. He immediately shouted, "Would release, flower tree world descends." Pa, as Hyojin finally put his palms together, a surging chakra surged from his body. Clatter, in an instant, the sea of trees that had stopped growing began to boil again, and countless branches began to sprout and grow, and the trunk quickly became thicker as if it was inflated. In just a short moment, the entire island was swallowed up by the sea of trees. From a distance, the island looked like a giant tree growing on the sea. Under the lush canopy stood a towering wooden man, and the huge figure of Shohei was completely covered by the green shade. Then, beautiful red buds appeared on the giant branches. Each of these buds was the size of a person, and they were faintly blooming. At this point, Hyojin hurriedly stopped the technique. He knew that as long as he continued to maintain the ninjutsu, these huge buds all over the island would quickly bloom, and then emit poisonous pollen. Once a ninja inhales this poisonous pollen, they will immediately fall to the ground, so considering that Aira is in Shoha's body, he chose not to let these buds bloom and release poisonous pollen. Standing on Shoha's head, Hyojin looked around and said, "I didn't expect that even this kind of technique can be used." Flower Tree World Descends is already the top ninjutsu in the conventional wood release, and Hyojin being able to use Flower Tree World Descends means that he has the ability to use all conventional wood release ninjutsu. After a little breath, Hyojin said, "It's time to try the real thousands of hands." Shohei completely lost the will to resist when he saw Hyojin starting to form hand seals again. His arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. All that was left in his eyes was numbness and sorrow, as he resigned himself to fate. Soon, Hyojin completed the hand seals and shouted, "Would escape, true thousand hands." As he shouted, the would escape chakra in his body gushed out like a flood. However, the thousand-armed Buddha did not rise from the ground as he expected. Suijin was slightly surprised by this. Obviously, the would-release ninjutsu experiment that had been going very smoothly before had some accidents when it came to the manjikyu. Stopping the pointless consumption of chakra, Hyojin combed through the process of casting the spell and making the hand seals just now. He confirmed that there were no mistakes in any of the steps and that everything was done according to the description on the would escape secret scroll left behind by the first generation in the secret spell archive of the village. So, he thought to himself, why did it fail? This doubt did not last long. Hyojin had a guess. The manjikyu was obviously not a normal wood release anymore. One should know that the wooden man in the wooden man technique was about the size of a tailed beast. In front of the manjikyu, the wooden man was just a tiny dot on the head of the manjikyu. If the wooden man was tens of meters tall, then the height of the manjikyu would probably be hundreds of thousands of meters. A normal mountain would be like a small mound in front of the manjikyu. It could be flattened with 1 foot. This level of ninjutsu, relying on would escape chakra alone might not be enough. Hyojin suspected that he had to use the immortal technique chakra with natural energy in order to successfully perform the manjikyu. After all, in the battle between the first generation and Madara Uchiha in the Valley of the End, the first generation also performed the manjikyu under the immortal mode. After coming to this conclusion, Hyojin began to summarize. There was no doubt that his young release clone could perform all the conventional wood release, including the descent of the flower tree world. Its strength was close to the normal state of the first generation. But for the manjikyu, which might need the immortal technique chakra, he had no way to use it for the time being. In other words, without considering the sealing technique, his young release clone's strength was on par with the normal first generation, but it was inferior to the first generation under the immortal mode. After completing the general wood release ninjutsu, Hyojin did not immediately cancel the wood release he had previously performed. Instead, he coldly glanced at the tailed crane that was bound by layers of trees, as well as the wooden dragon, wooden man, and wooden hand. Now that the crane was completely under his control, it was up to Gaara. Because Gaara's will had been corroded by the crane at the moment, it was in a completely berserk state. Even Hyojin couldn't do anything about it. He could only wait for Gaara to defeat himself and break free from the berserk state. But fortunately, the wooden dragon, wooden man, and wooden hand could absorb the chakra on the crane by themselves, so there was no need for Hyojin to provide additional chakra to maintain it. Therefore, such a stalemate didn't burden Hyojin at all. So, Hyojin sat cross-legged on the crane's face and waited patiently. While waiting, he didn't idle, but naturally evaluated the effect of wood release on the tailed beast. From the current situation, the stronger the wood release that contained the characteristics of the holy tree, the stronger the suppression on the tailed beast. In the original world, when Yamato faced the berserk Naruto, he was trembling. Sometimes he needed to cooperate with the necklace left by Hashirama in order to suppress the berserk Naruto. But once Naruto's tailed beast form reached more than 6 tails, Yamato's wood release wouldn't be enough to deal with it. And with the ability of Hyojin's young release clone, let alone 9 tails, even if there were 4 or 5 tailed beasts, he would still be able to deal with them easily. If there were more, he might be a little flustered. But no matter what, the tailed beasts were harmless to his young release clone. Because even if there were 9 tailed beasts, his would release would still be able to fight them. Thinking of this, not only did Hyojin not feel happy, but he also frowned and thought to himself, what is the holy tree? The more he studied, the more he felt the terror of the holy tree. Because just the tailed beast that split from the holy tree and the wood release that contained the characteristics of the holy tree were already so powerful that they could almost dominate the shinobi world. Not to mention that the holy tree could also bear the chakra fruit, which was a magical fruit that could break through the immortal Kekii net with just one bite. And such a powerful holy tree was just a tool used by the Otsutsuki clan to plunder the energy of the planet. It could be seen that the technology of the Otsutsuki clan had reached an exaggerated level. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moreover, the Otsutsuki clan's technique of controlling the sacred tree is already very perfect. Thinking of the various suppressive effects of the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline on the sacred tree, Hyojin's face became more and more solemn. The Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan could easily control tailed beasts and the outer path demon statue, and the power of the bloodline that contained the characteristics of the sacred tree could easily suppress the tailed beasts. Even if the purity of the bloodline had regressed to the level of wood release and Sharingan, they could still play with the tailed beasts derived from the sacred tree. Wood release could easily bind and seal the tailed beasts and absorb their chakra. Even if they could not become a Jinchuriki, they could still turn the tailed beasts into their own batteries. The Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique could control tailed beasts, and the complete Susanoo could also absorb the power of the tailed beasts and combine them into mighty Susanoo, which would increase both its power and endurance. In other words, whether it was the Otsutsuki clan's body that represented Yang release or the pupil technique that represented Yin release, they had the ability to suppress the sacred tree and its derivatives. Moreover, this kind of suppression was innate. As long as the bloodline was pure enough, there was no need to learn or practice at all. This meant that the Otsutsuki clan had integrated the method of suppressing the sacred tree into their bloodline, making these methods instinctive. This was undoubtedly a proof of the maturity of the technique, which meant that the Otsutsuki clan had a clear understanding of the characteristics of the sacred tree. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Otsutsuki clan had more than one sacred tree in their hands. In other words, the Otsutsuki clan definitely had more than one ten-tailed beast. Rumble. At this moment, the huge guardian crane under Suijin's body suddenly trembled. Then, the quicksand that made up the crane's body collapsed in large pieces. In the blink of an eye, the huge crane turned into a pile of sand, and Gaara's figure appeared from the pile of sand. You can't hold on anymore? Hyojin quickly gathered his thoughts and came to Gaara's side in a flash. Gaara shook his head and climbed out of the sand. He immediately said to Hyojin with a guilty look, "Sir, I'm sorry. I was suppressed by the crane just now." Hyojin looked Gaara up and down before sighing softly. There was no doubt that I, Ailer, was unable to conquer my inner demons. The moment I came into contact with the Shohi, I was utterly defeated. However, if one were to think about it carefully, this was actually quite normal. That was because Gaara's personality had changed greatly in the original timeline. He had become addicted to killing, and his personality had become extremely cruel. Although such an extreme personality was not good, it was tenacious and self-centered enough to help him resist the erosion of the guardian crane. In this world, due to Hyojin's timely intervention, Gaara's temperament did not change drastically. Moreover, Hyojin had long since sealed the Shohi in his body, creating a safe and warm environment for him to grow. As a result, although Gaara's growth was smooth, he lost the courage and experience to face the Shohi directly. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin asked, "Do you still dare to face Shoha?" Aiello was a little hesitant, but finally nodded. The Shohi had brought too many terrifying memories to Gaara's childhood. However, compared to the terror of the show, he was even more unwilling to see Hyojin disappointed. Now is its weakest moment. It's also the best time for you to defeat it. After a pause, Hyojin continued, "Gaara, you must remember that the more you don't want to face something, the more you can't run away from it. That's because it's in your body, and you can't run away." The Shohi that had just escaped had absorbed a large amount of chakra from Hyojin's would escape. In the end, it could not even maintain its form. This meant that the Shohi was in an extremely weak state. Gaara knew that he had to end things with the Shohi, so he immediately asked, "Sir, what do you want me to do?" Hyojin said, "It's very simple. Take advantage of this opportunity to take away the Shohi's tailed beast's power. Naruto's trial on the Cloud Turtle Island this time gave Hyojin an inspiration. Since the tailed beast was unwilling to get along with him, then he would first take away the tailed beast's power in the spiritual world. When the human's Jinchuriki obtained the tailed beast's power and was in an advantageous position in the confrontation, then he would slowly reform the tailed beast. With that said, Hyojin stretched out his hand towards Gaara and gently pressed it on Gaara's forehead. Relax your mind. I'm going to use the giant Tenseigan's power to invade your spiritual world now. Yes. Gaara quickly took a deep breath. As soon as his voice fell, Gaara found that everything in front of him had changed. It was no longer the green island, but the dark cave that represented fear in his childhood. Just when Gaara was at a loss, Hyojin's voice sounded in his ears, "Look, Shohi is over there." Gaara turned his head and saw that Hyojin had also followed him into his spiritual world. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then looked in the direction Hyojin was pointing and found that in another cave in the distance, Shohi was furious and shouting. Gaara's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, the seal on its body is gone?" Hyojin said lightly, "Don't worry, I was the one who unlocked it." Before leaving the village, Hyojin had read the report submitted by Kakashi and Naruto. He knew that before the human's Jinchuriki snatched the tailed beast's power in the spiritual world, the seal on the tailed beast must be completely released. Only in this way can the tailed beast's power be successfully taken away. Hyojin's calmness infected Gaara. He quickly calmed down and walked towards Shohi, who was not restrained and could move freely. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill all of you! Kill all of you!" As he got closer, Shohi's ferocious roar could be heard. Kuroto glanced at Gaara worriedly, only to find that not only did Gaara not slow down, he even sped up his pace, and as he walked, he even started running towards Shoja. "Heh," Kuroto chuckled softly, and his figure flickered as he followed behind. Shohi, who was not sealed, also noticed Gaara approaching it. Madness and malevolence appeared on its face as it laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha, watch how I'm going to tear you apart." Shohi noticed Hyojin, who was following Gaara halfway through its sentence. In an instant, its clamor came to an abrupt halt, and the madness and malevolence on its face vanished. Instead, it was replaced by shock and fear. It retreated subconsciously and said, "You. How did you get in?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Why? Am I not welcome here? Didn't we have a good time just now?" "A good time?" Shohi looked terrified and shouted, "Damn it, don't come any closer. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I'd like to thank all the students who gifted me today. Thank you, everyone." Hyojin smiled when he saw Shohi retreating in fear. Then, he instructed Gaara, "Do it. Use your chakra to pull out its tailed beast power. As long as you can fuse with the tailed beast power, it'll be a success." Gaara nodded and activated his chakra without hesitation. In a split second, the sand in the cave gathered together and formed into the shape of an arm. It slowly reached out towards the enormous crane. Shohi immediately realized Gaara's plan when it saw Gaara's chakra arm reaching out to it. It roared hysterically, "This damned ant! How dare you try to steal my power? I'm going to tear you into pieces." Shohi's loud roar reverberated in the cave and caused the cave to rumble. At the same time, a huge sand wave formed around it. It surged towards Gaara's chakra arm that was made of sand with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Hyojin immediately formed a hand seal when he saw this. Would release, cloth sack technique. Rumble. In an instant, huge wooden hands rose from the ground and grabbed Shohi's limbs, tail, and neck. Just like before, Shohi was pulled to the ground. As Shohi was restrained by wood release, the sand wave that was attacking Gaara slowed down and eventually scattered to the ground. After a while, Gaara's chakra arm finally touched Shizuki's body, and tore the tailed beast's power out of Shizuki's body, and then dragged the tailed beast's power. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Shohi, who was restrained by wood release, could not stop cursing when it felt its tailed beast power being dragged out of its body. There was no doubt that Shohi could no longer stop Gaara from dragging its tailed beast power. Under normal circumstances, Gaara did not have the ability to fight Shohi. Shohi did not even need to use any strength to easily corrode Gaara's will. However, Shohei had lost a large amount of chakra after being beaten up by Hyojin and was in a weakened state. Moreover, Hyojin had invaded Gaara's spiritual world and used would release to suppress it. Therefore, it was completely at Gaara's mercy. Therefore, the dragging process did not last for too long. Through Gaara's chakra arm, he successfully absorbed Shohei's tailed beast power into his body and began to fuse with it. Seeing that Gaara had succeeded, Hyojin wasted no time. He immediately formed a hand seal and shouted, "For symbol seal, seal." With the activation of seal jutsu, a series of ink-colored seal jutsu surged from all directions towards Shizuki, who was pulled to the ground, gradually replacing the wood release that imprisoned Shizuki, trapping Shizuki in 3 layers of wood release and 3 layers of wood release. After confirming that Shohei was restrained by the 4-symbol seal, Hyojin removed wood release and looked at Gaara. Unlike Naruto, who had almost instantly fused with the tailed beast power, Gaara's speed of fusing with the tailed beast power was much slower. This was obviously because Gaara's chakra amount could not be compared to Naruto, who was from the Maelstrom clan. The more chakra amount one had, the easier it was to fuse with the tailed beast power. Hyojin did not rush him. Instead, he stood quietly and waited. After about 10 minutes, Gaara opened his eyes and said, "Sir, I did it." Machem nodding, Hyojin exited Gaara's spiritual world. Then he removed all the wood release ninjutsu that was released on the island. For a while, the wood dragon, wood man, and wood hand on the island gradually dissipated. The lush forest caused by the descent of the flower tree world has declined a lot because of the removal of the ninjutsu. But because the trees have been sprouted, the entire island is still covered with green leaves. Of course, without the support of wood release chakra, it is obviously impossible to maintain this dense forest for a long time, so with the passage of time, this forest will inevitably wither, and in the end, how much of it can be preserved depends on how many trees the natural environment of this island can support. Ninjutsu can't resist nature for a long time. Just as Hyojin was dealing with the wood release on the island, Gaara also exited his spiritual world and felt the power of the tailed beast that he had just taken from the crane. After a while, Hyojin came over and asked, "Can you enter the tailed beast chakra mode?" Hearing Kuroto's words, Gaara hurriedly tried to activate the tailed beast state, and in an instant, a tailed beast chakra escaped from his body and formed a tailed beast coat that wrapped around his body. Hyojin frowned slightly. This state is at most a tailed beast, and it is not comparable to Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode. Gaara said, "Sir, it seems that this is all I can do." After pondering for a while, Hyojin said, "It seems that the tailed beast chakra mode is exclusive to 9 tails." In fact, Kuroto has also speculated in this regard before, because Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki and Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito are both perfect Jinchuriki who have passed the trial of Giant Turtle Island. But the two of them could only perfectly control the tailed beasts in their bodies, and did not create any 8 tails chakra mode or 2 tails chakra mode. Therefore, this chakra mode that uses the power of the tailed beasts is very likely to be exclusive to 9 tails. From this point, it also shows that 9 tails is the most special of all tailed beasts. After thinking about this, Hyojin explained to Gaara, "Now it is barely a perfect Jinchuriki, and you can transform into a tailed beast at will without worrying about the risk of going berserk. But if you want to further improve your strength and have more tailed beast power, you must communicate with the Shoha and reach an understanding with each other. Only with the support of the Shoha can you be considered a perfect Jinchuriki in the true sense." "Yes." Gaara nodded. Hyojin thought for a while and then said, "The Shoha's tailed beast chakra includes the magnetic release chakra. As long as you practice hard, it should not be difficult to master the magnetic release through the Shoha's tailed beast power. Therefore, the next step is to focus on the development of the magnetic release." Gaara listened carefully, "Yes." Hyojin patted Gaara's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be too nervous. As long as you are strong enough, the tailed beasts are actually quite easy to deal with. Therefore, focus on improving yourself. There is no need to rush to communicate with the Shoha. Just beat it up a few times from time to time, and it will slowly understand." Gaara had a surprised look on his face. When you say communicate, do you mean beat it up? Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." In the face of Gaara's doubts, Hyojin said with a matter-of-fact expression, "If you can't beat it, then why should it listen to you? If you can't even talk to it on an equal footing, then how can you talk about mutual understanding? I understand. Gaelo nodded, not really understanding. Kuroto explained with a smile, tailed beasts have an almost eternal lifespan and strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, which means that they won't easily take us ninjas seriously, so showing strength is the basis of dialogue. You will slowly understand this in the future. After a few more words, Hyojin sent Gaara back to the air fortress. Now that Gaara has mastered the power of the tailed beast of the tailed crane, he can enter the tailed beast form without any restrictions and use all the abilities of the tailed crane. Among all the tailed beasts, although the tailed crane has the least amount of chakra, it is proficient in magnetic release and seal. As long as it is used properly, its combat effectiveness is very considerable. Therefore, as long as Gaara can use the power of the tailed beast of the tailed crane and master the ability to control the golden sand like his father, the 4 generations of Kazekage, then Hyojin will make a fortune. No, then Gaara will officially enter the Kage level. If Gaara can master the seal of the tailed crane, then he will be considered as good among all the Kage level ninjas, at least much stronger than him in the original time and space. Even in the face of the Edo Tensei Uchiha, he won't be unable to help. Putting aside the matter of Gaara, Hyojin continued to focus on his Kekkei Genkai ritual. Through some experiments on the island just now, he has confirmed that the strength of the clone body is completely in line with the requirements of the ritual, so there is no need to spend extra effort to develop it. However, the step of the spirit body and the clone body can't be skipped. Kuroto needs to stay in the clone body for several months in order to improve the compatibility between the spirit and the clone body bit by bit and eliminate the feeling of awkwardness between the clone body and his own. And taking advantage of this period of time, Kuroto can visit the shinobi world to find a suitable place for the ritual and make all the preparations before the ritual. After making up his mind, Hyojin gave a few instructions to Xianxia and Gaara who were guarding the sky fortress. Without taking a break, he rode on the young escaped clone and left the sky fortress. Because it was a secret search, he didn't wear the uniform of Amatsukami this time in order not to attract attention, but just a simple black cloak. His face was covered with bandages, and his whole face was hidden under the hood. He also carried a low-quality katana on his back, giving him the appearance of a wandering samurai. And this kind of wandering samurai is very common in the shinobi world. Bandits and robbers, bodyguards of wealthy merchants, caravan guards, and so on are almost all composed of wandering samurai with varying strength. After all, there is no need to hire such expensive ninjas for a long time in general business activities. After crossing the vast sea and landing on the coast of the Land of Fire, Hyojin stopped on a cliff and took out an exquisite map from the ninja bag around his waist and spread it on the ground. The first thing to do is to hide the location of the ritual. After all, safety is the most important thing. In the past, if the Danzo got rid of Hyojin and Orochimaru and secretly carried out the final step of the ritual, although it would be technically risky, at least he didn't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed. Therefore, with the lesson learned from the Danzo, Hyojin naturally won't allow his ritual to be disturbed. During the ritual, the chakra fluctuations should be very violent. Even if a barrier is arranged in advance, it will be difficult to shield the perception of perceptual ninjas. Therefore, the location of the ritual can't be near a shinobi village, a large town, or a military stronghold. Soon, Hyojin drew a lot of forbidden areas on the map. Without exception, all of these forbidden areas are guarded by a large number of ninjas, including not only Mai, but also the other 4 major shinobi villages, as well as Kusanagi, Takagunan, and other small shinobi villages. The map in Hyojin's hand is not simple. The information on it is collected little by little using his identity as Naruto and the power of Amatsukami. It can be said that it is the most detailed and accurate map in the shinobi world. It is a top secret among top secrets. After eliminating all the dangerous areas one by one, there are still more than 90% of the blank areas on the map for him to choose from. After all, there are not many ninjas in the shinobi world. They are scattered in various villages and countries, so the number of ninjas is relatively small. The attributes of my main body and the 6 clones are roughly balanced. Only the fire clone is slightly weaker. Therefore, the ritual should be carried out in a place with a higher temperature. Although the fire clone has recently mastered the new bloodline elimination, the proportion of yin release chakra in the purple flame is very high. It is almost the same as the fire release chakra. Therefore, in terms of the strength of the main attribute chakra, the fire clone is still the weakest among all the clones. In order to make up for this weakness, it is necessary to choose a place with a higher temperature to carry out the ritual. However, the shortcoming of the fire clone is not too fatal. Therefore, Hyojin does not need to be like Danzo, who limited the ritual to a relatively special area such as a volcano cave. He can choose a relatively high temperature or choose a time period such as noon to carry out the ritual. Thinking of this, Hyojin's gaze moved to the country of wind at the bottom of the map. 95% of the territory of the country of wind is desert, and the suitable rivers and oases occupy less than 5% of the territory. Therefore, as long as he knows the military deployment of the Sand Crypsis village, it is very easy to avoid the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis in the country of wind. After all, there is a large area in the country of wind that is uninhabited. Some large deserts even the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis dare not set foot in. The temperature is high and the people are rarely seen. The endless desert in the country of wind obviously meets these two requirements of Hyojin. With a thought, Hyojin put away the map and directly went along the coastline to the country of wind. After a week of searching, Suijin roughly delineated 7 ritual sites in the territory of the Land of Wind. These 7 sites are all located in the depths of the desert, and the nearest town is at least hundreds of kilometers away. Even if the ritual site is earth-shattering, it will be difficult to attract the attention of others. In addition, the temperature of these sites is extremely high at noon, which meets the requirements of Hyojin's ritual. It can slightly strengthen the fire clone through the environment, so that the balance between the various chakra attributes is more stable. Here is the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Hoo-hoo, the whistling sound produced by the sandstorm continued to echo in his ears, and his vision was dim as if the boundary between heaven and earth was blurred, making people suddenly lose the concept of time, direction, and so on. Walking in such a harsh environment, even a strong person like Hyojin felt a little uncomfortable. If it weren't for the giant Tenseigan in the distant sky fortress that has been positioning the direction for him, even if he has Byakugan, he would probably be lost in this sand sea. It's really a dangerous place. Hyojin, standing on a sand dune, couldn't help but feel emotional. It had been a full month and a half since he had decided on the 7 locations for the ceremony. During this time, he had visited all 7 locations and inspected them one by one. In the end, he eliminated the other 6 locations and chose the last one in front of him. Like the other alternative sites, this 7th alternative site is also a continuous sand sea, but it is more remote and more special. It is special because the ground under this sand sea is very strong. Even sandworms that could travel freely in the sea of sand would find it difficult to drill through the hard ground. Therefore, not only was this sea of sand deserted, but even creatures like sandworms rarely set foot in it. It was truly a forbidden zone for life. Moreover, Hyojin also consulted some literature materials in the country of wind and confirmed that this sand sea has no name and there is no history of human activity. Byakugan, open. Walking to a high vantage point, Kuroto once again activated Byakugan and carefully observed the surroundings. The extremely harsh environment has advantages and disadvantages for him. The advantage is naturally conducive to confidentiality and is not easy to be disturbed by the enemy, but the disadvantage is also obvious. In this harsh environment, if he wants to successfully complete the ritual, various protective enchantments are essential. The cost of arranging the ritual alone is huge. If you include various enchantments to prevent wind and sand on the periphery, it will be very difficult to control the cost. Therefore, Hyojin must choose a suitable place, otherwise, his budget will explode. Fortunately, after this period of field investigation, he roughly grasped the law of sandstorms in this sand sea, knew which areas in the sand sea are less affected by sandstorms, and knew when the power of sandstorms will weaken. Not long after, Kuroto returned to the temporary camp he had set up. It was said to be a camp, but in fact, it was a 2-story building built by Hyojin using the ninjutsu 4 Pillars clan in the desert. After stepping into the house, he opened his mask and spat out some fine sand from his mouth. Then, while drinking some water, he carefully made various notes on the map. This is it. As he spoke, Hyojin heavily tapped on the map. The location he had decided on was located in the center of the desert. Not only was it very open, but it was also not on the wind belt. There were about 3 hours of free time every day, and it would not be disturbed by the sandstorm. After confirming the location, Hyojin immediately planned the ritual according to the map. He had already thought about the preparation for the main part of the ritual. Now, he only needed to use the plan that he had thought about before. As for the other preparations according to the external environment, such as the setting up of various enchantments, he needed to spend more time thinking about it. Because these were uncertain before the actual ritual location was finalized, he did not have a plan before. The ritual needs at least a radius of 100 meters, so the enchantment can't be placed too close. That might interfere with the ritual. The windproof enchantment is on the inside, and the perception-blocking enchantment is on the outside. Considering the conduction law of chakra, the perception-blocking enchantment must be placed in a higher position. Looking at the layout planned on the map, Hyojin slightly furrowed his brows. He had almost prepared the main part of the ritual before the Akatsuki attacked. Even if the ritual location was in the harsh environment of the desert, the budget would at most increase by a few tens of millions. However, the cost of the enchantment was a little beyond his expectations. Because of the range and the sandstorm, not only did the enchantment need 2 layers this time, but it also needed a larger area, which caused the budget to increase exponentially. Even if Hyojin chose to use Xianxia's black rod as the main material for the enchantment, the cost of 2 layers of enchantment would probably be more than a few hundred million. Hyojin said emotionally, no wonder even some ninja villages can't maintain the cost of the enchantment. A large-scale enchantment is basically burning money. I'm afraid only the wealthy might can afford it. Although it was painful to spend so much money, Hyojin also understood that it was necessary for the ritual to go smoothly. Moreover, he had already thought about the source of the cost. After planning everything, Hyojin stayed in the desert for another half a month to further familiarize himself with the environment of the desert. Then, he quietly returned to the Sky Fortress. After more than 2 months of running around, not only did he find a suitable place for the ritual, but during the long stay in the desert, his spirit body and the young release clone body also became more and more compatible. After a little exercise in the practice field, Hyojin thought, the compatibility should be enough. The characteristics of the divine tree are really amazing. When his spirit body entered the young release clone body for the first time, he had a very comfortable feeling. This undoubtedly shows that the young release chakra that contains the characteristics of the divine tree also has the ability to nourish the soul of the release chakra, and this is probably one of the reasons why the Hashirama cell transplant can restore the lost Manjikyu Sharingan. Then, Kuroto went to the laboratory, changed back to his release clone body, and put the fully developed young release clone body into the large nutrition tank. Then, looking at the clone body soaked in the large nutrition tank, Hyojin muttered to himself, at first, I thought that the clone body would be the most difficult to develop. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Thinking about it, such a result is actually quite normal. After experiencing the cloning and development of the first 5 clones, by the time it is the turn of the 6th clone, even a fool would have accumulated enough experience and skills. Therefore, the young release clone body is indeed the most difficult to clone and develop in theory. There is no doubt about this, but the current Hyojin is no longer the rookie who developed the water release clone. After calming down his mood, Hyojin slowly left the laboratory, then found Xianglin and Gaara, and asked about Sasuke's situation during this period of time. Xianglin quickly replied, My lord, Sasuke Uchiha has been staying in his activity area during this period of time, except for a few attempts to perceive the area outside the activity area. There has been no other abnormal behavior. Oh, so obedient? Hyojin was a little surprised, and asked, how is the fusion of his pupil power going? I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Xianglin seriously recalled for a moment before replying, My lord, in the first month, his ocular powers grew by a large margin, and there were changes almost every day. After that, this increase began to slowly slow down. In the last week or 2, I could no longer feel his ocular powers growing. Hyojin nodded. Xiangli had a perception secret skill called Kagura's Mind Eye. Under her careful observation, most of the changes in Sasuke's pupil power would not be able to hide from her, so her report was trustworthy. From Xianglin's report, it was obvious that Sasuke's fusion with his pupil powers was almost complete. Looks like it's much faster than expected. According to the degree of pupillary power consumption of the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan before the operation, Kuroto predicted that it may take 3 to 4 months for Sasuke to complete the fusion of pupillary power. But now, it seems that in just over 2 months, Sasuke is about to complete the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Then, Hyojin added, he then asked Gaara, how's the cultivation of the magnetic escape going? With a guilty expression on his face, Gaara said in slight embarrassment, I'm sorry. I haven't mastered the magnetic escape technique yet. Hyojin smiled and comforted, it's only been 2 months. You don't have to feel too burdened. For ordinary ninjas, the development of Kekkei Genkai is extremely difficult. For example, second-generation Naruto, who has developed countless secret and forbidden techniques in his life, has not been able to master his brother's wood release. Third-generation Naruto, who is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, has also not been able to develop any Kekkei Genkai. Moreover, among all the blood limit boundaries, the difficulty of cultivating the magnetic escape is one of the highest. No matter how talented I, Ailer, am, it is unrealistic for me to master the magnetic escape in just 2 months. It could be said that if Hyojin did not accidentally obtain the wind escape clone that showed signs of atavism, he would not have been able to master the magnetic escape so easily. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin ordered, Arao, come with me. After saying that, Hyojin led Galo back to the laboratory. In the lab, Hyojin said to Gaara, magnet release is a fusion of the wind element chakra and the lightning element chakra. These two elements of chakra are unstable in form and very difficult to control. If you were to figure it out yourself, you might need a lot of time to make mistakes bit by bit. That's why I'm borrowing your body to demonstrate it to you so that you can feel it. Yes. Gaara knew about Hyojin's abilities, so he didn't need Hyojin to explain any further and took the initiative to relax. At this time, Hyojin quickly printed hand seals and immediately used soul descent technique to enter Gaara's body. Because Gaara took the initiative to relax his mind and body without the slightest resistance, Hyojin easily took over Gaara's body and felt the flow of chakra in his body. Gaara's body is undoubtedly very suitable for practicing magnet release. This is not only because he is a Jinchuriki, but also because his father, for generations of Kazekage, was a Kekkei Genkai ninja, so his body contains the bloodline to practice magnet release. It's just that magnet release is very difficult to master, so even if one has the bloodline to practice magnet release, the number of ninjas who can truly master magnet release is very rare. For example, Gaara's brother and sister, Shoju and Kankuro, have not been able to master their father's magnet release. After familiarizing himself with Gaara's body and Gaara's chakra characteristics, Hyojin used his rich experience in using magnet release and began to experiment with magnet release. With a series of rapid hand seals, Hyojin, who was controlling Gaara's body, suddenly stretched out his right hand towards a row of surgical instruments on the distant operating table. In an instant, the surgical instruments on the tray issued a series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. Success! The corner of Hyojin's mouth rose. There is no doubt that his first attempt to control Gaara's body has achieved very good results. Although he was unable to absorb the metal instruments on the tray with magnet release chakra, he still succeeded in affecting the metal instruments. It must be known that not every magnet release ninja can use magnet release on a large scale like the 3 generations of Kazekage and 4 generations of Kazekage. There was a magnet release ninja named Troy who could only attach magnet release chakra to a shuriken and control the shuriken through magnetism. Hyojin being able to do this on his first attempt is already very amazing. After a few more attempts, Hyojin successfully controlled the various metal instruments in the operating room and asked Gaara, "Do you feel it?" Gaara's consciousness replied, "Well, I seem to understand a little bit." Hearing this, Hyojin withdrew from Gaara's body and returned to his release body. The key to magnet release lies in the mutual stimulation of wind chakra and lightning chakra. How to do it, how to maintain it, I have already demonstrated it to you just now, the rest is up to you to comprehend it yourself. Hyojin, who has the soul descent technique, can be said to be the best teacher in the current shinobi world. Because he can directly enter the body of a student and achieve the true meaning of teaching by example, and this kind of physical teaching is much more efficient than teaching in the classroom or on the practice field. Of course, this kind of teaching will also stifle the student's ability to explore and make independent judgments, so it can't be abused. After sending Gaara back to his room to practice on his own, Hyojin thought for a while and put his soul into the water clone that performed the transplant operation on Sasuke, and then walked towards Sasuke's room. Originally, Kuroto was going to be busy with other things, but now that he found that Sasuke's pupil fusion has entered the final stage, he naturally has to go and take a look. After a while, Hyojin arrived at Sasuke's living area. Sasuke, who was lying on the bed, heard the footsteps approaching and quickly came out to greet them. "Who is it?" Hyojin said, "It's me." "Oh." Faintly responding, Sasuke couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. Actually, there was no need for Hyojin to answer. Sasuke should have sensed the chakra fluctuations on Hyojin's body and knew that the person who had come was the God's organization, Suijin, who had performed the transplant operation on him. As Hyojin picked up Sasuke's notebook, he said casually, "You seem a little disappointed." Sasuke asked, "It's been more than 2 months. Why hasn't Sensei come to see me even once?" "She's out on a mission." After casually brushing off Sasuke, Hyojin seriously looked at Sasuke's diary for the past 2 months. "Here's the second update. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you, everyone." As Hyojin expected, Sasuke obediently recorded the feelings of the ocular fusion in the past 2 months in detail, even including many doubts and speculations about the process of ocular fusion. Looking through the diary, Hyojin's expression gradually became solemn. From Sasuke's diary, it is obvious that the ocular fusion between the Manjikyu Sharingan has many similarities with gene fusion. I'm afraid that this is the reason why it can only be done by blood relatives. After a pause, Hyojin continued, "Although this method is primitive, it is indeed the simplest way to sublimate the bloodline. There is no doubt that this method of transplanting the Manjikyu Sharingan between blood relatives is not only the fusion of ocular power, but also the fusion of bloodline. This is a method of bloodline fusion to trace back the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, which has been diluted over the generations, so that the bloodline of the fused person is closer to the ancestor. In other words, even if the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which is the peak power of the shinobi world, is successful, it only regains part of the ancestor's power." Sasuke asked at this time, "When can I remove the bandage?" Hyojin continued to read Sasuke's diary and replied, "As long as the fusion of ocular power is completed, you can naturally remove the bandage, you don't need to ask me." Sasuke said, "In the last 2 weeks, the growth of the ocular power has begun to slow down. Does this mean that I am about to succeed?" "What did you say?" Hyojin glanced at Sasuke in surprise. Xianxia just reported to him that Sasuke's ocular power has not increased in the last 2 weeks, but Sasuke said that the growth of the ocular power has only slowed down recently. This is obviously a misjudgment. Sasuke crossed his arms and said proudly, "I know that some of you have been secretly spying on me, but I am not the same as before. Do you think I will not notice such spying?" "You found out." Kuroto didn't care about it and just smiled. Kuroto had some doubts before. Sasuke's pupil fusion has already been completed, so why hasn't the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan been completed? Only now did he realize that this kid was just pretending. This was most likely because Xianxia didn't view Sasuke as an enemy after he brought him back to the Sky Fortress. That was why he didn't conceal his presence when he tried to sense Xianxia's presence. As Sasuke's ocular powers fused with Xianxia's, his senses naturally increased by a lot. That was why he was able to detect Xianxia's prying and disguise himself accordingly to deceive Xianxia's senses. Closing Sasuke's diary, Hyojin speculated, if this is the case, the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan may be completed within a week. 1 more week? Sasuke frowned. Being blind for more than 2 months had worn down much of his patience. Seeing Sasuke's impatience, Hyojin said, "There's only one last step left. I guess you don't want to make any mistakes at this last moment, right?" Sasuke gently nodded, "I understand." Hyojin immediately turned around and walked out. As he walked, he said, "I'll come back in a week for the final inspection. If there are no problems, you can return to my." Sasuke didn't say anything. He silently lay back on the bed and continued to wait patiently. In the following week, Because Sasuke could complete the fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan at any time, Hyojin didn't leave the Sky Fortress again. Instead, he focused on practicing the Hashimon Dungeon in the training field of the Sky Fortress. Whoosh, 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 with the rapid flashing of the figure, a lot of air waves were generated in the training field out of thin air. These air waves overlapped and spread around like a storm. If it weren't for the sealing techniques engraved on the four walls of the training field, ordinary brick walls might not be able to withstand these layers of air waves. After a long time, the figure slowed down and revealed the appearance of Hyojin. Phew, after a light breath, Hyojin, who was sweating profusely, replenished his water while thinking about how to optimize the training method. Now that all 6 clones needed for the ceremony had been cloned and developed, the only thing left was to fill the Ein seal of the Ein body with chakra and cultivate the Hashimon Dungeon to the highest realm so that he could burst out all his potential in the ceremony. Then, he could officially start the ceremony. And the previous intermittent training had allowed him to cultivate the 6th gate of the Hashimon Dungeon, the Gate of View, so now he was trying to break through the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder. Practicing the Hashimon Dungeon, a secret technique of the Iron Fist school, the stronger the physique, the better the foundation of physical techniques, and the more understanding of the human body structure, the less difficult it would be to practice. Coincidentally, he had all 3 of these points. The current Hyojin's physique was no longer what it used to be. In addition, he also cultivated the secret technique of Ein seal that could maintain the vitality of the body. So even if he was not as good as Nagato's physique, his physique was far better than the average ninja in the ninja world. He was a rare character. Not to mention physical techniques, in this aspect, Hyojin had never slacked off, and he didn't have any sectarian bias in his heart. Whether it was soft fist, iron fist, or even some swordsmanship, sword techniques, and other schools of ninjutsu, he more or less dabbled in all of them. He could be regarded as a master of ninjutsu in the ninja world. As for the human body structure, in the current ninja world, except for Orochimaru who dared to transform his own human body, he may be slightly stronger than Hyojin. Perhaps even Tsunade Hime, the #1 medical ninjutsu, can't compare with Hyojin in this aspect. In fact, if he hadn't been busy developing clones over the years, he might have already conquered the Hashimon Dungeon. And now he only needs to conquer the 7th gate of the Hashimon Dungeon, the Gate of Wonder, because once he masters the 7th gate, the Hashimon Dungeon can basically be declared to have been conquered. After all, the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, belongs to the taboo of death. Before actually opening the Gate of Death, no one can say for sure whether they can open this checkpoint of burning their life, so there is no such thing as practicing opening the Gate of Death in the practice field. Under normal circumstances, once a cultivator conquers the 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder, they have the ability to break through the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. As for whether or not they can successfully open the 8th gate, it depends on whether the cultivator's foundation is solid enough, and whether or not their willpower is strong enough. Like Dai and Metke, they have trained their bodies to the extreme over the years, so they have the confidence and ability to open the final Gate of Death. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Bang, with a low muffled sound, the huge black iron sand shield seemed to explode from the inside. The entire shield exploded. And the fine black iron sand splattered all over the field. At this time, Hyojin's figure flashed, and he retracted his fist while gasping for breath. At the same time, the mist that lingered around his body, which was a mixture of sweat and chakra, also began to dissipate as he stopped moving. After a while, Hyojin's face darkened as he caught his breath. Still lacking a little, the 6th gate, View Gate, and the 7th gate, Alarm Gate, seemed to be separated by only one gate, but in fact, the difference between the two was huge. It could be said to be an invisible threshold in the 8 inner hidden gates. Hyojin had mastered the 6th gate, View Gate, for a while, but every time he tried to break through the 7th gate, Alarm Gate, he always seemed to be lacking something, causing him to fail at the last moment. Is it because my foundation is not enough, or I lack some kind of technique? Hyojin thought to himself. After becoming Naruto, he could access any information in Mai's archive, so he had secretly copied a copy of the secret technique scroll of the 8 inner hidden gates. Therefore, he did not ask Guy for any additional training after that. In his opinion, he was a body technique master, and he had the secret technique scroll of the 8 inner hidden gates, so there should be no obstacles for him to practice the 8 inner hidden gates on his own. The result was just as he expected. After that, the training went smoothly. Even if it was only intermittent training, he successfully opened the sixth gate, View Gate. However, the seventh gate, Alarm Gate, seemed to be a little special. He tried various methods, but he could not break through. Realizing that he did not have much chakra left, Hyojin slowly walked to a cubicle on the side of the training field that looked like a locker room. He took off his clothes and slowly opened his arms. In an instant, the Type 3 biological armor he placed in the compartment automatically covered his body. In order to avoid the dilemma of not having a spare replacement after Xianxu's Type 3 biological armor was overloaded and scrapped, Hyojin conveniently created 4 brand new Type 3 biological armors when he was developing the Yang escape clones. 2 of them were given to Xiangli, and he kept the other 2 for himself. The Type 3 biological armor that he had modified did not only have the ability to isolate perception, but its own chakra supply ability had also been greatly improved. It was equivalent to an external chakra battery. During this time, not only was Hyojin diligently practicing the 8 inner hidden gates, but he was also constantly pouring chakra into the Yin seal between his eyebrows. Therefore, he was severely lacking in chakra. Therefore, when he wasn't practicing, he would use the Type 3 biological armor to quickly restore chakra. This way, he could speed up the process of filling up the Yin seal and maintain his stamina to break through the 7th gate of wonder for a longer period of time. Of course, this was not without a price. For a long time, the high-intensity chakra supply would quickly make the cell tissues of the Type 3 biological armor lose their activity. Therefore, Hyojin had to spend a lot of nutrient solution to warm the Type 3 biological armor and use the 2 sets of Type 3 biological armor in turn to ensure that the Type 3 biological armor would not be overloaded and scrapped. Consuming a lot of expensive nutrient solution, although it was very extravagant, if it could save time, it was worth it for Hyojin. After putting on the Type 3 biological armor, Hyojin did not waste any time. He directly walked out of the compartment and ordered the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in the practice field, continue. After receiving Hyojin's order, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets immediately launched the magnetic release and gathered the scattered black iron sand again, forming a huge black iron shield with a length and width of 4 meters and a thickness of 2 meters. In the face of this black iron shield that had been reinforced by the magnetic release chakra, Hyojin took a deep breath and instantly opened the 8 inner hidden gates and opened the 6th gate of view to his limit. Then, his entire body was wrapped in a wave of air and slammed into the black iron shield. Bang, there was another low muffled sound, and the black iron shield shattered, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets once again launched the magnetic release, gathering the scattered black iron sand together and recondensing it into a huge black iron shield. For Sandame Kazekage's puppet, such a simple magnet release actually doesn't consume much chakra, because he doesn't need any extra control at all. As long as the black iron sand is gathered using the characteristics of magnet release, it will be fine. Bang bang bang, soon, muffled sounds reverberated in the practice field. The black iron giant shield was constantly recovering, but it was constantly being smashed by Sui Jin, and the cycle continued. On the sidelines, Xiang Lin and Gara were dumbfounded. Xiang Lin said, "Does Lord usually train like this? This is too exaggerated." This kind of high-intensity squeezing out every ounce of strength in the body was difficult to do even for a ninja with extraordinary perseverance like Akai, let alone a girl like Xiang Lin. My Ailer was also shocked. He thought that he had worked hard enough when he was cultivating, but compared to Hyojin, he found that his efforts were nothing at all. Hyojin did not care about the shock of Xiang Lin and Gara on the sidelines. At this time, his mind was completely immersed in attacking the 7th gate of wonder. In the continuous attack, his momentum and chakra were gradually rising. He could even feel the blood in his body beginning to boil, and the wonder gate in his lower abdomen showed signs of loosening, as if it could be broken in an instant with a little more force. Am I going to succeed? With joy in his heart, Hyojin no longer held back, and his whole body and mind exploded. With Hyojin's full strength, Xiang Lin and Gara on the sidelines were shocked to find that the speed at which the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets condensed the black iron shield gradually could not keep up with the speed at which Hyojin destroyed it. As soon as the huge black iron shield was formed, it was instantly destroyed by Hyojin, who had already turned into an afterimage. After realizing this, Gaara hurriedly leaped into the training field and pressed both of his hands onto the training field's floor. He shouted, "Crane guard shield." In an instant, quicksand surged, and a small sand guard crane appeared in the training field with its arms open. This was Gaara's current strongest defensive ninjutsu, the crane guard shield. Bang! At this time an afterimage flashed by, followed by a low muffled sound. The surprise on Gaara's face had just appeared, and before it could even spread, the crane guard shield not far in front of him suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of flying sand. The second update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated. I implore everyone to recommend and support it. It's no trouble at all. Thank you. Also, thank you to all the students who donated today, thank you. Boom, a huge wave of air swept across the entire training ground in an instant. Not only was Gaara's crane guard shield instantly shattered, but even the reinforced floor in the training ground was also lifted in pieces. In the blink of an eye, it was a mess in Sasuke's living area. What happened? With a violent shake, Sasuke, who was lying on the bed waiting for the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to be born, suddenly sat up, his face full of surprise. The living area he was in was separated from the training ground where Hyojin was located by more than a dozen areas, and there was an inexplicable sealing technique in the middle. But even so, the shock wave caused by Hyojin in the training ground still affected his living area. In the training ground. Huff. Huff, Hyojin gasped for breath. Realizing that something was wrong, he stopped and deactivated the 8 inner hidden gates. In the last round of eruption just now, he still did not succeed in opening the 7th gate, the shock gate. For some reason, every time he was at the last step, he was always a little short. If he continued to erupt, not only would his body not be able to bear it, but the training ground would also not be able to withstand it, so he rationally stopped. Allowing the Type 3 biological armor on his body to replenish his chakra, Hyojin glanced at the messy training ground in front of him while analyzing the reason for the failure in his heart. Where did it go wrong? The 8 inner hidden gates was the profound meaning of the Iron Fist style. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any overly delicate techniques. Moreover, he had studied the secret technique scrolls of the 8 inner hidden gates many times, and there was no relevant content in this area. Is it just because the foundation is not enough? Hyojin was a little uncertain for a moment. At this moment, Xianlin, who was standing on the sidelines, suddenly shouted, "Sir, Uchiha Sasuke left his activity area without permission." What? Hyojin frowned in the field. Xianli sensed a little more and continued, and his aura suddenly became much colder. His chakra gave me a very ominous feeling. It seems that the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has been completed. Hyojin was certain in his heart. With a flash, he disappeared from the training ground. At the same time, Sasuke, who had removed the bandage around his eyes, was strolling through one of the passages of the Sky Fortress. Touching the stone bricks on the wall, he looked doubtful. This building seems to be bigger than I thought. Is it a castle on the moon? Then what was that shock just now? Swish, suddenly, a figure blocked in front of Sasuke. Sasuke stopped in his tracks. River Lord? Obviously, the figure who stopped Sasuke was not a bystander. It was Hyojin, who had temporarily changed his water release clone. At this time, he stared at Sasuke's eyes and said coldly, "Who allowed you to leave the activity area without permission?" Sasuke explained, "I just felt a violent shock and thought that something had happened here. Plus, my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has been completed, so I came out." After saying that, Sasuke opened his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In an instant, the ink-colored eyes in his eye sockets instantly turned scarlet, and in the center of the scarlet eyes, there was a complex pattern of a hexagram and a 3-edged shuriken intertwined together. Staring at the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, Hyojin carefully observed it and found that the pattern of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was similar to Sasuke's in the original space and time, but there were some subtle differences. Using his father's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan doesn't affect him much. After thinking about it, Hyojin said to Sasuke, "The shock just now was caused by a member of our organization accidentally practicing taijutsu in the practice field. You don't have to worry too much about it." Sasuke asked eagerly, "Is it sensei?" No, Uchiha Yen is out on a mission, he is not at the base. Shaking his head, Hyojin continued, go back to your living area first, I want to check your Sharingan in detail. Sasuke nodded with some disappointment, then glanced in the direction of the shock just now. He was secretly shocked, the shock just now was so violent, it was actually caused by taijutsu. What a terrifying taijutsu. It seems that Amatsukami really has a lot of strong people in addition to sensei. After escorting Sasuke back to the living area, Hyojin checked Sasuke's new Manjikyu Sharingan and asked, what kind of pupil technique is it? After a slight hesitation, Sasuke replied, it's still Amaterasu and Earth Life Enhancement. Hyojin nodded. This is within his expectations, after all, Sasuke is not a Genjutsu type Uchiha. The probability of the new Manjikyu Sharingan inheriting his father's Genjutsu pupil technique is very small. Sasuke asked at this time, by the way, didn't you tell me before that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can continue to evolve into Rinnegan? Now that I have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, can you tell me the method to evolve the Rinnegan? Kuroto said, the acquisition of every bit of power comes with a price. Now is not the time to talk about the Rinnegan, you should first familiarize yourself with the Manjikyu Sharingan. When you completely master the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan and can freely use the merged pupil power, then we can talk about the Rinnegan again. Kuroto nodded. Sasuke thought for a while and gently nodded, well, you are right. In his opinion, even a powerful ninja like Sensei Uchiha hasn't touched the Rinnegan yet, and now that he has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it is indeed too early for him to ask for the Rinnegan. At this time, Hyojin also completed the examination of Sasuke's body. There is no problem with your body, and the new eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is also normal, you can return to my. Sasuke hurriedly asked, Shuguru-sama, can I see Sensei before I return to the village? Hyojin was a little curious, why do you want to see her? Sasuke said with a little embarrassment, I just want to tell Sensei in person that I have succeeded, I now have a powerful pupil power that is above the Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin was speechless, that's it? He found that Sasuke was a little strange. When he was controlling the fire avatar, he didn't show any mercy and beat this brat up like a punching bag. He didn't know why this brat was so respectful to him when he was controlling the fire avatar. Sasuke nodded with an expectant look on his face. Hyojin said casually, oh, she already knows. The first update is here, please recommend me on Monday, please. The next day, Hyojin once again drove the water release clone to Sasuke's living quarters and asked, have you packed your luggage? Sasuke, who was carrying a backpack, nodded his head first and then opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something. But just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he held them back, and his eyes were a little absent-minded. Hyojin immediately took out the gloves that he promised to give to Sasuke and casually threw them to Sasuke. This is a gift from Sensei? Sasuke received the gloves with a look of surprise. Hyojin asked, it's just a pair of gloves, is there a need to be so happy? Sasuke lightly stroked the gloves without explaining anything. After a while, he slowly put on the gloves, and his expression became gloomy again. He thought to himself, why didn't Sensei give it to me himself? Is it because I'm not strong enough, so he doesn't want to see me? Seeing Sasuke put on the gloves directly, the corner of Hyojin's eyes under the mask twitched. This kid is really arrogant. He didn't even get burned, why did he wear gloves for no reason? It's not even convenient to make hand seals. Immediately, Hyojin was too lazy to think too much about it. He handed a mask without any holes to Sasuke and urged, put this on, I'll take you away now. Sasuke absent-mindedly took the mask full of sealing techniques, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, Your Excellency, I want to join Amatsukami. Huh? Hyojin was startled for a moment. Sasuke said, now that I have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I should be qualified to join Amatsukami, right? Looking at Sasuke from head to toe, Hyojin smiled and asked, why do you suddenly want to join Amatsukami? You seemed to be very against Amatsukami before, right? If I want to obtain the Rinnegan in the future, I can't leave Amatsukami, so I think I might as well join you directly. After a pause, Sasuke seemed to have thought of another reason and hurriedly said, and if I join you, our Uchiha clan will be considered a part of Amatsukami, and the clan's safety will be guaranteed in the future. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Suijin was a little surprised when he heard Kuroto's words, huh? Can the fusion of pupillary powers also increase intelligence? How come Sasuke seems to have become more shrewd? He even knows how to win over allies. This is not like his character. However, since Sasuke had volunteered to join Amatsukami, Hyojin naturally wouldn't reject him. After all, Hyojin had done so much for him, and it was all for the sake of getting him to join Amatsukami, who would most likely become a six-path elite in the future. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Suijin took out a set of Homosubi uniform from the ninja bag on his waist and handed it to Sasuke. With your current strength, you are indeed qualified to join Amatsukami, but to become an official member, you still have to pass the internal assessment of the organization. Looking at the Balrog's black cloak and flame mask that Hyojin handed to him, Sasuke asked curiously, "Why do you have Sensei's equipment?" Hyojin was speechless. Immediately, Kuroto took out a mask with a gale pattern and a lightning pattern from his ninja bag and casually said, "I'm in charge of logistics in the organization, these are spare equipment." Sasuke looked relieved, and then he carefully looked at the cloak and mask in his hand and asked, "So that's how it is? Then, is my code name in the organization the same as Sensei's, Balrog?" Hyojin nodded, "Yes, your code name is also Balrog, but you are not an official member yet. Before the organization gives you a mission, you are not allowed to wear the Balrog's equipment, and you are not allowed to act on behalf of the organization." Sasuke put away the cloak and mask and said, "I'm ready to take the assessment at any time. At present, the organization does not need you to perform any assessment mission, you should return to Mai and wait for the news." After a pause, Hyojin urged again, "Put on the mask, I'll send you away." Holding the previous mask without holes and full of sealing techniques, Sasuke was a little puzzled. "I've already joined the organization, why do I still need to wear this mask?" Hyojin said, "Don't forget, you are not an official member yet." At this critical moment, Hyojin obviously won't easily reveal the secret of the Sky Fortress, so whether Sasuke joined Amatsukami or not, he must strictly keep the secret of the Sky Fortress from Sasuke. The mask he gave to Sasuke was carefully prepared by Hyojin yesterday. The sealing technique on it can not only isolate the insight of pupillary jutsu, but also has a certain effect of interfering with perception. As long as Sasuke wears it, even if Sasuke has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it will still be impossible for him to see the real situation inside the Sky Fortress through the mask. Sasuke didn't doubt Hyojin's words and put on the mask honestly, then followed Hyojin all the way out of the Sky Fortress. After a long time, Hyojin took Sasuke to a small island a few hundred miles away from the Sky Fortress, and there is a fixed passenger ship route passing by. Then Hyojin took back the mask and disappeared in front of Sasuke. Looking at the shining ice mirror gradually disappearing in the sky, Sasuke, who landed on the island, covered his eyes with his hands and thought to himself, "I finally succeeded, I finally have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never be blinded." Immediately after, he put his hand on the ninja bag on his waist and thought to himself, "It's best not to tell the clan that I joined Amatsukami without permission. After all, father's Manjikyu Sharingan was taken by Amatsukami, and Sensei also defeated Jishuei and Shinichi-san. If I tell the clan that I joined Amatsukami, they will definitely not understand me. Amatsukami is too powerful, Sensei alone is enough to destroy the entire Uchiha clan, so for the sake of the clan, this is the right thing to do." Turning his head and looking in the direction of the village, Sasuke secretly made up his mind, "Since father and brother entrusted the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to me, then the safety of the clan will be shouldered by me in the dark, this is my mission." At this moment, Sasuke, who has secretly joined Amatsukami, suddenly felt that he was carrying the fate of the entire clan, the cornerstone of protecting the Uchiha clan in the dark, on the other side of Hyojin. After hurriedly returning to the Sky Fortress, Kuroto did not stay in the Sky Fortress for long. Instead, he directly threw his spirit body into the Fire Release Avatar. Then, he temporarily sealed the Ein Release Avatar in a scroll and carried it with him. Then, he quickly left the Sky Fortress and secretly returned to the small island where he left Sasuke. The second chapter is here. I will continue to ask for recommendation votes on Monday. There will be a third chapter later. The reason why Hyojin hurriedly returned to the island where he left Sasuke is because he is worried about Sasuke wandering alone in the shinobi world. Although Sasuke's current strength isn't weak, if he really encountered Akatsuki or Otsutsuki samurai, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. Secondly, he needs to go back to the village. After deciding on the location of the ceremony, all that's left is to spend money. However, Hyojin doesn't have any money on hand right now. When Akatsuki launched the last attack, he spent all the money he could just in case, so now he needs to raise a sum of money for the enchantment around the ceremony. As for the source of the money, Kuroto has already considered it. The last time he dealt with Akatsuki's attack, the 5 great shinobi villages agreed to pay a commission to Amatsukami, plus the compensation from the village pretending to be Amatsukami. These 2 sums of money should be enough to cover all the expenses needed for the ceremony. This is also the reason why he temporarily changed the fire release clone. After all, it would be too shameful to let Yama, who was mistaken by the public to be an immortal, personally deal with this matter. Suijin had a grudge with Mai and Kumo during the incident of Kumo kidnapping Hinata. Wind Chime rolled her eyes in front of Kuroto. Xidagarba couldn't explain the origin of the dust release to Iwamakure, and Kirin is involved in the relationship between Amatsukami and the mist. In addition, when Hyojin took the initiative to talk to the village about cooperation, he used the identity of Homasubi. The last time Itachi and Hyojin played a 2-man show in front of the village, they also used the identity of Homasubi, so it is most appropriate for him to use the identity of Homasubi to ask for money. In addition to the debt, Hyojin also has another purpose in returning to the village, and that is to ask Guy about the method to open the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Wonder. Kuroto feels that Guy should be able to open the 7th gate by now. According to the trajectory of Guy's life in the original timeline, Guy will have the ability to open the 8th gate of death at any time during the 4th Shinobi War. This undoubtedly shows that Guy has already mastered the 7th gate of wonder for a long time before the 4th Shinobi War, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to open the 8th gate of death so smoothly. Hyojin was not arrogant, nor did he have the intention to compare himself with others. In his opinion, if there was a problem that he could not understand, he should humbly ask others for advice. After a long time, Hyojin returned to the island and secretly monitored Sasuke, who was returning to the Nation of Fire by boat. After a few days, Sasuke successfully disembarked and returned to the Nation of Fire. However, as soon as Sasuke stepped into the territory of the Country of Fire, he was blocked by a group of people that Hyojin didn't expect. In the forest, Sasuke indifferently looked at Orochimaru, who blocked his way, as well as Kimimaro, Haku, Yugo, and Yamato, who were standing behind Orochimaru, and said indifferently, "Kimimaro, so you are the subordinates of Orochimaru, no wonder you have been looking for trouble with me over and over again." Sasuke is not stupid. Seeing the 4 ninjas standing respectfully behind Orochimaru, he immediately understood why the ninjas targeted him during the Chunin exam, and also guessed that the person behind the ninjas is likely to be one of the 3 Sannin of Mai, Orochimaru. This is not difficult to speculate, because Orochimaru once sneaked into Uchiha's mansion and kidnapped him when he was still a child, so he is very clear about Orochimaru's desire for him. Looking at Sasuke's indifferent expression, as if he didn't put them and others in his eyes, Orochimaru slowly pulled out a long sword, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a hoarse smile in his unique voice, as expected of the genius of the Uchiha family, "Even after meeting me, you still don't panic." Sasuke put one hand on his waist and glanced at Orochimaru with disdain. "Orochimaru, you'd better not mess with me, I may not control my strength and accidentally kill you." Hyojin, who was hiding not far away and watching Sasuke all the way, couldn't help but laugh, and said to himself, "When you speak, it's the old Sasuke." When Orochimaru became famous as one of the 3 Sannin of Mai, Sasuke was not yet born. But now Sasuke, facing a strong person like Orochimaru, showed an attitude of not even bothering to pay attention to him. Not to mention Orochimaru, even Hyojin, a bystander, couldn't stand it. Sure enough, as soon as Sasuke's voice fell, the 4 ninjas standing behind Orochimaru all showed anger on their faces. "Hey," Orochimaru sneered, but his eyes did not stay on Sasuke. Instead, they moved to where Hyojin was hiding in the distance. Seeing that Orochimaru had discovered him, Hyojin no longer hid. He directly stood on the branch of a big tree, openly watching the confrontation between Orochimaru and Sasuke. When Sasuke saw Hyojin appear with the fire release clone, his face immediately lit up. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Fire demon? Looks like your Amatsukami has also set its eyes on Uchiha Sasuke." Hyojin didn't say anything, he just leaned on the tree trunk and silently observed the scene. On the surface, it is difficult for him to judge whether Orochimaru is currently using the body of Yakushoku or some other body. Anyway, in the vision of Byakugan, the chakra reaction in Orochimaru's body is very strong, indicating that this body has enough chakras amount. Another thing that attracted Hyojin's attention was the long sword in Orochimaru's hand. If he remembers correctly, this simple and exquisite long sword should be the Kusanagi sword that Sasuke is used to use in the original Space and Time. Watching Orochimaru holding the Kusanagi sword and looking for Sasuke, who has just obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto suddenly had a ridiculous feeling in his heart. Is this considered sending a sword to my door? Then, Hyojin moved his gaze to Haku behind Orochimaru. Judging from Orochimaru's current reaction, it is obvious that Haku didn't report to Orochimaru that he is the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, after returning to the Sound Village. Of course, Haku probably didn't do this to protect Hyojin, but to protect Orochimaru. Perhaps Haku knows that with Orochimaru's personality, once he learns that his disciple is the leader of Amatsukami, Orochimaru, he will most likely do something dangerous, so in order to protect Orochimaru, Haku chose to hide it. Hyojin's appearance obviously disrupted Orochimaru's deployment. Kuroto pondered for a moment, then immediately ordered the 4 ninjas standing behind him, "You go and stall Homasubi, I will personally deal with Uchiha and Sasuke." The 4 shinobi quickly responded, and with a flash, they surrounded Suijin, who was standing on the branch of the tree. At this time, Orochimaru focused his attention on Sasuke and said with a smile, "Now let me see how much of a genius Uchiha is worth." Third update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you everyone. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a proud person. This could be seen from the Mai's destruction plan that he launched in his original time and space that was of no benefit to him. Therefore, in the face of the contempt of a 13 or 14-year-old Uchiha, he did not show it on his face, but he was very angry in his heart. This was because Sasuke's contempt for him reminded him of the losses he had suffered under the Sharingan Eye in the past. Therefore, he clasped his hands together with a smirk on his face. Boom, accompanied by the shaking of the ground, 2 coffins rose from the ground and appeared in the field. Then, the coffin lids of the 2 coffins fell, revealing the figures of the first generation and the second generation, who obviously still had the clothing style of the Warring States period. Orochimaru had a playful look on his face. Let the first generation and the second generation test the strength of a genius like you, Uchiha. Staring at the 2 impure bodies in the coffins that looked like corpses on the surface, Sasuke curled his lips. Hey, Orochimaru, have you fallen to the point of playing with corpses? First generation, second generation? Are you kidding me? Orochimaru first made a seal, urging the first generation and second generation to walk out of the coffins, and then slowly said, I hope your strength matches your tone. Looking at the first generation and second generation who walked out of the coffins, Sasuke's face sank. Although he now had the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he was after all just a genin who had just graduated from a ninja school not long ago. In addition, the Orochimaru in this time and space did not launch the Mai's destruction plan in the original time and space, and the impure bodies of the first generation and second generation had not appeared in front of the public, so he did not know much about the impure earth tensei. From the looks of it, it seems like it really is the first generation and second generation. Sasuke was not afraid even though he had doubts in his heart. In his opinion, Sensei is paying attention to him at this moment, and this is a heaven-sent opportunity for him to show off his strength to Sensei, so not only is he not afraid, but he is also eager to show off the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan he has just obtained in front of Sensei. Hiss hiss, soon, when Orochimaru activated the first gen and second gen's impure earth form, steam rose from the 2 impure earth forms. As the steam spread from their bodies, the 2 corpse-like gray bodies gradually came to life. Their dull eyes also slowly regained their vigor. A moment later, the first generation Earth Physique said, "This technique again?" The second generation Earth Physique's face was gloomy, and his eyes swept around the audience, pausing on Hyojin and Orochimaru, and then locked on Sasuke in front of him. Looking at the Uchiha emblem on Sasuke's clothes, he said, "Uchiha?" At this time, Orochimaru smiled coldly and said, "First generation, second generation, don't underestimate this Uchiha boy in front of you. He is a genius Uchiha who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at the age of 13. After listening to Orochimaru's words, both the first generation and second generation Earth physique looked at Sasuke curiously. Seeing the first generation and second generation Earth physique suddenly come to life and speak, Sasuke immediately activated his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Huh? Noticing the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, the first generation Earth physique was surprised. Second generation Earth physique, who has studied the Manjikyu Sharingan in depth, immediately judged from the complex pattern on Sasuke's Sharingan that Sasuke's Sharingan is not an ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, but the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is the same as Uchiha Madara's. At this time, Orochimaru also noticed the pattern on Sasuke's Sharingan. It is a little different from the pattern on the Manjikyu Sharingan that awakened during the Chunin exam, so his expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something, and suddenly a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he urged the first generation and second generation Earth physique, hurry up. The first generation and second generation Earth physique just wanted to say something, but suddenly their expressions stiffened, and then they began to make hand seals. Obviously, for the sake of insurance, Orochimaru didn't let go of his control over the Hokage and Hokage. Although this greatly weakened the strength of the Hokage and Hokage, it allowed him to completely control them. Would release, Tree World Descent. Genjutsu, Dark Walking Technique. In a flash, the two Earth physique completed the hand seals and launched their respective ninjutsu. Rumble, in a violent earthquake, countless trees broke out of the ground and grew wildly with the trees that existed in the forest. At the same time, a darkness enveloped the forest, like a black hole sucking away all the light. Orochimaru jumped out of the field and said, in Sasuke's eye sockets, it should be the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan like Danzo. The Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan above the Manjikyu Sharingan left a deep impression on Orochimaru. At that time, he was defeated by the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Danzo. If it was not for the curse on Haku, Yamato, and the others, he would have been killed by Danzo's gaze. Then he glanced at Hyojin in the distance, who was dressed as Homosubi of Amatsukami, and said, Amatsukami is targeting Sasuke, most likely because of Sasuke's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I don't know if there are other members of Amatsukami nearby. I can't drag this on any longer, I must end this quickly. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud roar on the battlefield that was shrouded in darkness. This, Orochimaru looked toward the direction of the sound, and suddenly his expression was stagnant. At this time, a huge purple Susanoo broke through the darkness, broke away from the trees, and stood in the forest. What shocked Orochimaru is that this Susanoo is close to 100 meters in height, which is 2 or 3 times larger than the Susanoo that Sasuke launched during the Chunin exam, and not only is it wearing heavy armor, but it also has a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, and it even has a pair of huge wings on its back. In addition, Sasuke was not under the Susanoo as before, but in a diamond-shaped space between the eyebrows of the huge Susanoo. The complete form of Susanoo? Orochimaru was surprised and happy at the same time. If he was only suspicious before, now he can basically conclude that the Susanoo in Sasuke's eye sockets is the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, because this kind of Susanoo with wings is the complete Susanoo that can only be used by the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He has confirmed this point in the battle between Hyojin and Danzo, who controlled the fire-release doppelganger. On Susanoo, Sasuke still had a contemptuous look on his face as he said, Orochimaru, I'm no longer the child I used to be, and you, Humph, you don't seem to have made any progress. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the face of Sasuke's sarcasm, Orochimaru's mouth twitched, what an annoying kid. After saying that, Orochimaru, who was eager to end the battle as quickly as possible, stopped arguing with Sasuke. Instead, he quickly made hand seals and repeatedly urged Hashirama and Hashirama to use the impure earth form. Under the control of Orochimaru, the first generation and second generation's impure earth body moved again. Almost instantly, countless trees grew wildly again, from all directions wrapped around Sasuke's complete Susanoo, and the second generation's impure earth body also moved to the crown of a big tree, quickly made a hand seal, aimed at Sasuke in between the eyebrows of Susanoo, and launched the water-release ninjutsu water cut wave, whoosh, with a whistling sound, the rapid water beam into a line, like a laser, shot towards Sasuke. Sasuke completely ignored the attack of the first generation and second generation's impure earth body, and directly urged his complete Susanoo to sweep around with a long arrow. Rumble, In an instant, under the sweep of the huge Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters high, the earth trembled, the whole forest shook, and smoke and dust flew, and under this indiscriminate sweep, whether it was the first generation's impure earth bodies, tree world descent or the second generation's water-cut wave, both were annihilated in the monstrous smoke and dust. How could this be? Orochimaru, who was flying back, was surprised. He did not expect that the power of the young Sasuke Susanoo was not inferior to the previous Danzo and Amatsukumi's fire demon, or even better. Obviously, Orochimaru doesn't know that even if Sasuke also has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, as the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, he is obviously stronger than other possessors of the Eternal Eye. Under normal circumstances, he thought that the 13 or 14-year-old Sasuke would be a pushover, and that his pupil power would definitely be weaker than that of Danzo and Homusubi. But in reality, the childish Sasuke's pupil power was the strongest out of all of them. Similarly, the four ninjas were also forced to retreat by the storm. So powerful. Yugo and Yamato were inwardly astonished as they retreated amidst the gigantic windstorm. They knew that Sasuke, who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, was no longer the same as before, but they never expected that Sasuke would be this strong. Kimimaro and Haku were also surprised. More than 2 months ago, when Kamikaze Amatsukumi attacked the Akatsuki, they had seen Sasuke's strength, so both of them were very surprised that Sasuke's strength soared so much in just a few months. No wonder Orochimaru-sama has been secretly paying attention to Sasuke and Naruto. They really aren't ordinary ninjas. For a time, Kimimaro's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the face of the storm of broken wood, gravel, and smoke, Suijin, who was standing on the branch of the tree, did not move. He still crossed his arms over his chest and leaned quietly on the trunk, calmly watching the changes in the field. The tree he was standing on seemed to be protected by an invisible force, and the raging windstorm was like a torrent hitting a hard reef. It helplessly slid to the sides. Sasuke on the Susanoo also turned his head and looked in the direction of Hyojin. Sensei is looking at me. Feeling Hyojin's gaze, Sasuke felt that he was full of strength. Looking down, with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto quickly found the figures of Hashirama and Naidame-sama, and secretly analyzed, wood release, water release. These are indeed the ninjutsu that Hashirama and Naidame-sama are good at. Could it be that Orochimaru really resurrected the two Hokage-sama? Forget it, everything will be clear after I get rid of Orochimaru. With a thought, Sasuke urged the Susanoo to flap its wings and set off a shockwave in the direction of Orochimaru. And taking advantage of the moment when Orochimaru was resisting the shockwave and had no time to pay attention to other things, Kuroto immediately urged Susanoo to draw his bow and shoot an arrow at lightning speed. Swish, the power and speed of the arrow shot by the complete form Susanoo is obviously much stronger than the previous half-body form, so in the harsh whistling sound, Orochimaru, who had already hidden hundreds of meters away, was instantly hit by the arrow. In an instant, blood splattered, the huge arrow completely penetrated Orochimaru's abdomen and passed through his body, nailing Orochimaru to the trunk of a big tree. Sasuke looked disdainful. With this kind of strength, you dare to covet my Sharingan, ridiculous. But just when Sasuke was about to remove the Susanoo, his pupils suddenly shrank. He found that Orochimaru, who was nailed to the tree, twisted his body like a snake and broke free from the arrow. At the same time, the shocking wound also secreted some kind of mucus, which prevented the blood from splashing, so that the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sasuke curled his lips. It's sticky, so disgusting. Orochimaru glanced at the huge arrow beside him that was still exuding a powerful chakra fluctuation. His eyes flashed, he subconsciously licked his lips, and shouted, Uchiha Sasuke, you belong to me. Immediately, he made a seal to relax the control of the two impure bodies, so that the two impure bodies recovered a certain amount of will. Because he knew very well that the impure body was like a puppet, even if it was the first generation or the second generation, it was certainly not the opponent of this Uchiha genius who was beyond his imagination, so if he wanted to hunt successfully, he must bear some risk of losing control. Soon, the impure body of the first generation and the second generation regained their consciousness again. Seeing the huge complete form Susanoo in front of him, the impure body of the first generation's face sank. The complete form Susanoo? Second Dame Sama asked with a serious expression, Big brother, don't you think that this young Uchiha is somewhat similar to the Uchiha Senna of the past? Well, it's really similar. The impure body of the first generation nodded. The second generation said with emotion, how can the geniuses of the Uchiha clan appear one after another? This boy looks only 13 or 14 years old, but he has awakened the same Sharingan as Madara Uchiha. It's incredible. The impatient Orochimaru urged, you too, now is not the time for you to chat, including this kid. The Uchiha clan in the village already has 4 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. If you can't get rid of him here, then the power of the village will inevitably fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan in the future. The impure body of the first generation said indifferently, we are already dead, we should not intervene in the affairs of the village. Just like when he first saw Sasuke in the original Space and Time, the second generation naturally had a bad feeling towards the Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, so he said, such an evil chakra, maybe we should really get rid of him. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Evil chakra. Sasuke's face turned cold as he listened to the words of the second generation impure body. He wasn't sure if this corpse-like monster in front of him was the real second generation Naruto, but he was very disgusted with the evaluation of chakra that the second generation gave him. After all, anyone would be unhappy to be labeled as evil for no reason, not to mention the prideful Sasuke. The first generation impure body shook his head and didn't agree with his younger brother's suggestion. Finji, I've already told you not to make any hasty conclusions. We don't know anything about this Uchiha young man in front of us, so how can we easily judge who is right and who is wrong? Besides, we're already dead, so we shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the shinobi world anymore. Humph, you're just playing tricks. Hearing the argument of the second generation impure body, it seemed that as long as they fought seriously, they could really kill him. Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore, so he coldly snorted and activated Susanoo. Boom, instantly, under Sasuke's control, Susanoo swung its right arm that was holding the arrow and smashed the first generation and second generation impure bodies. In the loud noise, the first generation and second generation impure bodies that couldn't dodge in time were smashed into ashes. After the successful attack, Sasuke coldly said, with this little strength, how dare you point your fingers at my chakra? Whoosh, suddenly, a breeze blew, blowing away the rolling smoke on the ground. Without the cover of the smoke, the figures of the first generation and second generation impure bodies that were reassembling appeared in Sasuke's vision at this moment. They can recover by themselves? Slightly surprised, Sasuke didn't hesitate and activated Susanoo to launch another round of attacks, shattering the first generation and second generation impure bodies that had just recovered. However, just like before, in the blink of an eye, the first generation and second generation impure bodies recovered under Sasuke's eyes. From afar, Orochimaru smirked and said, they are truly immortal. I'd like to see how long your ocular power can last. The corner of Sasuke's mouth rose, and immediately cancelled Susanoo, and immediately used his Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amaterasu as he fell from the air. In that instant, before he even landed on the ground, the exceptional talent that had just recovered to its original state, the second generation earth body was ignited with an expanse of scorching black flames. The second King Yanlua's impure earth form was scorched by the black flames. Amaterasu? The first generation dirt physique did not resist and said with a smile, a very smart countermeasure. The Edo physique of Edo Tensei can indeed recover continuously, but the black flame of Amaterasu can also carry out endless attacks. After being hit by Amaterasu, the Edo physique will inevitably fall into a cycle of recovery and destruction for a certain period of time. Whoosh, almost at the moment when the first generation and the second generation dirt physique were hit by the black flame of Amaterasu and fell into a cycle of recovery and destruction, Sasuke who landed passed by them and attacked Orochimaru with lightning speed. There is no doubt that after discovering the immortal characteristics of the Edo physique, Sasuke immediately changed his target. After temporarily restricting the actions of the first generation and the second generation dirt physique with the black flame of Amaterasu, he went straight to Orochimaru who was the caster of the technique. Seeing that Sasuke's response was so decisive and swift, Orochimaru was quite surprised, but after all, he was a veteran Maisanin, so he quickly reacted and immediately waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand and slashed at Sasuke. Clang, with a crisp sound of metal colliding. The Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand easily cut the steel-forged kunai in Sasuke's hand and pressed against Sasuke's throat. At the same time, two big snakes came out from behind Orochimaru and instantly entangled Sasuke's body and deliberately bound Sasuke's hands, so that Sasuke could not make hand seals. This sword, under the shock, Sasuke stared at the smooth fracture of the kunai in his hand and was stunned for a moment, then immediately moved his eyes to the sharp Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru skillfully avoided Sasuke's eyes, licked his tongue and smiled, "Hey, if I wait another year or two, I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch you." In just one confrontation, Orochimaru used the unusual sharpness of the Kusanagi sword in his hand to catch Sasuke off guard, and suddenly reversed the situation. Soon, the two big snakes that entangled Sasuke bit Sasuke one after another and injected venom into Sasuke's body. "I'll take your body." Seeing that the venom had been successfully injected into Sasuke's body, although Orochimaru was still vigilant and maintained the state of avoiding Sasuke's eyes, the tone of his mouth had returned to the previous teasing tone. "So you're not just coveting my Sharingan?" At this moment, Sasuke's cold voice poured into Orochimaru's ears. Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. "Genjutsu?" From Sasuke's cold and calm tone, he can clearly tell that Sasuke was not affected by his venom, and with his rich combat experience, he immediately understood that there is only one possibility in this situation, that is, he has fallen into a genjutsu, and the scene in front of him just now did not happen. In a trance, the scene in front of Orochimaru's eyes changed. Then he suddenly found that he had indeed pressed the Kusanagi sword against Sasuke's throat, but the two big snakes that entangled Sasuke had fallen to the ground, and because of the illusion, he himself could not move. At this time, Sasuke casually took the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru's hand, and while playing with it, he said, "Under my Sharingan, your little tricks are meaningless, but the sword in your hand is very good." You can actually do such a thing?" Looking at the light reflected from the blade when Sasuke took away his Kusanagi sword, only then did Orochimaru realize how he fell into a genjutsu just now. It turned out that after Sasuke noticed that Orochimaru deliberately avoided his gaze, he immediately shifted his gaze to the Kusanagi sword, and through the mirror-like blade of the sword, he cleverly cast a genjutsu on Orochimaru. Under normal circumstances, refracted vision generally does not meet the conditions to cast a genjutsu, and Orochimaru understands this, so he did not take any precautions. But Sasuke is different. Not only does he have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but he is also the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, so his pupil power is far stronger than Orochimaru's expectations. And this is the result of Sasuke not being good at genjutsu. If Sasuke was an Uchiha who is good at genjutsu, then with Sasuke's pupil power, he would be able to easily kill Orochimaru with just a glance, just like Danzo. At this time, Sasuke put the Kusanagi sword in his hand against Orochimaru's throat. "If it weren't for Jiraiya-sensei's face, you would already be dead by now. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Feeling the coldness of the Kusanagi passing through his throat, Orochimaru knew that he was defeated by the Sharingan again. He had fought against Uchiha Jishue, Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Takan, Itachi Uchiha, and even Danzo, but all of them failed without exception. The title of Konoha Sannin that he earned in the Shinobi War has been trampled by the Sharingan again and again. And this time, he was defeated by Sasuke Uchiha. "You little brat." Orochimaru's eyes were gloomy, although he couldn't move because of the genjutsu, but the killing intent on his face was constantly accumulating. At the same time, he was also surprised by the speed of Sasuke's progress. One must know that before the end of the Chunin exam that only half a year ago, Sasuke was still a rookie that he could easily deal with, a child that was not worthy of him personally dealing with. Unexpectedly, the Chunin exam awakened Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, instantly stepping into the Kage level, becoming an existence that even he was afraid of. Because of this, the cautious Orochimaru didn't continue to let Sasuke grow, but within a few months after Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he immediately deployed and carried out this hunt. Kuroto thought that with him personally taking action this time, along with the assistance of Kimimaro and the other 4 ninjas, dealing with Sasuke who had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan should be a piece of cake. But Kuroto did not expect that in just a few months, Sasuke who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan has grown again. Not only does he possess the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which is superior to the Manjikyu Sharingan, but even his grasp of the battlefield situation has made great progress. At this moment, Sasuke, who was holding the sword against Orochimaru's throat, suddenly jumped and flashed to the side. Rumble. In the next instant, wooden stakes shot out from the ground where he had been standing, accompanied by a rumbling sound. At the same time, Kimimaro, Haku, Yamato, and Yugo appeared in front of Orochimaru, protecting Orochimaru, who was still affected by the genjutsu. Holding the Kusanagi sword that he snatched from Orochimaru, Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro and Yamato and said, "If you want to continue, then I will accompany you to the end." At this time, Haku stepped forward to remove the genjutsu for Orochimaru, while Kimimaro looked at Orochimaru and waited for Orochimaru's order. Although Orochimaru was very angry after getting rid of the genjutsu, he looked at the distant Homusubi of Amatsukami, who seemed to be watching the show. He didn't know when the Homusubi would make a move, but he knew that he had failed this time. Continuing to fight would not only be meaningless, but it would also cause unnecessary losses. After weighing the pros and cons, he said in a gloomy tone, "Uchiha Sasuke, it seems that I have underestimated you." After saying that, he removed the impure earth form from Hashirama and Hashirama, then restrained the anger on his face and said, "If you think that you can kill me, then you can also try." Humph. Sasuke snorted with disdain. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke deeply and didn't bother him anymore. He turned around and left with the 4 ninjas. Sasuke didn't chase after them. Instead, he waited until Orochimaru and the others disappeared from his sight. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Hyojin. He said eagerly, "Sensei, so you have been following me." Hyojin said lightly, "Good performance." Sasuke, who was praised, was happy and said proudly, "One of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, is only SOSO. He is just famous, but he is not strong at all." Hyojin didn't answer. This time Orochimaru obviously took it lightly. He must have planned to directly occupy Sasuke's young body, so he didn't come with Dodo. Otherwise, Sasuke would have to face Orochimaru in the sage mode. Coupled with his appearance and the fact that he was able to restrain the 4 powerful sound ninjas, Sasuke was able to obtain a quick victory. Moreover, Orochimaru didn't lie when he left. It was easy for Sasuke to defeat Orochimaru, but it was not so easy to kill Orochimaru. Because with Orochimaru's human body transformation and secret techniques such as the Orochimaru-style substitution technique, even if Sasuke cut off Orochimaru's head with a sword just now, it would be difficult to kill Orochimaru. Even if he used Amaterasu to completely burn Orochimaru's body, it might not be able to completely kill Orochimaru. Sasuke thought of something and asked Hyojin, "Sensei, those 2 monsters just now, are they really the 1st and 2nd generation of my village?" "Yes." Hyojin nodded gently. Sasuke was shocked. How is this possible? Didn't the 2 sages die a long time ago? Hyojin explained, Orochimaru used a forbidden technique called impure earth reincarnation. This technique can channel the souls of the dead from the underworld to the shinobi world. Sasuke suddenly became furious. Damn it, that bastard dared to blaspheme the souls of the 2 Naruto-sama. Unlike Sasuke in the original world who only wanted revenge, because the Uchiha clan in this world was not destroyed, the rebellion was also suppressed by Amatsukami, the village and the Uchiha clan did not openly turn against each other, so the current Sasuke identified with the village very much. When he thought that the traitorous ninja Orochimaru could channel the souls of the 1st and 2nd generation Naruto, as a Mai ninja, he instinctively felt angry. After a while of anger, Sasuke was a little puzzled. "Sensei, if those 2 were really the 1st and 2nd generation sages, then how?" Hyojin glanced at Sasuke, "You want to ask why they were so weak that you killed them with the Amaterasu?" Sasuke nodded quickly. Hyojin said slowly, "That's just because Orochimaru suppressed their consciousness in order to make it easier to control them, turning them into walking corpses that only listen to orders. If Orochimaru completely released his control and let their consciousness return completely, you can experience the strength of the shinobi god who pacified the warring states period. There is no doubt that the strength of the 1st generation was above Uchiha Madara who had the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and 9 tails. So, if it was the impure earth reincarnation in the best state, the 1st generation would be more than enough to deal with the current Sasuke, plus the 2nd generation whose strength is beyond the ordinary Kage level. Sasuke is simply not enough." Of course, it is impossible for Orochimaru to do this, because once the control is completely released, it is difficult to say who the first and second generation will deal with first. But then again, Sasuke's performance just now really made Hyojin look at him in a different light. The whole response was clean and neat, and he showed his own advantages incisively and vividly, and he instantly saw through Orochimaru's weakness. Even if it was Hyojin himself, he would probably only be able to do this. Is this what talent is? The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. The rapid growth of Sasuke's strength, although there is an element of Hyojin's control, but the decisive factor is Sasuke's own potential and talent. If it were another ordinary Uchiha, Hyojin would not be able to achieve Sasuke's current achievements even if he worked hard. After confirming that the two people who were just summoned by Orochimaru were the first generation of Mai and the second generation Naruto, Sasuke recalled the second generation Naruto's evaluation of himself, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Immediately, he asked with a puzzled face, "Sensei, why did the second generation Naruto-sama say that my chakra is evil? I can feel that he has a very obvious hostility to me, but I have never seen him before." Hyojin pondered a little and decided to tell Sasuke the truth. The reason why the second generation Naruto is against you is related to the Uchiha Madara's departure. Then, he briefly told the old story that Uchiha Madara betrayed the village and left Mai alone because of his disagreement with the idea of the first generation. After a few years, he controlled 9 tails to attack Mai and fought with the first generation in the final valley. When listening to Hyojin's introduction of the strength of Uchiha Madara, Sasuke was shocked. What? Uchiha Madara already had the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan at that time, and also controlled 9 tails? Then, isn't he invincible in the world? Sasuke felt that in the era where there was neither Amatsukami nor Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and 9 tails should be unparalleled. Hyojin said indifferently, if there was no first generation, Uchiha Madara was indeed invincible in the world. Sasuke was shocked. The first generation Naruto-sama is so powerful? He can defeat Uchiha Madara with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and 9 tails by himself? Well, the battle in the Valley of the End that year ended with the death of Uchiha Madara. After a pause, Hyojin continued, but the first generation Naruto was also injured in that battle and died a few years later, so the second generation Naruto has a great prejudice against the Uchiha clan and a deep fear. Sasuke was relieved. It turns out that there is such a grievance, no wonder the clan rarely mentions Uchiha Madara. At this point, Hyojin didn't go any further. The reason why he mentioned these old things to Sasuke is mainly that he doesn't want Sasuke to have resistance or hostility to the village because of the prejudice of the second generation Naruto. After all, Sasuke is young and vigorous at the moment, and he has just obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. His strength has steadily surpassed the general Kage level. In addition, the Uchiha clan is prone to go to extremes, so Hyojin must not take it lightly for some possible hidden dangers. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous if the power he painstakingly cultivated was dug up by the enemy. Putting down the matter just now, Sasuke asked Hyojin curiously, "Sensei, have you been following me all the way?" As he asked, his eyes swept over Hyojin's hands from time to time. When he noticed that Hyojin's white hands were not wearing new gloves, he subconsciously glanced at the pair of leather gloves that Hyojin had given him, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Hyojin didn't answer Sasuke's question, and his figure flickered and flew in the direction of Mai. Seeing Hyojin rushing in the direction of the village, Sasuke was startled and quickly chased after him. "Are you also going to the village? Do you know, I have successfully integrated my father's Manjikyu Sharingan and have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I feel that my ocular powers have improved a lot. If you test me again, I will not let you down. By the way, before leaving the moon, I also joined Amatsukami. Now, like you, my codename is Fire Demon, and I also have the same cloak and mask as you." Following behind Hyojin, Sasuke kept talking. It seemed that he had finally found someone to talk to, and he wanted to pour out the boredom and annoyance he had felt in the past 2 months of integrating the ocular powers. Hyojin didn't say a word and directly ignored Sasuke's complaints. After Sasuke calmed down a little, he said in a cold tone, "Don't report what happened just now to Mai." Sasuke froze for a moment before he reacted, "Do you mean Orochimaru and the Sound Village?" If he hadn't seen Kimimaro, Haku, and the others standing respectfully behind Orochimaru, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that the person behind the Sound Village, which had signed an alliance agreement with Mai, was actually Orochimaru, who was a traitorous ninja of Mai. Hyojin nodded. Well, the organization has other arrangements for Orochimaru and the Sound Village, so don't interfere. He was ready to incorporate the forces of Orochimaru after the ceremony was successful, so he didn't want to cause trouble at this time. After all, if the 5 great ninja villages knew that Orochimaru was behind the Sound Village, it was likely to cause a lot of disputes, which was completely unnecessary for him. Yes. Sasuke didn't hesitate and agreed. Anyway, in his opinion, there are many strong people in the village, and they are cooperating with Amatsukami, so Orochimaru, who was defeated by him, won't be able to stir up any waves. Both of them were extremely fast, shuttling through the forest like ghosts, often crossing a large part of the forest in just a few leaps and bounds, so even though it would have taken them a few days to reach Konoha village, the 2 of them arrived before nightfall. Looking at the wall of my village not far away, Sasuke asked, "Sensei, why did you come to the village? Can I help you?" Hyojin said, "You don't need to worry about my affairs, you have been away from home for a long time, go home quickly." Sasuke also missed his family a little, so he nodded. "Well, if you need anything, you can come directly to the Uchiha clan to find me." Hyojin didn't say anything more, his figure flickered, crossed the wall of the village, and disappeared into the night of my village. Staring at Hyojin's leaving figure, Sasuke secretly thought, "Sensei came to the village this time to talk about cooperation with the Godame, I hope there will be no accidents." Immediately, Sasuke shook his head and smiled, "With Sensei's strength, there is no need for me to worry, I'd better go home first. Tell father, mother, and brother the good news that I have successfully merged with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." After making up his mind, Sasuke, who was carrying the Kusanagi sword, also activated the body flicker technique and quietly sneaked into the village. He didn't know that he actually went out this time with the permission of the village, so he was worried that the village would investigate, so he sneaked all the way, deliberately avoiding the patrolling ninjas in the village, and sneaked back to the Uchiha clan. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The beating and suffering that Sasuke has suffered over the past 2 months has obviously not been in vain. After the training of Hyojin, his abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved, even his perception and stealth are no exception. Under the cover of the deep night, he was able to conceal himself from all the patrols in the village. The village's heavily guarded defense seemed to be useless in front of him, allowing him to quietly sneak back to the Uchiha clan's territory. After returning to the patriarch's mansion, Sasuke could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and rushed straight to his parents' residence in the backyard. "Father, mother, I'm back." Uchiha Mikoto immediately came out to greet him. After seeing Sasuke, she didn't ask about the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but looked at Sasuke from head to toe and said with a gratified smile, "You've grown taller." Inside the house, Uchiha Fuyue was sitting cross-legged with his hands crossed over his chest. Although his face still had the usual serious expression, the posture of listening to the conversation completely exposed his mood at the moment. Itachi, who was at home, also rushed over when he heard the noise. Looking at Sasuke, who was full of vigor and sharpness, he smiled slightly. Soon, the whole family returned to the house. Sasuke nodded his head and bowed respectfully to Fuyue, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said, "Father, I have successfully merged with your Manjikyu Sharingan and obtained the legendary eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." After saying that, Sasuke raised his head and opened the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets. Staring at the complex pattern of the 6-pointed star and the 3-edged shuriken intertwined on the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, Mother Mikoto said, "Is this the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan?" Itachi also carefully observed Sasuke's new pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and sighed with emotion. What a powerful pupil power. There is no doubt that with Itachi's perception, he doesn't even need to fight with Sasuke to feel the power contained in his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Sasuke smiled and said, "In order to integrate this pair of Sharingan, it took me more than 2 months." Mikoto let out a long sigh of relief. Amatsukami really did it. Before this, Mikoto was still a little worried that Amatsukami would break their promise, but now that Sasuke has returned with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, all her worries have naturally disappeared. Fuyue, who had been keeping a straight face, also revealed a gratified expression at this moment. Seeing that Fuyue's eyes were closed tightly, Sasuke said with some guilt, "Father, I have integrated with your Sharingan, causing you to lose your sight forever." Without waiting for Sasuke to finish his words, Fuyue slowly opened his eyes, revealing the scarlet pupils inside. Sasuke was taken aback. "Father, you are..." Fuyue stared at the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, as if he was admiring his own eyes. His face was filled with a slightly reserved pride. Itachi, who was standing on the side, explained, "During the time you were away, Father has received a transplant operation, a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan, so you don't need to worry about it at all." On the night of Uchiha's rebellion, Jishui and Shinichi eradicated the radical faction in the clan and obtained a lot of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Now that the situation has stabilized, the radical faction of Uchiha clan has been completely annihilated. Fuyue also gave up the idea of fighting for the position of Naruto, so after reporting to the advisory group of elders, Tsunade personally transplanted this pair of Sharingan into Fuyue's body. Of course, considering that he had presided over the rebellion, and the position of the patriarch has been passed to Itachi, so Fuyue, who has regained his sight, is still in a state of retirement. That's great. Sasuke finally put down the stone in his heart. Before this, although he was very excited to get the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he has always felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart, feeling that the power he obtained was at the cost of his father's blindness. Now that he saw his father regained his sight, the guilt in his heart gradually dissipated. Whoosh! At this moment, with the sound of 2 air-breaking sounds, Jishui and Shinichi came together and rushed into the house while shouting, "Itachi, Homasubi has appeared in the village." Homasubi? Itachi was slightly startled. Of the 4 Homasubi in the organization, 3 of them are here, so the Homasubi that Jishui and Shinichi mentioned is undoubtedly Uchiha Flames. Sasuke's expression changed and asked hurriedly, "Where is she?" Like Itachi, Sasuke also immediately determined who the Homasubi that Jishui and Shinichi mentioned is, because he returned to the village with Homasubi. "Sasuke, did you succeed?" Jishui and Shinichi noticed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets at this time. Because the pattern of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is much more complex than the ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan, and the 2 of them are very clear about the pattern of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so with just a glance, they immediately judged that the Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets are no longer the ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan from before. Sasuke just nodded casually, acknowledging Jishui and Shinichi's guess, and then led the topic back to Homasubi and asked, "What happened to Homasubi, where is she?" Seeing that Sasuke is so concerned about the whereabouts of Homasubi, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi looked at each other, a trace of imperceptible worry flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they think that Sasuke still hates Amatsukumi's organization like before, coupled with the fact that Sasuke now has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his pupil power has skyrocketed, and his strength has greatly increased. Now, even the 3 of them are not sure whether they can suppress Sasuke before fighting, so if Sasuke acts impulsively against Uchiha Sharingan, it is likely to cause a lot of trouble. And with the insight of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke naturally noticed the exchange between Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi, and immediately thought to himself, "Oh no, brother Jishui, brother Shinichi, do they want to attack Sensei?" As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Sasuke was shocked and secretly analyzed, "That's right, Sensei participated in the attack on the family last time, and he also personally defeated brothers Jishui and brother Shinichi. With the pride of the brothers, how can they be completely indifferent to this?" Thinking of the grudge between Sensei and Uchiha clan, especially the last time Sensei defeated Jishui and Shinichi, Sasuke is more certain of his judgment. Considering that his brother Itachi has also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and he himself has the legendary eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the Uchiha clan already has an amazing pair of eternal eyes and 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. The ratio of strength is 4-1, no matter how he calculates the battle situation, the odds of winning are extremely high. We must find a way to stop him. We must find a way to stop them. So, the 2 sides looked at each other, and they all secretly made up their minds. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Such a scene, coupled with the unique mysterious temperament of the fire escape clone, immediately made the entire scene feel ethereal and illusory. Swoosh, 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 the sound of wind breaking echoed around the streets. These were obviously the ninjas of Mai who rushed over after hearing the news. Is it Amatsukumi's fire demon? Yes, it should be her. The others would not dare to be so ostentatious. Why are the flames around her purple? Didn't the intelligence say that she is good at controlling a type of golden flame? Who can say for sure about Amatsukumi's matters? Be it the patrol team or the Umbu, when they found the suspicious person wearing the black gold-edged cloak of Amatsukumi and the flame-patterned mask, they did not act rashly. Instead, they scattered around the streets and began to closely monitor the fire demon as they whispered to each other. This purple flame is not simple. It's best not to look at it directly. At this time, an Uchiha ninja from the police force hurriedly warned everyone. The Mai ninjas around them only then realized that this Uchiha ninja from the police force had not only activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets, but also had an extremely serious expression on his face. As everyone knew, the Uchiha clan was best at fire release and illusion. Therefore, seeing this Uchiha ninja's serious expression, everyone did not dare to be careless. They quickly looked away from the street, no longer looking directly at the fire demon of Amatsukumi that looked not real at all. Immediately, an Umbu could not help but ask the Uchiha ninja, is it an illusion? The Uchiha ninja from the police force shook his head, wiped the fine sweat off his forehead and said, I can't tell either. The Umbu beside him was startled, even your Sharingan can't see through it? Uchiha Jonin sighed helplessly, Sharingan is also divided into strong and weak Sharingan. If the other party is the real Homusubi of Amatsukumi and not an imposter, then the other party must have Manjikyu Sharingan. In front of the Manjikyu, my Sharingan is no different from your eyes. After listening to Uchiha's explanation, the Umbu realized that even the elite Uchiha of the Jonin class has an insurmountable gap in strength between Amatsukumi's Homusubi and Homusubi. At this time, the surprise on Uchiha Jonin's face became more and more intense. His intuition told him that the scene in front of him might very well be an illusion. Because he could feel a faint trace of mental power from the mysterious purple flame that lingered around Homusubi, and he also keenly noticed that the purple flame did not seem to have any temperature, and the ground that Homusubi walked on did not leave any burn marks. All of this indicated that the scene in front of him might very well be an illusion. But he repeatedly checked his brain, and there was no trace of chakra invading from the outside world. As a Uchiha Jonin with 3 Magatama Sharingan, he believed that even if he could not fight against the other party's illusion, he would definitely be able to tell whether he was under an illusion or not, so his common sense told him that he was not under an illusion, and the scene in front of him was not an illusion, but really existed. Therefore, he fell into confusion, completely unable to tell whether the scene in front of him was real or not. On a tall building in the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, with 2 sounds of wind breaking, the 3 generations Naruto and Jiraiya landed on the roof of the tall building one after another. Kakashi, who arrived first, nodded and saluted 3 generations and Jiraiya. 3 generations looked at the street in the distance and asked seriously, can you determine the identity of the other party? Kakashi shook his head, no contact so far, but looking at the other party's behavior, the possibility of him being an imposter is not big. He has been carefully observing for a while. From the beginning of the appearance of the other party, his steps were steady and calm, and he walked all the way to the Naruto building. His purpose is also very clear, so Kakashi feels that the possibility of him being an imposter is not big. However, in view of the fact that the village once pretended to be a member of Amatsukumi, he did not dare to rule out the possibility of others imitating the village and pretending to be Amatsukumi. After all, the members of Amatsukumi wear masks and cloaks, and it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. 3 generations frowned at this time, and began to pay attention to the mysterious purple flame that lingers around Homusubi, then his brows wrinkled tighter and tighter, and finally twisted into a ball. Because even if he is known as the professor of ninjutsu and knowledgeable, he could not find any information related to the purple flame in front of him in his mind. Jiraiya, who is good at fire release ninjutsu, was surprised. What kind of fire release is this? Is it the same as the black flame of Amaterasu, also some kind of Manjikyu Sharingan pupil technique? Whoosh, another burst of wind sounded. The shadow clone that Hyojin left in the village also landed on the roof of this tall building with a good view. Seeing Hyojin arrive, Kakashi quickly asked, Kuroto, can you see anything? Hyojin's shadow clone activated Byakugan, then shook his head. The other party's mask and cloak are engraved with a sealing technique that can block my Byakugan's insight. Kakashi said, it seems that we can only face it head-on. On the street. Hyojin, who was walking leisurely, naturally noticed the scrutinizing gazes cast by the ninjas around him, but he didn't care, or rather, this is the effect he wanted. This is not to say that he is deliberately showing off his newly developed flame release Kekkai Genkai, but he wants to use the purple flame to prove his identity. Because he no longer has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he can no longer prove his identity by activating the unique golden Susanoo like when he came into contact with the village before. At the same time, the main purpose of his appearance this time is to collect the debt. Since he is collecting the debt, he should show a strong performance. If he sneaks at this time, it is easy to arouse suspicion, and it is easy to fall into a passive position when collecting the debt. Instead of bargaining with the village and pestering endlessly, it is better to show an extremely strong performance from the beginning, let the village know his bottom line, and avoid misjudging each other and causing some unnecessary disputes. Not long after, Hyojin arrived in front of the Naruto building. At this time, the advisory elder group in the village and the shadow clone that Hyojin left in the village were already waiting there. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Sensing the mysterious purple flame that lingered around the flame devil at such a close distance, the group of elders felt an inexplicable sense of dread. The blossoms of purple flame swaying under the moonlight were dreamy and illusory. They looked like illusory shadows instead of real flames. Homosubi of Amatsukami, who was bathed in fire, also became hazy and illusory under this scene. It seemed real, but when Shinichi looked at it, it didn't seem so real. Genjutsu. For a moment, this thought appeared in the minds of all the elders, even the generations of Naruto was no exception. Soon, the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 4 generations of Lei Ying, 4 generations of Kazekage, and 4 generations of Mizukage, who had been staying in Mai, arrived together in front of the Naruto building. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at the same time, Itachi, Jishue, Shinichi, and Sasuke, the 4 Uchiha also arrived in a hurry. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the flame devil and the mysterious purple flame on its body. Many of them had seen the female Homosubi of Amatsukami before, but this time, they clearly felt that the Homosubi in front of them was different from the past. In the past, although this Homosubi was also very mysterious, it was mainly because of the mysterious organization Amatsukami, and because she wore a mask, so no one knew her true appearance. But now, Homosubi just stood there quietly, and it made people feel an inexplicable fear, completely unfathomable. At the same time, the purple flame that lingered around Homosubi also made them very afraid. All the Kage are powerful ninjas with both strength and experience, so just by observing and sensing, they can judge that the purple flame on Homosubi's body that they have never seen before is by no means simple. At the very least, it's a Kekkai level fire release. Needless to say, the Uchiha who were good at Genjutsu and fire release. As Genjutsu type Uchiha, Itachi and Shisui have already sensed the incomparably powerful mental power emanating from the purple flame even before they got close to it, and Shinichi with his extraordinary perception even judged that the power of the purple flame in front of him is probably above that of Amaterasu. It's just that it's constantly alternating between the real and the illusory, not as direct and overbearing as Amaterasu. Unlike the others, the 4 Uchiha almost arrived at the Naruto building and secretly prepared for battle. Itachi, Shisui, and Shinichi made a simple communication with their eyes. Then, they looked at Sasuke from the corner of their eyes. If Sasuke decided to launch a sneak attack on Balrog, they would immediately stop him. They can't be blamed for thinking too much. The main thing is that last time Sasuke dared to sneak attack Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization who has the Rinnegan, it really scared them. Coupled with the fact that Sasuke now has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, his strength is far better than before, so they can't predict what the young Sasuke will do. Itachi, Jishue, and Shinichi secretly prepared for battle, which was instantly noticed by Sasuke with his amazing insight, so his heart sank, and he thought to himself, oh no, brother and the others are really going to make a move, I don't know if I can stop the 3 of them by myself. Although Sasuke is arrogant, facing Itachi, Jishue, and Shinichi this time, he still felt very guilty, and even his palms were sweating. At this time, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi silently began to adjust their positions, faintly separating Sasuke from Homusubi not far away. While Sasuke silently activated his 3 Magatama Sharingan, and kept moving from side to side in his eye sockets, closely observing the movements of Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi, and at the same time, began to simulate the tactics to be used later in his mind. Seeing that Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, Itachi, Jishui, and Shinichi didn't dare to be careless and also activated their 3 Magatama Sharingan. Perceiving this, Sasuke frowned, and the 3 Magatama on his Sharingan quickly rotated above his scarlet pupil. In this way, the 4 Uchiha began to secretly predict and adjust each other's movements, carrying out a secret confrontation. Hyojin glanced at the 4 Uchiha who were acting a little strange, and thought to himself, what the hell are they doing? 3 generations Naruto broke the silence at this time, walked up and said politely, my village welcomes Homusubi's visit, please come to the conference room to discuss in detail. With that said, 3 generations Naruto made an inviting gesture. Hyojin didn't answer, just nodded slightly, then put away the purple flame, and followed 3 generations Naruto and the others to the conference room in the Naruto building. Jiraiya's gaze stopped on Sasuke for a moment, then followed 3 generations into the Naruto building. Watching Homusubi enter the Naruto building with several Kage and the advisory elder group, the 4 Uchiha standing in front of the Naruto building were relieved. At present, with their identity, they are not qualified to participate in the secret meeting of the village elders, so they did not rush into the Naruto building. Inside the conference room, under the signal of 3 generations Naruto, Kakashi said to Hyojin who was sitting down, Homusubi, in order to prevent someone from impersonating you, can you confirm your identity to us? Kakashi's meaning is very simple, he hopes that Hyojin can show his Susanoo like last time to prove his identity. Although Mai was in a passive position when dealing with Amatsukami, he has never abandoned the most basic principle, that is, no matter what kind of cooperation, he must first confirm the identity of the other party. Previously, when Hyojin and Itachi sang a duet, Tsunade also used a sneak attack to force out Itachi's Susanoo, and verified the identity of Homusubi of Itachi, only then did she agree to cooperate. It is precisely because of this that Hyojin performed the performance just now, so he was not surprised by Kakashi's request, and bluntly said, because of the development of the new Kekii, my Sharingan has some problems. What, new Kekii? Hyojin's calm words suddenly aroused a burst of exclamation in the conference room, among which the biggest reaction is undoubtedly the 3 generations Tsukiha who mastered the dust release Kekii. Because the birth of the new Kekii is bound to threaten the status of dust release in the shinobi world. The dust escape technique had already become the symbol of the Hidden Rock village. If the status of the dust escape technique was affected, then the reputation of the Hidden Rock village would also be affected. Kuroto didn't explain much and directly spread out his palm, releasing a flickering purple flame in the center of his palm. Staring at the purple flame swaying in Hyojin's palm, Tsunade frowned and said, is this your newly developed bloodline elimination? Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. There will be a 3rd chapter later. Outside the Naruto building, Itachi pondered for a moment and said, it seems that nothing happened, let's go back first. Jishui echoed, well, it should be some cooperation between Amatsukami and the village, it has nothing to do with our Uchiha clan. Obviously, the 2 of them were worried that Sasuke would cause some trouble if they stayed here, so they decided to return to the clan's land first, and then ask Hyojin about the cooperation between Amatsukami and the village. Sasuke also had the same thought, so he glanced at the Naruto building with some reluctance, then followed his brothers back to the Uchiha clan's land. At the same time, he thought to himself, Sensei is representing Amatsukami to discuss cooperation with the village this time, is it to deal with Akatsuki? With my current strength, I should be able to help. Shinichi didn't think too much about it and was still immersed in the purple flame that Hyojin used just now, muttering, it's really strange, don't mention seeing that kind of purple flame, I haven't even heard of it before. Sasuke glanced at Shinichi calmly, thinking quite proudly in his heart, this is Amatsukami's secret, I'm sorry, Shinichi-san, I can't tell you. In the conference room of the Naruto building, under everyone's gaze, Hyojin said in a flat tone, this is the flame release Kekii Genkai elimination that I developed, and because of it, my Sharingan is temporarily having some problems. Looking at the swaying purple flame in front of them, everyone's feeling became more and more profound. This purple flame seems to contain some kind of psychic power. As long as they put in a little bit of concentration, they were shocked to find that their attention was involuntarily attracted by the purple flame. This is a kind of flame that has a psychic charm. Soon, everyone's heart shuddered, and they quickly restrained their thoughts. 3 generations. Naruto pondered for a moment and said, "Your Excellency's flame escape bloodline elimination is indeed extraordinary, but it's hard for us to confirm that Your Excellency is Inferno from God's organization." Hyojin put away the purple flames. "How do you want to prove it?" 3 generations. Naruto immediately said, "Our 5 great shinobi villages have cooperated with your organization many times. There is no need for you to wear a mask in front of us." The other Kage nodded in agreement. Needless to say, 3 generations still hoped to deepen their cooperation in order to obtain more information about Amatsukami. After all, Amatsukami is too mysterious, to the point that no one dares to deal with them at ease, so if possible, the 5 great shinobi villages naturally want to know the true faces of the members of Amatsukami. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin reached for the mask on his face. Seeing Hyojin's action, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Hyojin's face. For them, this was a historical moment to witness the true face of Amatsukami. What did this flame demon look like? Could he be someone they had met before? All these questions would be answered at this moment. Soon, Hyojin took off the mask on his face, revealing the face of his fire release clone. Staring at the face of Hyojin's fire release clone, everyone was stunned. It was a strange and incomparably exquisite face. They had never seen such a delicate face before, and from his appearance, they could tell that the flame devil was not very old. He was only 16 or 17 years old. Of course, everyone present was a shadow rank powerhouse, so they wouldn't be shocked by superficial things like looks for too long. What really made them unable to recover from their shock was the unique aura of the flame demon combined with his appearance and temperament. It was an indescribable aura, and just looking at it made these strong people subconsciously vigilant, suspecting whether they had fallen into a genjutsu or not. At the same time, what surprised them was that the flame demon who had taken off his mask had his eyes tightly shut. Seemingly aware of everyone's doubts, Hyojin, who had his eyes closed, explained at this time, "I'm sorry, I can't let you see my eyes, otherwise, you will all fall into a genjutsu." Listening to Hyojin's explanation, everyone quickly moved their gaze away from Hyojin's eyes. Obviously, they did not doubt Hyojin's explanation at all. Because the temperament of Hyojin's fire release clone is too mysterious and illusory, even if there is no chakra fluctuation, it seems to be some kind of genjutsu, so everyone has no doubt that if Inferno really opened his eyes and revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, then even as Kage, it would be difficult for them to resist. And just in case, the Season 3 Generations Naruto gave a look to Hyojin's shadow clone who was in the conference room. He signaled Hyojin to observe with the Byakugan. After all, at this time there is no mask covering the seal technique. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan should be able to see the real situation in the eye sockets of Inferno. Hyojin's shadow clone immediately activated the Byakugan, pretending to observe carefully, and then nodded towards 3 Generations Naruto. 3 Generations Naruto completely removed the doubts in his heart. And seeing that no one openly questioned him, Hyojin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't open his eyes just because the Byakugan in his eye sockets is the original Byakugan, not the Sharingan, and the Byakugan is too conspicuous. Once he opens his eyes, he will immediately be exposed. Putting on the mask again, Hyojin went straight to the point. "Have you prepared the commission and compensation from the last time?" 3 Generations Naruto, who was already prepared, nodded. "Please rest assured, Homosexama, we, the 5 great shinobi villages, will not break our promise." Xianxia at this time gave an order to the Umbu guarding the door of the conference room, and not long after, 2 Umbu came to the conference room with a few boxes and respectfully placed them in front of Hyojin. 3 Generations Naruto said, "This is the commission and compensation prepared by the 5 great shinobi villages together, of which the commission is 200 million and the compensation is 100 million. I wonder if Homosexama is satisfied?" As soon as he said that, the Kages looked at Hyojin. 300 million is indeed a huge amount of money, but when divided among the 4 shinobi villages, 300 million is nothing. Because the Mist village is too poor to pay, and because they did not participate in pretending to be members of Amatsukami, they are not included. Therefore, this 300 million is actually negotiable, and the 5 great shinobi villages deliberately took out 300 million as a price that is both sincere and negotiable, is to take the opportunity to further negotiate with Amatsukami. After the last battle, they have confirmed that even if the 5 great shinobi villages work together, they are still unable to resist Amatsukami, so even if they have to spend money, they want to deepen the cooperation with Amatsukami to ensure the safety of the 5 great shinobi villages. Third update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Looking at the boxes of money on the table, the corners of Hyojin's mouth rose slightly under the mask. As the 5th generation Naruto of Mai, he is well aware of what the 5 great shinobi villages are planning, but right now is the critical moment for him to break through the Kekii trap, so he is neither free nor in the mood to discuss the next step of cooperation with the 5 great shinobi villages. Because if this ceremony fails, he won't even be able to take care of himself, and the next step of cooperation will be in vain. And if the ceremony succeeds, he will smoothly become the 3rd Kekii trap in the shinobi world, and by that time, there will be no need to discuss this kind of cooperation, because at that time, he will quickly integrate the forces to wipe out the Akatsuki organization and establish a new set of rules for the shinobi world. Therefore, Hyojin didn't say any superfluous words and directly opened the Byakugan to check the money in the boxes. After confirming that there are no mistakes, he took out a storage scroll from his ninja bag and sealed the boxes of money into it. The cost of this ceremony is about 200 Ryo. Now that 300 Ryo is in front of him, he doesn't need to bargain at all, he can just take the money and leave. Therefore, in front of everyone's eyes, Kuroto put away the storage scroll and disappeared directly from the conference room, leaving the Kage and elders of the 5 great shinobi villages looking at each other in dismay. For generations of Kazekage was stunned. She left just like that? Tsunade immediately came back to her senses. Didn't we prepare too much money? Considering that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, personally took action this time, coupled with the fact that the 5 great shinobi villages pretended to be members of Amatsukami without permission, the 5 great shinobi villages prepared 300 Ryo at one time. Moreover, in the eyes of the Kages, 300 Ryo isn't much. On average, a village only pays 70 to 80 million Ryo, which is nothing for the 5 great shinobi villages, so the Kages were even prepared for Amatsukami to ask for too much. After all, according to their past dealings with Amatsukami, Amatsukami's appetite has always been very big. It's just that they didn't expect that Amatsukami didn't even bargain this time and just took the money and left. 3 generations, Naruto said solemnly, we miscalculated. The 3 generations Tsuchikage nodded and said, well, we shouldn't have taken out the money directly. We can't even talk now. 4 generations Laying suggested, should we follow her? If we give chase now, we should still be able to make it. Kakashi shook his head. The other party is too dangerous. Once a misunderstanding arises, the gains will not make up for the losses. Jiraiya agreed with Kakashi's judgment. I'm afraid that none of us have the ability to follow Uchiha, who has such power. Not to mention the Manjikyu Uchiha, even the 3 Magatama Sharingan Uchiha are all experts in anti-tracking. After all, Jutsu Kekii Genkai is an expert in the field of anti-tracking. On the other hand, Homosubi can make people feel like they have fallen into a Genjutsu even with his eyes closed. Once he opens his eyes, the consequences will be unimaginable. There is almost no chance of winning against such a Genjutsu master. Everyone present is a high-level person who has managed a shinobi village. They have strong willpower and rich experience, so they quickly recovered from the shock of Homosubi leaving without saying goodbye and began to summarize the information they just collected. 3 generations Tsuchikage looked around at everyone and asked, do any of you know this Homosubi? Everyone shook their heads. The appearance of Homosubi belongs to the type that people will never forget. As long as they have seen him before, they will definitely have an impression of him, even if they just glanced at him on the street. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the corresponding memory. Only Kakashi frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing this, Hyojin's shadow clone asked curiously, Kakashi, have you seen Homosubi? Everyone in the meeting room immediately turned their eyes to Kakashi. Facing everyone's inquiring eyes, Kakashi shook his head and said, I haven't seen him before. Indeed, he had never seen the Flame Devil before. However, for some reason, he felt that the appearance of the Flame Devil was somewhat familiar. It made him feel vaguely familiar. 3 generations, Naruto asserted, I can be sure that he is not the Uchiha who grew up in our Mai. Xianxia, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all nodded in agreement. Although the Uchiha clan in the village has produced many geniuses in recent decades, such as Fuyue, Jishue, Shinichi, and Sasuke, but for now, none of them can be compared with Homusubi. Therefore, if a genius like Homusubi was really born in the Uchiha clan, the Konoha village would have long been aware of the existence of the Uchiha clan, so it would be impossible for them not to know about it. For generations, Laying said solemnly at this time, there is something wrong with her age. Reikage and Hachibi's Jinchuriki once attacked Homusubi of Amatsukumi's organization Homusubi on the Bird Cry Cliff. At that time, they used the tail beast Jade to sneak attack and successfully forced Homusubi to use the Golden Susanoo. But that was 8 or 9 years ago. Judging from the appearance of the flame demon when she took off her mask, it was obvious that she was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. If that was the case, then the flame demon from 8 or 9 years ago was at most 9 years old. At the age of 9, she awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, stirred up a storm in the shinobi world, and easily got rid of the pursuit of the Kumo-Ab and Kumogakure at that time. This is obviously too sensational. Tsunade said, she should be more than 16 or 17 years old. I just vaguely saw a mark of the Ein seal between her eyebrows from her hair, so her actual age may be older than it looks. Everyone looked at the Ein seal mark on Tsunade's forehead, and compared Tsunade's current appearance with her real age, and immediately understood. Humph. Being looked at like this by everyone, Tsunade suddenly snorted lightly. Everyone hurriedly looked away in embarrassment. Only Mei, who was standing behind Yugura, didn't look away. She still stared at Tsunade and thought to herself, the Ein seal actually has the effect of retaining one's appearance. This is too amazing. Tsunade then said, what we should pay attention to now is how she got the Ein seal. This technique is our Mai's secret. Hyojin's shadow clone pondered for a moment and said, the Ein seal is not only obtained in our Mai, the Uzumaki clan should also have it. After the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, it is possible that Amatsukumi obtained it. Tsunade, who originally suspected that there was a spy of Amatsukumi in the village, after listening to Hyojin's words, she thought for a moment and felt that it seemed to make sense. Because with the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, many of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan were lost in the shinobi world. Because the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, was a member of the Uzumaki clan, so he mastered many of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. In the previous battle, when Sandaime Hokage used the ghost seal on him, he easily resolved it. If Akatsuki can do it, then Amatsukumi can naturally do it as well. First, I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Hyojin didn't know that after he left, everyone in the meeting room was studying and analyzing him. But even if they knew, he didn't care. Anyway, this fire escape clone of his was cloned by himself. No one knew the root of it, so it was basically impossible to find clues through conventional methods. After leaving the Naruto building, he didn't stop and sneaked out of the village. After confirming that there was no one around in a secluded forest outside the village, he changed back to his Ein escape body and sneaked back into the village. The next morning, he went to the Naruto building as usual after receiving the Shadow Clone's memories. Then, he went to a practice field in the village and found Guy, who was teaching Naruto, Ningxi, and Xiaoli. Teacher. Seeing Hyojin coming over, Naruto and Ningxi quickly greeted him and bowed respectfully. Yes. Hyojin smiled and nodded. Through the Shadow Clone's memories, he knew that because Kakashi had been cultivating and Sasuke had been traveling, Naruto and Sakura had been following Ningxi's class and receiving Guy's guidance. It just so happened that Naruto, who had mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode, had received an overall improvement in strength, speed, and perception. So, it was time to polish his physical skills. So, although the 2 months of physical skills training seemed very boring, the improvement in Naruto's strength was very significant. It could be said that it solidified Naruto's foundation in physical skills and laid a more solid foundation for his future development. And with Naruto's stimulation, Xianxia and Xiaoli's training efficiency had also increased a lot. Just from their mental appearance, it could be seen that they didn't slack off in the past 2 months. It's just that compared to Naruto, their progress was somewhat insignificant. As far as Hyojin knew, Naruto could easily suppress Xianxia and Xiaoli. If Naruto went all out, Xianxia and Xiaoli would most likely be defeated in an instant. But that was to be expected. Naruto in the Nine Tails Chakra mode is a real Kage-level powerhouse. Even Sasuke with his Manjikyu Sharingan is not his opponent, not to mention Xianxia and Xiaoli. Actually, as long as they were not compared to Naruto or Sasuke, Xianxia and Xiaoli were still very outstanding. The two of them, who were only 14 years old, now almost have the strength of a Tokubetsu Jonin. In the state of Hashimoto Tonku, their strength can even be compared to the shoulder Jonin. At this age, this is already a great achievement. After briefly asking about the progress of Naruto and Xianxia, Hyojin sent the two of them away, then came to Guy, called Guy to the side, and explained his purpose of coming here. Guy was a little puzzled after listening. You are like this, Kakashi is also like this. What happened to the two of you? Why are you so anxious to practice Hashimoto Tonku? Hyojin asked, did Kakashi also look for you? Guy nodded. Well, not long ago he asked me about the method to break through the 7th gate Wonder Gate. Hyojin secretly thought, Kakashi is also breaking through the Wonder Gate? It seems that Obsidian's matter has stimulated him a lot. There is no doubt that with Kakashi's non-Otsutsuki bloodline physique, being able to complete the first 6 gates in such a short period of time, and the last gate before officially breaking through the Gate of Death, is enough to show that Obsidian's matter gave him the motivation to break through the Gate of Death. Seeing Hyojin was silent, Guy asked, what happened? Hyojin smiled, don't worry, it's not a big deal. The identity of Obsidian is still in a state of secrecy. The village does not want to disclose the fact that the masked man in the Akatsuki organization was once a Mai ninja, so even Guy is kept in the dark. Hyojin is different from Kakashi. He is breaking through the Wonder Gate for the upcoming Kekkei Genkai ceremony, so there is no need to tell Guy. Soon, the two came to another practice field. Guy said in the field, I don't know how to do it, it's better for me to show you directly. You have to be a Kugen, and you have already cultivated to the 6th gate of view, you should be able to understand at a glance. Okay. Hyojin took 2 steps back and activated the Byakugan. Boom, with the surge of air, Guy immediately activated the 8 inner hidden gates, and opened the seal one by one, from the 1st gate open gate to the 7th gate Wonder Gate. Hyojin's eyes were cold. Guy's speed of opening the gate was fast and smooth. Even the 7th gate Wonder Gate was opened in an instant, almost without any obstacles. At the same time, he found that the flow of chakra in Guy's body did not change much. From the opening of the 1st gate to the end of the 7th gate, the flow of chakra was normal and direct, which is also in line with the characteristics of the 8 inner hidden gates Iron Fist style. Hey, is there really no hidden skills? Then why can't I open the Wonder Gate? In an instant, Hyojin's heart was full of doubts. Before long, Guy dispelled the 8 inner hidden gates. After all, even he found it difficult to maintain the state of opening 7 gates for a long period of time. And this was because he was standing motionless and hadn't launched any attacks. Otherwise, if he really did open all 7 gates in battle, his body would inevitably fall into a state of extreme weakness and he might even suffer serious injuries. After taking a breath, Guy asked, Mirror, do you understand? Hyojin frowned. The state of you opening the Wonder Gate is almost exactly the same as described on the secret technique scroll, but I can't open the Wonder Gate according to the description on the scroll. Guy wondered, how can this be? Hyojin analyzed, and the chakra's amount when I tried was no less than yours just now. You can open the Wonder Gate, it stands to reason that I should be able to open it too. Guy thought for a moment and said, Kakashi's situation seems to be the same as yours. Oh? After a pause, Hyojin asked, then what did he think? Guy replied, he seriously analyzed it for a long time, and then he told me that there might be a problem with his mentality. He was too impatient. Mentality. Hyojin was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately came to a realization. He had always known that when cultivating the 8 inner hidden gates, the mentality was very important, but because the previous cultivation had been very smooth, he had gradually neglected this point. now that Guy reminded him, he immediately understood what the crux of the problem was. If Kakashika was stuck at the Gate of Wonder because he was too impatient, then he was stuck at the Gate of Wonder because he was too utilitarian when trying to break through the Gate of Wonder. He completely treated the 8 inner hidden gates as a part of the ritual, and his heart lacked the determination to forge ahead, so every time he was at the last step, he would fail on the verge of success. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Kai, his father, and the future Xiali are not ninjas who focus on techniques. In terms of subtle control of chakra, they are not even comparable to many ordinary ninjas. However, they can all cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates to the peak, which means that the 8 inner hidden gates doesn't need such delicate techniques. What it really needs is hard practice day after day and the determination to move forward. Hyojin, who understood the crux of the problem, suddenly came to a realization. In truth, he had always known these truths. It was just that his previous success had caused him to be a bit impetuous and restless. He hadn't been able to calm his heart and carefully analyze the situation. Instead, he had shifted his habits of scientific research onto the 8 inner hidden gates. However, the 8 inner hidden gates was the profound meaning of the Iron Fist style, so it didn't need too many twists and turns. One had to know that Dai and Metke, the father and son who had cultivated the 8 inner hidden gates to the highest realm, were at the bottom of the line even when using ordinary ninjutsu. As their successor, Xiali was even more of a ninjutsu idiot. However, this didn't prevent them from cultivating the 8 inner hidden gates, so from this point alone, it could be seen that the 8 inner hidden gates didn't focus on techniques, but on confidence, perseverance, and even determination. I didn't expect that I would make such a low-level mistake, shaking his head, Hyojin secretly reflected on himself. He had corrected Ningxi more than once because of this, but when it really fell on him, he made almost the same mistake as Ningxi. Then he sighed softly and said, "Is it because the ceremony is approaching?" During the reflection, he found that he was indeed a little impetuous during this period of time, and he lacked some of the calmness of the past, and this was probably because the ceremony was approaching. After all, for this ceremony that led to the peak, he had painstakingly planned and prepared for 13 or 14 years. Now that the preparations were about to be completed, even with his temperament, it was inevitable that he would feel uneasy. And these emotions of impetuousness and eagerness for quick success, when he thought about it carefully, were actually caused by this anxiety. In the end, I'm still afraid of failure. Hyojin knew that the more he desired success, the more afraid he was of failure. He also realized that he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. He had been trying his best to hide it and did not want to show his worry about failure. After staring blankly for a long time, Hyojin smiled at Guy and said, "Guy, I really have to thank you this time." "Huh?" Guy paused for a moment and said, "I don't think I helped much." Patting Guy's shoulder, Hyojin said in a deep voice, "No, you have done me a great favor." Guy's expression was a little strange. "That's what Kakashi said before." "What happened to you guys?" Hyojin smiled and did not say much. Then, he left in a flash and rushed to his secret training ground in the backyard of the ninja school. After activating the surrounding enchantment, Hyojin, who was standing in the field, looked at the sky with clear eyes. It's not a shameful thing to be afraid. The ladder to the peak is not so easy to climb. Trying to hide your fear will only interfere with your judgment and make you ignore the real danger. Only by facing your own weakness can your mind be clear enough. After exhaling softly, Hyojin withdrew his gaze from the distance. Then, one by one, he put away his complicated thoughts and completely emptied his mind. He forgot about the utilitarian desire to break through the Gate of Wonder, forgot about the previous failure, and even forgot about the ritual that had been entrenched in his heart. He wholeheartedly threw himself into the cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates. Bang bang bang, soon, there were bursts of muffled sounds that seemed to be knocking on the soul in the training field, accompanied by the whistling of the wind, on the other side of the training field. Naruto, who was fighting with Ningxi and Xiali, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Ningxi and Xiali immediately stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a figure slowly walking in the direction that Naruto was looking at. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that the person was actually Sasuke, who had been traveling for more than 2 months without saying a word. At this time, Sakura also noticed Sasuke walking over and immediately greeted him excitedly. "Sasuke, you're finally back. Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Why didn't you tell us that you were traveling? We're teammates in the same class." Naruto and the others also gathered in the field. When they got closer, they realized that Sasuke had changed drastically compared to 2 months ago. Whether it was the feeling that chakra gave people or his temperament, they were all very different from before. The current Sasuke and chakra gave people a very cold feeling. This made Sasuke, who liked to pretend to be cool, now look very cold even if he did not deliberately pretend. His whole body exuded a cold and sharp temperament. In addition, they also noticed that Sasuke's dressing was different from before. In the past, although Sasuke was also very particular about his dressing, it was only at the level of a rich family's son. Now, Sasuke wore gloves on his hands and boots on his feet. His body was almost wrapped in clothes, and there was a long sword on his waist. He looked very mysterious. Sasuke glanced at them, and finally his eyes fell on Naruto. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze and asked, "Sasuke, where have you been traveling in the past 2 months?" Sasuke did not answer Naruto's question. Instead, he asked, "Where is teacher Kakashi?" Naruto scratched his head. "Maybe in a training field in the village. After you left, Kakashi-sensei has been cultivating alone. I'm not too sure where he is right now." Sakura thought about it and hurriedly replied, "I heard from Madame Tsunade that teacher Kakashi is going to have an eye transplant today, so he should be in the hospital now." Sasuke nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward my hospital. Xianxia asked, "Sasuke, aren't you going to train with us?" Sasuke looked back at Xianxia, then shifted his gaze to Naruto, who was beside him, and said, "No." After saying that, without waiting for Xianxia and Naruto to say anything, he directly activated the body flicker technique and disappeared in front of everyone. Tion pulled Sakura and whispered, "Sakura, Sasuke seems to have become more handsome." Sakura looked at the place where Sasuke disappeared with a love-struck expression and nodded repeatedly. Xiali asked doubtfully, "Do you feel that Sasuke has changed?" Naruto said, "Yes, his chakra has become much stronger." Xianxia, on the other hand, sighed softly. Compared to the simple Naruto and Xiali, the sensitive him could clearly feel the alienation from Sasuke, as well as Sasuke's contempt for him. The Sasuke who treated him as a formidable opponent back then was no longer around. Now, Naruto was probably the only formidable opponent in Sasuke's eyes. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." My hospital. After preparing all the surgical instruments, Tsunade said to Kakashi, who was lying on the operating table, "This is just a small operation, you don't have to be too nervous." Kakashi nodded. With the reconciliation between the Naruto clan and the Uchiha clan, the two sides have slowly begun to cooperate. Previously, the transplant of Fuyue's Sharingan was done by Tsunade herself, and in order to thank Tsunade, Fuyue, who knew that Kakashi was seeking to restore his left eye, represented the Uchiha clan and presented Kakashi with a 3 Magatama Sharingan. This is also the origin of today's transplant operation. Originally, Tsunade was planning to cultivate a left eye and transplant it for Kakashi, but an ordinary eye is obviously not comparable to the 3 Magatama Sharingan. And Kakashi, who has become accustomed to the Manjikyu Sharingan, the burden of a 3 Magatama Sharingan is nothing at all, so there is no need to think about it. Kakashi accepted the kindness of the Uchiha clan. Because he knows very well that the lack of an eye is too great a restriction on his strength. Currently, his main means of attack are the Lightning God technique, Flying Thunder God technique, and Hashiman Inner Hidden Gates, and all of these require superb insight in order to display their true power. Therefore, for him, the 3 Tomo Sharingan is a treasure that can enhance his strength by a large margin in an instant. And in order to stop his best friend Obsidian, he must have stronger strength, because he has a hunch that the next time they meet, I am afraid it will be a real decisive battle. After a while, Tsunade said, "Okay, the operation is completed." As expected, the operation went very smoothly. After the development of medical ninjutsu, the transplant operation has become very simple. Noera Rin was able to successfully transplant the Sharingan to Kakashi in such a harsh environment on the battlefield, let alone Tsunade, who was now standing at the peak of medical ninjutsu. Kakashi sat up from the operating table and began to adapt to the newly obtained Sharingan. Tsunade, who was on the side, said while sorting out the surgical instruments, "This is not the first time you have received an eye transplant, so I won't say much nonsense about the things you need to pay attention to, but you have to remember, even if you have a long period of experience adapting to the Sharingan, you still have to be vigilant when using it." Kakashi nodded and said, "I understand." After pondering for a while, Tsunade said again, "You are not a member of the Uchiha clan, nor do you have the physique of the Senju clan, so it will be difficult for you to exert the full power of the Sharingan, so I suggest that you try to practice Yin Seal." Kakashi was surprised. What? Practice the Yin Seal? Tsunade glanced at Kakashi. Why? Didn't Kuroto mention it to you? Kakashi shook his head. Kuroto really kept his mouth shut according to my request. This is a bit beyond my expectations. After a chuckle, Tsunade explained, Kuroto improved the Yin Seal and created a version that can also be practiced by male ninjas. You can try to practice that version of the Yin Seal. Kakashi asked, "Is it useful?" Tsunade pointed to herself and said, "You don't need to doubt this point. Yin Seal can improve the physique of the practitioner. It is not as simple as storing chakra. Kuroto, and Homosubi of Amatsukami have all practiced Yin Seal, and you should be clear about its effects." Kakashi thought for a while, then nodded. Now, as long as he can improve his strength, he is willing to try anything, because he doesn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness of being unable to stop or change anything. As soon as he walked out of the gate of my hospital, Kakashi met Sasuke, who was looking for him. Last night, Kakashi knew that Sasuke had returned to the village, so he wasn't too surprised. He just looked at Sasuke carefully and said casually, "You're back." Sasuke glanced at the blindfold on Kakashi's left eye and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to challenge you." After returning to the village, Sasuke thought about it all night and finally decided to start with Kakashi. He knows the strength of Naruto, and he knows that Naruto didn't use his full strength in the previous few battles, so even if he has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he doesn't have the confidence to completely defeat Naruto. Kakashi was a little surprised and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I also want to find someone to test the effect of the newly transplanted Sharingan." Transplanted Sharingan? Sasuke frowned slightly. He knew that Kakashi will transplant an eye today, and just now he also sensed a chakra fluctuation under Kakashi's left eye, but he didn't expect Kakashi to transplant the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi explained, "Well, it's a 3 Magatama Sharingan that your father gave me." Hearing that it was a gift from his father, Sasuke no longer hesitated and said, "Let's go." After a while, the two of them arrived at a remote training ground. Kakashi lifted the blindfold, revealing the scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan inside, and said, "Sasuke, I can feel that the chakra in your body has become a lot stronger. It seems that you have grown a lot during this trip." Sasuke held the hilt of the sword at his waist with one hand and said lightly, "Kakashi-sensei, you'd better go all out, otherwise, you may lose very miserably." Listening to Sasuke's confident words, Kakashi was startled for a moment, and then immediately scolded with a smile, "You little devil." Before he finished his sentence, he disappeared on the spot with a swoosh. Then, countless sharp sounds that sounded like the cries of thousands of birds reverberated in the air above the training field. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, and his figure also disappeared in place. In a blink of an eye, the entire practice field was filled with countless afterimages, and constantly flashing electric arcs, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding from time to time, and the whistling sound of wind breaking. Kakashi and Sasuke are undoubtedly the same type of ninja, born with extraordinary talent, and can naturally combine taijutsu and ninjutsu together to display smooth and fierce attacks. Since they are both master and disciple, and also geniuses, they directly skipped the process of testing each other, and started to fight seriously from the beginning. After fighting for a while, Kakashi was secretly shocked. He knew that Sasuke was very strong, but he never expected that after a trip, Sasuke would be strong to this extent. Even without using the Manjikyu Sharingan, he could resist his attack. Similarly, Sasuke was also greatly surprised. He thought that with his current strength, even without the Manjikyu Sharingan, he should be able to defeat a ninja of Kakashi's level, but after the fight, he found that Kakashi was far more difficult to deal with than he thought, and he was very clear that Kakashi still has a lot of tricks up his sleeves that he hasn't used yet. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. I didn't expect Kakashi-sensei to be so tricky. It seems that ordinary ninjutsu won't work. Do I have to use the kaleidoscope pupil technique? As soon as he had this idea, Sasuke shook his head and dispelled it. This was not because he cherished the pupil power, but because Kakashi was only the first target he wanted to challenge. It was just a warm-up before the main show. Next, he had to challenge Shinichi, Jishui, and his brother Itachi, who he had never defeated before. Then, he would crush Naruto head-on with a complete victory and reconfirm his undisputed first place in the same batch. Finally. Sensei, I must make her look at me seriously. After the figure of Uchiha Flames flashed in his mind, Sasuke's eyes suddenly became firm. In his opinion, if he needed to use the kaleidoscope pupil technique to deal with Kakashi-sensei, then he was not qualified to challenge those who he thought were stronger. Kakashi obviously didn't know that Sasuke had defined him as a warm-up level. At this time, he glanced at the kunai and shuriken scattered on the training ground with a slightly dignified expression. Because these kunai and shuriken were all broken without exception, moving his gaze to the long sword in Sasuke's hand, Kakashi said, "What a sharp sword. If I don't inject chakra, I'm afraid my kunai won't even be able to resist one sword." There was no doubt that the broken kunai and shuriken on the ground were all caused by the short confrontation just now, and the culprit was the long sword in Sasuke's hand. The kunai and shuriken forged from fine steel were like ordinary wood in front of that long sword. They were completely broken with a single cut and shattered with a touch. Only by infusing it with chakra could one barely resist it, just like the kunai in Kakashi's hand that was full of nicks. But ordinary kunai were not forged from chakra metal, and the conduction of chakra was very costly, so forcibly infusing kunai with chakra was a very stupid act. What did Sasuke experience in the past 2 months? Also, what's with that long sword of his? Why is it so sharp? For a moment, many doubts surged in Kakashi's mind, making him reflect on his lack of concern for Sasuke during this period of time. After a brief confrontation, both of them silently launched their attacks again. This time, Sasuke changed his tactics. He gave up the idea of using taijutsu to directly defeat Kakashi. Instead, he shot many shurikens from his ninja bag, and through the steel wires wrapped around the shurikens, he laid a series of irregular steel wire locks on the practice field, and then launched a fierce attack with the Zaiden. Obviously, he wanted to use the super insight of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to force Kakashi to reveal flaws in the complex combat environment, and then defeat Kakashi in one fell swoop. Sasuke's plan naturally can't be hidden from Kakashi. However, Kakashi has just transplanted a Samigatama Sharingan, and he also wants to try the effect of this new Sharingan, so he took the initiative to throw himself into the steel wire array and compete with Sasuke in subtle skills. Thus, the two of them moved around in the practice field that was filled with steel wires, engaging in a delicate and dangerous confrontation. Because in this steel wire array, a little carelessness may cause the body to be cut by the steel wire, and if the collision is too fierce, it may even be directly cut off by the sharp steel wire. Therefore, in this special field, once you make a mistake, you will be injured, seriously injured, and if you are unlucky, it is very likely that you will die directly. But whether it is Kakashi or Sasuke, both are rare geniuses. One has rich experience, and the other has excellent insight, so fighting in this dangerous environment can stimulate their fighting spirit. Clang clang clang, the harsh sound of metal colliding rose one after another in the practice field. The two fleeting figures of Kakashi and Sasuke also fought back and forth in the steel wire array, accompanied by the flames caused by the violent collision of metal, and the flashing electric arcs. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly switched the Kusanagi in his hand to his left hand, and then his right hand suddenly stretched forward. In an instant, a large amount of purple lightning spewed out from the palm of Sasuke's right hand. This attack was deliberately arranged by Sasuke. Through the fight just now, he deliberately lured Kakashi to a special area in the steel wire array, where there is an inconspicuous steel wire connected to all the steel wires around it. As long as the purple lightning hit that steel wire, the purple lightning would be able to travel through the conduction between the steel wires in an instant. In order to conceal this trap, the other areas of the steel wire array were not connected. Previously, he had used purple lightning to hit the steel wire, deliberately proving it to Kakashi, so that Kakashi would ignore the conduction effect of purple lightning on the steel wire array. Zap zap, as the electric current surged, a dazzling purple light immediately enveloped the entire practice field, and it enveloped Kakashi from all directions. Got it. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly. Zap, but just as the electric current was about to converge on Kakashi, Kakashi's figure suddenly disappeared. Sasuke's expression turned cold, and he said in surprise, "Flying Thunder God technique?" "No, I've been monitoring him, he didn't have a chance to set up a positioning technique in the practice field at all. Could it be that he flew to another place?" As soon as he thought of this, Sasuke suddenly felt a surge of air behind him, so he subconsciously turned around and slashed with his sword. Swish, the Kusanagi sword cut through the air, but there was nothing. At this time, the ground under Sasuke's feet suddenly cracked, and a figure shining with purple light sprang out from the ground, attacking Sasuke fiercely. Caught off guard, the three Tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eye socket suddenly changed into the pattern of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and then a purple shadow was projected from his body, covering his body. There was no doubt that at this critical moment, Sasuke was forced to use the Manjikyu pupil technique Susanoo. Boom, Kakashi's purple electric thousand birds hit Sasuke's Susanoo with a loud roar, and the Susanoo, which was in a skeleton state, was pushed back again and again. As the huge Susanoo was repelled, the steel wire array all over the practice field was also broken by the Susanoo. Soon, the smoke dissipated, revealing a messy practice field. Glancing at the steel wire that was broken by his Susanoo, Sasuke's face became gloomy, and then he removed the Susanoo, closed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and said to Kakashi, "I lost this time." After that, Sasuke left without looking back. Kakashi, who was ready to continue, was confused. What does this kid mean? At the same time, he also keenly noticed that the pattern of the Manjikyu Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets seemed to be different from before. The first update is here, please recommend it on Monday, thank you everyone. Although he once had a Manjikyu Sharingan, Kakashi was not a real Uchiha clan member after all, his understanding of Sharingan is mainly limited to the use of it. Therefore, although he found that the pattern on Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan has changed slightly, he couldn't analyze the reason for it. That kid was obviously full of fighting spirit just now, why did he suddenly lose interest? Pausing for a moment, Kakashi once again thought of something and muttered, did that kid think that he would lose just because he used the Manjikyu Sharingan? The more he analyzed, the more Kakashi felt that this was the case. Does that brat think that he can easily defeat me without using the Manjikyu Sharingan? I am also the representative of Naruto, how can I be looked down upon like this? Immediately, Kakashi smiled bitterly. In fact, he had long felt that Sasuke didn't respect him too much, but he didn't expect that Sasuke would look down on him so much, which made him angry and funny at the same time. But soon he adjusted his mood. Hey, how can I be looked down upon by a kid like this? With Kakashi's experience, he naturally wouldn't care about a kid like Sasuke, but Sasuke's attitude towards him still aroused his long-dormant competitive spirit. Not to mention the fact that his friend Obito is stronger than Sasuke, and both of them are from the Uchiha clan and possess Manjikyu Sharingan, so Sasuke is a very good opponent for Kuroto. Therefore, Kuroto decided that the next time he fights with Sasuke, he will treat Sasuke with the same seriousness that he would treat Obito with. On the other side, after leaving the practice field, Sasuke's face was gloomy as he sheathed his sword and thought about the fight just now. The one who fought with me just now was just a shadow clone? Then when did his real body hide in the ground? Could it be the detonation talisman at the beginning of the fight? After a little thought, Sasuke analyzed Kakashi's tactics. Obviously, at the beginning of the match, Kakashi had already used the smoke and dust from the explosion of the detonation talisman as a cover to quietly cast Shadow Doppelganger. So in the subsequent series of battles, Sasuke only faced one of Kakashi's Shadow Doppelganger. Because of this, Kakashi's real body had the opportunity to quietly set up the Flying Thunder God technique in the practice field. Because Kakashi's shadow clone wasn't strong enough, when it used the Flying Thunder God technique to travel through space, it was annihilated in the process. Therefore, it only created a turbulent flow of air behind Sasuke, and it couldn't directly travel to Sasuke's back. Sasuke slashed out with his sword, but naturally, he slashed empty air, while his shattered Jojo Kakashi, who was hiding in the ground, keenly grasped it. Damn, I was so easily forced to use Susanoo by Kakashi-sensei, what a failure. After understanding the cause and effect, Sasuke's face became more and more gloomy. Because he realized that his thunder release was taught by Kakashi, and his ninjutsu throwing and the use of Sharingan were taught by his brother Itachi, Jisue, and Shinichi. It is undoubtedly very difficult to use what the other party taught to defeat the other party. I must develop something that belongs to me in order to win by surprise. Thinking of this, Sasuke's mind moved, and the figure of Uchiha's flame surrounded by purple flames flashed in his mind, and suddenly an idea came to him. Flame release. For the current Sasuke, developing ordinary ninjutsu is no longer meaningful. What he needs is Kekkei limit or even Kekkei elimination level of powerful ninjutsu. And flame release obviously meets this requirement. This is not a whim of Sasuke, he is very clear that his talent in ninjutsu is far higher than Genjutsu. He is a typical ninjutsu Uchiha, so instead of crawling in a field that he is not good at, it is better to focus on the field that he is good at. In addition, his Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amaterasu and Earth Life are both related to ninjutsu. Especially the Earth Life that can control the flame form is a sharp weapon for him to develop flame release. It can be said that this Manjikyu Sharingan technique was born for the development of flame release, so for him who has Earth Life, the difficulty of developing flame release is far less than other ninjas. Sasuke secretly made up his mind, in the next competition, I must defeat Kakashi-sensei, there are still many strong people waiting for me to challenge one by one, how can I waste too much time on Kakashi-sensei? Time passed day by day like this. In these days, while storing chakra in the Yin seal on his forehead, Hyojin concentrated on practicing Hashimen Tonku, and as he figured out the problem, the practice of Hashimen Tonku quickly achieved results. It only took about half a month for him to successfully open the 7th gate shock gate early in the morning. And with the opening of the shock gate, the final 8th gate death gate finally entered his field of vision. The 8th gate death gate is located in the heart of the human body, it is a real vital point. Once this gate is opened, because of the huge amount of chakra accumulated in the first 7 gates, it will cause irreversible damage to the fragile heart of the human body. So as long as this gate is opened, even if you don't attack and just stand still, your heart will eventually be crushed by the surging chakra and you will die. So under normal circumstances, the death gate is just like its name, opening it means death. In addition, Hyojin also estimated the chakra amount of the 7th gate shock gate. If the shock gate is opened, the chakra amount will soar to 10 times the original. Then after opening the death gate, the surge of chakra amount is likely to double the foundation of the shock gate, reaching 20 times the original chakra amount in an instant. In other words, after opening the death gate, the rumor that one can instantly obtain more than 10 times the strength of the 5 Kage is not false. For example, Guy's father, Matt Dai, was just a low-level genin who was ostracized by his colleagues and looked down upon by the villagers. But once he opened the death gate, he almost eliminated the Mist Shinobi swordsman from the shinobi world in one battle, causing this infamous Mist Shinobi group to be silent for decades without being able to recover. And if Guy, who was stronger, opened the death gate, even a 6-path powerhouse could be killed with a single kick. Hyojin's current strength was already very strong. If he opened the death gate on top of that, the effect of the increase might not be as exaggerated as Guy's. After all, every technique has an upper limit, but it would definitely allow his chakra amount to reach an unimaginable limit in an instant, and that would be the best time for him to break through the bloodline net. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. Thump thump, thump thump, feeling the pulse of his heart, Hyojin gradually emptied his mind. When the 7th gate of wonder was opened, he had a very wonderful feeling. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. It was as if he had full control of his body at this moment. I can feel the pulse of my heart, I can feel the blood flowing in my veins, I can feel the transmission of my nerves, I can feel the movement of my stomach. This feeling was like opening a new window, allowing him to re-understand his body from another angle that he had never tried before. After a long time, he sighed softly. No wonder. He had always been a little puzzled. How could Guy, who clearly did not have pupillary Kekkei Genkai, be no worse than those pupillary Kekkei Genkai ninjas in physical skills. He could even develop the strange ability to predict the enemy's movements by observing their legs. But when he opened the Gate of Wonder, all these questions were easily answered. The Gate of Wonder was like a shackle that shackled the body. Once it was opened, the whole body seemed to come alive. In the face of an unexpected situation, there was no need for the eyes to see, the brain to convey, and the body could respond appropriately. The iron fist is ahead of the soft fist. Even if Hyojin was a Hyuga, he had to admit this at this moment. Not to mention 80 gods of empty fist, although the principle of 80 gods of empty fist is similar to the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, both are advanced applications of chakra and taijutsu, but 80 gods of empty fist obviously cannot be simply included in the category of soft fist. Even if the 80 god vacuo strikes was categorized as a soft fist, it wasn't the technique that was strong, but the fact that Otsutsuki Kagaya had an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra, which was the Kekkei net. In terms of true versatility, the iron fist with the 8 inner hidden gates was undoubtedly better than the old-fashioned soft fist. No wonder Kakashi, as the 6th generation in the original Space and Time, had specially trained a team of 8 inner hidden gates. The 8 inner hidden gates was indeed a secret skill with a high upper limit and great potential. As long as one was willing to put in the effort, even if they could only open the 3rd gate, their strength would still significantly increase. Moreover, the requirements for talent aren't as harsh as practicing spacetime ninjutsu. As long as you look carefully, you can always find some ninjas suitable for practicing the 8 inner hidden gates. Putting away his thoughts, Hyojin took advantage of the opening of the Gate of Wonder to comprehend the last gate, the Gate of Death. He did not know why, but he had a feeling that as long as he was resolute enough, he would be able to open the door of death even if he had just opened the 7th door of terror. In other words, the opening of the Gate of Death was easier than the Gate of Alarm. To be more precise, the price of opening the Gate of Death was death after opening the Gate of Death. After that, Hyojin jumped on the edge of knocking open the Gate of Death. Half of it was based on his experience, and the other half was based on his experience. He estimated the effects of opening the Gate of Death. The conclusion was the same as before. The moment he opened the Gate of Death, his chakra might skyrocket to about 20 times its normal state. However, this explosive state was very short, so short that it only lasted for a few dozen breaths. It was just enough for Guy to barely use the 2 sets of moves after opening the Gate of Death. Phew, after letting out a long sigh, Hyojin removed the state of the 8 inner hidden gates. At this time, he could proudly announce that he had conquered the 8 inner hidden gates and mastered all the mysteries of the 8 inner hidden gates. And as he gained a deeper understanding and complete control of the 8 inner hidden gates, he also realized that the 8 inner hidden gates, like other techniques, also had certain limitations. This limitation was not the technique itself, but the fragile human body. As long as the ninja's life level, body structure, and so on did not undergo a qualitative change, then the power of the 8 inner hidden gates would have a theoretical upper limit, and this upper limit was almost the 6th path level. Simply put, even if a Genin and Chunin could open the Gate of Death, the power that they could erupt with wasn't as terrifying as one might imagine. Dai was a good example. Although he killed 4 of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Village in one battle, and almost eliminated the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Village in one battle. But this battle obviously didn't reach the description of 10 times the power of the 5 Kage. Because the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Village are only 7 elite Jonin, and they are more reliant on their ninjutsu, and they belong to the type of elite Jonin. Therefore, Mat Dajin, who has opened the Gate of Death, has obtained 10 times the power of the 5 Kage. Even if it is only for a short moment, none of the 7 will be able to survive, and none will be able to escape. Therefore, only a Jonin who reached the rank of Jonin and opened the Gate of Death, could the potential of the 8 inner hidden gates be fully displayed. In other words, at least reaching the strength of a Jonin, it was possible to display the theoretical limit of the output of the 8 inner hidden gates and obtain 10 times the power of the 5 Kage in an instant. According to Hyojin's speculation, Guy's basic strength had reached the level of a Jonin, and after opening the Gate of Death, his chakra would probably increase by 100 times or even more. This would allow Guy, who was at the rank of Jonin, to cross the vague boundaries of the Kage and Super Kage levels and instantly obtain the terrifying power of the 6th path level. If one's strength was higher, such as reaching the Kage level, the effect of opening the gate of death would not be as significant as that of a Jonin. Because the essence of the 8 inner hidden gates was to break the shackles of the human body and push the potential of the body to the peak in an instant. At the cost of burning one's life, attacking the organs, meridians, and bones, one could display the full power of the body. As for the Kage-level experts, they more or less knew some techniques to develop the body's potential. For example, the previous generations of Lei Ying, their development of the body's potential was not much worse than the ninjas who practiced the 8 inner hidden gates. Therefore, the 8 inner hidden gates, which was a technique that released all the body's potential, did not have such an exaggerated effect on them. If a Jonin who did not explore the limit of the body's potential, after opening the gate of death, his chakra amount would skyrocket by 100 times, then for the Kage-level experts who had used other methods to explore part of the body's potential, after opening the gate of death, their chakra amount might only increase by 50 times, from the Kage level to the 6th path level. For the super Kage-level experts like Hyojin, who had explored their potential very deeply, the limit of the potential that they could explore was not much. Therefore, after opening the gate of death, their chakra amount might only increase by 20 times, and they would be able to reach the 6th path level more smoothly than others. In short, as long as there was no fundamental change in the level of life, although there was a difference in the upper limit of the human body's potential, the limit would be the 6th path level. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. After conquering the 8 inner hidden gates, Hyojin had almost finished preparing for the ceremony, so in order to calm down and relieve the accumulated pressure, he prepared a sumptuous meal, and then called his 2 disciples, Naruto and Xianxia, as well as Ziyuan, who could only rely on him and Mai, to his home. Unexpectedly, Naruto also called Sakura and Sasuke, Xianxia brought Xiaoli and Tian, and Ziyuan called Yakumo and Sakai, who were in the same team. Thinking that it was already like this, Hyojin simply called Hinata's and Shikamaru's classes over. So, Mai's 12 roaches, now Mai's 15 roaches gathered in Hyojin's home, and their instructor Jonin also heard the news and came to join in the fun. Looking at the big house full of guests, Hyojin's mouth twitched, and he said, "What is this, eating from the rich?" Yu put her hand on her forehead. "Oh no, I didn't expect so many guests to come, the food and drinks prepared are not enough." Hyojin said helplessly, "Let Gale and the others go to the restaurant to buy some ingredients." Yu glanced at Hyojin and asked in a low voice, "Then, how much?" Hyojin waved his hand, "Let these guys eat enough, it's just a meal, can't I, the great Naruto, afford it? How can I lose face like this?" Yes. Yu nodded. Unlike Hyojin and Yu who hid in the kitchen and discussed in a low voice to buy ingredients, the living room at the moment was unusually lively. Since graduating from the ninja school, Naruto's classmates rarely got together, so this time Naruto's dinner was a rare opportunity for them. Naturally everyone was full of conversation. Just like the students who graduated from the same year, the several mentors haven't had a meal together for a long time. Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, Red, and Mute formed their own little circle, drinking and talking about the situation of their respective classes. Glancing at the elated Naruto and Sasuke who was pretending to be cool, Asuma smiled at Kakashi and said, "It must be a lot of pressure to guide these 2 kids, right?" Kakashi sighed. "They are indeed troublesome fellows." Red smiled. "Be content. With such an outstanding disciple, what else can you be dissatisfied with?" Mute echoed, "Yes, now Naruto and Sasuke have become famous in the village. In terms of strength, I'm afraid they are no less than us Jonin." Sasuke's fame in the village came from his sneak attack on the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, during the last war. Although the sneak attack didn't succeed, but a 13 or 14-year-old boy dared to attack a strong enemy that even the 5 Kage couldn't defeat, this in itself is commendable. And Naruto became famous because he defeated Sasuke. Kai, who has been teaching Naruto in place of Kakashi these days, said seriously, "Their future achievements will be above us." Kakashi gently nodded. "Well, they are the future of the village." At this time Asuma said to Kai, "Your subordinates Xianxia and Xiaoli are also not bad." Kai shook his head slightly and lowered his voice. "Xianxia is definitely a genius, but it's a pity that Naruto and Sasuke are too dazzling, so his light is completely overshadowed." As for Xiaoli, that child is like me, a little stupid, but as long as he is willing to work hard, he will definitely become an indomitable ninja in the future. Red sighed softly, Hinata, yeah, and Shino are actually very good, but it's a pity that there are too many monsters in their generation. Mute focused on eating and didn't interrupt. Her subordinates, Ziyuan, Yakumo, and Sajui, also have great potential, especially Ziyuan and Yakumo. Their potential is so terrible that even she, as a jonin, is secretly speechless. But at the same time, these two also have very obvious flaws. Ziyuan is obviously spoiled by Belle, and she is the real Miko of the Land of Demons, the actual leader of the Land of Demons. Yakumo, because of her weak physique, although she awakened the Kurama family's Kekkei limit, her performance is not stable, and she can't fight for a long time. As a ninja, her advantages and disadvantages are too prominent. Asma continued Red's words and said with a smile, in fact, there are also a lot of monsters in our generation. Don't forget, Kuroto has already become Naruto, and Kakashi is now Naruto's agent. Kai nodded, yeah. After listening to Asma's words, Kakashi thought of Obsidian again. And his expression suddenly became a bit gloomy. Speaking of monsters, Obsidian, who used the Akatsuki to stir up trouble, can obviously be counted as a monster in their generation. In terms of strength, in his opinion, Obsidian is undoubtedly the strongest monster in their generation, stronger than him, the so-called genius, and Hyojin who became the fifth Naruto. If I was the one who died, the shinobi world might be more stable than it is now, and Lin might be able to survive. Sometimes he even thought that if Obsidian didn't go astray, or if he was the one who died in the battle of the Kamubi Bridge, then Sensei 4 generations Naruto might not have died, and the catastrophe that the village suffered after that might have been avoided. At this time, Hyojin and you brought the expensive ingredients that they had just bought from the restaurant to the hall. Looking at the table full of delicious food, all the students cheered, and among them, the happiest were Naruto and Xianxia. The two of them even competed with each other, as if they were competing to see who could eat more. Looking at the two of them cleaning the food on the table, Hyojin was stunned for a moment. Eat slowly, don't choke. Naruto, who was wolfing down the food, said with a lisp, Sensei, I'm fine. Shikamaru laughed and said, Naruto-sama, this is just a small matter for Xianxia. Don't worry, he won't choke. Am I worried that they will choke? Hyojin thought to himself, then turned back to the kitchen, gritted his teeth, and ordered you, tell Gale and the others to buy more ingredients. You covered her mouth and smiled, then asked curiously, Kuroto, why did you suddenly invite everyone over for a meal today? Are you going to announce something? Hyojin said casually, it's just a normal meal. He really just wanted to meet up with his disciples before the ceremony. On one hand, he wanted to explain some things, and on the other hand, he wanted to relieve his pressure and adjust his mentality for the ceremony of breaking through the bloodline seizing net. Ah! At this time, Ziyuan's shrill scream suddenly came from the living room. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave me gifts today, thank you all. Ziyuan's sudden scream immediately broke the harmonious atmosphere in the living room. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Ziyuan, even Naruto, and Xianxia, whose mouth was full of food and cheeks bulging, were no exception. Then everyone found that Ziyuan seemed to have seen something terrible. She suddenly sat on the ground, trembling, and her face was extremely pale. Sasuke subconsciously opened his Sharingan and put one hand on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword at his waist, looking around vigilantly. At the same time, Niji also became vigilant. He immediately activated Byakugan and observed Ziyuan. Yakumo, Sakura, and the other girls surrounded her and asked with concern, Ziyuan, what's wrong? However, Ziyuan was still in a daze, still looking frightened. Kakashi and the other Jonin instructors also came over. Among them, Mute, who was Ziyuan's instructor and also a medical ninja, directly went over to check Ziyuan's body. Kurenai cast a puzzled look at Kakashi and Asma, as if asking them if they saw anything. Kakashi and Asma shook their heads in silence, looking a little solemn. Even with their rich experience, they were also confused at this moment because there was no chakra fluctuation in the living room just now. Everyone present was also a fellow student or a Jonin instructor. Moreover, this was Naruto's house, so there was no possibility of a sneak attack. Therefore, they didn't understand why Ziyuan suddenly lost her composure and screamed. Soon, Hyojin and Yu rushed over from the kitchen. Ziyuan, what's wrong? Seeing Ziyuan's dazed face, Yu exclaimed and rushed over. Facing Kuroto's concerned gaze, Ziyuan, whose face was dull, couldn't help but burst into tears. Her eyes were filled with shock and sadness. Could it be? Hyojin, who was about to step forward, suddenly realized something. After checking Ziyuan's body, Mute said doubtfully, only her heart rate is a little high. There's nothing else. Sasuke, who was staring at Ziyuan, said, no, I can feel that she was shrouded in a spiritual power, but it doesn't look like an illusion. Bayun and Ningxi looked at Ziyuan again and said in unison, she is not under an illusion. Hyojin, who had already roughly guessed what was going on, smiled and said, don't worry, everyone. This is Ziyuan's old problem. Every once in a while, she will feel inexplicably flustered. She will be fine after a while. Ling was puzzled, why didn't I know that Ziyuan has such a problem? Hyojin scratched his head. Didn't I tell you? Oh, I must have forgotten. This is actually what her mother's previous Miko-sama told me. Mute was still a little worried, why don't I send her to the hospital now and let Tsunade-sama examine her? Hyojin smiled and said, don't worry, it's just a small problem, it's not a big deal. Hearing Hyojin's words, everyone felt relieved and sat back in their original positions. Only Sasuke, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, was still staring at Ziyuan with suspicion. Although the spiritual fluctuation on Ziyuan's body just now was extremely short, only for a moment, but Kuroto was keenly aware that the spiritual fluctuation that enveloped Ziyuan was not much weaker than his own Manjikyu Sharingan, which is very suspicious. After calming everyone down a little, Hyojin took Ziyuan's hand and said, come with me. So, Ziyuan couldn't stop crying as she followed Hyojin out of the living room with a blank expression. After a while, Hyojin left the house with Ziyuan and came to the cliff of Naruto Rock. Standing quietly on the edge of the cliff, Hyojin looked down at the bustling My Village under the breeze. After a long time, he took a deep breath and asked, what did you see? Ziyuan helplessly hugged her head and squatted on the ground. I saw your death. Sure enough, Hyojin was very calm, and there was not a trace of emotion on his face. He knew very well that Ziyuan, as a Miko-sama, had the ability of death prophecy. When someone close to her was about to die, she would see the fragmented fragments of the other party's death in advance. This had been verified when Satoshi attacked the village before. At this moment, Ziyuan got up and grabbed Hyojin's sleeve. She asked with a sobbing tone, how could this be? Aren't you Naruto? How could you die? This is impossible. Of course, Hyojin knew why, so he stroked Ziyuan's hair and tried his best to speak in a calm tone, tell me in detail what you saw. Ziyuan buried her face in Hyojin's body and shouted, it's fake. Those are all fake. Hyojin comforted her, don't worry, the Miko-sama's death prophecy is not absolutely accurate. Your mother made a mistake back then, so as long as you tell me in detail what you saw in the death prophecy, I might be able to avoid that kind of ending. Ziyuan, whose face was covered in tears, asked eagerly, really? Hyojin nodded his head vigorously. Yes, don't underestimate me. I'm Naruto. Under Hyojin's persuasion, Ziyuan recalled the terrifying scene she had just seen and said with a trembling voice, I saw you standing on a stone platform, and many other people fused into your body. Hyojin's gaze was solemn as he asked, Then you pushed those people away with all your might and chased them out of your body. In the end, you fell on the stone platform, Ziyuan recalled as she spoke intermittently. Hyojin looked puzzled. Pushed them away. He could understand Ziyuan's previous description. It was obvious that he was undergoing the blood succession fusion ritual. From the description, it could be seen that the ritual had entered the most critical moment. The 6 clones had already begun to fuse with his own body. However, he was a little confused by Ziyuan's description after that. He could not understand why he would push the 6 clones away. This action was obviously against the arrangements of his ritual. Moreover, from the results, after he pushed the 6 clones away in the death prophecy, the ritual was interrupted, and he died on the spot due to the interruption of the ritual. After pondering for a while, Hyojin still could not understand, so he asked again, are there any other scenes? Only these. After a pause, Ziyuan asked worriedly, if I tell you all this, will you really be fine? Hyojin hid the doubt and uneasiness on his face and nodded gently. First update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. After instructing Ziyuan not to tell anyone about this, Hyojin returned home with a calm expression. When he got home, he found that everyone had left. Although the incident with Ziyuan was just a small interlude, it still ruined the atmosphere of the party. In addition, the classmates who had eaten and drunk their fill could not sit still at all. They were clamoring to compete with each other, so they left together. Ling asked Hyojin, is Ziyuan really okay? Hyojin shook his head. She's fine. Don't worry. While cleaning the house, Ling said, I didn't expect Ziyuan to have such a small problem, but it's better to let Ms. Tsunade check on this kind of thing. What do you think? Okay. You can arrange this. After a pause, Hyojin said, I'm a little tired. I'll go upstairs and rest first. Just clean the house casually. There's no need to clean it too thoroughly. Yui knows that Kuroto has been working hard on the Hashiman inner gate during this period of time and has been sweating in the practice field almost every day, so she didn't have any doubts and replied, I know, you should rest well. After returning to his room and closing the door, Hyojin sat on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. I can't believe it actually failed. Hyojin was a little bitter. He had always known that using the Gue Yarrow technique to break through the blood sequence net was only a theoretical possibility. The real success rate could not be guaranteed. This was because no one had succeeded so far. The success rate of this experiment was currently 0, however, even knowing this, he had always hoped that he would get lucky because he felt that he had prepared enough. The success rate was still very high. However, today, Ziyuan's death prophecy had shattered his fantasy. The sun gradually set in the west, and the light outside the window also dimmed. Downstairs, Ling had already finished cleaning the house and left in a hurry. Judging from her hurried footsteps, she was probably in a hurry to bring Ziyuan to my hospital so that Tsunade could examine Ziyuan's body. Therefore, in the gradually darkening night, only Hyojin was left in the room. He casually sat on the ground, his eyes a little out of focus. Right now, there was only one question in front of him. Was there still a need to continue this bloodline fusion ritual that was destined to fail? After a long time, the frosty moonlight shone through the window and onto Hyojin, who was sitting on the floor. Hyojin suddenly raised his head and looked at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. For a moment, he was in a trance. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was hesitating about whether or not to inject the gene fluid. Because at that time, he was just as helpless as he was today. For me, this has never been a multiple-choice question. A moment later, Hyojin chuckled self-deprecatingly, and his eyes regained their luster. He was afraid of death, but compared to death, he was more afraid of giving up hope and giving up his pursuit. Perhaps there was no turning back in front of him, but he didn't want to stop, because he would rather grope his way forward in the dark than stay where he was, cowering in fear and hesitation for the rest of his life. Phew, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air from his chest, Hyojin got up and walked to the window. Staring at the vast starry sky, he grinned. How can I be willing to be insignificant and stay under this world for the rest of my life? Soon, Hyojin retracted his thoughts and pondered about Ziyuan's death prophecy. The reason why Ziyuan had a death prophecy meant that he had still performed the bloodline fusion ritual in the end. In other words, the Hyojin who died in the bloodline fusion ritual in Ziyuan's prophecy should also have known in advance that he would die in the bloodline fusion ritual. In other words, it was precisely because Hyojin wouldn't give up the bloodline fusion ritual whether or not he received the death prophecy's reminder, that Ziyuan saw the death prophecy. That was also why Ziyuan's death prophecy failed to prevent Hyojin's death. After understanding the cycle of the death prophecy, Kuroto began to think about the most critical and also the question that he is most concerned about, that is, why did the Kekkei Genkai fusion ritual that he has been preparing for more than a decade fail? What exactly went wrong? For this reason, he calmed down and sorted out the various parts of the bloodline fusion ritual, trying to find possible loopholes in these parts. However, all the parts of the ritual had been repeatedly deliberated by him countless times. If there were really loopholes that he could detect, he would have found them long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Hyojin secretly analyzed, the part that went wrong should be the part after the fusion. Currently, a total of 2 bloodline fusion rituals have been carried out in the shinobi world. One was carried out by Hiriko, and the other was carried out by Danzo. Hyojin observed both of these rituals, so he is very clear about the effects of these 2 rituals. Because Hiriko's bloodline fusion ritual was the first time he tried to use the chimera technique to fuse with other people's bodies, so from the current perspective, it was very rough and crude. And the effect was also not as good as expected. Although Hiriko's luck was excellent at that time, in the end, he only barely managed to take away the bloodline limit of the few Kekkei Genkai ninjas that were sacrificed, and there was a huge flaw in the ritual, so he failed to complete the evolution of life. Compared to Hiriko, Danzo's bloodline fusion ritual has improved a lot. Although there was also the fatal problem of not being able to completely fuse with the souls of the few Kekkei Genkai ninjas that were sacrificed, but if it wasn't for Hyojin's interference at that time, Danzo would have really obtained a pair of Rinnegan. Therefore, Danzo's ritual almost touched upon the evolution of life. Thinking of this, Hyojin divided the process of the ritual into several stages in detail. The first stage is to fuse with the bloodline limit, which is also the most basic function of the bloodline fusion ritual. Hiriko's ritual was in this stage, and this stage does not involve the evolution of life. The second stage is the improvement of the chakra's quality. The most obvious manifestation is that the Sharingan will evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and even Rinnegan. Danzo's ritual stopped at this stage, and this stage does not involve the evolution of life, but it is already the peak below the 6th-path realm, just one step away from touching upon the evolution of life. The third stage is the 6th-path realm, and the embodiment of this stage should be the truth-seeking ball. If the truth-seeking ball can be successfully condensed, then this stage will be considered completed, and this stage will truly touch upon the evolution of life. Finally, the fourth stage is the theoretical limit of the bloodline fusion ritual, which is to completely fuse the 7 attributes of chakra, yin-yang, 5 elements, and 7 chakra attributes. The second part is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After dividing the process of the ritual into 4 stages, Hyojin slightly frowned. Hiriko only completed the first stage, while Shimura Danzo fell in the second stage. In other words, no one in the shinobi world has even attempted to enter the third stage, let alone the fourth stage after the third stage. According to the basic law of power level improvement, the difficulty of the first stage of the fusion of the Kekkei Genkai and the second stage of the enhancement of the quality of the chakra are not comparable to the third stage of the fusion of the truth-seeking ball and the fourth stage of the fusion of the yin-yang, 5 elements, and 7 attributes. Because the difficulty of each stage increases exponentially, and the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes. Relying on Hiriko and Danzo, the 2 mice, Hyojin has already explored the first and second stages. All the preparations he has made so far are only for the first stage, and the second stage seems to be more than adequate. But the third and fourth stages, which are really crucial, are still unknown to him. Whether his preparations can cope with the third and fourth stages is something he can't judge at all. After thinking about it, there are only 2 ways to solve this problem. He could either cultivate another lab rat like before, or he could try it himself. Training another mouse, whether it is time or efficiency, is not realistic. After all, there is no one in the shinobi world like Danzo, who is bold and daring to think and act, but has great ambition but little talent. What's more, it is very difficult for an ordinary mouse to complete the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage to let Hyojin see what is going on. Therefore, Hyojin only has one choice left, and that is to try it himself. Perhaps only by really dying once will he know where he went wrong. This may be the real reason why I ignored Ziyuan's death prophecy and insisted on carrying out the ritual. Hyojin smiled self-deprecatingly. Now he is caught in an endless loop, that is, if he doesn't carry out the ritual, he will never know where he went wrong, but if he carries out the ritual, he will inevitably die in the ritual. Fortunately, he, who had always been cautious, had already prepared a contingency plan in case something went wrong during the ritual. Therefore, in the face of this endless loop, he was not completely without a way to break it. Hyojin has always been good at managing his emotions, so he quickly calmed the frustration in his heart, from the uncertainty of the results of the ritual to how to use this death to explore the third and fourth stages of the ritual, and clear all the obstacles for the second ritual after the resurrection. At the same time, he must also deal with the various matters after his death. He can't let the situation collapse during this period. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly had an idea, and the inspiration was Orochimaru, who was defeated by Sasuke. If I will inevitably die in the ritual, and cannot be resurrected immediately, then Edo Tensei may be a good method. At least I can move freely and prepare for the second ritual. The technique Edo Tensei actually has a huge risk of losing control. And Hyojin just saw this risk, because in the original space and time, Uchiha Madara easily got rid of the control of the pharmacist pocket with his own control of Edo Tensei and became his own special Edo body. If death is inevitable, and Xianglin can't use reincarnation nature technique in the near future, then it is a good choice to let himself become a free Edo body like Uchiha Madara. At this point, Hyojin's figure disappeared from the room. He ran all the way in the village, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the Naruto building, and then he went to the confidential archives in the underground of the Naruto building with no expression. In the dark passage, he walked slowly. Naruto-sama. Every time he walked, an Umbu hidden in the shadows would appear and salute him. These Umbu that he had to find ways to bypass many years ago have now become his loyal guards. Hyojin nodded to the Umbu, passed through all the checkpoints without any hindrance, and entered the confidential archives. In the confidential archives, he quickly found the box containing the Book of Seals. After unlocking the seal on the box, he took out the Book of Seals inside. There is no doubt that this large volume of Book of Seals sealed in the box is the one that Naruto stole in the original space and time. It can also be seen from this that with the village's protection of the Book of Seals, Naruto, who didn't even graduate from the ninja school in the original time and space, would never be able to successfully steal it. There was no accident in that matter, only intentional. Spreading the Book of Seals on the table, Hyojin's eyes swept through the forbidden techniques recorded on it, and finally fell on the words impure earth reincarnation. To be honest, Hyojin wasn't very interested in the technique impure earth reincarnation. Of course, this wasn't because he looked down on this technique, but because his bloodline trap plan took up too much of his energy, so he didn't have the mood to dabble in techniques that had nothing to do with it. Now that impure earth reincarnation has become a part of his bloodline trap plan, he must seriously study this technique. After carefully studying the part about impure earth reincarnation in the Book of Seals, Hyojin had to admit that the second-generation Naruto was a daring ghost. This method of summoning the undead through psychic techniques was really strange and ingenious. I really can't imagine that this kind of unethical forbidden technique was actually developed by Naruto himself. It seems that among all the Narutos, my moral bottom line is still quite high. After sighing with emotion, Hyojin began to study impure earth reincarnation seriously. Simply put, impure earth reincarnation is a technique that uses the cells of the dead to extract a small amount of the soul of the dead, then using this small amount of soul as a guide, through psychic techniques, the soul of the dead located in the underworld is channeled to the shinobi world, and then forcibly put the soul into a prepared sacrifice. Because of this, the strength of the sacrifice will directly affect the strength of the impure earth body. In the original story, the different strength of the impure earth body at different times is directly related to the strength of the sacrifice. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Orochimaru used a special white Zetsu clone as a sacrifice, and the strength of the impure earth body was close to the strength of the impure earth body during the Chunin exam. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin thought to himself, "It seems that I have to prepare a body for my impure earth body." Third update, seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition to being the sacrifice for the body of the impure earth form, the accuracy of the impure earth reincarnation would also directly affect the spirituality and strength of the impure earth form. This version is too backward. After carefully deducing the impure earth reincarnation recorded in the Book of Seals, Hyojin felt that if he used the original version of the impure earth reincarnation, it would be very difficult to say how much spirituality his impure earth form would have in the future. He wasn't even sure if the impure earth reincarnation would be his complete self. Frowning, Hyojin slowly closed the Book of Seals. It should be known that the impure earth reincarnation that Orochimaru used during the Fourth Shinobi World War wasn't the original version developed by the second Sama. Instead, it was a new version that Orochimaru had been experimenting and improving for many years. From a certain point of view, Orochimaru was the second developer of the Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique. Because the second Sama's original intention of developing the Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique was to use an immortal body to perform another forbidden technique called the Multiplying Detonation Talisman. But Orochimaru wasn't. Orochimaru was keenly aware that the true function of the Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique was to blur the boundary between life and death, allowing the dead to return to the shinobi world. Therefore, the direction of his improvement has always been the accuracy and control of the Impure Earth form. He hoped that through accurate Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique, the soul of the dead in the underworld would be able to reach the shinobi world and ensure the spirituality of the Impure Earth form. If Hyojin had to choose, the improved version of the Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique by Orochimaru would meet his requirements. Of course, with Hyojin's current development ability, as long as he was willing to do it, he could also improve the Impure Earth Reincarnation Forbidden Technique recorded in the Book of Seals to meet his requirements. Orochimaru, with a cold glint in his eyes, Hyojin put the Book of Sealing away and left the secret archive. Then, he left a shadow clone in the village, and then he quietly left the village under the cover of the night and rushed towards the country of Tian. Rather than wasting time and energy on improving the Impure Earth Reincarnation, he might as well find a way to obtain the latest version from Orochimaru. This was because Orochimaru's strength was not inferior to his in terms of the development and improvement of such forbidden techniques. This was especially so for the Impure Earth Reincarnation technique. Orochimaru had invested a lot of effort into it. If Hyojin wanted to catch up to Orochimaru's improvement from scratch, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, if he wanted to personally improve the filthy Earth Reincarnation, Hyojin would have to repeatedly deal with corpses, souls, and the like. If it wasn't necessary, he wasn't willing to play with the dead. Galloping all the way, it would normally take 1 to 2 weeks. It took Hyojin less than 2 days to reach the Sound Village in the country of Tian. Unlike usual, the Sound Village was on high alert at this time. This was obviously because after the failure to capture Sasuke last time, Orochimaru was worried that Sasuke would report to Mai that he was the behind-the-scenes leader of the Sound Village, so he temporarily strengthened his vigilance. However, Orochimaru's preparation seemed a bit perfunctory. If Sasuke really reported that Orochimaru was the behind-the-scenes leader of the Sound Village and led the 4 Sound Ninjas to attack him to the village, then the village would either not do anything, or it would be a thunderous blow. The Sound Village seemed to be heavily guarded, but such a defense could not resist the joint attack of the 5 great ninja villages. Orochimaru may also be aware of this, so he put on a show. Noticing the arrival of Hyojin, Yakushi-do greeted him with a smile and said, "Naruto-sama, please come with me, Orochimaru-sama is waiting for you." Hyojin nodded. Entering a dark underground palace, after walking around for a long time, Kuroto finally saw Orochimaru sitting on a high-backed chair with bandages all over his body. Orochimaru looked at Hyojin and asked, "Kuroto, you rarely come here. Is it because of Uchiha Sasuke this time?" Hyojin said, "I have helped you cover up the matter of you attacking Sasuke." "Oh, no wonder the village hasn't sent anyone here yet, and there is no response from the Uchiha clan." "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Orochimaru chuckled. From his expression, Hyojin can see that he doesn't care too much about the exposure of his identity as the leader of the Sound Village, or rather, he doesn't care too much about the foundation of the Sound Village. Hyojin no longer beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "Sensei, I need your help." "Oh?" Orochimaru suddenly became interested, and a light flashed in his eyes. Hyojin said calmly, "I need the Edo Tensei technique in your hands." Orochimaru tapped his fingers on the armrest of the bench and said, "If I remember correctly, there should be the original scroll of Edo Tensei technique in the village, right? What I need is the latest version in your hands." Hyojin paused and looked directly at Orochimaru. "I think you should understand what I mean." Orochimaru had a playful look on his face. "Hey, you seem to know the progress of my development very well. Did you place a spy around me?" Hyojin shook his head. "I don't need a spy for this kind of thing. I have already learned about the process of your fight with Sasuke. That level of Edo Tensei technique is not something that can be achieved with the original version of Edo Tensei technique. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said, I can agree to your request, but you also have to agree to one of my requests. Hyojin frowned, you don't want me to deal with Uchiha again, do you? You should know how strong Uchiha is now. I, as Naruto, have a limited ability to suppress them. Maybe I will become the second short-lived Naruto in the village. Thinking of the previous fight with Sasuke, Orochimaru's face became gloomy. Of course I know how difficult the Uchiha clan is now. Even the youngest Uchiha Sasuke has grown up, so I won't ask you to do something you can't do. After saying that, Orochimaru waved to a shadow in the room. In an instant, a figure walked out of the shadow and bowed to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. Hyojin looked over and was immediately stunned. The figure who walked out of the shadow was a boy who looked 13 or 14 years old. What surprised Hyojin was that this boy should not have appeared in this era. Orochimaru smiled, his name is Suyue, and he is my disciple. What I want you to do is very simple. Bring him back to my village and let him join the team of Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth update, please recommend votes and monthly votes. There was no doubt that the boy called Siyu by Orochimaru was the android that should have appeared a few decades later. Was it because he accidentally died in the hands of Danzo and lost his body, which caused Orochimaru to start human cloning experiments ahead of time? Or is Orochimaru also preparing his own bloodline fusion ritual? For a moment, mixed thoughts surged in Hyojin's heart. Orochimaru smiled and said, this small request shouldn't be a problem for you as 5th generation Naruto, right? Sigh. After sighing, Hyojin looked at Siyu again. He was very clear that there must be Orochimaru's genetic information in Siyu's body, and considering that Orochimaru had been living in Medicine Master Do's body before, it was likely that Siyu's body also contained Medicine Master Do's genetic information. In other words, this Siyu may be different from the Siyu in the original space and time. He moved his eyes to Siyu's eyes. For some reason, Hyojin felt that Siyu's eyes were very clear and pure, just like a piece of white paper. It's hard to imagine that Orochimaru's genetic information could produce such a pure child, although from many physical characteristics, it could be seen that Siyu and Orochimaru were related. It felt that this boy named Siyu was a completely different individual from Orochimaru. After thinking for a long time, Hyojin said to Orochimaru, Sensei, you really gave me a big problem. In Sasuke's team, there is 9 tails as Jinchuriki. And the instructor is Kakashi, that smart guy. You know I can't fool that guy. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, Kakashi is indeed troublesome, but I believe you have a way. Letting an unknown person join the team of Jinchuriki, even if I am Naruto, I can't make such a decision. After a pause, Hyojin said helplessly, I can only say that I will try my best, I can't promise you anything. Orochimaru nodded. He also knows how much protection the 5 great ninja villages have for Jinchuriki, and he also knows that Hyojin's power in the village is restricted by the acting Naruto and the advisory elder group, so he didn't force Hyojin too much. Hyojin continued, I have to remind you that if you want to use this boy to sneak attack Sasuke and snatch Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, the probability of success is not high. Orochimaru said with a smile, this is not a problem you need to worry about, just like I don't care what you want to do with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Hyojin understood that this is a deal, so he nodded. Soon, Yakushi came to Hyojin with a scroll and said, Naruto-sama, if you don't trust me, you can open it and check it now. Hyojin didn't stand on ceremony and directly opened the scroll in front of Orochimaru and Yakushi. What is recorded in the scroll is indeed the Edo Tensei Jutsu, and it is different from the original version in the Book of Seals. The Edo Tensei Jutsu recorded in the scroll is much more complicated, and there are many strange seals in it. Even a sealing master like Hyojin can't see the specific functions of these seals for a while. After slowly closing the scroll, Hyojin knows that he must go back and give it a try to determine whether the Edo Tensei Jutsu recorded in the scroll is really effective or not. But considering that Orochimaru handed over the Edo Tensei to him, the possibility of Orochimaru cheating on the scroll is very low. After the deal is done, Hyojin didn't stay any longer and directly said goodbye to Orochimaru. Just as Hyojin turned around and left, Yakushi bowed to Hyojin with respect and said in a very sincere tone, Naruto-sama, please take care of the Edo Tensei. Looking at the concerned eyes of Orochimaru and Yakushi-do looking at the Edo Tensei, Hyojin suddenly had an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, I promise he will not be in danger in my village. After a perfunctory sentence, Hyojin quickly left the underground palace with the Edo Tensei. After Hyojin left, Yakushido asked Orochimaru-sama, with his current status, there should be no need for him to study the Edo Tensei Jutsu, right? Orochimaru also had a puzzled look on his face. There is no doubt that Orochimaru doesn't care about Hyojin's purpose of seeking the Edo Tensei Jutsu like he said. On the contrary, he is very concerned about Hyojin's purpose. After a while, Orochimaru said, he probably wants to resurrect someone. Yakushido nodded, well, this is the only way to explain why he needs the Edo Tensei Jutsu that you modified. But who does he want to resurrect? Orochimaru said gloomily, yes, who does he want to resurrect? On Hyojin's side. After leaving the Sound Village, he didn't slow down. On one hand, he was in a hurry, and on the other hand, he wanted to test the Edo Tensei's strength. But as he expected, the Edo Tensei was very strong, at least in terms of speed. At this time, the Edo Tensei asked, Sama, how should I address you? Hyojin had a headache again. From the perspective of Orochimaru, the Edo Tensei should be his younger brother, but he obviously can't introduce the Edo Tensei to the village. After a little thought, Hyojin asked the Edo Tensei, what ninjutsu are you good at? The Edo Tensei replied, I'm good at wind and lightning release ninjutsu, I can also use water and earth release ninjutsu, but my fire release ninjutsu is slightly worse. All attributes, huh? Kuroto paused for a moment before asking, then, do you know how to use ninjutsu such as Hidden Snake Hand and Orochi substitution technique? Well, I know these too. The Edo Tensei nodded. Hyojin said, if that's the case, it's really not good to use a fake identity. Orochimaru's snake-type ninjutsu is currently unique in the shinobi world. Once Uchiha uses similar ninjutsu, it is equivalent to writing the fact that he is one of Orochimaru's subordinates on his face, and there is no way to hide it. Fortunately, facing the pressure from the Akatsuki, the Elder Council has already decided to accept Orochimaru, so Hyojin can do something in this regard. Why don't we just admit to the Elder Council that Siyu is the disciple of Orochimaru? This will reduce everyone's suspicion. Anyway, the 3 generations have already asked me to contact Orochimaru. The advisory group of elders had the intention to accept Orochimaru again, and the village did not know about Orochimaru's attack on Sasuke not long ago, so this gave Hyojin quite a lot of room to maneuver. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I want to thank all the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you everyone. Everyone, please support me with your monthly votes. 5 chapters of 10,000 words is already my limit. I really can't go any further. Everyone, please support me with your monthly votes on account of my hard work. Thank you. Oh, please, 5 chapters of the world of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation have been uploaded. Please support me with your monthly votes at the end of the month, currently in the middle of uploading. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Inside Naruto's office. Jiraiya stared at Satsuki up and down several times, then asked with a look of disbelief, he really is the son of Orochimaru? Yes. Hyojin nodded solemnly. Tsunade's expression was a little strange. Kuroto, this joke is not funny at all. Without further explanation, Hyojin asked Siyu in front of everyone, who is Orochimaru to you? Siyu answered obediently, Orochimaru is my father. Hyojin spread his hands to the crowd. Even the 3 generations couldn't sit still anymore. They moved closer to Siyu and observed for a long time before saying, not bad. Between your brows, you do have the shadow of Orochimaru when he was young. After the 3 generations said so, Jiraiya and Tsunade had nothing else to say. Even so, they still couldn't believe that a person like Orochimaru could have a son. Their expressions were as strange as it could get. Orochimaru must have had a rough time these years. After he defected from the village, he joined the Akatsuki, and then he defected from the Akatsuki again and again. He was hunted down by the Akatsuki again and again, living a miserable life in hiding. Hyojin added oil and vinegar to describe Orochimaru's miserable life. He described Orochimaru as a wandering, poor, and precarious trader in the ninja world. That was miserable. After listening to Hyojin's narration, the 3 generations, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were all silent. Obviously, they believed Hyojin's words. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood, but the Akatsuki gave them too much psychological pressure. If it wasn't for Amatsukumi's intervention, the 5 great ninja villages would have been wiped out by the Akatsuki. So, they felt that it was not easy for Orochimaru to survive after being hunted down by the Akatsuki. As Orochimaru's teacher and teammate, their feelings for Orochimaru were very sincere. If it wasn't for this, Mai wouldn't have let Orochimaru do nothing for so long. Looking at everyone's reaction, Hyojin continued, recently, I finally contacted Orochimaru through a special channel and told him about the village's decision, but he seemed to have some doubts. Tsunade suddenly frowned, since the village agreed to let bygones be bygones, what doubts does he have? Perhaps he is worried that he won't be forgiven by the rest of the village, or perhaps he is worried that the Akatsuki's pursuit of him will implicate the village. In any case, he still can't make up his mind. After a pause, Hyojin pointed to Uchiha and said, but Uchiha is his own flesh and blood, and he really can't bear to take Uchiha with him to face the Akatsuki's pursuit with him, so he asked me to bring Uchiha back to the village. Jiraiya rubbed Uchiha's head and said, since he is Orochimaru's son, then as his uncle, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Uchiha will follow me from now on. Hyojin shook his head. In order to avoid the Akatsuki's pursuit, Orochimaru doesn't want the identity of Uchiha to be his son to be exposed, so it's better to let Uchiha live in the village as an ordinary ninja. The 3 generations took a puff of their cigarette and nodded. Jiraiya is not only the village's advisory elder, but also one of Mai's Sannin. His identity is too sensitive. If a teenager suddenly appears beside him, it will be too conspicuous. Hyojin pretended to be casual and said, why don't you let Uchiha join Kakashi's class? Anyway, with Kakashi watching over him, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhuan Shaochen immediately objected, I object. How can we let Orochimaru's son be in the same class as Naruto? Don't forget that Orochimaru once attacked Naruto. Hyojin smiled and said, that's why it should be arranged like this. With Uchiha joining, Orochimaru won't dare to attack Naruto anymore. Kakashi, who hasn't said much, said, in fact, we don't have to worry too much about the threat of Orochimaru now. Naruto and Sasuke are not children anymore. Jiraiya also echoed, yes, even I don't have the confidence to take down those 2 kids now. Naruto, who has mastered the 9 Tails chakra mode, and Sasuke, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, both have the strength of a Kage. The only thing they lack may be some actual combat experience, so even Jiraiya can't say that he can easily take them down. The 3 generations considered for a while and felt that it is indeed a good idea to let Naruto and Sasuke, who are far more powerful than their peers, monitor Uchiha Tsuyu in order to contain Orochimaru, so they said, that's it then. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Little Chun had no choice but to nod as well. After handing over Uchiha to Kakashi, Hyojin left the Naruto building and thought, anyway, I have done what Orochimaru asked me to do. As for the method, with his pragmatic personality, he shouldn't care too much about it. After all, Uchiha Tsuyu is indeed his son, and I didn't lie. Hyojin is not prepared to waste any more energy on the matter of Uchiha Tsuyu. No matter what kind of tricks Orochimaru has up his sleeves, he doesn't care, because Naruto and Sasuke have grown ahead of time with his intervention. In the future, the 2 of them will only become stronger and stronger, to the point that it will be difficult for anyone to adapt to them. Therefore, no matter what kind of tricks Orochimaru has up his sleeves, it is too late now. Of course, in order to avoid accidents, Kuroto will use the name of Amatsukumi to issue a secret mission to Sasuke to monitor Uchiha Tsuyu. As long as Sasuke is prepared, there won't be many people in the shinobi world who can plot against him. Back home, Hyojin took out the scroll that recorded the Edo Tensei jutsu that he traded with Orochimaru and carefully studied it. With his current strength, learning the Edo Tensei jutsu is not difficult at all. The real difficulty lies in the fact that no matter how thoroughly he understands the theoretical knowledge, he still needs to practice it once to confirm whether he has really mastered it or not. Moreover, the Edo Tensei jutsu is different from ordinary techniques, and it can't be practiced at any training ground. Who should I use to practice? Propping his chin with one hand, Hyojin was in a dilemma. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should find a random corpse to practice the Edo Tensei jutsu, or use this opportunity to use the Edo Tensei Jutsu on a dead person who was useful to him. After thinking about it for a while, he found that there is no dead person who is worthy of him practicing the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Moreover, he must keep the fact that he is practicing the Edo Tensei Jutsu a secret. If he casually uses the Edo Tensei Jutsu on someone, he will need to destroy the corpse and even erase the spirit body of the person, which is very troublesome. At that moment, his thoughts changed and he suddenly thought of someone. First update, please recommend, monthly votes. Walking slowly in the dark passage, Shinichi looked puzzled. He did not understand why Hyojin had called him here in the middle of the night. A moment later, Shinichi, who had passed through the winding passage, finally arrived at the brightly lit hall. What he saw was Hyojin, who was studying something at the table and a freezer in the middle of the hall. Shinichi's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with the freezer because it contained the corpse of his girlfriend, Kurumi Uchiha, whom he had been trying to resurrect. Hyojin raised his head and glanced at Shinichi, who was in a daze. "You're here." Shinichi was puzzled. "Boss, what are you?" Hyojin slowly closed the scroll of the impure earth reincarnation technique, got up, and walked to the freezer. He said, "Do you still remember our first deal?" Shinichi nodded. "Yes, I've worked for you for 15 years. You'll help me resurrect Kurumi." Hyojin said emotionally, counting the days, there's not much time left of the 15-year deadline. When Shinichi had defected, Naruto and Sasuke had only been 2 or 3 years old. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke were already 13 or 14 years old. More than 10 years had passed. Shinichi also walked to the freezer. As he looked at his girlfriend under the glass cover of the freezer, he said, "Time flies." By now, he is no longer concerned about the 15-year deadline. Even if the time limit is exceeded, he will not force Kuroto, because he believes that Kuroto will not forget the promise he made to him at the beginning. Hyojin said, "At the moment, I have no way to resurrect her perfectly. However, I've recently mastered a technique that can resurrect her spirit body." Then, Hyojin explained the situation of the impure earth reincarnation technique to Shinichi in detail. Hearing this, Shinichi was stunned and fell into a dilemma. Clearly, the impure earth reincarnation wasn't considered a true resurrection. At best, it could only be considered a summoning of the soul. Therefore, Shinichi was a little tempted, but he was also filled with doubts. "I'm just offering a suggestion. Whether you want to proceed or not is up to you." Hyojin did not rush him. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side and let Shinichi think about it. Shinichi asked, "Boss, is this the only way?" Hyojin shook his head. "No, this is just a temporary solution. I will resurrect her completely later." Shinichi heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Will this affect her resurrection?" "No." As Kurumi Uchiha's body was preserved very well and could be used as a sacrifice, Hyojin planned to use Kurumi Uchiha's body as a sacrifice for the impure earth body. This would allow Kurumi Uchiha's spirit body to return to her own body. Moreover, doing so would not affect the resurrection of the natural reincarnation technique. In the original spacetime, Madara Uchiha, who had been directly resurrected by the impure earth reincarnation technique, had been directly resurrected through the natural reincarnation technique. Of course, the prerequisite was that the precision of the impure earth reincarnation technique must be high enough, and the spirit body must be relatively complete. Shinichi did not think for too long and quickly nodded. "Boss, I'll leave it to you then." After getting Shinichi's permission, Hyojin did not waste any time and immediately prepared the ritual for the impure earth reincarnation technique. Because it was his first attempt, he was meticulous in every step and every detail. It took him more than half an hour to complete the initial preparations for the ritual. Afterward, he ordered Shinichi to take out Kurumi Uchiha's body from the freezer and put it in the center of the ritual engraved with various spiritual techniques. After completing all the preparations for the ritual, Hyojin closed his eyes and then slowly opened them, revealing the Tenseigan in his eye sockets. Whether it was Oname-sama or Orochimaru, their research and development of the Edo Tensei Jutsu was, in fact, only at the application stage. As for the more profound things, such as the underworld, spirit body, and other core elements involved in the technique, these two developers actually only had a smattering of knowledge. This was not a strange thing, because the process of developing a secret technique or forbidden technique was often full of all kinds of accidents. Therefore, the success of the developer is more or less based on luck, so even the developer of the technique may misjudge or not understand the potential and underlying principles of the technique. The Edo Tensei technique developed by the second Dame Sama is like this, and the Oniara technique developed by Hirako is also like this, and even the undead reincarnation technique developed by Orochimaru has many aspects that even the developer, Orochimaru, can't understand. For the same reason, even if Hyojin's cloning technology is very mature, he still can't explain why there is such a miraculous talent like the wind release clone, nor can he replicate it. Therefore, even if he has completely understood all the contents of the impure earth reincarnation technique, Hyojin can't take it lightly. At the same time, he also wants to take this rare opportunity to feel the connection between the underworld and the shinobi world, and personally experience how the impure earth reincarnation technique blurs the boundary between life and death. Seeing that Hyojin had even activated the Tenseigan, Shinichi also became nervous. "Boss, is there a problem?" Hyojin didn't answer, he just waved his hand, motioning for Shinichi to step back a little, and then made a hand seal according to the requirements of the scroll, and then suddenly pressed it on the ground, impure earth reincarnation technique. In an instant, a cold wind blew in the underground laboratory, and then, a scream that seemed to come from the netherworld came from the mouth of Kurumi Uchiha's corpse. Seeing this strange scene, Shinichi's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously opened his Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin also opened his eyes wide, and the Tenseigan in his eye sockets bloomed with a brilliant light. At this moment, countless talismans seemed to have come from another world to the shinobi world. Not only did they appear out of thin air, but they also flocked to wrap around Kurumi Uchiha's corpse. Kurumi Uchiha's corpse, which was wrapped by the talismans, immediately struggled violently. Then, everything gradually calmed down, and her expression slowly changed from the initial dullness to liveliness. Soon, Kurumi Uchiha's face was filled with horror as she stared at Hyojin. Where is this? Who are you?" Hyojin calmly looked at Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth body and asked tentatively, "Kurumi Uchiha?" "Yes. It's me." Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth body nodded, and the fear in her eyes turned into surprise. This was because she noticed that Hyojin was actually wearing Naruto's Haori. From the corner of his eye, Hyojin noticed that Shinichi, who had retreated to the corner, was crying like an idiot. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. This idiot, after cursing Shinichi in his heart, Hyojin looked at Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form in front of him. From the outside, Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form didn't seem to have changed much from the previous corpse. This was something Hyojin was sure of after activating his Tenseigan. However, during the impure earth reincarnation process, he keenly noticed that when Kurumi Uchiha's spiritual body was thrown into the corpse by him from the underworld, the talisman wrapping the corpse was eroding Kurumi Uchiha's corpse as a sacrifice. In other words, the sacrifice would be eroded by the underworld during the whole process of casting the technique. No wonder the scroll emphasized that at the very least, the corpse of a ninja who could refine chakra was needed as a sacrifice. So that's the reason. Damn it, why didn't that fellow Orochimaru write it down clearly? Hyojin's face darkened. Although he couldn't say for sure what kind of effects this kind of erosion from the underworld would have on his body, after discovering this, he obviously didn't dare to use his in-release body as a sacrifice for the impure earth reincarnation. At the same time, he quickly realized that this might not be Orochimaru deliberately tricking him, but Orochimaru himself didn't realize it. After all, not everyone was like him, who had the Tenseigan that could see through all the minute changes. Moreover, even he had only seen the general situation just now. After temporarily suppressing this point, Hyojin explained the situation to the confused Kurumi Uchiha while using the opportunity to evaluate the spirituality of Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form. "I've been resurrected?" After hearing Hyojin's words, Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form looked at her hands that were full of cracks like paper, her face full of disbelief. Kuroto explained, "It's not a true resurrection, it's just a kind of forbidden jutsu." Yui Uchiha immediately became vigilant. You are Hyojin? Why would you do that? And, why are you wearing Naruto's robe?" When Kurumi Uchiha died, Hyojin was only in his teens. Now that he was in his 20s, Kurumi Uchiha did not immediately recognize Hyojin. Hyojin pointed at Shinichi, who was still cowering in the corner, and said calmly, "If you want to know why I'm doing this, you can ask that idiot. By the way, I am now the village's 5th generation Naruto." Shinichi. Following the direction of Hyojin's finger, Kurumi Uchiha finally found Shinichi, who was cowering in the corner. Shinichi slowly raised his right hand and waved at Kurumi Uchiha. Hyojin did not disturb Shinichi's reunion and left the underground laboratory. Hyojin had already told Shinichi how to place Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form. Shinichi had also agreed to temporarily leave Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form in the underground laboratory. After all, resurrection was not something that should be exposed at the moment. At the very least, before Hyojin completed the bloodline net and truly resurrected Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form had to be hidden. This was not because Hyojin was afraid of anything, but because he did not want to cause any unforeseen events and affect his bloodline net plan. As long as he, as the caster, did not give any orders to Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form, Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form would be free, no different from a living person. According to his conversation with Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form, Hyojin felt that Kurumi Uchiha's impure earth form had a very high level of intelligence. Her memory, logical thinking, reaction, and so on were no different from a normal person. This meant that the accuracy of his impure earth reincarnation this time was very high. Kurumi Uchiha's spiritual body that came from the netherworld realm was more complete. After returning home, Hyojin began to record down the first impure earth reincarnation experiment. After recording down the entire process, the problems he discovered, and the conjectures he made, he put down the pen in his hand and fell into deep thought. From the current situation, the erosion of offerings from the netherworld was real. It's just that whether it was in the original time and space or this time and space, the follow-up effects caused by this erosion did not appear. As an impure earth form, Madara Uchiha also successfully became a Jubi's Jinchuriki after being resurrected and stepped into the 6th path level. However, Madara's example did not completely reassure Hyojin, because what he was pursuing was not the 6th path level, but the almost immortal bloodline net. Therefore, without knowing the consequences, he could not allow his own body to suffer any unknown damage. It seems that I still need to prepare another offering. Hyojin completely dispelled the idea of using his own body as an offering for the impure earth form. Then, he considered the placement of his Tenseigan after death. With the Tenseigan, although he can suppress the cage bird mantra for a period of time, he can't completely eradicate the cage bird. Therefore, when he was attacking bloodline net, he had to solve the cage bird engraved on his spirit body. This is also one of the reasons why he insisted on attacking bloodline net. But now the situation has changed, his first ritual will inevitably end in failure, and once he dies, his cage bird may destroy the Tenseigan in his eye socket. Therefore, he must safely remove his Tenseigan before he dies. And in order to carry out the second ritual after death and resurrection smoothly, he must keep his Tenseigan in the best state. This requires someone to nourish his Tenseigan with Byakugan chakra during the period after his death, so that his Tenseigan can be nourished by Byakugan chakra and maintain its peak activity. In the current shinobi world, there are not many ninjas who meet the requirements of nourishing his Tenseigan, and there are even fewer who are worthy of his trust. After thinking about it, he could only think of Hyuga Yui and Hyuga Ningxi. As for the others, they either don't have Byakugan chakra, or they are not reliable enough. Comparatively speaking, Yui is actually the most reliable, but Yui's talent is only slightly better than Hyojin before the injection of the gene serum. At present, she has only barely mastered the Ein seal, so the burden of the Tenseigan is too heavy for her, she can't bear it at all. As for Ningxi, although he is slightly less reliable than Yui, he is also reliable enough. In addition, Ningxi's talent is currently one of the best in the Hyuga clan, and under the guidance of Hyojin, he has already mastered the Ein seal. Whether it is talent or physique, he is much stronger than Hyojin before the injection of the gene serum. It stands to reason that he is qualified to bear the Tenseigan. The third update is here. It's the end of the month. Students who still have monthly votes, please support me. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. A ninja named Saizuki had appeared in the My Village, and he had also joined the celebrity team of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. With the identity of Born from Nowhere, he had blended into the circle of the 15 roaches of Mai. As for the kaleidoscope Uchiha Shinichi of the Uchiha family, he suddenly applied for a private training ground in the Forest of Death and moved from the Uchiha family's land to the Forest of Death with the excuse of developing ninjutsu. Apart from this, there was nothing else worth paying attention to in Mai this month. And in this seemingly peaceful month, Kuroto secretly made all the preparations, all the things that should be dealt with before the ceremony, all the preparations that should be made, all the deployments that should be prepared were completed. Belle pouted and said, "Kuroto, why are you daydreaming again?" "Of course not. I'm listening carefully." Hyojin smiled awkwardly. Today, he had deliberately taken the time to accompany Belle because he had decided to carry out the ritual that would inevitably lead to his death tomorrow. However, listening to Belle talking about daily trifles, he could not help but be a little distracted, thinking about the ceremony tomorrow. Belle said softly, "If you have something to deal with, then go do it. There's no need to accompany me." After being together for so long, Belle could more or less sense what Hyojin was thinking and doing. She could even rely on her woman's intuition to distinguish whether the Hyojin she saw was the real Hyojin, a shadow clone, or someone else pretending to be him. However, she would not expose this because she knew that Hyojin must have a reason for doing this. At this time, Hyojin pulled Belle in front of him and quietly hugged her. Belle, who was being hugged by Hyojin, was a little surprised because this was the first time Hyojin had expressed his feelings so directly, which made her feel a little uneasy. "What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" "No." After a pause, Hyojin said, "I just want to hug you." Ling gently stroked Hyojin's back. "Is it because of the village?" "Right, the situation in the shinobi world is so complicated, and the burden of the village is on you, Naruto. You must be very tired, right?" "Yes, I'm exhausted. I don't want to do anything today. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to be a quiet salted fish. Tell me more interesting things that happened in your hospital. I want to hear them." Hyojin buried his face into Belle's body. "Pfft." Belle laughed and said, "You're Naruto and you're still acting like a child. If others see this, you'll lose face." Hyojin joked, "I'm Naruto. If anyone dares to speak ill of me, I'll deduct their salary." The two of them chatted and laughed until night fell. When the sky darkened and night fell, the tired Belle slowly fell asleep. Hyojin got up and stretched his body. Then, he covered Belle with a blanket. "It's time to go." Looking at the sleeping Belle for the last time, Hyojin said to himself. To be honest, he had released too many emotions today. He vaguely felt that Belle seemed to have felt something, so he couldn't add any more psychological burden to Belle. So, he didn't mention anything about the ritual or death. Moving his gaze away from Belle, the gentleness on Hyojin's face gradually disappeared. He returned to his usual calmness, and his eyes were even colder than usual. Swoosh, leaving behind a shadow clone, Hyojin disappeared from the room. Tomorrow morning, this shadow clone would find a closed training ground in the village under the excuse of training. At that time, even if Hyojin's real body died in the ritual, causing the shadow clone to suddenly disappear, it would not cause any panic in the village. Flying at high speed, Hyojin only spent half a day to arrive at the ritual site in the vast desert of the Wind Nation. At this time, the ritual site had already changed beyond recognition. The ground was almost covered with solid stone bricks. In the center stood a simple but exquisitely crafted altar. Around the altar area, there were two huge barriers. One of them was a barrier that shielded the fluctuation of chakra, and the other was a barrier that prevented sandstorms from attacking the altar area. The main material of these two barriers was the black stick made of Xianxia's reincarnation eye. So, the output was extremely high and the effect was far better than ordinary barriers. It was also because of the existence of these two barriers that the whole altar area was clean and tidy, which was incompatible with the surrounding sea of sand. Landing on the altar, Hyojin looked around and did a final check. At this time, Xianxia, who had been waiting at the altar area, came up and said, "Sir, you're here." Hyojin asked casually, "How are the preparations?" Xianxia quickly replied, "Everything is ready." my instructor and I are already on guard nearby. They will ensure that no desert creatures will stray into the altar area and interfere with your ritual. The instructor mentioned by Xianxia is naturally the Kazakage puppets of the three generations. AI and the Kazakage puppets of the three generations, one has the Jinchuriki and the other has the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. In this desert environment, let alone expel ordinary desert creatures, even if they encounter a Kage-class ninja here, they will have the power to fight. Hyojin then asked, "Are you proficient in Edo Tensei Jutsu?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded heavily. This month, Hyojin also took the time to do two things. One was to cultivate a clone in the air fortress as an offering for Edo Tensei Jutsu, and the other was to guide Xianxia to learn Edo Tensei Jutsu. After all, even if you want to resurrect in the form of Edo Tensei Jutsu, you still need someone to perform the technique. A dead person can't perform Edo Tensei Jutsu on himself. In addition, considering that the strength of the offering will affect the strength of Edo Tensei Jutsu, after some consideration, Hyojin decided to use the Yang Release clone as a template to clone an offering. This is because among all of his clones, except for the Wind Release clone, the Yang Release clone is the strongest. However, the Wind Release clone is something that has a small probability of happening. Therefore, using the Yang Release clone as a template is the best offering he can make with his current technology. In addition, considering that during the Fourth Shinobi War, Orochimaru used White Zetsu's clone as an offering, and the Edo Tensei was able to give birth to a Hokage with strength close to that of his previous life. Therefore, using the Yang Release clone, which is also fused with the cells of Hashirama, as an offering should be the safest choice. Kuroto slowly raised his head and looked at the sky fortress floating outside the altar area. Then, he leaped and flew towards the sky fortress. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Although he already knew the result of this ritual, Hyojin did not relax because of it. On the contrary, in order to figure out why the ritual failed, he put out 120% of his energy and made sure that every step was foolproof. Therefore, in order to ensure that the giant Tenseigan in the sky fortress will not be noticed by Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon when he carries out the ritual, he deliberately moved the sky fortress to the altar area. In this way, not only can he use the enchantment to cover the giant Tenseigan chakra fluctuation in the sky fortress, but he can also access all the items needed for the ritual, including the 6 clones. Coming to the laboratory of the sky fortress, Hyojin slowly walked to the large nutrition tank containing the 6 clones. After glancing at the display on each nutrition tank and confirming that the physical signs of the 6 clones are very normal, he took the 6 clones out of the nutrition tank one by one and put them into 6 sets of portable storage cabins that were prepared in advance. Then, he came to another large nutrition tank and took out the other Yang Release clone that was used as the sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Because the technology has matured, this newly created Yang Release clone has no obvious difference in data compared to the clone that was developed by Hyojin before. Just in order to shorten the cultivation cycle, reducing the cultivation period that originally needed more than a month or even 2 months to 1 month, Hyojin almost spent twice the cost on this sacrifice. After taking out 6 clones for the ritual and 1 for Edo Tensei, a total of 7 clones, Hyojin came to the Ghost Sprout cultivation room again. In the cultivation of Ghost Sprout, Hyojin didn't spend much time and effort. This is because the technical difficulty of Ghost Sprout is actually not high. The Danzo's ritual has already developed Ghost Sprout enough. After all, Ghost Sprout mainly serves the first stage of the ritual, which is the fusion stage of the body. When the ritual enters the second stage, the role of Ghost Sprout plummets. And when it came to the third stage of breaking through to the 6th Daos realm and the 4th stage of breaking through to the bloodline net, the Ghost Sprout implanted in the body would no longer be of help, but would instead become a hindrance. Once I reach the 3rd stage, I can consider killing the Ghost Sprout in my body. Hyojin will never make the same mistake as Hirako and Danzo did. The Demon Sprout is only used to help him absorb the energy of the 6 clones with different attributes. Therefore, after the fusion is completed, the Demon Sprout will no longer exist. Moreover, he could not allow Ghost Sprout, an uncontrollable monster that could devour flesh and blood at will, to reside in his body for a long time. Thinking of this, Hyojin took out the most active Ghost Sprout from the incubator, and then went to the storage of the Sky Fortress. Among the scrolls that sealed various ninjutsu, he picked out a scroll called Ice Coffin. Under high temperatures, the activity of the ghost sprout would increase. This is one of the reasons why Danzo chose to hold the ceremony in the lava cave, and Hyojin chose to hold the ceremony at noon in the middle of the desert. Using high temperature to enhance the activity of the ghost sprout, Hyojin can also use low temperature to reduce or even kill the activity of the ghost sprout. The ninjutsu sealed in the ice coffin is a powerful ice release ninjutsu performed by Hyojin's water clone. As long as it is activated through the scroll, it can instantly freeze an area with a radius of about 10 meters around the scroll, which is almost enough to cover more than half of the altar. Taking advantage of the sudden drop in temperature due to the influence of the ice release ninjutsu, Hyojin can take the opportunity to kill the weakened ghost sprout and eliminate this hidden danger from his body. Once the ghost sprout is killed, Hyojin, who has mastered rain pull, can repel the ice coffin at any time and allow the ceremony to continue. Using rain pull to carry the 7 portable storage cabins, Hyojin left the sky fortress and slowly descended to the center of the altar. Xianxia, who was waiting on the altar, asked Hyojin, "Sama, what else do you need me to do now?" Hyojin pointed to the portable storage cabin containing the offering of Edo Tensei and said, "Take that offering and step aside." "Yes." Xianxia nodded, then carefully launched Mammoth Tensei, carrying the portable storage cabin containing the offering and left the altar. After Xianxia left with the offering, Hyojin waved his hands, and the other 6 portable storage cabins moved to the 6 corners of the altar under the control of an invisible force. Because what Hyojin wants to fuse with are soulless clones, he doesn't need to prepare a torture rack on the altar like Hiriko and Danzo did, so he replaced the torture rack with portable storage cabins that can maintain the activity of the clones. After completing all the preparations, Hyojin stood quietly in the center of the altar. The only thing he lacks now is time. He wants to carry out the ceremony at noon when the temperature is the highest. Under the altar. Xianxia looked at her watch for a while, then looked at the altar. Her face was full of anxiety. She knows the heavy responsibility on her shoulders, because Hyojin has already told her that this ceremony will inevitably fail, and there is no need to take any chances. Therefore, her next action is directly related to Hyojin's life and death, and such a heavy burden makes the 13-year-old Xianxia uneasy, for fear of negligence and betraying Hyojin's trust. In the distance, Gaara stood quietly on a sand dune, looking in the direction of the altar in the sandstorm that blotted out the sky. In an area without a windbreak barrier, the world is completely chaotic, so people who are trapped in it can't distinguish north from south, east, west, up and down, left and right. Fortunately, Gaara is a Jinchuriki, so he has natural control over the sand, so the sand around him will form a barrier to help him resist the endless storm. "I hope everything will go well." After a silent prayer, Gaara retracted his gaze and scanned the surroundings seriously. On the other side, 3 generations of Kazekage puppets controlled the iron sand, slowly moving forward in the sandstorm, meticulously patrolling this sea of sand that has no life at all. On the altar. After a while, the sun above his head became hotter, and Hyojin's shadow on the ground gradually shrank to his feet, so he suddenly opened his eyes. "Time's up." Almost at the same time, he implanted the ghost sprout into his body, and at the same time, he started the ceremony. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." After implanting the ghost sprout into his body, Hyojin immediately felt a kind of discomfort like a foreign invasion. Then, he suddenly found that his Tenseigan seemed to have some kind of suppression on the ghost sprout that was implanted in his body. As soon as he used his pupil power, the restless ghost sprout became a lot more obedient. Kuroto let out a light sigh as he figured out some problems. According to the information he collected, Danzo was significantly less affected by the ghost sprout than Hiriko. Before, he always thought that this was because Danzo had entered the 2nd stage of the ritual, and after the fusion, his body was stronger than Hiriko's. Now that he thought about it, the reason for this difference is probably not a problem of physical strength, but that Danzo has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that Hiriko doesn't have. And it is the existence of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that helped Danzo suppress the ghost sprout. After confirming this, Hyojin's heart calmed down. Now that his Tenseigan has a strong suppression on the ghost sprout, it will be easier to kill the ghost sprout in the ritual than he expected. Soon, he relaxed the suppression on the ghost sprout and began to use the ambient temperature to stimulate the activity of the ghost sprout. Walala, like an inflated balloon, the ghost sprout expanded rapidly under the stimulation of the high temperature. From the size of a thumb when it was implanted, it instantly swelled to the point where it almost swallowed Hyojin's body. Not only that, but the film-like transparent sprout, like a round tentacle, reached out to the 6 portable storage cabins on the altar. Ah! Looking at this amazing scene on the altar, Xianglin couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have made a sound and disturbed the ritual, so she quickly covered her mouth, but the horror in the Rinnegan in her eye sockets couldn't be calmed. On the altar. The violent expansion of the ghost sprout did not make Hyojin panic. Although the speed was somewhat beyond his expectations, he still calmly controlled the progress of the ritual. At this moment, the sprout of the ghost sprout on his body had already come into contact with the clones in the portable storage compartment. One by one, the clones were pulled out of the portable storage compartment under the absorption of the sprout. They slowly approached Hyojin, who was standing in the middle of the altar. It's time. After muttering to himself, Hyojin pressed his hand on the gourd magic artifact at his waist and removed the seal on the dragon vein. From the first stage of fusion, a large amount of chakra is needed. But now is not the time to use Yin seal, 8 inner hidden gates, and the giant Tenseigan, so Hyojin chose the dragon vein that can't be extracted in large quantities at once as the source of the first stage of chakra. In the blink of an eye, 6 clones with different attributes of chakra, water release, fire release, wind release, earth release, thunder release, and yang release were dragged into the expanding ghost sprout by the sprout. At this time, if you stand and watch from a distance, you will find that Hyojin's Yin release and the 6 clones on the altar seem to be wrapped together by a large transparent jelly. As the 6 clones were all pulled over by the ghost sprout, Hyojin suddenly had a very wonderful feeling. It was a sense of fusion that he had never experienced before. It was as if all his perceptions, such as vision, touch, hearing, taste, etc., were extended through the ghost sprout. At this moment, the ghost sprout, which expanded in size like a jelly, seemed to have become a part of his body, able to transmit his perception and carry out his will. The fusion has begun. Hyojin knew that although the 6 clones had not yet integrated into his Yin release, the fusion had already begun from the moment the 6 clones were wrapped by the ghost sprout. Dong dong, the swollen ghost sprout on the altar pulsed like a heart, and made a frightening sound. Obviously, the high temperature of the environment made the ghost sprout reach an extremely high activity, saving Hyojin a lot of trouble. In this case, Hyojin did not even need to control anything, and the highly active ghost sprout would instinctively fuse. Therefore, Hyojin did not waste his own chakra to artificially speed up the fusion. After calming his mind, Hyojin did not lose himself in the changes of his senses. He was not in a hurry to monitor the process of the fusion. Gradually, with a burst of pulsation, the swollen ghost sprout began to shrink. At first, the contraction was very slow, and it was difficult to see with the naked eye, but as time passed, the pulsating ghost sprout shrank faster and faster. In the end, almost every time it pulsed, the swollen ghost sprout would shrink a lot. And as the ghost sprout shrank, the 6 clones wrapped in the ghost sprout also gathered around Hyojin's Yin release body, and then naturally integrated into Hyojin's Yin release body. This feeling, for a moment, Hyojin did not know how to describe it. Because it was completely different from what Kuroto had expected. His fusion this time was neither as thrilling as Hiriko's fusion, nor as hysterical as Danzo's fusion. It was as if everything was natural, and he didn't even feel much discomfort. Kuroto didn't even feel much discomfort. Is it because my spirit body has already merged with these clones? Or is it because there is no other soul in these bodies, so the fusion is more natural and easier? No matter which reason it was, it showed that Hyojin's thinking was right. The 6 clones he cloned with his own cell tissue had almost no rejection during the fusion, and the fusion effect far exceeded that of Hiriko and Danzo. Hyojin was not happy for too long, and he quickly restrained his emotions. Such an effect meant that he had completely overcome the first stage of the ritual, and because there was no trouble with the soul, he should be able to pass the second stage smoothly. Although the process was a little unexpected, it was still within his expectations. For him, the real difficulty of the ritual was always the 3rd and 4th stage that he had never experienced before, so it was far from the point of excitement. Soon, the ghost sprout completely shrank, and the last sprout also shrank into Hyojin's body. And together with the shrinking ghost sprout, the 6 clones with different attributes of chakra also silently integrated into Hyojin's body without any exaggerated process. Then, there were some slight changes in Hyojin's in-release body. There were some changes in his appearance and body shape, but these changes were so subtle that even Xianglin, who had the Rinnegan, did not notice it. However, this change could not be hidden from Hyojin himself. He could feel that he had many blood limit boundaries, and even his ocular power seemed to have increased a lot. The 3rd chapter is here. I'm still writing, there should be more tonight. There are only a few days left in this month. Students who still have monthly votes, please support me, please. Hyojin just raised his hand, and a clear ice mirror appeared in front of him. Can it be used without a seal? Being able to use magic mirror ice crystal without a seal shows that Hyojin has not only mastered the ice release blood limit of water release avatar, but also the blood limit has been strengthened a lot after the fusion. After thinking about it, Hyojin tried to use dust release without a seal. As a result, he found that the use of dust release blood limit elimination still requires a seal, and can't be used without a seal like the ice release blood limit. However, Hyojin's mind is not entangled in this. The mastery of Kekii limit and Kekii elimination means that he has completed the 1st stage of the ritual, and the faint enhancement of the pupil power means that he has entered the 2nd stage of the ritual, which is the stage of increasing the strength of chakra. In this stage, the fusion of the different attributes of chakra in the body has actually begun. And according to the situation of the Danzo ritual, the first and the most intense fusion should be the 2 special attributes of chakra and chakra of yin and chakra. Only when they complete the fusion first and produce the power of yin and yang can they feed back the spirit body and the body, so that the ordinary Hyojin has the opportunity to hit the 3rd stage, to hit the promotion of life level. Soon, the power of yin and yang began to spread in Hyojin's body. And with the continuous accumulation of the power of chakra in the body, the first to benefit is naturally the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets. If Suijin's Tenseigan were like 2 gems shining like stars before, then after being nourished by the power of omniscient nature, the Tenseigan has become even more profound, to the point that it doesn't look like a physical gem anymore, but a real condensed star. My eyes, the huge impact made Hyojin have a strong sense of dizziness. He could feel a great power concentrated in his Tenseigan, which made it difficult for him to adapt for a while, and he staggered back and forth on the altar for a few steps before he could stand firm. Then, a sense of hunger that seemed to go deep into his bone marrow came into his heart. Chakra. I need more chakra. Hyojin finally experienced the feeling of the hysterical yelling on the altar for the need of chakra in the Danzo. This is an instinctive desire that cannot be resisted by reason, like a drowning man desperately trying to grasp all he can. Instead of fighting this instinct, Hyojin quickly opened the yin seal on his forehead and released the chakra he has worked hard to store over the years. Because he knows that the nature fusion of different attributes of chakra itself requires a lot of chakra to maintain. At this stage, Danzo used more than 1,000 chakra of my ninja to barely carry out the ritual, so he must provide enough chakra for the nature fusion in his body. While unlocking the yin seal, he also increased the demand for chakra from the dragon vein. The special nature of dragon vein chakra makes it impossible for him to extract too much in a short time, so he can only use other chakra sources to dilute the proportion of dragon vein chakra to use dragon vein chakra. With the opening of the yin seal, a large number of high-quality Tenseigan chakra gushed out from the seal area between Hyojin's eyebrows, immediately alleviating his need for chakra. Because a large number of high-quality Tenseigan chakra filled his body, he can also use the balance of Tenseigan chakra to extract a large amount of dragon vein chakra. With a sufficient supply of chakra, the nature fusion in Hyojin's body continued. Especially the fusion of yin attribute chakra and yang attribute chakra gradually reached a perfect state. Hyojin waved his hand, and a black stick stretched out from his palm. I can create the black stick now? Hyojin's heart moved. This is a progress that even Danzo hasn't reached, that is to say, with the appearance of the black stick, Hyojin has surpassed Danzo in the 2nd stage, becoming the person who has gone the furthest in the shinobi world in the Kekii Genkai ritual. And the appearance of the black stick that represents yin-yang release also means that the 2nd stage has been completed. Isn't this a bit too smooth? Hyojin was a little surprised. If it weren't for Ziyuan's death prophecy, with the current smoothness of the ritual, Kuroto is confident that he can break through the Kekkei Genkai net. At this time, Hyojin entered the third stage of the ritual, which is the initial stage of completing the 7 chakra attributes of yin-yang 5 elements and condensing the truth-seeking ball. As long as this stage is completed, he can enter the 6th path level, and his life level will also increase, and he will no longer be a weak mortal. In the original time and space, Madara, who reached the 6th path level, was kicked away by Guy, who opened the gate of death. Even the heart, a fatal weakness of the human body, was completely destroyed, but it still recovered in a moment. This is the improvement of life level. Because once you reach the 6th path level, many of the vital parts of the body are no longer real vital parts, and it is not an exaggeration to say that you are an immortal. And now that Hyojin has completed the yin-yang fusion, with the yin-yang release as the foundation, he began to fuse the attributes of the 5 elements of chakra. He held his breath and carefully added the 5 elements of water, fire, wind, earth, and thunder chakra into the yin-yang release. In an instant, a strange chakra began to grow in his body. This is easier than I thought. At this time, even with Hyojin's calmness, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Perhaps because he had developed too many blood limit and blood elimination, he was very familiar with the technique of fusing the attributes of chakra, which also provided great convenience for him to fuse the 7 attributes of yin-yang and the 5 elements of chakra. It was almost the first time he tried, and he had a lot of results. But as the nature fusion continued, he was shocked to find that the chakra stored in the yin seal and the chakra extracted from the dragon vein had been consumed without him noticing. Why is the consumption so big? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Hyojin quickly made a hand seal and communicated with the sky fortress not far from the altar, and from the main power room of the sky fortress, he drew the Moryo chakra. At the same time, along with the Moryo chakra, he sucked a big mouthful of dragon vein chakra. However, the large amount of chakra he had just extracted only lasted for a few breaths, and it was instantly consumed, as if it had never existed. 4th update. Please continue to beg for monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. After a brief moment of surprise, Hyojin quickly adjusted his mentality and became more focused. The 3rd stage required far more chakra than the 2nd stage. He had expected this before the ceremony, so even though the sudden increase in chakra consumption caught him off guard, it wasn't enough to make him panic. Don't panic. After calming himself down, Hyojin once again communicated with the main power room of the sky fortress. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a dark and dense chakra pillar with evil energy poured out from the sky fortress and fell on the altar. The violent chakra waves spread in all directions like waves of air, and finally hit the barrier outside, disappearing into nothingness. At this moment, the inside and outside of the barrier were like 2 different worlds. The evil chakra was undoubtedly the chakra that Hyojin had sealed in the main power room, the Moryo human Jinchuriki Shino's body. This time, Hyojin didn't hold back. He used almost all his power to extract the Moryo chakra. If someone was outside the main power room at this time, they would definitely be able to hear Shino's crazy roar. At the same time, Hyojin continued to extract the dragon vein chakra from the gourd on his waist. Due to the existence of a large amount of Moryo chakra, the natural energy in the dragon vein chakra was maintained at a relatively safe ratio in the mixed chakra, so it wouldn't affect Hyojin's body. After completing the first 2 stages, Hyojin, who had merged all 6 of his clones, had reached the limit of the 6th Daos level and below. Now, even compared to Nagato, who had the 6th Daos immortal body, Hyojin wasn't much weaker. Therefore, Hyojin's body's ability to withstand the natural energy invasion was much stronger than before, allowing him to extract more dragon vein chakra at once. After a few breaths, Hyojin heaved a sigh of relief. Under the situation where he was transferring chakra at all costs, the yin, yang, 5 elements and 7 attributes of chakra in his body finally continued to fuse. And with the nature fusion being carried out again, Kuroto personally experienced how terrifying the consumption of chakra is in the 3rd stage of the ritual. The 3rd stage of chakra that combines 7 attributes consumes 10 times more energy than the 2nd stage of chakra that only combines yin and yang attributes, and this is only the 3rd stage. At this point in the ceremony, Hyojin had vaguely realized the reason for the failure. It was most likely chakra. There might be other reasons, but the main reason was definitely chakra. In fact, during the previous battle with Nagato, Hyojin had a doubt. At that time, he, Nagato, and Otsutsuki Samurai were the three strongest ninjas who stood at the peak of the ninja world. However, the whole battle only lasted a few hours. The direct confrontation between the three of them only added up to a few minutes. Even so, the three of them had consumed a lot of energy, and it was difficult for them to continue. Otsutsuki Samurai fled directly, while Hyojin exhausted all the chakra in his body. Only Nagato, who had the outer path demon statue and five-tailed beasts, was in a slightly better situation, but he had also consumed a lot of energy. To others, this might not be a problem. After all, their battle could be said to be earth-shattering. Large tracts of forests were razed to the ground, and meteorites fell one after another like raindrops. This was not like a battle between ninjas at all, but more like a battle between gods and demons. The terrain of the battlefield was almost changed by them. But if this battle was compared to the battle between the six-path immortal brothers and Kaguya in the myth that lasted for several months, it would seem insignificant. From this point, it could be seen how exaggerated the gap between the chakra that was below the six-path realm and the peak of the six-path realm and the Kekii net was. This had nothing to do with skills or experience, it was purely the difference in energy level. Hyojin, Nagato, and Otsutsuki Samurai, who were at the peak of the ninja world today, were far inferior to the six-path immortal brothers and Kaguya in the myth. At that time, Hyojin did not ignore this feeling. For the ceremony, the chakra that he prepared was many times more abundant than Hiriko and Danzo. First of all, he prepared the In seal and the Hashiman Tonku several years ago. Among these two secret techniques, the accumulation in the In seal for several years was equivalent to his own chakra, and after opening the death gate in the Hashiman Tonku, he could instantly obtain about 20 times his own chakra's amount. In addition to these two secret techniques, he also prepared the giant Tenseigan, Ryumyaku, and Moryo, these three giant chakra sources. With such multiple arrangements, Kuroto thought that it was foolproof, but now it seems that the ceremony has just reached the third stage, and the chakra he prepared is already a bit stretched. Among them, the chakra in the In seal has been exhausted, and the Moryo chakra and Ryumyaku chakra have also been consumed by more than half. Although he still has the Hashiman Tonku and the giant Tenseigan, but considering the consumption of chakra to reach the fourth stage of the Kekii net, it will definitely be more exaggerated than the third stage. Therefore, just like Ziyuan predicted, failure is inevitable. Although aware of this, Kuroto did not waver in the slightest. Failure was already within his expectations, so he did not expect to succeed by luck, but hoped to go as far as possible in the ceremony and explore more fog for the road ahead. Hashiman Tonku, open. Standing in the center of the altar, Hyojin opened the Hashiman Tonku with a firm expression. From the first gate of opening, he rushed all the way until the seventh gate of wonder, and as he burned his life, squeezing out the potential of his body to the limit, a huge amount of chakra gushed out of his body. In an instant, the 7 attributes of yin, yang, 5 elements, and chakra gradually merged into one in his body, as if he only needed one last bit of strength to knead them into one. Death gate, open. Seeing that he was only one step away from the 6th Daos level, Hyojin did not hesitate, and instantly knocked on the 8th gate, death gate. Boom, sweat, blood, and chakra surged out together, forming a red heat wave around him. Crack, under the huge shock wave, cracks suddenly appeared on the sturdy altar, and a large part of the central area where he was collapsed, making him shorter. At this time, he did not care about the damage to the altar, and all his attention was on a black ball floating in front of him. I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of air wrapped around the broken bricks and sand. With the altar as the center, it spread out in all directions, forming a violent storm within the barrier. Xianxia, who was below the altar, was the first to bear the brunt of the storm. She was directly blown away by the storm and fell far away. What happened? Xianxia crawled up from the ground. Ignoring the pain in her body, she quickly activated the reincarnation eyes in her eye sockets to observe the altar in the distance. In the vision of her reincarnation eyes, the center of the altar was filled with a thick, almost viscous chakra. She had never seen or heard of such a thick and powerful chakra. Did Sir's ritual succeed? Xianglin's heart leaped with joy as she felt the incomparably powerful chakra on the altar. To her, it would be best if Hyojin's ritual succeeded on the first try. Although she had mastered the impure earth reincarnation technique, she still felt uneasy about the heavy burden that Hyojin had given her. On the altar, the truth-seeking jade. Staring at the black ball floating in front of him, Hyojin's face, which had bulging veins, flashed with a hint of joy. Without a doubt, this black ball floating in the air was the symbol of the 6th Daos level. It symbolized the initial fusion of the 7 types of chakra, the truth-seeking jade. Hyojin was no stranger to the truth-seeking jade. However, this was the first time he had condensed one under his normal state. With the appearance of the truth-seeking jade, Hyojin had officially stepped into the 6th Daos level. He had completed an upgrade in his life. As if to confirm this point, the blue veins that swelled after opening the death gate all calmed down at this moment, the blood also stopped oozing from the capillaries, and his violently beating heartbeat also gradually slowed down, returning to a normal state. Looking down at his palm, Hyojin mumbled to himself, the side effects of the death gate have disappeared? Not only did the burden of the gate of death disappear, but even the effect of the gate of death burning one's life potential seemed to have disappeared. No. It's not gone, it's weakened. Hyojin quickly realized that the strengthening effect of the gate of death was still there, but it was much weaker. To put it more accurately, at the 6th Daos level, he didn't need to rely on any secret techniques. He could just rely on his own strength to dig out the potential of his body. It wasn't that the 8 inner hidden gates had lost its effectiveness, but he didn't need a tool like the 8 inner hidden gates anymore. Is this the upgrade of life level? Even Hyojin found it hard to adapt to such a change. However, just as he was about to feel the changes that came with stepping into the 6th Daos rank, a translucent sprout tore through his chest and emerged from his body. This? Suijin was startled by this. When the sprout tore through his body and broke out, he didn't notice it before. What shocked him even more was that with his current physical strength of the 6th Daos rank, his muscles and skin were easily torn by the sprout. Before he could recover, transparent, seemingly harmless sprouts swarmed out of his back, his shoulders, his legs, and his arms. His heart sank. Hyojin quickly activated the Tenseigan to suppress the rioting ghost sprout in his body. Then the previously very obedient ghost sprout, which had almost no resistance under the Tenseigan, showed its ferocious side at this moment, resisting the suppression of the Tenseigan and continued to rampage. Out of control? After a moment, Hyojin's face became gloomy. The first and second stages of the ritual went smoothly, and the obedience of the ghost sprout under the Tenseigan made him relax his vigilance against the ghost sprout. But the ghost sprout with its own consciousness obviously wouldn't be so tame. When the ritual entered the 3rd stage, which was the time when Hyojin was too tired to deal with other things, the ghost sprout in his body quietly participated in the fusion of the 7 different attributes of yin and yang, 5 elements, and chakra. Together with him stepping into the 6th Daos rank, it also completed a life level upgrade. And the ghost sprout that could swallow flesh and blood at will, after the change in life level, its ability to control flesh and blood naturally became more terrifying. This was also the reason why Hyojin's 6th Daos rank body couldn't resist the ghost sprout. In just a moment, more and more sprout came out of Hyojin's body. Looking from afar, Hyojin in the center of the altar already looked very strange and terrifying. However, contrary to the increasingly dangerous situation, Hyojin's face became calmer and calmer. He thought to himself, is this the second reason why the ritual failed? Looks like I can't wait until the 3rd stage. I should deal with the ghost sprout after completing the 2nd stage. The ghost sprout's rampage was indeed unexpected, but it didn't make him anxious. On the contrary, he was happy that he had discovered another mine. At this time, Xianglin, who was below the altar, also felt that something was wrong. He quickly rushed over and shouted, "Sir, how are you? Do you need me to do anything?" Hyojin glanced at Xianglin and said in a calm tone, "Get ready to cast the spell." The ritual still failed? Xianglin was stunned, then he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. With a leap, he came to the portable storage of the offerings and was ready to cast the earth reincarnation technique at any time. Sigh, on the altar, Hyojin sighed softly. This sigh wasn't because the ritual failed, but because his body couldn't support him anymore after finally stepping into the fourth stage of breaking through the blood sequence net. The thing he longed for was in front of him, but he had to stop here. This was the reason why he sighed. But he knew that he had reached his limit. Even without the ghost sprout's rampage, the only source of chakra he could use was the giant Tenseigan in the air fortress. And a giant Tenseigan alone obviously couldn't support him through the fourth stage, which consumed more energy, to complete the second life upgrade. Therefore, he made an instant decision to use the giant Tenseigan that hadn't been consumed to solve the rampage of the ghost sprout and complete all the aftermath work. Suddenly, Hyojin clasped his hands, and drew the giant Tenseigan's chakra. Suddenly, a tyrannical Tenseigan chakra gathered through the void and gathered in his body. With the support of the giant Tenseigan, the Tenseigan in his eye sockets suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, he looked down at the ghost sprout that was constantly coming out of his body and said coldly, "You're courting death. The second chapter is here, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." I continued to write, "There should be another chapter in the evening." In his current state, Hyojin is already at the 6th path level. Although he has just entered this realm and is not familiar with his abilities, this does not affect his control of his Tenseigan. Because this is his own eye, no matter how much his pupil power skyrockets, there will not be a trace of rejection. And with the huge amount of Tenseigan chakra that crossed the air fortress and poured into his body, the pupil power of his Tenseigan has once again increased by a large margin. Under the suppression of the Tenseigan's pupil power skyrocketing, the berserk ghost sprout finally became docile again, just like how it was at the beginning. But after seeing the ferocity of ghost sprout just now, this time Hyojin will no longer be confused by the ghost sprout's docile appearance. He did not stop and continued to use the Tenseigan to suppress ghost sprout. Then, he slowly raised his hand and began to print. The hand seal he was forming at this moment was the hand seal to reverse the chimera technique. This was his original hand seal, not something developed by Hiriko, the creator of the chimera technique. The reason why he developed this print of the reverse chimera technique is not because he expected in advance that Ghost Sprout would go out of control, but because he considered that this ritual will inevitably fail, so he needs to expel the 6 clones that were integrated into his body through Ghost Sprout one by one as described in Ziyuan's death prophecy to prepare for the next ritual. With the activation of the reverse chimera technique, the ghost sprout once again separated from Hyojin's body, and had violently expanded, turning back into the previous big jelly form, and this time it is even larger than the previous first stage, almost covering the entire altar. Ghost sprout has really been strengthened by my ritual. Silently remembering this change in his heart, Hyojin's expression did not change, and he continued to use the ninjutsu. Soon, there was a burst of tearing feeling in his body. Ugh, the sharp pain exploded in every corner of his body, making Hyojin unable to control himself for a moment, and he cried out in pain. Obviously, unlike the silent and unbelievably smooth fusion process of the first stage, the splitting process was incomparably difficult and painful. Or rather, it was precisely because Hyojin's escape and his 6 clones had fused too perfectly and were too compatible that the division was so difficult. Even the ghost sprout that had been strengthened by the ritual could not be torn apart. However, the demon sprout is still a sharp weapon that targets flesh and blood. Even the body of a 6th-path level Kuroto wouldn't be able to resist the demon sprout for long, not to mention the fact that he is supporting the demon sprout to tear his body apart. Swish, accompanied by a spray of blood, the ghost sprout forcefully pulled out a body from Hyojin's body. Hyojin was in so much pain that he almost fainted, but he didn't dare to. He could only force his will and use the corner of his eyes to glance at the body that was first pulled out by Ghost Sprout. Although it was a bit bloody, he could still recognize that it was his water escape clone at a glance. Then, another bloody body was pulled out by the Ghost Sprout, then the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and finally the 6th. The further it went, the smoother the Ghost Sprout's tearing. The scene from Ziyuan's death prophecy appeared. At this moment, looking from below the altar, Hyojin on the altar seemed to be pushing away the bodies that had fused into his body. In addition to the great pain, as the clones were pulled out of his body one by one, a great sense of weakness enveloped him, causing him to be in a trance for a while. Without a doubt, after the 6 clones were forced out of his body, the 6 Daos level that he obtained from fusing with the 6 clones was rapidly falling. And as his life level fell, the side effects of opening the death door were suddenly revealed. I don't have much time left. If it wasn't the 6th Daos level, or there was no strong intervention of the 6th Daos level, then opening the death door would inevitably lead to death. And the backlash brought about by forcibly interrupting the ritual would also make Hyojin's body have a high probability of disintegration. This was why he didn't stop when he was ahead and forced out the 6 clones. With his current situation, he had to get rid of the ghost sprout before his realm completely fell. Otherwise, the uncontrollable ghost sprout would devour him and fuse him with his 6 clones again, turning him into a monster of flesh and blood without a soul and consciousness. So, Hyojin endured the pain and dizziness and activated the ninjutsu seal scroll prepared in advance. Walala, as the ninjutsu scroll was activated, the frost spread in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it froze the expanded ghost sprout. The rapidly falling temperature immediately reduced the activity of the ghost sprout to the lowest, coupled with the suppression of Hyojin's Tenseigan, the ghost sprout completely lost the power to resist at this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Kuroto roared, "Rain wheel manipulation!" Boom, under the huge repulsive force, the frozen ghost sprout broke into pieces along with the ice, and then was ruthlessly swept out of the altar, turning into ice crystal fragments scattered on the ground. Xiang Lin, who was guarding under the altar, immediately retrieved the 6 clones that were also repelled by the rain wheel and put them into the portable storage compartment one by one. These 6 clones were not afraid of low temperatures, and would not completely lose their activity under the extremely low temperature like the ghost sprout. So although they were also frozen, repelled, and suffered varying degrees of damage, they did not break into pieces like the ghost sprout. On the altar, who, with the help of the prepared backup, Hyojin, who had successfully dealt with the ghost sprout, breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the feeling of dizziness hit him again. He could feel that his heartbeat was getting slower and slower, and his blood circulation was slowly stagnating because of his heart. His breathing began to become uneven, and his body lost too much blood. Thump, with a muffled sound, Hyojin fell to the ground like Ziyuan's death prophecy. However, he did not die immediately. He had been keeping the giant Tenseigan that had not been overused before, just like the external path demon statue that maintained the life of Uchiha Madara. He struggled to get up, and then took out a small storage can from the ninja bag around his waist. After taking a deep breath, he took advantage of the opportunity when the caged bird was suppressed in the state of Tenseigan to accurately dig out the Tenseigan in his eye socket, and then put the Tenseigan into the small storage can. After losing the Tenseigan, he could no longer resist the backlash of forcibly interrupting the ritual, and the side effects of opening the death gate, and his consciousness gradually blurred. The third update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. On the moon. The palace is still quiet, and time seems to have stopped here. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Samurai, who was lying on the bed, sat up abruptly, and then tilted his head slightly as if he was observing something, but the cloth covering his eyes shows that he can't see anything yet. What happened? After a while, Otsutsuki Samurai murmured in a low voice. Just now, he suddenly felt a palpitation, and this feeling came from the Tenseigan in his eye sockets. It seems that something suddenly stimulated his Tenseigan that has not yet been fully developed. At the same time, he also found that the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the lookout was also inexplicably agitated just now. It's him? Subconsciously, the figure of Nagato flashed in Otsutsuki Samurai's mind. In his opinion, only the other party who has also mastered the giant Tenseigan can affect his undeveloped Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan that has been sealed in the lookout. But soon, he was puzzled again. Because according to the records of the clan, the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in the shinobi world is not large, it is far less than the giant Tenseigan in the lookout that has almost integrated all of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. So, he doesn't understand what the other party did to cross such a long distance, penetrate the layers of enchantments and seals, and affect him and the giant Tenseigan in the lookout. This is simply impossible, unless the level of his Tenseigan has surpassed my Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the lookout. Otsutsuki Samurai immediately dispelled this conjecture. His Tenseigan is still in the process of being developed, and it is normal for it to be affected by a stronger Tenseigan, but the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the lookout is the treasure of their Otsutsuki clan. He doesn't believe that the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan in the shinobi world can surpass the giant Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan. After carefully sensing for a while, he found that the abnormality just now had disappeared completely, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was just an accident. How could there be another Tenseigan stronger than the giant Tenseigan enshrined in the lookout? Immediately, he lay back in relief, in a cave in the shinobi world. Zetsu looked at Obsidian, who had a Rinnegan transplanted in front of him, and asked, "Still can't adapt?" The masked man nodded and said with an embarrassed expression, "Yes, it's more difficult to control the Rinnegan than I thought." Zetsu smiled and said, "Of course. Otherwise, Madara wouldn't have chosen Nagato specifically. The risk of entrusting the Rinnegan to a strange child in a time of war can be imagined. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find a more suitable candidate, Madara obviously wouldn't take this risk." As it turned out, Madara's decision was stupid. The physique of the Uzumaki Nagato could barely control the Rinnegan, but without the shackles of emotion, it was impossible for the adult Nagato to sacrifice his own life to perform the rebirth technique to resurrect Madara. So from the moment he sent out the Rinnegan, Madara had actually lost control of his Rinnegan. When Zetsu mentioned Nagato, Obsidian asked, "Is there any news about Nagato?" Zetsu shook his head. "He should know that we are looking for him. He has hidden." Really, Obsidian didn't care too much. At this time, even if he found Nagato, he couldn't deal with Nagato. Once he adapts to the transplanted Rinnegan and gains the ability to control the demon statue, he can become Jubi's Jinchuriki. At that time, Nagato, who has lost the Rinnegan, will not be a threat to him at all. After a moment, Obsidian asked, "Is there any movement from Amatsukami during this time?" Zetsu said, "I heard that Homusubi of Amatsukami appeared in my village some time ago, and then there was no news. I suspect that Amatsukami and the 5 great ninja villages have reached an agreement." Obsidian's face sank. "Let them be, I will give them a surprise." On the altar. Plop. When Hyojin fell for the second time, Xianxia, who was guarding by the side, suddenly felt as if her heart was grasped by something, suddenly tightening, and her whole person was lost for a moment. But soon, she came back to her senses and rushed to the altar. "My lord." Looking at Hyojin lying on the ground in a bloody mess, with no breath and chakra fluctuations, Xianxin's tone of voice unconsciously became sobbing. Although she had been prepared for Hyojin's death, when it really happened, she still panicked and was at a loss. Roar. At this moment, a roar came from the altar. Xianxia turned her head and was shocked to find that with Hyojin's death, the dragon's vein, which had been unsealed and was no longer bound by the contract, rushed out of the gourd magical artifact, carrying boundless power and majestic chakra, and hovered over the altar. For a moment, the wind and clouds in the barrier changed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Not caring about the dragon's vein that had escaped, Xianxia quickly waved her hand and activated the 10,000 nature attraction at the sacrificial offering that Hyojin had prepared in the distance, sucking it to her side along with the portable storage compartment that contained the offering. Then, with trembling hands, she dipped a little of Hyojin's blood on the altar and began to form a seal. Finally, she mustered all her strength and shouted, "Impure Earth Reincarnation Technique." Ah! In an instant, an empty scream came from the sacrificial offering's mouth. At the same time, countless talismans crossed the space and attached themselves to the sacrificial offering's body, and the soulless sacrificial offering also came to life at this moment, waving its hands wildly as if it was trying its best to climb and break free. Xianxia was shocked to see this. At this moment, the sacrificial offering's dull face gradually recovered, and its waving hands stopped. After being stunned for a while, it said in an extremely awkward tone, "How magical." Xianxia asked carefully, "Sir, is that you?" The sacrificial offering glanced at Xianxia and said regretfully, "If only you had cast the technique a little later." Sigh, I almost saw the Mitsukawa. It's really you. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief. Obviously, Hyojin had been successfully impure earth reincarnation by Xianxia. As for Hyojin, who had the impure earth body, he noticed the dragon's vein that was hovering in the air and curled his lips. "I really forgot about you." After saying that, Hyojin shouted at the dragon's vein in the air, "Are you going back on your own, or do you want me to push you back?" When the dragon's vein, which had just been playing around, heard Hyojin's shout, its body froze. Then, it obediently retracted its chakra and retreated into the gourd magical artifact that was left at the side. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. As the dragon vein re-entered the gourd magic tool, the enchantment suddenly returned to calm. The changes in the wind and clouds and the doomsday scene just now seemed to be just an illusion. Xianglin's restless heart was finally at ease. The previous collapse of heaven and earth, the previous confusion and helplessness, all quickly calmed down because of Kuroto's return. For her, as long as Kuroto is still here, nothing is a problem. Hyojin walked to the gourd magic tool at this time, picking up the gourd magic tool on the ground and restoring the seal on the gourd magic tool. This time his death also lifted the contract relationship between him and the dragon vein, so from the moment of his death, he is no longer the dragon vein's human pillar. Fortunately, he got along with the dragon vein quite well, so the dragon vein did not go berserk after escaping. Otherwise, Xianglin may not be able to clean up this mess alone. Tying the gourd magic tool to his waist, Hyojin was not in a hurry to deal with the dragon vein. Restoring the contractual relationship with the dragon vein is something he can do at any time, but with his strength, signing a contract or not doesn't mean much. Because even without a contract, he can still use the dragon vein's chakra at will. What really limits him from using the dragon vein's chakra is not the contract or other external factors, but the high concentration of natural energy contained in the dragon vein's chakra. From the dragon vein that just escaped, he can clearly see that the dragon vein still has a huge chakra, which shows that his previous use of the dragon vein's chakra in the ceremony was a failure, and the dragon vein still has a lot of room for excavation. Then, Hyojin came to his body. Tisk, it's really tragic. Looking at his bloody and unrecognizable body lying on the ground, even if he exists in the form of impure earth body, Hyojin couldn't help but tremble. Then he opened the Tenseigan and observed the body. That's right, although he took off his Tenseigan and put it in a small storage container before he died, but just like Nagato, who was reborn by the Edo Tenseigan in the original spacetime, his Edo body still has a pair of Tenseigan between real and illusory. After carefully examining the body, Hyojin shook his head and muttered, "The heart has been completely crushed, and the body also has traces of disintegration. This should be the price of opening the death gate and the backlash of forcefully interrupting the ritual. Sigh, the damage is more serious than I thought." While assessing the damage of the body, he put the bloody body into the portable storage that he used to store the offerings. He had expected that death would bring serious damage to his body, but to this extent, it was still somewhat out of his expectations. And the main reason for this is that he underestimated the destructive power of Ghost Sprout on the flesh and blood. Although he successfully killed Ghost Sprout in the ritual, Ghost Sprout still made his body a mess. So much so that even with his current technology, he has a headache on how to repair the bloody body in front of him. At this time, Xianglin used Wanxiang Tenseigan to move the other 6 portable storage containers to the altar, and then said to Hyojin, "Sama, I have placed your clones in here." "Okay." Hyojin nodded slightly and glanced at the 6 portable storage containers with the Tenseigan. Similar to the body, these 6 clones have also suffered serious damage. This is mainly because the damage to the clone is too serious after the perfect fusion. In contrast, the low temperature of the ice release ninjutsu doesn't cause as much damage to the clone as expected. The portable storage containers have a cycle maintenance system specially designed by Hyojin, which can repair the body autonomously, so after Xianglin quickly put them into the portable storage containers, the deterioration of the injuries of these clones has also been effectively alleviated. I don't know how much it will cost to fully recover. With his hand on his forehead, Hyojin sighed. In order to perfectly repair the body and these high-strength clones, it is bound to use a lot of expensive herbs to prepare the nutrient solution, so there is no need to think about it to know that this will be a very huge expense. Especially his body, after all, is a powerful body that once reached the 6th path level, plus the degree of damage is more serious than the other 6 clones, so it will be more difficult to recover, and at that time, he may even need to use some new equipment. Temporarily putting these worries aside, Hyojin squatted in front of the small storage container containing his pair of Tenseigan and carefully observed the Tenseigan floating in the nutrient solution. At a certain moment in the 3rd stage of the ritual, he could clearly feel that his Tenseigan had changed. It's just that because the time was very short, he didn't have time to carefully feel this change, so he couldn't confirm what exactly happened. But one thing is certain, his Tenseigan has gained a lot of benefits in the ritual, and it has improved to a higher level. Although he later forcibly interrupted the ritual, causing this improvement to fall slightly, he is still very sure that his Tenseigan is no longer the Tenseigan before the ritual. After my body expelled the 6 clones, it really completely fell from the 6th path level, but this pair of Tenseigan may still retain the level of 6th path. It belongs to the eyes that have truly entered the 6th path level. Unlike the body, the improvement of the pupil power mainly depends on the strength of the chakra. At the level of 6th path realm, the strength of the pupillary power mainly depends on the strength of the yin-yang fusion technique. Therefore, it is normal for Suijin's body to fall after losing the 6 clones, but the strength of the Tenseigan will not necessarily fall completely. This is a pleasant surprise. After realizing this, Hyojin found that this is very helpful for his next ritual, because a pair of real 6th path Tenseigan can not only help him accelerate the fusion of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 7 attributes of chakra, but also help him better suppress the ghost sprout, allowing him to completely control the process of the ritual. Thinking of this, Hyojin carefully put away the small storage jar containing his Tenseigan. What about the body, in fact, can be done slowly. Even if it is completely destroyed, it can be recultivated through cloning and redevelopment, but if this pair of Tenseigan is destroyed or lost, then all his efforts will be in vain. Seeing that Hyojin has dealt with the 7 bodies including the corpse, and the Tenseigan, Xianglin quickly asked, "My lord, what should we do next?" After looking around, Hyojin ordered, "Call back Aero and the instructor, and then dismantle everything that can be dismantled here for me and bring it back. The 2nd chapter is here, I'm still writing, there will be a 3rd chapter in the evening." Asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. After a while, Xianglin summoned Gaara and the 3 generations Kazakage puppets who were patrolling the outer perimeter. After that, they began to dismantle the barrier. After all, many of the materials used to set up the barrier could be reused. After dismantling these materials, they could be reused during the next ritual, which could save Hyojin a lot of money. Hyojin himself did not participate in the dismantling work. Instead, he stood quietly on the altar, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Through the test of this ritual, he found that the layout of his ritual was quite reasonable. There were no mistakes in the 1st and 2nd stages. However, there was a slight accident in the 3rd stage. He had obviously underestimated the power of opening the gate of death. His altar wasn't sturdy enough, so when he opened the gate of death in the 3rd stage, the center of the altar instantly collapsed. The entire altar was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. Because Hyojin forcibly stopped the ritual in the 3rd stage, the destruction of the altar did not affect him at all. However, it was conceivable that if he could enter the 4th stage and attack the Kekii net, the damage to the altar would have a huge impact on his ritual. This point could not be ignored. Otherwise, his next ritual would probably fail because of this seemingly insignificant detail. "I can't choose the location of the ritual again in this kind of place," then, Hyojin whispered. For the sake of safety and concealment, Hyojin chose the location of the ritual in the vast sea of sand. However, after this attempt, he suddenly realized that his choice of ritual location was not even as good as Hirako, who was the first to carry out the ritual. Hirako realized that his chakra was not enough, so he chose the location of the ritual at the top of the mountain, and he even specially chose a day when the heaven and earth phenomenon would appear. Even Hirako knows how to use the power of nature, and I actually neglected this point. Sure enough, arrogance makes people stupid. Looking down on the losers like Hirako and Danzo made Hyojin unknowingly become arrogant. He thought that he had prepared enough, but reality taught him a good lesson. Now it seemed that the chakra he had prepared could only support him to complete the first 3 stages of the ritual. As for the 4th stage of the blood-seizing net, the consumption was likely to be more than 10 times that of the previous 3 stages. In other words, the chakra Hyojin prepared for this ritual was only 1/10 of what the ritual actually needed. This was no longer a matter of insufficient preparation. This was simply a catastrophic mistake. While Hyojin was silently reflecting on the various mistakes he had made during the ceremony, Xianglin, Gaara, and the others had completely dismantled the 2 layers of barriers and returned to the altar area. Against the sandstorm, Xianglin asked loudly, "My lord, do we need to dismantle the altar?" Due to the absence of the barrier, the previously peaceful altar area was instantly engulfed by the sandstorm and returned to the dark and gloomy environment of the desert. Forget it, let's return to the Sky Fortress. Hyojin shook his head. This time, the altar did not meet the standards. Coupled with the serious damage, there was no value in dismantling and reusing it. As for destroying the traces of the ritual, in fact, there was no need for them to do anything. Without the barrier, everything here would be buried by the sandstorm in less than half an hour. Even if Hyojin wanted to find this place again, it would not be easy. Afterward, Hyojin launched the rain wheel pull, carrying the 7 portable storage cabins and returned to the Sky Fortress in the sky. Xianglin, who had the Rinnegan, Gaara, who could control sand, and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets who had mastered the magnetic release also flew up and followed behind Hyojin back to the Sky Fortress. After returning to the Sky Fortress, Hyojin immediately got busy. First, he took out his own body and 6 clones from the portable storage cabins one by one, then carefully treated their wounds and put them into the giant nutrition tank. The giant nutrition tank has its own repair function, which can recover at least 60% to 70% of the injuries of these bodies. As for the remaining complex and serious injuries, Hyojin decided to wait for these bodies to recover to a certain extent before dealing with them. Immediately afterward, Hyojin checked his Tenseigan through the instrument and found that the chakra fluctuations of the Tenseigan were 7 times stronger than before the ritual, and there were some subtle changes in the shape. It looked more like a crystal instead of flesh and blood. After moving the Tenseigan into the more precise thermostatic nutrition tank, Hyojin left the laboratory and came to the practice field of the Sky Fortress. He printed with both hands and whispered, "Edo Tenseigan technique, release." Hua. As the mist dissipated, he got rid of the Edo Tenseigan technique and got rid of the control of Xianglin, the caster, and became a free Edo body like Madara Uchiha in the original space and time. Clenching his fist and feeling the changes in his body, Hyojin said, "Although the strength of the sacrifice I prepared is very high, the weakening after becoming Edo body is still very obvious." Because Hyojin is very familiar with the feeling of controlling the young release doppelganger, he knows that although the strength of this sacrifice is similar to the young release doppelganger, the feeling of using soul descent technique to control the young release doppelganger and using Edo Tenseigan technique to enter this sacrifice are completely different. Not to mention the difference in physical functions, the stagnation between the spirit body and the sacrifice makes the strength of Edo body worse than the young release doppelganger. If only considering the body, the strength of Hyojin's Edo body is only about 70% or 80% of his strength when he was controlling the young release doppelganger. However, considering that this Edo body has Tenseigan, and the young release doppelganger only has Byakugan, so the strength of Edo body and young release doppelganger are not easy to compare. Once again, Hyojin tried to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, but the results of several attempts have failed. It seems that it is not a real Tenseigan. It is impossible to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. Although he is a little regretful, he is not surprised by this result. The Tenseigan on his Edo body is actually simulated by the Tenseigan pupil power contained in his spirit body. It is not a real Tenseigan. He can use basic pupil techniques like rain pull freely, but the most profound pupil techniques like Tenseigan chakra mode are useless to the fake Tenseigan. At the same time, he also discovered that his free soil body was not indestructible. As a sacrifice, his body was constantly being eroded by his spirit body that had the aura of the netherworld. It could be expected that as time passed, his free soil body would naturally collapse, and the length of time it would last would depend on the strength of the sacrifice. Free Edo body really has a limit. It is not realistic to want to use this method to achieve immortality. There are only 2 days left in this month. Please support the students who still have monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. My village. Xianxia. 2 vortexes, one on the left and one on the right, with huge air waves, attacked Shuriwe in the center of the training field. Shuriwe, with a serious face, suddenly raised his arms, multiple shadow snake hands. Swish, in an instant, countless slender white-scaled snakes shot out from the sleeves of Shuriwe's arms, with a whistling sound, shot toward the 2 incoming vortexes, firmly entangling Ye and Akamaru, who were spinning rapidly. Bang bang, then, Shuriwe suddenly swung his hand, and with two muffled sounds, Ya and Akamaru, who were entangled by the white-scaled snakes, were thrown out of the training field and fell to the ground. Even Ya was defeated? Ino, who was watching the battle on the side, was shocked. Counting Ding Xiai and Sakai, who had lost before, 3 people in the same batch had been defeated by Shuriwei. Sakura smiled proudly. You didn't expect it, did you? Although Shuriwei looks stupid, his strength is extraordinary. At first, when Shuriwei parachuted into their team, Sakura was very nervous, thinking that Shuriwei was replacing her. After all, the general team had 3 people. Later, she learned that Shuriwei was not replacing her, but joining. She was distressed that her team's status was going to -1 again. But after getting familiar with him, she found that although Shuriwei was very strong, he was unexpectedly easy to get along with, and her team's status inexplicably increased by +1. On the other side, Naruto said to Shikamaru, "How about it? I didn't lie to you, I said Shuriwei was very strong. If you still don't believe it, you can go up and see for yourself." Shikamaru shook his head. "No need, I'm not his opponent." Before this, he still had the idea of getting revenge for Ding Xiai, but just seeing Ya was defeated so easily, he has completely dispelled this troublesome idea. He is now very sure that the strength of this newcomer named Shuriwei is definitely at the level of a superior ninja. Among the students in the same batch, only Naruto, Sasuke, Xianxia, and Xiaoli could match him. If he racked his brains, he should be able to entangle him for a while, but the final chance of winning was still not high. At this time, Shino raised his hand and caught a flying parasite in the air, whispering, "It's strange." Hinata asked, "What's strange?" Naruto and Shikamaru also looked over. Shino usually didn't talk much, and his presence was almost non-existent, so they were curious about what Shino had discovered. Shino moved his palm in front of them. "My parasite is a little afraid of Shuriwei." Shikamaru frowned. "Has this happened before?" Shino gently nodded. "When the 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body leaked, and when Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, this happened." Shikamaru's expression suddenly became solemn. Sometimes insects are more sensitive than humans. Parasite insects are afraid of Naruto, Sasuke, and Shuriwei's chakra, which means that either Shuriwei's chakra is very special, or Shuriwei's strength is close to Naruto and Sasuke. Either way, it shows that this Shuriwei is not as simple as he seems. Shikamaru secretly sighed. It seems that this Shuriwei's life is not just an ordinary wandering ninja as the village said. Just then, there was a commotion on the sidelines of the practice field. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and found that it turned out to be Choji and Sakai, who were defeated by Shuriwei before. They called over Xianxia, Xiaoli, and Tian. Shikamaru grinned. "There's a good show to watch." Coming to the sidelines and looking at Two's bruised face, Xianxia was a little surprised. "You also lost?" Ya lowered his head and nodded dejectedly. Not only did he lose, he lost completely. Xianxia looked at Shuriwei in the field, and his expression became serious. He had actually heard that a new member named Shuriwei had joined the Naruto squad, but these days he has been immersed in training, hoping to catch up with Naruto and Sasuke, so he didn't pay too much attention to this. Xiaoli was a little eager to try. He is now at the age of vigorous energy, and it is a good thing for him to meet a good opponent. So he jumped directly to the practice field, and while coming forward to introduce himself, he stretched out his hand and made a sign of opposition. "Hello, my name is Li Locke, you can call me Xiaoli, I want to challenge you." Shuriwei also made a sign of opposition. "Hello, my name is Shuriwei." Brush, as soon as the voice fell, the 2 people who completed the sign of opposition launched an attack at the same time. Seeing Xiaoli on the field, Xianxia retreated to the side with his hands crossed over his chest, and quietly watched the battle. As a disciple of Naruto and a member of the Hyuga clan of the Mai clan, some of the necessary restraint must be maintained. Ino and Sakura took the opportunity to approach Sasuke, who was leaning alone against a big tree, and asked, "Sasuke, who do you think is stronger between Xiaoli and Shuriwei?" Xianxia also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear Sasuke's evaluation. "Humph." Sasuke snorted, and said lightly, "Except for me and Naruto, no one in the same batch can be Shuriwei's opponent." "What?" Ino was shocked. Sakura was also surprised. She knew Shuriwei was strong, but she didn't expect it to be this strong. In the same batch, only Sasuke and Naruto have a chance of winning. Ningxi frowned when he heard that. Sasuke's evaluation was very harsh to him. He didn't even make a move, but Sasuke seemed to have determined that he was no match for Shiryu, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But he knew that Sasuke's evaluation was not without basis, so he immediately activated Supercilious Eyes, and watched the battle between Xiaoli and Shiryu more seriously. The battle was very fierce. Xiaoli's physical skills were as fierce and fast as ever, and Shiryu's physical skills were not inferior. However, Shiryu also had a soft body secret art. His body could twist like a snake, and his arms could extend and contract like rubber. It was very effective against Xiaoli's open style, so as time went on, Xiaoli was gradually suppressed by Shiryu, and finally lost to Shiryu. Ino sighed, Xiaoli really lost. Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he said in his heart, of course, this is a guy worthy of Master's secret surveillance mission. Except for me and Naruto, the others are not at the same level as him. Ningxi also sighed for Xiaoli's defeat. He clearly saw the battle just now. Shiryu's soft body secret art was too effective against Xiaoli's iron fist. Because Xiaoli was not drunk, his moves were very easy to predict, and for Shiryu who could twist his body at will, it was too easy to dodge. But this kind of soft body secret art could not restrain his soft fist, which specialized in the human body's acupuncture points and meridians. I can win. So, after Xiaoli and Shiryu finished the seal of reconciliation, Ningxi flashed to the field. First update, please recommend on Monday, thank you everyone. Even Ningxi is on the field, on a big tree in the distance, Kurenai chuckled softly. Asuma lit a cigarette for himself, took a drag and said casually, as a former Gemini, how can I hold back when I meet a strong opponent? When Naruto was still at the bottom of the ranking, the Gemini of this ninja school were Sasuke and Ningxi, who were also from a rich family. At that time, they were the stars of the ninja school, admired by all the students, and in the ninja school, only they could compete with each other. It was not until Naruto's sudden rise that Ningxi's title of Gemini was replaced by Naruto. Mute asked, who do you think will win? Akai quickly said, it must be Ningxi. Asuma was a little confused, how can you be so sure, did you teach Ningxi some strange moves again? Guy shook his head, that's because you haven't seen Ningxi's efforts. I used to think that Ningxi was just a genius in physical arts, but now I understand that he is also a genius who works hard. His hard work is no worse than me and Xiaoli, and he also has the Byakugan like a mirror, so I believe he will win. Kurenai said, but the opponent is the son of Orochimaru. Although the identity of Shiryu was kept secret from the students, it was not a secret among the shinobi. All the shinobi present knew that Shiryu's true identity was the son of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Mute glanced at Kakashi, who had been silent, and asked, what do you think, Kakashi? Kakashi said seriously, I'm afraid Ningxi can't win. In the field. Learning from Xiaoli's defeat, Ningxi put more effort into his prediction. With the help of the white eye, he gave up on attacking Siyu's limbs that could twist and contract at will. Instead, he focused on attacking the meridians and acupuncture points of Siyu's chakra. This move seemed to be very effective. Under the pressure of Ningxi's soft fists, Siyu retreated step by step and was soon forced into a corner by Ningxi. We won. Seeing this, Tian was overjoyed. Xiaoli, Dingxi, and Sa Jing, who were defeated by Siyu before, shouted excitedly when they saw that Ningxi was about to win. Shikamaru murmured, is it over? Naruto said confidently, just wait and see. This match won't be so easy to determine. On the other side, Sasuke looked at the reaction of his fellow students and chuckled with a touch of ridicule on his face, hey, you guys are too naive. Sure enough, as Sasuke expected, the battle suddenly changed dramatically. Siyu, who was forced into a corner by Ningxi's soft fists, decisively gave up the physical confrontation, his hands quickly formed a seal, and immediately a dazzling lightning flashed in his palm. Lightning release ninjutsu. Ningxi, who was preparing to give Siyu the final blow, immediately slowed down his attack. Because of the strong light of Siyu's lightning release and the violent chakra fluctuations on the lightning release suddenly filled his field of vision with the white eye, making him lose his target for a moment. And at the moment when Ningxi hesitated, Siyu activated the lightning release ninjutsu in his palm, lightning release, snake thunder. Pucci, All of a sudden, the lightning in Siyu's hand was like a concentrated pulse, shooting towards Ningxi. Niji, who has been vigilant for a long time, leaped up and calmly avoided Suiyua's lightning release ninjutsu, but before he could land on the ground, from the corner of his eyes, he saw numerous white-scaled snakes rushing towards him from all directions. This? Ningxi was shocked, and subconsciously launched the absolute defense of soft fists, Revolving Sky. With the help of Revolving Sky, Ningxi blocked Siyu's attack, and his face gradually darkened as he panted lightly. Siyu didn't seem to expect his attack to be blocked, and was slightly surprised, and then immediately said, "You are very strong." In his view, Ningxi was completely different from Ding Xi and the others. His strength was obviously a level higher, his insight was amazing, and his moves were neat, almost without flaws. Ningxi replied, "You are not weak either. But that kind of test just now, if you don't use your full strength, you have no chance of winning." Siyu nodded seriously, "Please be careful." Ningxi's eyes narrowed, "I don't need you to remind me." After saying that, he jumped up again. Whoosh, but at this moment, accompanied by an ear-piercing whistling sound, Ningxi was shocked to find that the moon in his field of vision had suddenly disappeared. What? Not only Ningxi in the field, but also Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura on the side of the field, the other students were all shocked, because they found that Siyu suddenly flashed behind Ningxi as if he had traveled through space. No, it's not a space-time ninjutsu, it's a teleportation technique. Through the airflow, sound and other details, Shikamaru immediately judged that what Siyu used was not a space-time ninjutsu, but an extremely fast teleportation technique, almost comparable to Naruto in the Nine-Tails chakra mode. "Brother Ningxi, be careful," Hinata blurted out anxiously. And looking at the light green chakra enveloping Satsuki's body, Sasuke, who had a playful look on his face, had a solemn look in his eyes. Even he didn't dare to underestimate Satsuki in this state. In the field, Ningxi's reaction was not slow. He did not need Hinata's reminder, he had already judged his situation. Immediately turned around and waved his palm, trying to force Siyu behind him to retreat. Bang, but before Ningxi completely turned around, he was punched in the ribs, and then flew out with a muffled sound. After falling hard on the ground, Ningxi was still a little confused, until now, he did not fully understand what had just happened, and looked at Siyu with a surprised face. At this time, Siyu had a kind smile on her face, walking towards Ningxi while making the seal of reconciliation in her hand. Ningxi was stunned. "I lost?" In the distant tree. In addition to Kakashi, the other ninjas were also quite shocked. Mute asked uncertainly, that is Sage Mode? Although Siyu's Sage Mode was relatively different from Naruto, Jiraiya, and the others' Sage Mode, but the surging Sage Chakra couldn't be faked, so Mute quickly judged it. "Yes." Kakashi nodded. "No wonder you said that Ningxi can't win, it turns out that the opponent has mastered this ability." Asuma scratched his head, "Are the kids nowadays so scary?" And on a big tree at the other end of the training field, a crow that no one paid attention to was quietly staring at the training field. "The second chapter is here, continue to write, there should be one more chapter in the evening. It's the last day, students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote." On the training field. Looking at the seal of reconciliation handed over by Siyu, Ningxi struggled in his heart for a while, but in the end, he still reached out and handed over the same seal of reconciliation. Although he doesn't want to admit defeat so easily, Ningxi knows very well that he has indeed lost. From the moment the other party used the body flicker technique to get rid of his Byakugan Kekkei Genkai, he has already lost, and completely lost. Taking advantage of the situation, Ningxi looked at Siyu. At this time, Siyu's whole body was wrapped in a light green chakra, which looks a bit like Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra mode, but unlike Naruto's, the light green chakra on Siyu's body has a snake-like shape. From the side, it looks like there are snakes in the shape of chakra wrapping around Siyu's body. Intuition tells Ningxi that these snake-shaped chakra phantoms are most likely not just for decoration. In battle, these snake-shaped chakra phantoms are probably the same as the chakra arms that stretch out of Naruto's body in the Nine-Tails chakra mode. At the same time, Ningxi was also surprised to find that Siyu in this mode has a sharp horn growing on his forehead. With the completion of the seal of reconciliation, Siyu also exited the Sage mode and returned to its normal state. At this time, Sasuke, who was on the sidelines, said, "The entertainment is over, let's go." Immediately, he left the practice field without looking back. Sakura, Naruto, and Tsuyu quickly followed. Ningxi also returned to the side of the field at this time. Tian greeted him. "I heard from Naruto that the newbie called Tsuyu has mastered a very strange sage mode. Even Naruto and Sasuke had a hard time dealing with it, so don't worry too much." Seeing that Ningxi was not in a good mood, Ino also went forward to persuade him. "Yeah, that guy is a monster. It's normal that we can't beat him." Shikamaru secretly pulled Ino away. Ino was puzzled. "Why did you pull me?" Shikamaru shook his head. "Ningxi is different from us. Don't try to persuade him. Let him be alone." After listening to Shikamaru's explanation, Ino was even more confused. "What's different?" Shikamaru did not continue to explain. He directly pulled Ino and Ding Xi away. He knew very well that the children of rich families like Ningxi and Sasuke, even if they didn't say it, they actually cared very much about the reputation of their families. So for the general peers, they didn't care about being defeated once or twice. But for them, failure was not only their own face, but also the reputation of their families behind them. What's more, Ningxi was the disciple of Naruto. These multiple identities allowed him to receive extra attention and care, but at the same time, they also brought him immense pressure and invisible shackles. So for people like them, failure was a taboo that was difficult for others to understand. They didn't need comfort, let alone pity. There was no need for Shikamaru to explain these words to Ino too clearly. It wasn't something he could explain in a few words. So instead of talking nonsense, it was better to leave directly. It would save time and effort. It seemed to confirm Shikamaru's judgment. Facing the comfort of Tian, Hinata, and the others, Ningxi responded politely and said, "I'm a little tired. I'll go back first." After returning home alone, Ningxi came to his training ground and began to practice in silence. Unlike the calmness on the surface, his heart was very gloomy at this time. He didn't resent anyone, but he didn't understand why he still couldn't catch up with Naruto and Sasuke even though he had worked so hard. Today, he was defeated by Naruto, a student from Sasuke's team. Time passed bit by bit, and the sun gradually set in the west, leaving only a trace of afterglow on the horizon. Ningxi, who had been training in the training ground for several hours, was already sweating profusely. Even so, he still had no intention of stopping. Creak, at this time, the sliding door of the training ground was pulled open, and Richa walked in. Seeing this, Ningxi quickly stopped his practice and saluted Richa, "Father." Richa looked at Ningxi, who was exhausted, and sighed, "I have heard about what happened during the day. Don't worry too much, the other party is not an ordinary child." Ningxi pursed his lips, "Yes." Richa stepped forward and patted Ningxi on the shoulder. "I know what you are thinking, the Byakugan of the Patriarch was taken away, and it did cause the reputation of the Hyuga clan to plummet, but this is not your fault." Ningxi was silent. This kind of thing, like the Patriarch's eyes being taken away, is not only happening in the Hyuga clan. The Patriarch of the Uchiha clan also had his Manjikyu Sharingan taken away. But Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, participated in the attack on the Akatsuki elite squad, attacked the leader of the Akatsuki organization on the battlefield, and other deeds, almost single-handedly reversed the impact of the Uchiha Patriarch's eyes being taken away. On the other hand, Ningxi, who is also known as a genius, found that he has achieved nothing, he can do nothing, he can change nothing, he can only watch the reputation of the Hyuga clan decline. Seemingly guessing what Ningxi was thinking, Richa said, "As long as your sensei is still in the position of Naruto, our Hyuga clan still has a chance." Ningxi hesitated for a long time and said, "But now, not to mention catching up with Naruto and Sasuke, even the new members of their squad are far from being my opponents. How can an incompetent person like me boost the reputation of the Hyuga clan in the future?" Richa opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. He also doesn't understand what is going on in the current shinobi world. During the Third Shinobi War, although the Hyuga clan didn't have the strongest shinobi, but apart from the Kage of each village, he and his brother Hayashi were basically not afraid of any strong enemy. But with the emergence of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, he gradually felt powerless, and the Byakugan and soft fist techniques that he was so proud of seemed to have been eliminated all of a sudden. suffering all kinds of losses in the face of all kinds of strong shinobi. When it came to Ningxi's generation, it was even more exaggerated that there were freaks like Naruto and Sasuke, who had just graduated from ninja school and reached the Kage level. Not to mention Ningxi, even an elite jonin who has experienced shinobi wars was at a loss. Looking at his son's tangled and distressed face, Richa sighed, "Let it go, maybe we are really not as good as them." Ningxi looked at Richa in shock. "Father, what are you talking about?" Richa shook his head, turned and walked out of the practice room, and said bitterly, "The times have changed. I am afraid that our Hyuga clan is really going to be eliminated. The last 24 hours, the monthly votes will be refreshed if you don't vote. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone." When the setting sun gradually set, the last bit of the dazzling afterglow also disappeared. What replaced it was a dense, ink-like curtain of night. Sitting on the floor of the practice room, Ningxi looked sluggish. He thought that he could get some way from his father to reverse the current predicament of the Hyuga clan, but he did not expect that his father was even more pessimistic than him, and even gave birth to the absurd idea that the Hyuga clan has been eliminated by the times. How can our Hyuga clan be eliminated by the times? In a whisper, Ningxi was surprised to find that his tone was not as firm as he thought, as if full of doubts and hesitation. "It turns out that I have been shaken for a long time, after being in a daze for a while," Ningxi sighed. He is not a paranoid person who can't recognize the facts and only knows how to be stubborn. He knows very well that the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai of the Hyuga clan has lost its position as one of the two major pupil techniques of Mai in the current shinobi world. At the same time, he also understands that the strength of Sasuke and Naruto is all round. There is almost no obvious shortcoming in the two of them, especially Sasuke, whether it is ninjutsu, taijutsu, or tactical use, he is impeccable in all aspects, he is a genius who can learn and master quickly. Now that Sasuke has the Manjikyu Sharingan that can activate terrifying pupil techniques such as Amaterasu and Susanoo, he has left him far behind in terms of raw strength, and he can't even see the back of Sasuke chasing after him. Manjikyu Sharingan. Ningxi's expression became gloomy. This is the beginning of everything. From the moment Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he no longer has the qualification to challenge Sasuke, and even the qualification to fight side by side with him. Sometimes he can't help but think that if he also has the same eyes as Sasuke, then the situation of the Hyuga clan will be different, but he understands that this is just a delusion. Unlike the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which is full of infinite possibilities, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan has no possibility of evolution at all. After growing up so big, Ningxi has never heard of anyone in the clan who has evolved the Byakugan, and there is no related record in ancient books. It seems that the Byakugan is only at this level now. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, but our Hyuga clan's Byakugan does not have a similar ability, so it seems that our Hyuga is really difficult to keep pace with the Uchiha clan. Maybe I can surpass Sasuke and Naruto idea from the beginning. At this time, Ningxi remembered what Hyojin had said to him a few years ago, telling him not to compare himself with Sasuke and Naruto. At that time, Sensei already expected me to be in a difficult situation now? Thinking of Sensei Hyojin, Ningxi's spirit was lifted. He touched the Yin seal on his forehead, thinking of the ninjutsu, skills, and life experience that Hyojin taught him, his lonely face gradually regained confidence. Even if I'm really not as good as others, for Sensei, I can't give up easily. Ignoring the physical fatigue, Ningxi stood up from the floor and once again put on a soft fist posture, ready to continue practicing. No matter how hard he practices, he may not be able to catch up with Sasuke and Naruto in his lifetime, but if he doesn't even try, then there is no possibility of catching up. Suddenly, a crow landed on the floor of the practice room. Ningxi was startled, and then immediately became vigilant, because in his Byakugan vision, the crow's body exuded a strange chakra fluctuation. The crow hopped on the ground in a very intelligent manner, then it arrived in front of Niji and stared at him. For some reason, being stared at by this crow, Ningxi felt a chill in his heart, because he felt that it wasn't a crow staring at him, but someone else. Just as Ningxi was about to lose his composure, the crow said, "Go pack your things." Hearing the voice from the crow's mouth, Ningxi was surprised. "Sensei?" The crow nodded. "Don't ask too many questions, and don't alert others." Thinking that his teacher Hyojin had a lot of ninja crows, and that his skill in using them was even better than Uchiha and Jishui, Ningxi didn't hesitate, and quickly followed the crow's instructions. After quietly packing his things, Ningxi asked the crow, "Where do you want me to go?" "Follow me," the crow said, spreading its wings and flying into the sky. Although he didn't understand what his teacher wanted him to do, Ningxi didn't think too much about it, and directly followed the crow's instructions. Along the way, Ningxi drank some water when he was thirsty, and swallowed a soldier ration pill when he was hungry. After trekking for 2 days, he finally followed the crow to a remote cave. Looking at the dark cave in front of him, Ningxi didn't hesitate, activating the Byakugan and walking in. The cave was deeper than he thought, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, he still couldn't reach the end. Fortunately, he had the Byakugan, so he wasn't afraid of the dark. After groping his way forward in the cave for a while, he finally found a light and quickly walked over. The light came from a candlestick, and beside the candlestick, a figure was sitting quietly. As soon as he saw the familiar figure, and the familiar Naruto's robe, Ningxi respectfully saluted, "Sensei." Hyojin glanced at the travel-worn Ningxi and said lightly, "You came half a day earlier than I expected." Obviously, the person sitting beside the candlestick was none other than Hyojin, or to be precise, Hyojin's impure earth form. He used a method similar to the third eye of the sand Crypsis to temporarily gather his chakra into a ninja crow through the relay of the giant Tenseigan, and led Ningxi all the way from the village to here. Ningxi looked around and was a little curious. "Sensei, why did you call me here?" Sitting beside the candlestick, Hyojin, whose face was hidden in the shadows, asked, "You lost to Sasuke, lost to Naruto, and now lost to Suyue. Are you willing to accept this?" Ningxi lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I've embarrassed you." Hyojin leaned forward at this time, revealing his face in the candlelight, and said sternly, "Raise your head." Ningxi quickly looked up, and his eyes met Hyojin's cracked face in the candlelight. He was suddenly shocked. "Sensei, your face." Immediately, Ningxi disregarded etiquette, carefully looked at Hyojin, and hurriedly said, "Sensei, what's wrong with your body?" Finally noticed. After a pause, Hyojin sighed, "Because of some accidents, my body has serious problems, and now I need your help." Ningxi immediately asked, "Sensei, what do you want me to do?" Hyojin was silent for a moment, and said coldly, "I want your eyes." The first update is here, on the last day of March, asking for monthly votes. You want my eyes?" Ningxi looked surprised and his eyes were full of confusion. Hyojin in the shadow stared at Ningxi and said, "I need a pair of pure and fresh Byakugan to relieve the trauma on my body now." Ningxi hurriedly said, "But I am a branch family, I have been engraved with the bird in the cage." Hyojin was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Yes, because of the existence of the bird in the cage, if you choose to offer your eyes to me, your only end is death." Ningxi was confused for a while. He didn't expect that Hyojin called him here for his eyes. Looking at Ningxi's face, sometimes struggling, sometimes tangled, and sometimes frightened, Hyojin did not say anything more, but shrank in the shadow and waited quietly. Hyojin will not repeat the mistakes of Uchiha Madara, so his Tenseigan must be entrusted to a person who is absolutely trustworthy. If no one is trustworthy, it is better to keep it in a jar and slowly lose its activity than to give it to a person who cannot be trusted. For this reason, he deliberately arranged this meeting in the cave. In fact, he is not sure what choice Ningxi will make now. Maybe he will agree readily, maybe he will refuse, or even run away, because in this case, any choice is possible for Ningxi, and any choice is understandable. The human heart is the most vulnerable to temptation, and selfishness is the nature of human beings, so before arranging this test, Kuroto was already mentally prepared to accept everything. "I don't know how long it took," Ningxi asked in a hoarse voice. "Sensei, can my Byakugan really help you?" "Yeah." Hyojin responded softly. Niji heaved a sigh of relief and said as if he had lost all his strength, then you can take it." "Is this your final decision?" Kuroto asked, enunciating each word clearly and slowly. Ningxi seemed to be speechless, but he forced himself to nod. From Ningxi's face, Hyojin saw fear and cowardice, but also determination and stubbornness. It was a very complicated expression, so he could imagine the struggle in Ningxi's heart at this moment. But Ningxi did not refuse, nor did he run away. Hyojin, who was in the shadows, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. His tone was still cold as he said, "This is not a matter of blindness. After I take away your eyes, you will definitely die. So don't worry about my identity as Naruto. I will allow you to back out." Ningxi heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had regained some of his strength. Hyojin said, "Okay, now tell me your decision again. Thank you for giving me the chance to back out, but I won't. I'm willing to offer the supercilious eye, not because you are Naruto, but because you are my teacher." After saying that, Ningxi looked at Hyojin with some anxiety. Although he had made up his mind, he still felt a little scared when he was close to death. Suddenly, there was a chuckle in the shadows. Ningxi was confused. "Teacher, what are you laughing at?" Hyojin got up and walked to Ningxi. He smiled and said, "I'm already dead, so I don't need your supercilious eye, but I need someone to help me nourish my eyes." You're dead?" Ningxi was stunned. Hyojin glanced at Ningxi. What's so strange about dying once in a while? The confusion on Ningxi's face deepened. Hyojin did not explain how he died, but turned around and opened a mechanism. Click, suddenly, a stone door opened. "Follow me," Hyojin said and took the lead to step through the stone door. Ningxi hurriedly followed and found that behind the stone door was a brightly lit operating room full of various instruments, many of which he had never seen in my hospital. Hyojin walked slowly to the nutrition tank containing his Tenseigan and explained to Ningxi in a calm tone, "I'm indeed dead, but I have a way to resurrect, so you don't have to worry about this." Ningxi couldn't hide the shock on his face. Death is very solemn in his eyes. It is the end of all existence, but when it comes from Hyojin's mouth, it seems as if it's a common thing. And not only death, but even resurrection, which only happens in legendary stories, seems to be easily done by his teacher, which makes him have an indescribable strange feeling. "Just now was just a test for you, and your performance did not disappoint me." After a pause, Hyojin continued to explain, "But I do need your help with one thing, not your Byakugan, but your living body, and your Byakugan chakra. Help me nourish my eyes and keep them alive." "Yes." Although he didn't quite understand what Hyojin said, Ningxi still nodded subconsciously. At this time, even if he is stupid, he can guess that Hyojin-sensei must be planning something big, and this kind of thing that needs Naruto to personally handle is undoubtedly related to the survival of the village, and even the survival of the shinobi world, so at this time, his own life seems insignificant. Hyojin didn't know what Ningxi was thinking in his mind. While preparing the surgical instruments, he casually asked Ningxi, "You seem to envy Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, right?" Being seen through by Hyojin, Ningxi immediately lowered his head in guilt. Kuroto has been concealing this thought very deeply, because he feels that he is a member of the Hyuga clan, and he shouldn't envy Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan, but his repeated failures and Sasuke's dazzling performance made him envious and look forward to having a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan like Sasuke. How great would it be if he could have a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan like Sasuke? If it was someone else, he wouldn't admit it, but in front of Hyojin, he didn't dare to lie, so he just replied, "I'm sorry sensei, I just think that the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan is very powerful, and our Byakugan doesn't have a similar powerful pupillary technique, so sometimes I envy Sasuke." "Is that so?" Hyojin smiled casually. Ningxi hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, I will definitely correct this misconception." Hyojin shook his head and said with a smile, "Idiot, you don't have to apologize to me, I also have such a vision." Ningxi was a little surprised, "Sensei also has such a thought?" Hyojin gently nodded, longing for powerful strength. "This is the instinct of a ninja, and it shouldn't be criticized. As your sensei, I'm sorry that I can't give you the Manjikyu Sharingan you want, but I can let you experience my eyes." Ningxi's eyes naturally fell on the nutrition can in Hyojin's hand at this time. Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth. "Are you ready, young man? The second update is here. The last half of the day is for the monthly vote. After today it will be refreshed, don't forget it." In the face of Hyojin's inquiry, Ningxi did not realize what he would get next and just nodded in confusion. Hyojin smiled slightly and then pointed to the operating table. "Lie down." Ningxi quickly lay down on the cold operating table and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sensei, did you really crack the caged bird?" Hyojin shook his head. "The caged bird is far more troublesome than you think. I didn't completely crack it, I just found a way to temporarily suppress it." With that said, Hyojin communicated with the giant Tenseigan in the Sky Fortress and instilled a pure Tenseigan chakra into Ningxi's body. Huh. Feeling a large amount of gentle Tenseigan chakra flowing into his body, Ningxi was surprised. This feeling was very comfortable and warm. It made him not feel tired at all, and his body seemed to be filled with endless vitality. Then, Hyojin used the authority of the giant Tenseigan to temporarily suppress the caged bird on Ningxi's forehead. In an instant, the light green, caged bird curse mark on Ningxi's forehead like the Tenseigan chakra began to fade gradually, and finally disappeared without a trace. Ningxi, who had been restrained by the caged bird, felt relaxed and free at this moment. He opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of shock. Sensei, you lifted the caged bird for me. Kuroda replied indifferently, I told you, it's just suppression. Ningxi did not struggle with the suppression or lifting. He slowly raised his hand to touch his forehead while feeling the freedom of the caged bird. After preparing everything, Hyojin introduced the operation to Ningxi. This operation is divided into two parts. The first part is to remove your eyes, and the second part is to implant my eyes. But you don't have to worry, I will take good care of the eyes you have removed, and I will replace them for you in the future. Ningxi on the operating table nodded a little nervously. An eye transplant surgery was a very frightening thing to him. But thinking that his teacher could even do the taboo of resurrection, and even suppress the caged bird, in front of these shocking things, eye transplant surgery was not so important. After briefly mentioning the surgical process to let Ningxi have an idea in his heart, Hyojin stopped talking nonsense and directly started the operation. For the current Hyojin, eye removal surgery is a minor surgery that can be done perfectly with his eyes closed. So before Ningxi could react, he had already removed the Byakugan. Immediately after, he opened the Tenseigan and observed the Byakugan that had been removed. As he expected, the purity of Ningxi's Byakugan was very high, far higher than his Byakugan before the gene injection. In addition, there were obvious traces of the caged bird curse seal on the Byakugan. The caged bird curse seal really entered the body, spirit body, and even chakra at the same time, Hyojin secretly sighed. Because as a dirt soil body, there was also the caged bird curse seal on his forehead. This curse seal seemed to be completely bound to him, and even death couldn't remove it. One must know that engraving the curse seal into the brain is already a very advanced method in the ninja world. Even the roots of the danzo only engraved the curse seal on the tongue to prevent members from leaking information. The caged bird curse seal entered the brain, spirit body, and chakra at the same time. This kind of control is completely seamless, leaving no flaws. Therefore, for hundreds of years, no branch member has been able to successfully remove the caged bird curse seal. Even Hyojin and the previous Hyuga Aoki were barely able to keep themselves unaffected. While putting Ningxi's Byakugan into another special nutrition tank, Hyojin said, Now I'm going to implant my eyes in you, get ready. Yes. Ningxi agreed. Soon, Hyojin took out his Tenseigan from the nutrition tank. At this time, his Tenseigan has returned to the shape of an ordinary eyeball. From the appearance, it doesn't look much different from ordinary Byakugan. Hyojin, who has made a decision, didn't hesitate too much. After taking a deep look at his Tenseigan, he immediately began the transplant surgery. Like the previous removal surgery, the transplant surgery was also very smooth. In just a few minutes, Hyojin completed the surgery. Afterward, Hyojin restrained the relaxed expression on his face and stared at Ningxi on the operating table with the Tenseigan, and the expression on his face also became serious. For him, the surgery itself has never been a problem. The real problem is whether Ningxi can withstand his Tenseigan after the transplant, and because there is no precedent to analyze, he can't make accurate speculations before the transplant. But in his opinion, he and Ningxi are from the same family, and their bloodlines are similar, plus Ningxi's talent is one of the best in the family, and he is at the age of vitality, plus the blessing of Yin Seal, he should be able to withstand his Tenseigan. Slightly nervous, Hyojin swallowed non-existent saliva, then asked, How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? Ningxi slowly opened his eyes at this time, a little puzzled, what discomfort? Obviously, until this moment, he didn't know what Hyojin transplanted into him. He thought it was Hyojin's Byakugan, so he didn't think about other aspects at all. Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, "It seems that he has entered a dormant state on his own initiative." Ah. Suddenly, Ningxi on the operating table screamed in pain, and then his body curled up like a shrimp ball. Hyojin frowned. "What's wrong?" My eyes. My eyes hurt." Niji screamed as he convulsed. Hyojin immediately ordered, "Quick, open the Ein seal." The painful Ningxi quickly opened the Ein seal according to Hyojin's instructions, and then a large amount of Byakugan chakra that he had stored before was released from the seal. With the lifting of the Ein seal, Ningxi's pain was reduced to a certain extent. He panted and asked, "Sensei, how could this happen? I feel that the eyes you transplanted into me are about to tear my brain apart. In front of it, my body is like a piece of white paper wrapped in a flame, and it may be burned at any time." Hyojin was a little embarrassed. It wasn't like this before. The 3rd chapter is here, continue to write, there should be a 4th chapter in the evening. In another hour, it will be April, please ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket for April in advance, thank you everyone. There is no doubt that this pair of Tenseigan is very conscious when it is in Hyojin's body. It will carefully take care of Hyojin's body. Even if it suppresses itself and lets itself fall into dormancy, it will not cause a serious burden to Hyojin's body. But after transplanting it to Ningxi, this consciousness seems to have disappeared. It had finally revealed its 6th Daos level, displaying a power that was not inferior to the Eye of Reincarnation. In fact, it was even more powerful than the Eye of Reincarnation. Ningxi's current situation is obviously that he can't bear the burden of the Tenseigan, and there is a mutual rejection between his eyes and his body, and in this confrontation of rejection, Ningxi's body is simply no match for the Tenseigan. The two are not on the same level at all, so Ningxi feels great pain. Even Ningxi can't do it? Hyojin is a little helpless. If even Ningxi can't do it, then you, who has a worse aptitude, may not be able to bear his Tenseigan. At this time, due to the complete release of the Ein seal, Niji's condition was slightly better. Drenched in sweat, he covered his head while gasping for breath and said, "Teacher, how can your eyes be so scary? It's like the sun, it's so hot that I can't bear it, I feel like my head is going to crack." Hyojin replied casually while thinking about countermeasures, "Didn't I mention it to you before? My eyes are called Tenseigan. Oh, you can think of it as the advanced form of Byakugan. Turn. Tenseigan." Ningxi was completely stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He always thought that Byakugan has no advanced form. At this time, after listening to Hyojin's explanation, he realized that Byakugan is the same as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it also has an advanced form. And his sensei already has this kind of powerful and terrifying eye called Tenseigan. In hindsight, he touched his eye socket. "Did you transplant the Tenseigan to me?" Hyojin nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, but now it seems that you can't withstand my eyes." As he spoke, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Maybe I should try transplanting an eye first. Sigh, maybe no one can withstand my Tenseigan." Frankly speaking, Ningxi's strong rejection was far beyond his expectations. He thought that Ningxi was the best candidate, but now it seems that only Otsutsuki Samurai, whose bloodline on the moon is closer to Otsutsuki Hamura, can bear his Tenseigan. In addition, Nagato, Xianglin, and other descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths, although their physique is tyrannical and their vitality is amazing, because they don't have the Byakugan chakra, they may not be able to withstand his Tenseigan. Listening to Hyojin's mutterings, Ningxi was both surprised and self-abased. When he learned that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan also had an advanced form, he felt joy from the bottom of his heart, thinking that with hard work in the future, he may also be able to awaken the Tenseigan. But when he learned that he was not even qualified to bear his teacher's Tenseigan, his heart suddenly turned to ashes, and he clenched his fists in pain. "Damn it, how can I be so incompetent?" Soon, the effect of Ningxi's Ein seal began to fade. Kuroto hasn't been practicing the Ein seal for a long time, coupled with the fact that his daily training tasks are extremely heavy, the amount of chakra that can be stored in the Ein seal is not much, so the accumulation of chakra in the Ein seal is very limited. And as the effect of Ein seal faded, the great pain hit Ningxi's whole body again. But this time, he didn't cry out in pain, but clenched his teeth, tightly grasped the edge of the operating table with his hands, and used his will to resist the pain of his body and spirit body. "It's useless." Hyojin on the side sighed faintly. Ningxi gritted his teeth and said, "Sensei, I can definitely help." Hyojin shook his head and said calmly, "If you can't, then you can't. It has nothing to do with your will." Ningxi still didn't give up. On his flushed cheeks, blue veins bulged high. Hyojin turned his head and glanced at the instrument that monitors Ningxi's physical signs. It shows that Ningxi's heartbeat and blood pressure are abnormal, and even his cell activity is soaring rapidly. This shows that Ningxi's body is trying to adapt to the Tenseigan, but even at this point, his body still can't bear the burden of the Tenseigan. Hyojin advised, "Give up, it's meaningless to persist like this. If you go on like this, you will die." With that, he took out a tranquilizer and was ready to inject it into Ningxi's body to help Ningxi calm the abnormalities of his body, and then remove the newly implanted Tenseigan for Ningxi. He now realized that his Tenseigan may have completely surpassed Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan in terms of level. In today's ninja world, except for himself, no one is qualified to touch his Tenseigan unless it is the real Otsutsuki. Because even if you get it, you can't control it. And at this time, he realized a little bit that Uchiha Madara needed someone to help warm his eyes, but when he looked up, he found that no one could bear it. However, just as Hyojin was about to inject the tranquilizer, Ningxi, who was already a little confused, was still murmuring, "Sensei, I can definitely help. I don't want to be a bird in a cage all the time. I also want to be like Sasuke, like Naruto, to pursue my dreams freely." Listening to Ningxi's murmur, Hyojin's thumb stopped pushing the injection, and a trace of hesitation flashed on his face. It's really troublesome." Soon, Hyojin spat lightly, then quickly removed the gourd artifact from his waist and opened the seal on the gourd artifact. Crash! In an instant, a majestic Ryumai chakra overflowed from the gourd artifact. At this time, Hyojin said to Ningxi, who was gradually losing consciousness on the operating table, "You only have one chance. If you can become the Ryumai's Jinchuriki, you may be able to bear my Tenseigan. Now I'm giving you this opportunity, it's up to you whether you can grasp it or not." Then, Hyojin told Ningxi how to sign a contract with the Ryumai, and then retreated to the side. If Ningxi can successfully sign a contract with the Ryumai in such an extreme state and become the Ryumai's Jinchuriki, then he is qualified to bear the Tenseigan. If he can't do it, then Hyojin can't do anything about it. Ningxi didn't have a choice in the previous fates. But this time, as his teacher, Hyojin put the opportunity to control his own fate in front of him. Fourth, thank you to the students who gave yesterday. Thank you everyone. I feel that my performance is not bad. So, please support me with your monthly votes, and vote for me with your guaranteed monthly votes. In the coming April, I will strive to maintain this state. Everyone's support is the biggest motivation for me to update, so please continue to support me, requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes, requesting subscriptions, requesting rewards. The above is all serious. This is not an April Fool's joke. Oh, intersection. Oh, Naruto's world in the eyes of reincarnation, requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Although his consciousness was fading, Ningxi did not give up. After hearing Hyojin's whisper, he forced himself to form a seal to form a contract with the dragon vein. Even if he was fully conscious, he might not be able to form a contract like this. But he understood that this was the only chance he had to control his own fate. He did not want to be a useless person, and he did not want to be a bird trapped in a cage forever. Therefore, although his hands were trembling, they were extremely determined. Hyojin, who had retreated to the side, watched this scene silently. Giving Ningxi a chance to form a contract with the dragon vein was the limit of what he could do. After all, he was not at Samsara level yet, so he could not directly bestow power like the Samsara deity. As for the dragon vein, he did not deal with it on a whim. During the ceremony, he realized that his contract with the dragon vein had already affected his breakthrough to Samsara level. This was because this kind of contract, similar to the human pillar strength, would cause his connection with the dragon vein to be too close, causing his spiritual body and chakra to not be pure enough. This situation did not affect him much in the first and second stages of the ceremony, but when it came to the third stage, which involved raising the level of life, the effects gradually emerged. One of the most direct effects was that the overly close contract would cause a part of the dragon vein's chakra to unknowingly participate in the crucial chakra fusion. And the chakra fusion in Hyojin's body was carefully calculated by him. There was a very subtle balance between the different attributes of the chakra. Once other uncontrollable chakra entered, it would interfere and even break this balance. Secondly, this kind of contract, similar to the human pillar strength, involved the soul, and the dragon vein's chakra was too large, which would affect Hyojin's spiritual body in many ways. These effects were not necessarily bad. For example, when Hyojin was under an illusion, the dragon vein could invade Hyojin's body on its own and dispel the illusion for Hyojin. But at the same time, this would cause Hyojin's spirit body to be impure. Purity was what allowed Hyojin to go even further than Hiriko and Danzo. It was precisely because he had solved the problem of soul impurities and body rejection that he was able to easily complete the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage that no one had ever explored before. That was why, for the sake of purity, he had to give up his identity as the human pillar of the dragon bloodline and use his pure body to break through the bloodline succession net. This was also the reason why he did not immediately sign a new contract with the dragon vein after being tainted Earth reincarnation. If it were not for Ningxi's stubbornness, he might have handed the dragon's vein over to Xianglin or Bai, allowing one of them to become the new dragon's vein human pillar. If Xianglin became the human pillar of the dragon bloodline, then she could better use the Rinnegan and use the natural reincarnation technique to resurrect Hyojin as soon as possible. If Bai became the human pillar of the dragon bloodline, with Bai's talent in controlling natural energy, he could almost exert the full power of the dragon bloodline. At that time, he could become an important source of chakra in Hyojin's ritual. Of course, these ideas were disrupted by the changes in front of him. Just as Kuroto's thoughts were gradually drifting away, a roar suddenly erupted from the gourd. It resounded throughout the entire operating theater and shook the surgical instruments on the trays to the side, causing them to clatter. Hyojin's eyes suddenly became cold. He knew that this was the reaction of the dragon bloodline after being stimulated by the contract. And whether this contract could be concluded or not would soon be clear. If the dragon bloodline accepted the contract, then Ningxi would become the second human pillar of the dragon bloodline after Hyojin. If the dragon bloodline refused to accept, then Hyojin must immediately take action and remove the Tenseigan for Ningxi. Ningxi also seemed to be aware of this. He endured the pain and exhaustion and looked nervously at the gourd. At this time, a dragon-shaped chakra phantom slowly emerged from the gourd, looking at Ningxi from a distance, and then looked at Hyojin, who retreated to the side. Hyojin nodded at the dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon-shaped phantom hesitated for a while, then suddenly plunged into Ningxi's body. Ningxi was startled for a moment, and then immediately showed a trace of joy on his face that had been suppressed. Immediately afterward, a large number of dragon bloodline chakra poured into his body, and then it was greedily absorbed by the Tenseigan. After absorbing enough dragon bloodline chakra, the Tenseigan finally calmed down. "Sensei, did I succeed?" As soon as his voice fell, Ningxi fell on the operating table. Looking at Ningxi, who fainted because of extreme fatigue, Hyojin said with emotion, "This kid is more reckless than me." 3 days later, Ningxi, who woke up, found Hyojin outside the cave and hurriedly saluted. "Sensei, thank you." Hyojin said, "You don't have to thank me. You risked your life for this opportunity, and I didn't give you the Tenseigan. I just asked you to help me nourish it temporarily. There is no need to thank me." Ningxi quickly promised, "Please rest assured, I will definitely protect your Tenseigan." "Protect it?" With a smile, Hyojin curled his lips and said, "You'd better think about how to protect yourself." Because they are from the same family and are related by blood, Hyojin and Ningxi's gene sequences are similar. The only difference is the amount of recessive special gene sequences turned on. Therefore, other people who have transplanted Tenseigan only have the power of Tenseigan at most, but Niji has transplanted Tenseigan. It is possible that because of the stimulation of Tenseigan, the recessive special gene sequence in his body will be activated. And this is not only a great opportunity but also a great crisis. The principle is similar to the injection of genetic fluid, the only difference is that the method of stimulation is changed from genetic fluid to Tenseigan. This is actually an unexpected discovery by Hyojin when he examined Ningxi's body in the past 2 days. The reason is probably because of the previous ritual that caused his Tenseigan to step into the 6th path level and has some abilities that even he doesn't understand. In short, this pair of Tenseigan, which is connected to his bloodline, has become one of the strongest treasures in the shinobi world today. And the danger of genetic recombination caused by the activation of special gene sequences is self-evident. It is definitely an overly optimistic statement to describe it with the word 9 out of 10. The reason why Hyojin didn't delve into the genetic fluid is because it has nothing to do with technology. It is purely because the genetic recombination after activating all the special gene sequences is too dangerous. He has simulated it many times through the instrument, and the success rate is less than 0.1%. In other words, even if all the current Hyuga clansmen gather together to use the genetic fluid, there is a high probability that they will be wiped out, and no one will succeed. The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Of course, there is still a difference between the stimulation of Tenseigan and the stimulation of gene fluid. When the gene fluid is injected, it will violently activate all the special gene sequences and immediately detonate genetic recombination, so that the body will either be reborn or die in the continuous disintegration. The stimulation of the Tenseigan is more like an unconscious behavior, so the degree of stimulation is slightly lighter, and it will not have an immediate effect like the gene serum. It's just that the better the talent, the more obvious the stimulation effect will be, so Ningxi was in a coma for 3 days. After taking a serious look at Ningxi, Hyojin asked, "How do you feel?" "Very good." The excitement on Ningxi's face was hard to hide. Hyojin's Tenseigan's vision is much clearer than his Byakugan's. It's like the resolution of the monitor has been raised, and the whole world is clear. In addition to the most basic improvement of insight, he also faintly found that his chakra has undergone obvious changes, whether it is quantity or quality, there has been a clear growth. Then let's try the pupillary technique. Hyojin pointed to the forest in the distance. Yes. Ningxi was immediately eager to try. He has always been looking forward to getting the same powerful pupillary technique as Sasuke, so this moment is the moment he has been dreaming of. Facing the forest, he took a deep breath, and then slowly raised his arms. After enduring the Tenseigan, he obtained the most basic Tenseigan pupillary technique, rain manipulation, so he can try to use it without Hyojin's guidance. Soon, he used all his strength to launch rain manipulation. In an instant, a violent repulsive force spewed out from his palm, forming an invisible storm, sweeping the forest in front of him. Rumble, the violent storm carried boundless G-waves, emitting a series of deafening roars. The forest in front of him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye in this storm, as if a charcoal drawing on a canvas was erased by an eraser. This. As the initiator, Ningxi suddenly froze in place, and his face was full of astonishment. Hyojin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Why are you so forceful?" Looking at the lush green forest that had turned into a desolate wasteland, Ningxi was shocked and scared. He stammered, I didn't know it would turn out like this." Hyojin held his forehead with his hand and said speechlessly, "I asked you to try your ocular technique, not to demolish my home. Now that you've done this, I have no choice but to abandon my base." Ningxi quickly apologized, "I'm very sorry." "Forget it." Waving his hand, Hyojin said, "It's hard to avoid accidents on the first try. I've made many mistakes in the past, but you have to remember that you are the one controlling the power, not the other way around. Don't lose yourself." "I will remember it." Ningxi nodded seriously. At this time, Hyojin glanced at the forest that Ningxi had just swept in the distance, and he was secretly surprised. To be honest, he didn't expect that the power of Ningxi's rain manipulation would be so strong. This is almost comparable to the power of his full strength when he was alive. And Ningxi has just adapted to the state of the Tenseigan. Obviously, it is impossible to achieve the effect he had when he was alive. This undoubtedly shows that the ocular power of the Tenseigan has improved after the ritual, and it has improved a lot. The technique you just used is called rain manipulation. It is a technique that manipulates repulsion and attraction. It can repel nearby objects and attract distant objects. Immediately, Hyojin explained to Ningxi while actually demonstrating rain manipulation, slowly sucking a gravel on the ground in the distance into his palm. Ningxi suddenly said, "Sensei, this is the technique that the Akatsuki leader used to destroy the village, right? Hyojin nodded and said, well, the Rinnegan also has a similar ability, but the repulsion and attraction of the Rinnegan are two different techniques, called Shinra Tensei and 10,000 Mammoth Tensei respectively, but the principle is similar to our technique. Ningxi immediately said, the leader of Amatsukami seems to have a similar technique. Ahem, after coughing twice, Hyojin said, next, I will teach you an ocular technique unique to the Tenseigan. I call it Tenseigan Chakra Mode! Tenseigan Chakra Mode? Ningxi's mind moved, and his mind immediately thought of Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra Mode, Seiyu's Sage Mode, and 4 Generations Lei Ying's Thunder Release Chakra Mode. Watch carefully. After explaining, Hyojin demonstrated the Tenseigan Chakra Mode hand seals. Ningxi imitated Hyojin's hand seals, and then at the end, he shouted softly, Tenseigan Chakra Mode, open. Voila, in an instant, a soft Tenseigan chakra wrapped Ningxi's whole body, lifted his body, and slowly floated. This? Ningxi was at a loss for a moment. He was not surprised by the magic of Tenseigan Chakra Mode, but his current state reminded him of a person, a legend of the ninja world. Hyojin at this time curled his lips and smiled, you can succeed on the first try, not bad. Ningxi, who was floating in the air under the Tenseigan Chakra Mode, looked at Hyojin in a daze, and stammered, Sensei, you are the leader of Amatsukami, Yama? Yes. Hyojin nodded casually. At this moment, the deeds of the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, flashed in Ningxi's mind one by one. He was shocked to find that the ninja world has been under the control of Byakugan. Those Homosubi of Amatsukami who have Manjikyu Sharingan are all subordinates of Hyojin. So the Sharingan has always been under Byakugan, it's just that I didn't know. Ningxi was completely confused. The concept that he has established for more than a decade was shattered at this moment. The powerful Uchiha and the powerful Manjikyu Sharingan he thought were all subordinates of Hyojin who has the Byakugan. And the Byakugan that he thought has been eliminated by the times turns out to be hiding a terrifying power that can suppress the entire ninja world and defeat the leader of Akatsuki who has the Rinnegan Eye. Landing on the ground, Ningxi stared at Hyojin, opened his mouth and asked, Sensei, is this true? Is all this real? Hyojin was speechless. Isn't it just creating an organization with only a few people? Is it worth making such a fuss? Ningxi then asked, are you really a sage? Hyojin was even more speechless. I told you long ago, I'm a dead man now. The second update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank the students who gave me gifts today, thank you everyone. Dead, the excitement on Ningxi's face suddenly disappeared as if a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Even now, he still can't adapt to the fact that Hyojin is dead. Deep in his heart, he still thinks that it's just a joke by his sensei, but since he already has the Tenseigan, he knows very well that the state of Hyojin in front of him is very strange. Immediately, Ningxi asked worriedly, Sensei, can you really be resurrected? Hyojin didn't explain much and just nodded gently. Suddenly, Ningxi thought of something, and his expression suddenly froze as he said in surprise, if you are dead, then who will stop the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato? Everyone knows that the only one who can stop the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato, is the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Now that he learned that the leader of Amatsukami, Nagato, is his sensei, Hyojin, and that Yama is dead, Ningxi suddenly realized that the balance in the shinobi world seems to have been broken, and no one can stop the leader of Akatsuki, Nagato. Hyojin was a little relieved. It's good that you can think of this yourself, so the news of my death must be kept secret until the moment of my resurrection. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Ningxi nodded hurriedly. Once the news of Amatsukami's leader Yama's death is leaked, the Akatsuki may immediately take action, and at that time, the shinobi world will usher in another catastrophe. Next, Hyojin began to guide Ningxi in condensing and using the truth-seeking ball. The biggest advantage of Tenseigan Chakra Mode compared to other modes is that it can bypass the limit of the realm and condense the truth-seeking ball that can only be condensed by a complete six-path shinobi. And this can be said to be the key to the Tenseigan Chakra Mode, crushing other modes. Because apart from the Tenseigan Chakra Mode, there is no other method that can allow a ninja to instantly cross the boundary of six-path, which defines the level of life, and allow an ordinary person to temporarily possess the power of six-path, becoming a pseudo-sixth-path with the full combat power of sixth-path. Looking at the black ball floating in front of him, Xianxia was both surprised and delighted. Teacher, are these the truth-seeking balls that symbolize the power of immortals? Yes. Nodding, Hyojin urged, don't just stand there. Maintaining the truth-seeking jade is a heavy burden for you, so don't waste any more time. Hurry up and try the golden will reincarnation explosion. Yes. Xianxia quickly responded, then held his breath and activated the truth-seeking ball according to Hyojin's instructions. In an instant, the truth-seeking ball that was floating beside Xianxia rushed into the palm of Xianxia's right hand. Soon after, it transformed into a golden sword that was as dazzling as the sun. Hyojin pointed to the wasteland that had become ruins in the distance. Give it a try. Xianxia did not hesitate and immediately slashed down with the sword. Swish, the golden light drew an arc in the air, and then disappeared into the ground. Soon after, a roar broke out. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Xianxia saw a deep gully in front of him. There were many cracks extending from the edge of the gully. It seemed as if the earth had been chiseled open by something. Is this the power of immortals? Niji gasped for breath as he stared at the destruction he had caused with a dull look in his eyes. Beside him, Hyojin said non-committally, the technique you just used is called the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. It's a high-level use of the truth-seeking jade. It can easily break through the control limit of the truth-seeking jade, which is only 70 meters. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, Xianxia muttered softly. Hyojin continued, its power will increase according to the number of truth-seeking jades used. What you used just now was the weakest level, which could only destroy one street. And if we throw in more truth-seeking balls, even the moon hanging high above our heads will be sliced in half. Just listening to Hyojin's introduction, Xianxia was already looking forward to it. On the other hand, there's another technique called the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. If the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion fuses the suction force with the truth-seeking jade and uses the suction force to converge all the power into a line, then uses the line to break the surface. Then, the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion fuses the repulsive force with the truth-seeking jade to form a storm that can overturn everything. Hyojin casually introduced another technique of the Tenseigan chakra mode. Hearing this, Xianxia wanted to give it a try. But when he tried to condense another truth-seeking jade, his body staggered. Not only did he fail to condense another truth-seeking jade, even the Tenseigan chakra mode on his body dissipated. Seeing this, Hyojin said, don't try anymore. You've just barely adapted to my Tenseigan. Entering the Tenseigan chakra mode and using it once is almost your limit. If you mess around again, you'll destroy the balance that you've worked so hard to establish, causing your body to be overwhelmed and die on the spot. Half squatting on the ground, Xianxia gasped and nodded. After the excitement subsided, the exhaustion from the depths of his soul immediately swept over him, causing him to be in a trance. So there's no need for Hyojin to emphasize it. He knew that he had reached his limit. But even so, looking at the forest that was raised by him and the ravine he created, his heart was still full of a sense of accomplishment. He sighed with emotion, so this is the power of an immortal. Even if I only transplanted Sensei's eyes and obtained a part of Sensei's power, I can already reach such a terrifying level? Now, Xianxia is convinced that his teacher, Hyojin, must be a real immortal. Because in his opinion, he only obtained a part of his teacher's power, and he already has such a terrifying destructive power. He can't imagine how strong his teacher was in his heyday. Hyojin walked in front of Xianxia and said, from now on, there's only one thing you need to do, that is to familiarize yourself with and master the power of the Tenseigan. Xianxia nodded quickly, yes. He also knows that with his current mastery of the Tenseigan, it's difficult to use it in actual combat. If he's not careful, he will drain himself dry. He doesn't even dare to spar with his peers, for fear of destroying the village due to negligence. Hyojin went behind Xianxia and said, I'm going to place a few marks on your body now, don't resist. Yes. Although he didn't know what Hyojin was going to do, Xianxia still responded honestly. Soon, Hyojin left a chakra on Xianxia's body and arranged a psychic technique. The chakra left behind can allow Hyojin to observe the outside world through the ninja crow before, obtaining Xianxia's vision and seeing everything Xianxia sees from a distance. The psychic technique he set up is a contingency plan. Once Ningxi is in danger, he can use the reverse psychic technique to forcibly intervene and summon Ningxi to his side. Of course, all of this must be done with the giant Tenseigan as a relay, and Ningxi himself does not resist, otherwise, he can't do these arrangements. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. After that, Ningxi asked some questions about how Hyojin died and about Amatsukami. Hyojin doesn't have the energy to explain these things now, so he casually said a few perfunctory words, and then asked Ningxi to concentrate on adapting to the Tenseigan and not to think about other things. So Ningxi, who has long been accustomed to obeying Hyojin's orders, didn't ask any more questions and obediently adapted to the Tenseigan. A few days later, when Ningxi's state gradually stabilized, Hyojin sent Ningxi back to the village. Through these few days of observation, he found that the activity of his Tenseigan in Ningxi's body has not decreased, and it has been maintained in a relatively stable state. In this state, once Hyojin resurrects and retrieves the Tenseigan, he can immediately carry out the ritual again, and he doesn't need to spend extra time to warm the Tenseigan and let it recover from its dormant state. It can be said that Ningxi is now a living nutrient tank. Storing the Tenseigan in Ningxi can save a lot of unnecessary time for Hyojin. After sending Ningxi away, Hyojin immediately abandoned this temporary base and returned to the Sky Fortress. As Ningxi worried, Hyojin must now start the resurrection immediately. Because no one can predict when the Akatsuki organization will take action again. Although Nagato was impacted by the concept of six-path proposed by Hyojin last time, he didn't suffer much damage, so although the probability of Nagato choosing to stay dormant is very high, the possibility of Nagato suddenly attacking can't be completely ignored. In addition, Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon also has to be guarded against. After all, Otsutsuki Samurai has already obtained Hayashi's Byakugan, and the most important component of Hyojin's gene fluid is Hayashi's genes, so the purity of Hayashi's Byakugan may be inferior to Spark's, but it is definitely outstanding in the Hyuga clan. Now even if Otsutsuki Samurai already has the Tenseigan, Hyojin will not be surprised at all. Soon, Hyojin summoned Xianglin. Seeing Hyojin return to the Sky Fortress, Xianglin, who knows what Hyojin has been doing these days, asked curiously, "Sama, have you dealt with the Tenseigan?" Hyojin nodded. Xianglin hesitated for a moment and said, "Is it really safe to give it to others?" Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry. There is nothing in this world that is unbreakable, no matter how many methods are laid out, there may be mistakes, but compared to laying some kind of powerful seal like Madara Uchiha, leaving some kind of hidden curse mark, emotions and fetters are obviously more effective curse marks." Then, Hyojin told Xianglin, "Get ready for the transplant operation tomorrow." In a short period of time, if he wants to improve Xianglin's control of the Rinnegan, so that Xianglin has the ability to use high-level pupil techniques such as Earth-Exploding Heaven Star and Rebirth Heaven technique, the simplest way is to repeat the successful path of Nagato, let Xianglin, who has the Uzumaki clan's sage body, fuse with the Senju clan's sage body, and obtain a sage body close to the sage of the six paths. According to Hyojin's judgment, Nagato and Xianglin, the two Uzumaki clansmen, are very outstanding even in the Uzumaki clan. Nagato's specialty should be the huge amount of chakra. In this regard, Xianglin, who is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, is obviously not as good as Nagato. And Xianglin's specialty is the high quality of chakra, which has the healing ability of yang release. Just a bite can obtain a healing effect far beyond medical ninjutsu. So, when it comes to talent, it is not easy to compare who is stronger between Nagato and Xianglin at present, but one thing is certain, that is, even if Xianglin is not as good as Nagato, it will not be much worse than Nagato. Therefore, Nagato can complete the sage body of the six paths through the transplantation of the first-generation cells and complete the physical transformation, and Xianglin can probably do the same. Xianglin already knew about the transplantation of the first-generation cells, so he was not surprised. "My lord, I have already prepared, we can start the operation now. Don't worry about this day." Hyojin shook his head. He still needs to prepare himself, after all, this is related to his resurrection, so he can't be negligent. After letting Xianglin prepare, Hyojin quietly thought about it. Resurrection is naturally his current top priority, and it is something that must be done immediately, because he is now the fifth-generation Naruto of the Mai clan. Although he can hide it for a while through various previous arrangements, he certainly can't hide it for too long. Secondly, the threat of the Akatsuki and Otsutsuki samurai won't allow him to die for too long. What's more, many of the arrangements seem to be tight, but if it is for a long time, there may be all kinds of unpredictable emergencies, so in order to avoid long delays, he must be resurrected as soon as possible. And the key to resurrection is tomorrow's operation. As long as the operation is successful, then according to his speculation, Xianglin should have the ability to perform the reincarnation innate technique after the adaptation period. Not only that, as long as Xianglin has the body of a six-path level sage, coupled with the support of the giant Tenseigan, with her terrifying physique, it is very likely that she will be able to survive after using the reincarnation innate technique. After all, Hyojin's body is intact, and Xianglin doesn't need to consume too much Jinjutsu's power to repair his body, and Hyojin's realm also fell in the ritual. He is no longer a six-path level strong ninja, and his life level has also changed back to an ordinary ninja, so resurrection is not difficult. It must be known that in the original story, Nagato, who did not transplant the first-generation cells, destroyed the Mai clan, and went through a series of battles to resurrect thousands of ninjas and villagers in my village. If Xianglin has the body of a six-path sage, and only resurrects one person, then the probability of survival is very high. After arranging the resurrection, Hyojin started to consider the arrangements for the second ritual. This time, he planned to carry out the resurrection and the ritual at the same time. In other words, after the resurrection, he will not waste any time and immediately carry out the second ritual to break through the bloodline net. This requires him to arrange all the preparations for the second ritual before the resurrection. As soon as he thought about the preparation for the second ritual, his mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Whether it was the redesign of the altar, the selection of the location for the ritual, or the repair of the 6 clones, they were all troublesome matters without exception. However, compared to these, the more troublesome thing was to obtain the source of chakra. Previously, Hyojin thought that he had made sufficient preparations, but in reality, the chakra he had prepared was only 1/10 of what was needed for the ritual. Therefore, this time, he had to think of a way to get more chakra. Here's the second update. I'm looking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, I would like to thank all the students who gave me gifts today. Thank you all. After calming down and carefully sorting out his situation, Kuroto found that the biggest problem that troubled him was not the resurrection, nor the problems related to the Tenseigan, or the selection of the location of the ritual, or the restoration work of the main body and the 6 clones, etc., but the chakra source needed for the ritual. Because except for the chakra source, the other problems are troublesome but can be solved. Only the chakra source needed for the ritual really gave Hyojin a headache, because after experiencing the ritual, he personally understood how exaggerated the chakra amount needed to break through the Kekkei Genkai net. All the preparations he had made before were only 1/10 of what was needed. Holding his forehead with his hand, Hyojin frowned slightly and whispered, "Where should I get so much chakra?" As soon as he thought of chakra, 2 keywords flashed in his mind. The first keyword is naturally tailed beast. It can be said that as long as a ninja is from one of the 5 great shinobi villages, they will immediately think of tailed beasts, because tailed beasts are almost synonymous with a huge amount of chakra to some extent. But Hyojin can't take this path. First, except for the 1, 3, 7, and 9 tails, the other 5 tailed beasts have fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, and it is very difficult to take them back from them. Second, even if Hyojin gathered all the 9 tailed beasts, it is still not enough for the chakra required for the ritual. Unless he can send all the 9 tailed beasts back to the body of the outer path golem and resurrect the 10 tails, the chakra amount may be enough for him to carry out the ritual. But in this way, it is equivalent to him repeating what the Akatsuki organization did. Not only did he have to completely defeat the Akatsuki organization, take away Nagato's Rinnegan, and gain control of the heretic demon statue, but he also had to personally kill Naruto, the disciple that he had painstakingly cultivated, as well as Gaara and Yugura, the 2 loyal subordinates. Then, he had to face Black Zetsu's scheme and face the furious sage of 6 paths. After thinking for a while, Hyojin immediately dispelled this unreliable idea. The second key was natural energy. One must know that even the chakra fruit that allows an ordinary Otsutsuki Kagaya to instantly step into the Kekkei Genkai net is a product of the divine tree absorbing the natural energy of the shinobi world. Although Kagaya belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, before she swallowed the chakra fruit, she obviously didn't have the strength of a six-path shinobi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been threatened by the natives of the shinobi world at that time. But after swallowing the chakra fruit, she instantly gained the power of Kekkei Net, and opened the 9 Magatama Rinnegan between her eyebrows. From this, it can be seen that the natural energy scattered between the heavens and the earth that can support the divine tree to bear the chakra fruit is more powerful than the tailed beasts, and it is also more valuable to excavate. From a certain point of view, Kagaya, who is known as the ancestor of chakra, also created chakra by absorbing the natural energy of the shinobi world. Immortal arts. Thinking of this, Hyojin's eyes gradually became serious. Since the path of collecting tailed beasts is not going to work, mastering immortal arts has become the path in front of him that he must go through. And currently, Hyojin knows a total of 4.5 ways to practice immortal arts. Among them, the 3 most important ways are Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest. These are the 3 holy lands of the shinobi world. Ninjas like Jiraiya, Naruto, Medicine Master Satsuki, and Medicine Master Satsuki, who inherited the genes of Orochimaru and Medicine Master Satsuki, all obtained immortal arts from these 3 holy lands. The 4th way is Yugo, who mutated due to the erosion of the high concentration of natural energy. Shinobi, who was cast with the curse seal by Orochimaru, and Haku, who was cast with the heavenly curse seal and then taken back, accidentally mastered immortal arts. The source of mastering immortal arts is Yugo, who mutated. The last way is the Miko-sama of the land of demons. In fact, from the fact that the Miko-sama has the ability to prophesy, it can be seen that the Miko-sama of the land of demons also mastered some kind of technique to use natural energy. This is also the reason why the Miko-sama has a huge amount of chakra that is not inferior to the tailed beasts. Hyojin doesn't intend to take the path of the 3 holy lands. It's not that he has any prejudice against the 3 holy lands, or that he doesn't want to lose face, but he simply feels that the way the 3 holy lands practice immortal arts is not pure enough. Or rather, it's pure for the species of the holy lands, but not for humans. For example, Jiraiya, who practiced immortal arts in Mount Myaboku, after entering sage mode, part of his body will turn into a frog. And Naruto, who practiced immortal arts in the Ryuchi Cave, and Medicine Master Do, after entering sage mode, their bodies will turn into a snake. So, instead of going to the 3 holy lands to practice immortal arts that are not pure for humans, it's better to try the 4th way, which is to ask Orochimaru for some information related to the curse seal, or to ask Haku about his experience in mastering immortal arts. As for the last half of the path, Hyojin suddenly remembered something. He quickly got up and walked towards his secret vault. Soon, he found the items entrusted to him by the previous Miko-sama one by one. At the beginning, the Miko-sama of the land of demons entrusted a total of 4 items to Hyojin. Except for the sealed bell that has been given to Ziyuan, the other 3 items are still in Hyojin's hands. These 3 items are the symbol of the status of the Miko-sama, the Miko-sama's crown, a seal scroll that recorded the various sealing techniques of the Miko-sama, and a bottle of medicinal pills. Putting the Miko-sama's crown and the seal scroll aside, Hyojin picked up the bottle of medicinal pills. There were originally 3 medicinal pills in this bottle, one of which Hyojin gave to Ziyuan when she was 10 years old, according to the agreement with the previous Miko-sama, and the remaining 2 were gifts from the previous Miko-sama to Hyojin. The function of the medicinal pills is very simple, which is to help the Miko-sama master natural energy. If someone who does not have the bloodline of the Miko-sama takes the medicinal pills, although they can't directly master natural energy, they will get a chance to get close to nature and understand nature. In history, there have been examples of Miko-sama's guards who mastered natural energy after taking the medicinal pills. Holding the medicinal pill bottle, Hyojin's eyes gradually deepened. He began to think about how high the probability of him mastering immortal arts would be if he obtained the experience and skills of Haku, coupled with the assistance of the 2 medicinal pills in this bottle. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was still difficult for Hyojin, who hadn't mastered the immortal arts, to make an effective assessment of how much potential the immortal arts could provide. But one thing he was sure of was that as long as he mastered the immortal arts, the problem of the shortage of chakra source needed for the ritual should be alleviated to a certain extent. However, he was still in the state of dirted soil body, so he couldn't practice the immortal arts. so now he could only collect as much information as possible and try it after he was resurrected. At this time, Hyojin's eyes moved to the witch's crown on the side, and he secretly pondered. In fact, there had always been a huge chakra source beside him. This chakra source was not someone else, but the current witch of the country of demons, Ziyuan. The previous Miko-sama had personally told Kuroto that Xian was the most talented one among all the Miko-sama, so the previous Miko-sama made the seal bell to seal Xian's power. Morio is the dark side that the witch of the country of demons stripped from her body. It is the other half that the witch tried to abandon, and its chakra amount has exceeded the ordinary tail beast. I'm afraid it is only under 9 tails, so as the bright side, the chakra amount of Ziyuan should be equivalent to the dark side of Morio. With just a simple analysis, Hyojin could speculate that the chakra amount of Ziyuan, who had completely unsealed, should not be less than Morio. If the tail beast was used as a measurement, then the chakra amount contained in Ziyuan should only be under the most special 9 tails, which was stronger than other single 8-tailed beasts. In other words, in addition to Morio, Hyojin also had Ziyuan, the chakra amount source which was below 9 tails and above 8 tails. Do I need to go that far? Hyojin whispered to himself, and his tone was full of conflict. Obviously, Ziyuan's potential was not just her chakra amount, which was above 8 tails. Her real potential was actually the fusion of her dark side, Morio, and the complete state of the witch. The difference between a split body and a complete body could not be simply measured by addition and subtraction. For example, the chakra of the 9-tailed beast was far less than the 10-tailed chakra after the fusion. In the same way, once the split body of Ziyuan and Morio fused, the chakra amount would not be as simple as 1 plus 1. Hyojin had previously estimated that once Ziyuan reaccommodated her dark side, Morio, and returned to her complete state, she would be the only one who could catch up with Naruto and Sasuke, and break through to the 6th Daos level. However, the risk of doing so was also huge. If he was not careful, Ziyuan might be fused with Morio, giving birth to a demon close to the 6th Daos level. And this was the reason why Hyojin was so conflicted. If he succeeded, not only would he get a subordinate close to the 6th Daos level, but he would also get a very powerful chakra source, which would greatly alleviate the lack of chakra needed for the ritual. But if he failed, he would have to face a powerful enemy close to the 6th Daos level, who was skilled in all kinds of strange sealing techniques, sinister, cruel, and bloodthirsty. While playing with the Miko's crown, Hyojin gradually fell into deep thought. In fact, everyone has a dark side, and Miko-sama's method of forcibly stripping away her dark side was obviously a failure and undesirable. Or it could be said that it was because of Miko-sama's attempt that caused endless trouble to the Miko-sama. Because Morio and Miko-sama are 2 sides of the same body, as long as Miko-sama doesn't die, the Morio that is a part of Miko-sama can never be destroyed, so Miko-sama can only seal Morio. But a seal can't last forever. Even the seal formed by the sage of the 6th Daos can be broken, let alone a seal cast by Miko-sama who only has half of her strength. As long as time passes, there will inevitably be all kinds of flaws in the seal, and every time a flaw appears, it will be a test of life and death for Miko-sama. Because the strength of Morio and Miko-sama are close, and Morio obviously doesn't have such a moral bottom line, so Miko-sama is often on the defensive or even at a disadvantage. Ziyuan's mother died in this kind of disaster. Ziyuan is the most talented Miko-sama, maybe she can correct the mistake made by Miko-sama and put things back on track. Stripping away the dark side and sealing it is not the best way to do it. The most appropriate way is to leave the dark side in one's body, seal it with oneself, and use it as a sharpening stone to sharpen oneself, constantly reminding oneself. At the beginning, Miko-sama wanted to get rid of the dark side once and for all, but the result was endless harm. And Ziyuan's innate talent as the strongest Miko-sama may be to correct this mistake. From this point of view, with Ziyuan's talent as the strongest Miko-sama, and with the help of Hyojin, it is indeed the best time to deal with this problem left over from history. After making up his mind, Hyojin decided to give it a try. However, this kind of attempt is related to the Miko-sama's life, so he must get the consent of Ziyuan, because only if Ziyuan voluntarily accepts Morio, such a fusion may be successful. With a thought, he controlled the ninja crow and sent a message to Ziyuan, who stayed in the village. Next, he left the secret warehouse and went to the operating room to prepare for the fragrant phosphorus transplant tomorrow. Caw-caw. Suddenly, a crow's caw interrupted his thoughts. He summoned the ninja crow with mist on its wings and removed the communication scroll from the ninja crow's leggings. Then, he opened it and looked at it, and his brows gradually wrinkled. This communication ninja crow was sent from the Mist Village. A week ago, the Mist Village found a huge unidentified ironclad ship in the waters of the Country of Water. Then, the ironclad ship went all the way through the waters of the Country of Water, and then directly landed in the Country of Tea. After passing through the Country of Tea by land, it disappeared in the southeast bay shared by the Country of Fire, the Country of Wind, and the Country of Water. Ironclad ship. The first thing that flashed in Hyojin's mind was the Sky Ninja Village, because the Sky Ninja Village did have some ironclad ships, but the Sky Ninja Village had been destroyed by him many years ago. And even the leader of the Sky Ninja Village, Shino, was captured by him, so it was unlikely that it was the Sky Ninja Village this time. Moreover, the ironclad ship could actually land and cross on the road, which made him a little curious. Does such a thing exist in the shinobi world? Although he was a little concerned, he obviously couldn't take the time to investigate at the moment, and such a trivial matter wasn't worth investigating in person, so he gave an order to the Mist Village to closely monitor the ironclad ship, and if there was any news, report it immediately. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Hyojin stared at Xianlin on the operating table with a gloomy face and asked, "How is it, do you feel better now?" "Sir, I'm fine." Xianlin answered weakly with sweat all over his face. Hyojin sighed, "Well, forget it, stop for a while, you'd better take a rest." With that, he patted Xianlin's shoulder gently, then turned and sat on the bench beside him. Just now, Hyojin performed a first-generation cell transplant operation on Xianlin, but the operation did not go well. In the end, he had to use the giant Tenseigan to absorb chakra and urgently extract the would-release chakra from Xianlin's body, which barely prevented the first-generation cells from completely rampaging in Xianlin's body. This step is really not easy. After letting out a sigh of relief, Kuroto secretly sighed with emotion. He has long known that the way for Nagato to get rid of his disability and improve his physique is to transplant the first-generation cells and integrate the blood of the Uzumaki and Senju to obtain a sage body close to the Sage of the Six Paths, but he has not transplanted the first-generation cells for Xianlin. The first-generation cells are not so easy to fuse. What Nagato can do does not mean that Xianlin can do it. As far as the current situation is concerned, only the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan are clearly helpful for the transplantation of Hashirama cells, and most of the successful cases of Hashirama cell transplantation are related to the Uchiha bloodline and the Sharingan. For example, Uchiha Madara, Obsidian, Danzo, and Jishuei, Itachi, and Shinichi, which were successfully transplanted in Hyojin's hands. Because the yin-release chakra contained in the Sharingan can effectively neutralize the yang-release chakra contained in the first-generation cells, so the stronger the power of the Sharingan, or the more the number of Sharingan, the better the suppression effect on the first-generation cells. The reason why the old and weak ninja like Danzo can barely bear the first-generation cells is because of the Sharingan. In contrast, the Sage body's ability to withstand the cells of the Hashirama is much worse than the Sharingan. This is not limited to the Uzumaki race, even the Sage body of the Senju race, which is the same as the Hashirama, is also difficult to withstand the cells of the Hashirama. This is not Hyojin's unfounded speculation, but there is an actual example. After becoming Naruto, he specially consulted the files of the first-generation cell transplantation program carried out in the village. According to the records, there were many elites of the Senju clan among the volunteers at that time, because after the death of the first generation, the Senju clan was the most eager to reproduce the wood release. But the mighty cell transplantation program ended in a fiasco, and even the volunteers of the Senju clan didn't survive, all of them died in the rampage of the first generation cells. Fortunately, Hyojin has the giant Tenseigan. If the first time doesn't work, he can try the second time, and if the second time doesn't work, he can try the third time. As long as he keeps trying, he will eventually succeed. It's just that Xianlin has to suffer a bit. After all, it's not a good experience to bear the rampage of the first-generation cells. Hyojin even suspects that Nagato's success is also due to the Outer Path Golem. Because in some aspects, Nagato's Outer Path Golem is very similar to his giant Tenseigan, both have the ability to absorb chakra. Therefore, even if Nagato failed to suppress the first-generation cells at that time, he could theoretically use the outer path golem to extract the would-release chakra from his body, in order to contain the rampage of the first-generation cells. After a while, without waiting for Hyojin to speak, Xiang Lin on the operating table stood up and said, "Sama, I have rested well. My village." Ziyuan didn't disturb her guards, she tiptoed out of the house, and then quietly left the village under the guidance of a ninja crow. Although the power of the witch in her body was sealed by the bell made by her mother, Ziyuan is after all a student who has experienced a whole set of ninja education in Mai. She is not the weak girl who was sealed in the original time and space. Her strength is close to the level of a chunin, so there is no problem for her to go out alone. While Ziyuan sneaked out of the village, Xiaoli rushed to Ningxi's house and shouted, "Ningxi, get ready, our class has a mission." Ningxi, who just returned to the village yesterday, was a little surprised. "What mission?" Xiaoli urged. "I don't know, it seems to be an urgent mission. Kai-sensei is waiting for us, let's go." Ningxi didn't dare to delay, he quickly put on his ninja gear and rushed to the assembly point with Xiaoli. Guy and Tian have already been waiting at the assembly point. Seeing Ningxi and Xiaoli finally arrived, Guy didn't say a word of nonsense and directly led his team to leave the village. On the way, Guy introduced, "This time we are performing an investigation and support mission. Because the incident happened suddenly, the mission is very urgent." Ningxi calmly asked, "Kai-sensei, what is the specific content of the mission?" Guy shook his head. "The village doesn't know much about the specific situation. At present, we only know that a group of unidentified enemies landed from the sea in the land of wind and the land of water, and attacked several villages along the coast. After the investigation team of Sand Crypsis went to investigate, they had a conflict with the enemy and were defeated. Because Kazakage is still in Mai, Sand Crypsis sent a request to Mai to cooperate with the investigation. After confirming that the mission has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization, Ningxi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he is most worried about now is that before Hyojin Sensei resurrects, the Akatsuki organization will launch another operation again, because he is very clear that in the entire shinobi world, only Hyojin Sensei can defeat the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato. Xiaoli excitedly cheered, "Great, our class can finally carry out a real mission." Tian also echoed, "Yes, finally we don't have to stay in the village every day." The corners of Ningxi's mouth rose, and he was also a little eager to try. Today, he is not the same as before. Not only did he transplant Sensei Hyojin's unparalleled Tenseigan, but he also signed a contract with the Ryumyaku and became the Ryumyaku's Jinchuriki. Compared with a few days ago, his combat power is completely different. At this time, even if he faces a Kage-level expert, he has the confidence to win. Guy, the leader of the team, said seriously, "As ninjas, we have to treat every mission carefully, not to mention the identity of the enemy this time is unknown, so we must not be careless." After being scolded by Guy, several people in the team quickly restrained their frivolity. After a long journey, Guy's team finally entered the territory of the Land of Water, but at the rendezvous point with the Sand Crypsis investigation team, they did not see the Sand Crypsis investigation team. After some searching, they finally found the bodies of all the members of the Sand Crypsis investigation team in a calm more than 10 kilometers away from the rendezvous point. The first update is here. Condolences to the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the fight against the plague this time. Squatting next to the bodies of the Sand Crypsis investigation team, Ningxi said in a deep voice, "The body temperature is close to the ambient temperature, the time of death is at least 5 hours. Tian, who looked around, added, "There are traces of ninja tools and ninjutsu around, the battlefield should be here." Xiaoli was a little puzzled, "There are not many traces of fighting here, does it mean that the strength of the two sides is not at the same level, and the Sand Crypsis investigation team was completely destroyed by the enemy without any fierce resistance?" Ningxi got up and nodded gently, "Well, judging from the footprints left nearby, the number of enemies should be a lot, at least a dozen people, but it seems that only 1 or 2 people attacked, and from the wounds on the bodies of these Sand Crypsis ninjas, it can be seen that the person who attacked used a large and sharp weapon." Guy, who was on guard on the side, said with satisfaction, "Your analysis is good." Ningxi asked, "Kai-sensei, what should we do next?" Guy pondered for a moment and said, "The Sand Crypsis investigation team has been completely destroyed, and our support mission has failed, but we still have the responsibility of investigation, so we must figure out who the enemy is and what their purpose is. Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian Tian nodded in unison. They don't want their first official mission to be declared a failure because of the accidental annihilation of the Sand Crypsis team. Soon, Kaiban followed the footprints left by the enemy and began to track. He doesn't know whether the other party had no intention of covering up the traces at all, or the other party wasn't a ninja, but with Ningxi, Kaiban tracked the footprints very smoothly. Of course, Ningxi did not use the Tenseigan, but tracked the footprints in the Byakugan state. With the insight of Hyojin's Tenseigan, even if it's just an ordinary Byakugan state, all the traces in the surrounding environment can be clearly reflected in Ningxi's mind. So much so that Ningxi doesn't need to stop to distinguish, he can track all the way. This abnormal scene shocked not only Little Li and Tian Tian, but even Guy was shocked. After a long time, Ningxi, who was at the forefront of the team, suddenly gestured to his companions behind him. Then, his figure flashed and he hid behind a large tree. The rest of the team knew that Ningxi had discovered the enemy, so they immediately spread out and hid in various nearby bunkers. After hiding themselves, the few of them slowly poked their heads out. Taking a closer look, they discovered that there were two groups of people in a valley far away. One of them was wearing heavy armor, and the style of their clothing was completely different from the shinobi world, while the other side was actually two ninjas wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be Kakuzu and Hadun of the Akatsuki. Who were those people in heavy armor? How did they get involved with the Akatsuki? For a time, these two questions flashed in the minds of Kaiban and the others. But once things are related to the Akatsuki, even if they are just ordinary members of the Akatsuki, they must not be taken lightly, so Guy immediately gave a meaningful look to Tian Tian, who was in charge of communication. Tian Tian understood and quickly retreated into the grass, and then quietly summoned a communication eagle to pass the information back to the village. In the valley, Kakuzu stared at the group of aliens in front of him and said coldly, "We have helped you solve the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis according to the agreement, now it's time for you to pay the reward." Hadun, who was carrying the bloody moon scythe on his shoulder, yawned and said, "Hurry up and finish it, it's so boring." Feeling the contempt of Kakuzu and Hadun, the group of aliens on the opposite side were filled with righteous indignation. However, the leader of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a monocle. He chuckled and took out a box, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Kakuzu opened the box and found a blue crystal the size of a child's palm. Immediately, his face turned cold and said, "Hide, it doesn't look like gold." The middle-aged man wearing a monocle on his left eye, named Hyde, explained, "I'm sorry, we can't take out that much gold, but this grayer stone is a treasure far beyond gold, I'm sure you will be satisfied with it." A golden-haired young man standing next to Hyde said, "You two ignorant fools. Compared to the stone of grayer, gold is nothing." Hyde quickly scolded, "Timsy, don't be rude." At this time, Kakuzu focused his attention on the palm-sized blue crystal stone in the box, which was called the Stone of Grail by the aliens. Touching it lightly, Kakuzu was surprised to find that there was a strong chakra reaction coming from it. "Huh," Fei Duan also exclaimed in surprise. Both of them are experienced people in the shinobi world, but this is the first time they have seen such a crystal with such a rich chakra concentration. Seeing the slight change in their expressions, Hyde smiled and said, "You two should be satisfied, right?" Kakuzu and Hadun looked at each other and nodded slowly. Hyde said, "Then I'll trouble you two with the next task. As long as you catch the leader of the merchant group for us, we will definitely pay you a satisfactory commission." After putting away the box, Kakuzu stretched out 2 fingers and said, "In 2 days, we will hand him over to you." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, Kakuzu and Hadun disappeared in front of the aliens. After Kakuzu and Fei Duan left, the golden-haired youth called Timsy quickly asked Hyde, "Lord Hyde, why are we working with these 2 unknown people? And he even gave them a precious grayer stone?" Hyde smiled and said, "The situation on this continent is much more complicated than we expected. You've seen the enemies called the Sand Crypsis ninjas, right? Their strength should not be underestimated." Timsy said, "Those Sand Crypsis ninjas are just SOSO. I can deal with them as well. As long as we find the vein of grayer stone, no one can stop us from building our ideal country. The 2 ninjas named Akatsuki are just tools in our hands." Hiring them is just to save precious time. Hyde said in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, Timsy, as long as we find the vein of grayer stone, no one can stop us from building our ideal country. The two ninjas called Akatsuki are just tools in our hands." Without a doubt, this group of aliens came from the continent on the other side of the sea. They traveled thousands of miles across the sea for only one purpose, and that was to find the grayer stone vein hidden at the border between the wind country and the sea country. However, after landing in the wind country, they encountered the ninjas of the sand crypsis, and the two sides had a conflict, which then attracted the attention of the Akatsuki organization. So, as the leader, Hyde hired the Akatsuki organization, who was familiar with the situation of the ninja world. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. Because of the distance, Kaiban didn't hear what the two sides said in the valley, but he vaguely saw that the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of deal, and the two Akatsuki members gave a box to the Akatsuki members, and then the two Akatsuki members left in a hurry. There's something wrong with these aliens. Ningxi's expression was solemn. Because he knows Sensei Hyojin's current state, he is particularly sensitive to the activities of the Akatsuki, and the strange scene in front of him naturally aroused his uneasiness. Rumble, suddenly, a roar came from the distant valley, and the earth seemed to tremble. Kaiban and the others looked in the direction of the sound, only to see those armored aliens boarding an ironclad warship that could travel on land, and leaving the valley amidst the flying sand and stones. Xiaoli asked Ningxi, "Who are those people?" Ningxi shook his head. Not to mention Ningxi, who recently graduated from a shinobi school, even Guy, who has experienced the Third Shinobi War and carried out many missions, can't answer the question. At this time, Tenzin asked, "Kai-sensei, the information has been sent back to the village, what should we do now?" Guy said seriously, "Since this matter involves the Akatsuki, we can't just ignore it. No one can tell whether the Akatsuki is planning a new round of conspiracy against the 5 great shinobi villages, so as a shinobi of Mai, Guy must investigate this matter to the end, even if it's risky." Okay. Ningxi and the others nodded without hesitation. Because the tracks left by the ironclad warship on land are too eye-catching, Kaiban didn't follow the aliens in the ironclad warship, but followed the direction in which the Akatsuki members left. The chase continued all the way until night time, when Kaiban accidentally discovered a battlefield where ninjas had fought in a small forest. Ningxi immediately activated Byakugan and glanced around the battlefield that still exudes a burnt smell, then pointed to a pile of rocks in the distance. "There is a survivor over there." Xiaoli hurriedly rushed over, cleared the rocks, and dug out a heavily injured and unconscious Sand Crypsis ninja. "Marky?" After seeing the face of the injured Sand Crypsis ninja, Guy exclaimed. Tian asked, "Kai-sensei, do you know him?" Guy nodded calmly, "Well, his name is Maki, an elite jonin of the Sand Crypsis. Not long ago, he was nominated by the 4 generations of Kazekage to become one of the elders of the Sand Crypsis. He is a very powerful ninja." Hearing that the other party was an elder of the Sand Crypsis, Tian did not dare to be negligent. She quickly bandaged Maji's wounds. After a while, Maki woke up and saw Guy and the others. He quickly said, Quickly go and save old man Heian, we can't let the Akatsuki find the stone of grayer vein." "Grayer stone?" Kai was stunned for a moment before he asked, "What is that?" After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Maki told him the whole story. It turned out that in a canyon at the junction of the Land of Wind and the Land of Wind, there is a hidden ruin of the ancient empire. The ancient empire that had long been annihilated in the long river of history once had a glorious civilization, and the cornerstone that created their glorious civilization was a kind of crystal called the grayer stone that Marky had just mentioned. This stone contains a large amount of chakra, which can be used for both construction and destruction. The rise and fall of the ancient empire are closely related to this stone of grayer. The old man Heian that Maki mentioned, on the surface, is the leader of a caravan traveling around various countries, but in fact, he is a descendant of the ancient empire, and he knows the specific location of the ancient empire ruins. When Maki commanded the Sand Crypsis investigation team to investigate the aliens, they accidentally found that the aliens were chasing the Heian's caravan, so they rescued the caravan. Margie then learned from Hien that the target of the foreign races was the ruins of the ancient empire. It was also the location of the Grayer Stone mine. However, just as Maki was about to send this information back to the Sand Crypsis, the aliens actually colluded with the Akatsuki organization. Facing the Akatsuki organization, the Sand Crypsis investigation team could only retreat, and in the end, in order to cover the escape of Maki and Heian, all the members of the Sand Crypsis investigation team died, and Maki was eventually caught by the Akatsuki organization and was defeated. The important person who knows the location of the ancient empire ruins, Heian, was also captured by the Akatsuki organization. Maki emphasized, if it's only those aliens who found the Stone of Grayer Vein, there's still room for redemption, but if the Akatsuki organization finds the Stone of Grayer Vein, then the problem is serious. Guy thought for a while, and then asked seriously, is the Stone of Grayer really that powerful? Maki replied, I fought with a young alien who has a Stone of Grayer embedded in his body. The other party can perform many powerful ninjutsu without hand seals, and his recovery speed is amazing, plus the Akatsuki organization is also involved, so even if this Stone of Grayer is not as magical as the old man Heian said, it is by no means something that can be ignored. Like most of the ninjas in the 5 great shinobi villages, once they find out that the Akatsuki organization is involved, even if it's a trivial matter, they will treat it with extreme caution. Not to mention that the old man Heian kept bragging to him about how the Stone of Grayer is the source of all disasters, and how he shouldn't be greedy for it and so on. Then what are you going to do? Guy obviously believes in Maki's judgment. Not only him, but even Ningxi, Xiaoli, and Tian on the side also feel that the situation is getting serious. Maki shook his head and said, I won't die, you don't have to worry about me, just go and save Heian. As long as we save that old man from the Akatsuki organization, we can ensure that the Stone of Grayer Vein won't fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Xiaoli anxiously said, but where are we going to save him now? Ningxi pondered for a while and said, we don't need to look everywhere, as long as we follow those aliens quietly, we should be able to find the traces of the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. Yes. Guy agreed with Ningxi's judgment. There is no doubt that compared to the swift movements of the Akatsuki members, the ironclad ship that plows a long trench on the ground is obviously easier to track. Moreover, those aliens are cooperating with the Akatsuki organization, so as long as they follow the aliens, they will naturally be able to find the Akatsuki members, as well as the leader of the caravan, Heian, who was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization. The situation is urgent. Guy asked Tian to leave some medicine for the injured Maki and immediately led the team out. As expected, Kaiban quickly found the ironclad ship of the aliens and followed it all the way to a canyon, where he saw Kakuzu, Fei Duan, and the leader of the caravan, Heian, who was kidnapped by the aliens. The 2 groups of people only exchanged a few words before they escorted Heian into a hidden cave on the side of the canyon wall and disappeared into the canyon. Could it be that the Stone of Grayer Vein is in this canyon? For a moment, Kaiban and the others looked at each other. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. He thought that he still had a chance to save the old man and stop the Akatsuki from finding the Stone of Grayer Vein, but he didn't expect that the Akatsuki and the aliens would meet up in the canyon where the Stone of Grayer Vein is hidden. Oh no. Ningxi secretly said, not good. The other party's speed was so ferocious that it completely exceeded his expectations, causing him to be caught unprepared for a moment. Xiaoli and Tian also looked at Guy anxiously, waiting for Guy's order. Guy calmly weighed the situation and said, it's too late to wait for the village's reinforcements, we can only take action ourselves. Even if the village received the information they sent and immediately sent reinforcements, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for the reinforcements to arrive, and the Akatsuki and the aliens are already on the way to the Stone of Grayer Vein. It's obviously too late to wait for the reinforcements. Fortunately, there are only 2 Akatsuki members participating in this incident, and they aren't the most dangerous ones, so Guy feels that his team isn't completely helpless. After making up his mind, Guy left a mark for the reinforcements and led the team to sneak into the canyon. Inside the canyon. The seemingly ordinary canyon has a completely different world inside. After turning into a cave, the aliens and the Akatsuki finally stepped into the ruins of the legendary ancient empire. From the size of the ruins, this legendary ancient empire should really have a glorious civilization, which made everyone even more interested in the Stone of Grayer Vein. Taking the opportunity to look around the ruins, the aliens exchanged glances with each other and seemed to be thinking about when to deal with the two Akatsuki members. As the leader of the mutated tribe, Hyde, who was wearing a monocle on his left eye, looked gentle. Although he had a faint smile on his face, his heart was boiling with killing intent. To him, the Akatsuki was just a tool that he picked up, and now that he has successfully found the stone of Greyer vein, the Akatsuki naturally has no value to him anymore. Jiaodu and Fei Duan, who were walking at the front of the group, did not seem to notice the strange thoughts of the foreign races. They nonchalantly escorted He Yan into the depths of the ruins. The whole team was strangely quiet. Only He Yan, who was being escorted forward, kept saying, "The stone of Greyer is not a power that you can control. You will destroy this world." However, He Yan's shouting did not attract anyone's attention. Whether it's Kakuzu, Fei Dan, or the leader of the mutated race, all of them are looking forward to the possibility that the stone of Greyer mine really has the power to destroy the world, as Old Man Heian said. Not long after, the group arrived in front of a cliff. At the very front of the cliff was a stone platform formed by 3 giant stone pillars. The stone platform was carved with exquisite reliefs. It looked like an altar, but it also looked like some kind of mechanism. In front of the stone platform was a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. Coming to the stone platform, Kakuzu asked He Yan, "Where is the mine?" He Yan subconsciously glanced at one of the reliefs on the stone platform, then suddenly realized something, immediately retracted his gaze in panic, and stammered, I don't know." Although He Yan's reaction was very fast, it was still noticed by Kakuzu and the leader of the outsiders, Hyde. Both of them turned to look at the relief that He Yan had just glanced over with a playful look on their faces. Soon after, a golden-haired youth named Timsy walked over and stepped on the relief sculpture. Gotcha! In a split second, the entire stone pillar with the carvings suddenly caved in like an elevator, bringing everyone into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Swish swish swish, at the moment when the stone pillar sank, Kaiban, who has been secretly following the Akatsuki and the mutated race, had no choice but to appear, and flashed to the sinking stone pillar. At this time, on the rapidly sinking stone pillar, Fei Dan raised the bloody crescent scythe in his hand and pointed it at Kaiban and said with a smile, "Yo, so it's Mai's rats. I always thought it was those idiots from the Sand Crypsis who were following us." Kaiban said in a deep voice, "No matter what you want to do, we will stop you." Fei Dan laughed, "You're talking big." Just like Fei Dan, Kakuzu didn't care too much about the sudden appearance of Kaiban, and said calmly, "Fei Dan, don't mess around, find the mine first." Tisk. Fei Dan lightly spat, then put down the bloody crescent scythe in his hand. Because the stone pillar is still rapidly sinking, in order to avoid accidents, Kaiban and the others are not in a hurry to make a move, and the two sides are facing each other on the stone pillar. After a long time, the speed of the stone pillar sinking gradually slowed down, and finally stopped at the entrance of an underground palace. The mutated race, Akatsuki, and Kaiban walked down the stone pillar, facing each other, and came to an incomparably spacious underground palace. In the center of the underground palace, there is an obvious magic circle that looks a bit like a psychic circle. On the walls of the palace, the history of the ancient empire is painted. These beautiful murals record the whole process of the empire's rise and fall, and the last mural is empty, only darkness, seems to symbolize complete death and destruction. At this time, the blonde boy Timsy pulled out the short sword at his waist and looked at Hyde, "Sir." Hyde smiled, then opened his arms and said to the Akatsuki and Kaiban, "Thank you for your help, allowing us to arrive here smoothly, but for the sake of our great ideal country, please die here." Following Hyde's chuckle, all the mutated race took out their weapons. Fei Duan carried the bloody moon scythe and looked at Hyde with interest. "You want to fight with the Akatsuki?" Hyde smiled contemptuously, "Just a group of ninjas, and you dare to touch the stone of Greyer? Only I am qualified to have such power, and you can only die." Hyde has seen the ninjas of the Sand Crypsis, and he knows that although the ninja's ninjutsu is somewhat difficult to deal with, that's all. But now, there are only 6 ninjas in front of him, and they are hostile to each other, so he doesn't put the Akatsuki and Kaiban in his eyes at all. Kaiban and the others were also surprised at this time. They did not expect these mutated race to be so arrogant, not even putting the Akatsuki in their eyes. "It seems that we have underestimated these mutated race. With such suspicion, Kaiban started fighting with the mutated race. Because Hyde's tone was too arrogant, the cautious Ningxi did not dare to be careless, and as soon as the battle started, he fiercely attacked the two heavily armored mutated race giants with iron hammers. Bang, bang, after the two sides crossed each other, Ningxi looked back and found that the two mutated race giants who were hit by his soft punches just fell straight to the ground, dead. Huh. Ningxi was instantly confused. It's going to be a new week soon, and the leaderboard will be updated, so I implore everyone to recommend and support me. It's no trouble at all, please. Also, thank you to the students who donated today, thank you everyone. Inside the air fortress. Grayer Stone, Hyojin's eyes were stunned, and then he suddenly understood. Because he had been busy with the first-generation cell transplant surgery for Xianglin, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to Ningxi all the time. When he was free, he learned about the Grayer Stone through the chakra left on Ningxi. Yes, he just completed the surgery and successfully transplanted the first-generation cells for Xianglin. The surgery lasted for 2 or 3 days, and a total of 17 transplants were performed. In the end, not to mention Xianglin, even he, who had the impure soil body, felt exhausted. But fortunately, after unremitting efforts, the first-generation cell transplant was finally successful. From this transplant surgery, Hyojin found that if the chakra's amount of the transplanted was enough, the success rate of the transplant would be improved accordingly. Nagato's success, in addition to the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Demon statue, his own huge amount of chakra may also be an important reason for his success in fusing with the first-generation cells. Compared to Nagato, Xianglin had a big disadvantage in this aspect. Because Xianglin's specialty was not the chakra's amount, but the high quality and special healing ability. But no matter how high the quality of Xianglin's yang release chakra was, it was impossible to be higher than the yang release chakra that contained the characteristics of the divine tree in the first-generation cells. Therefore, there was a big gap between Xianglin and Nagato when it came to fusing the first-generation cells. Under normal circumstances, this gap could not be crossed. Even with the help of a pair of Rinnegan, the probability of Xianglin successfully transplanting the first-generation cells was very small, and as long as there was a rampage, it was enough to kill her. But Hyojin's technology and the existence of the giant Tenseigan helped Xianglin to bridge the gap that she could not overcome, allowing her to do the same thing as Nagato. Glancing at Xianglin, who had just finished the surgery and was so tired that she fell asleep on the operating table, Hyojin slowly withdrew from the operating room. Hyojin, who had the impure soil body, would not feel tired, nor did he need to rest physiologically. However, the state of the impure soil body was not static. During the days he was under the impure earth reincarnation, he did a thorough inspection of his impure earth physique. He found that the sacrifice for the impure earth physique was slowly rotting away. He speculated that when the sacrificial offering completely decayed, his filthy earth body would also disintegrate along with it. And the simplest and most effective way to slow down the decay of an offering is to seal it in a coffin, like how Orochimaru dealt with Hashirama and Hashirama's impure earth form and impure earth form, and only come out when it's needed. Hyojin obviously couldn't seal himself in a coffin, so as time passed, his impure earth physique decayed every day. Because of the decay of the offerings, the strength of his impure earth physique would also decline. Therefore, Hyojin had to make all the preparations for his second ritual as soon as possible. Stone of Grayer, thinking of the task that Ningxi was performing, Hyojin's figure flashed and disappeared. Inside the underground palace, Ningxi, who had prepared for a hard battle, was surprised. He didn't expect that the seemingly sturdy and well-equipped alien warriors would be so vulnerable. At this time, the battle in the underground palace was still going on. The most powerful of the foreign races was undoubtedly their leader, Hyde. Aside from him, the 3 female armored knights and the golden-haired youth, Timsy, who had been standing by Hyde's side, were also quite powerful. In detail, Camilla, who could transform her body into a bat form, Renka, who could transform into an ape form, and Kazuo, who could transform into a werewolf form, these 3 female knights all had the destructive power of a Jonin. In the original timeline, Renka was able to fight back and forth with Gaara, who was about to become the 5th Kazekage. He even broke into Gaara's absolute defense at one point, and Camilla also briefly suppressed Kankuro. As for the blonde boy Timsy, who had the Stone of Grayer embedded in his body, he was even stronger. In terms of destructive power and recovery, he was even comparable to some elite Jonats. This was also the reason why the aliens led by Hyde didn't put ninjas in their eyes. However, this time they obviously had the wrong idea. Whether it was Guy and Ningxi in Kai's team, or Kakuzu and Haido in the Akatsuki organization, they weren't ordinary ninjas, and these aliens weren't a match for these ninjas in terms of tactical skills and combat experience. Therefore, except for Hyde, who didn't make a move, the other aliens were quickly defeated by Kaiban and the Akatsuki organization. Looking at his subordinates on the ground, Hyde's face was filled with horror. Haido, who was carrying the bloody moon scythe, licked his lips and said with a mocking expression, "Hey, do you have some misunderstanding about us ninjas?" Hyde was shocked and angry, and he suddenly tore off the robe on his body. Instantly, Hyde, the leader of the aliens, changed his body like the 3 female knights, and 4 red balls appeared behind him. Truth-seeking ball. My side and the Akatsuki organization were both shocked, and their eyes immediately gathered on the red balls behind Hyde. However, they soon discovered that the 4 red balls floating behind Hyde only looked like the truth-seeking ball, but they didn't have the power of the real truth-seeking ball. Taking advantage of the short moment of surprise, Hyde's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared beside Heian, who was hiding in a corner and shivering. Then, he grabbed Heian's collar and twisted him up. "If you want to live, tell me quickly, where is the stone of Greyer mine?" It's there." Old Heian, who couldn't breathe after his collar was tightened, could only point above his head. Hyde immediately threw Old Man Heian to the ground, then leaped up. The 4 red balls behind him instantly turned into 4 black wings, carrying him into the air. Then, Hyde stretched out his right hand towards the place where Old Heian had pointed. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion sounded, and the place where Hyde's right hand was pointing suddenly exploded violently. It turned out that not only did Hyde have the ability to change his body like the 3 female knights, but he also had a stone of Greyer embedded in the back of his right hand. As Hyde used the stone of Greyer to attack, the stone wall at the top of the palace suddenly broke open, and as pieces of bricks fell, the light green mine inside was revealed. The stone of Greyer mine. At this moment, everyone in the underground palace, including Hyde who was flying in the air, looked at the stone of Greyer mine hidden in the brick wall. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes on Monday. It's nothing, please everyone. Here's the first update, asking for recommendation votes on Monday. It's nothing, please everyone. End of this chapter. As the rubble on the walls of the palace gradually peeled off, more and more of the stone of Greyer vein hidden behind the walls were revealed. Everyone looked up and found that the stone of Greyer vein was light green, like agate or emerald. The whole body was emitting a bright halo, illuminating the dim underground palace. Is this the true power of the stone of Greyer? I feel it, I feel a steady stream of power pouring into my body. Ha ha ha, this feeling is great. All of a sudden, Hyde burst out laughing. It was obvious that due to the Greyer stone that was embedded on the back of his right hand, after the brick wall that sealed the mineral vein was broken, the mineral vein that was hidden in the brick wall had a strong resonance with the Greyer stone on the back of his hand. Therefore, the huge amount of chakra contained in the vein, through the stone of Greyer on the back of his hand, continuously poured into his body. Not only Hyde, but the other blonde boy Timsy, who had a stone of Greyer embedded in his body, also stood up from the ground. Huh. Guy saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed on his face. This was because this blonde boy Timsy was knocked down by him. Just like Ningxi, because Hyde's tone was too arrogant, Guy mistakenly thought that these people were very strong, so he opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Pain, as soon as he attacked. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that these aliens were not as strong as he had imagined, so he hurriedly adjusted the strength of his attacks. Even so, he still heavily injured the golden-haired young man, Timsy, and broke several of his ribs. Based on Guy's experience, it was impossible for the other party to get up after such a serious injury, but now, the other party stood up as if nothing happened. Ningxi, who had activated the state of Byakugan, quickly warned everyone be careful, the chakra in their bodies suddenly became stronger, and it's still rapidly increasing. With the insight of Hyojin's Tenseigan, the changes in Hyde and Timsy's bodies naturally couldn't be hidden from Ningxi. But Ningxi didn't expect that the chakra in their bodies would soar to this point in just a few seconds, almost 10 times more than the original base. On the other side, Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization carefully observed and said, "This stone of gray or mine is really extraordinary." Although he didn't use Byakugan, and couldn't directly observe the changes in Hyde and Timsey's chakra, with his experience, it wasn't difficult to notice that the chakra in their bodies was skyrocketing. Fei Duan, who had always been lawless, stared at the mighty Hyde in the sky and curled his lips. "TSK, that guy is really annoying when he's shouting in the sky." Ha ha ha, Hyde was still laughing unscrupulously at this moment. The chakra that was poured into his body by the stone of gray or mine even overflowed at this moment, forming a thick light green mist that surrounded him in a form visible to the naked eye. And as the chakra continued to skyrocket, Hyde's power also became stronger. "I am God." Hyde, who was floating in the air, slowly opened his arms. At this time, there was no longer panic in his eyes, instead, it was endless madness. He had never had such great power, no, he had never even imagined such great power. Next to the stone of gray or mine, under the impact of this power, he felt that he was no longer a human, but a high and mighty god. Old man Heian, who fell to the ground and trembled, saw that the stone of gray or mine was finally exposed. His spirit suddenly collapsed, and he shouted, "It's over, it's all over. This is not a power that we insignificant humans can covet. The whole world will be destroyed because of your greed." Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Hyde said to the group of ninjas below, "Do you feel fear, you lowly ninjas?" Looking at old man Heian, who seemed to have collapsed as if the end of the world had come, and then looking at the arrogant Hyde flying in the air, whether it was Mai's side or the Akatsuki's side, they all had a strange expression. Hyde then shouted, "Now, I will let you feel the power of God." Whoosh, before Hyde's voice fell, a purple lightning flashed across his body. Immediately after that, Hyde, who had been brimming with energy just a moment ago, suddenly froze. The 4 wings on his back shattered into dust, and he fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground with a loud boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this time, with a burst of wind, a few figures flashed into the underground palace from the gap in the wall. Ningxi turned his head and looked, and was surprised to find that the figures that suddenly appeared were not bystanders, but Sasuke, Naruto, Seiue, and Sakura led by Kakashi. Sasuke, whose palm was still shining with purple lightning, curled his lips at Hyde who had fallen to the ground. Who was that idiot? Obviously, it was Sasuke who had used the purple lightning to instantly kill Hyde. They had originally followed the marks left by Kaiban and explored all the way down, but suddenly heard Hyde shouting that he was God, so they couldn't help but give Hyde a purple lightning thousand birds. But they didn't expect Hyde to be so weak that he was sent flying in one move. All the demonic humans in the underground palace were shocked. They could not imagine that their leader, who was so powerful that he was almost suffocating, would be knocked down by a 13 or 14-year-old boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Old man Heian, who was still muttering "It's all over," stared dumbfoundedly at Hyde, who had fallen to the ground. For a moment, he also shut his mouth. No, it shouldn't be like this. Without a doubt, the scene of Hyde being instantly knocked down by Sasuke, who had obtained the power of the stone of gray or mine, was far beyond his expectation. In his mind, Hyde who had obtained the power of the stone of gray or mine should be invincible, and he shouldn't be knocked down like a dead dog on the ground. Guy asked Kakashi, "Why are you guys here?" Kakashi shrugged, then looked at the Akatsuki organization's Kakazu, and said, "We can't be passive all the time. Since we found the Akatsuki organization's whereabouts this time, it's time to take the initiative to attack." After receiving the information from Guy, knowing that the Akatsuki organization's Kakazu and Haido were involved in this incident, the village immediately realized that this was an opportunity to capture the Akatsuki members and find out more about them, so they immediately sent out Kakashi's men. This was because only Kakashi, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, could reach the scene in a very short time and support Kaiban to complete this capture mission. Listening to Kakashi's words, not only did Kakazu and Haido not feel nervous, but the corners of their mouths slightly curled up. Boom, at this moment, a big hole exploded on the other side of the wall, and Nagato, who was wearing the Akatsuki Red Cloud uniform, slowly walked into the underground palace. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." Chong. Nagato? As the red-haired Nagato wearing the Akatsuki Red Cloud suit slowly walked into the underground palace, everyone on my side was shocked and panicked. Kakashi's action this time is undoubtedly a risk for the 5 great shinobi villages. Because the Akatsuki organization's intention to destroy the 5 great shinobi villages is too firm, and there is no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. Therefore, instead of passively waiting for the Akatsuki organization to launch a surprise attack every time, it's better to take the initiative and capture 1 or 2 members of the Akatsuki organization through a decisive and unexpected action. Of course, the reason why the village had decided to let Kakashi's squad carry out this risky operation was because the village had decided to let Kakashi's squad carry out this adventure. In addition to Kakashi being the only ninja in the village who can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu freely, the strength of Naruto, Sasuke, and even Satsuki are also important factors to consider. Combat experience aside, both Naruto and Sasuke had officially entered the ranks of Kage class elites, while Seiyu in Sage mode had immeasurable potential. Together with Kakashi, who was acting as Naruto's agent, it could be said that Kakashi's class was now the strongest class in Kimura. Originally, he thought that the only enemies he had to deal with were Kakuzu and Hyuden. With Kakashi-san and Kaiban's strength, the probability of success is very high, and once they succeed, it will be very difficult for the Akatsuki to catch up with Kakashi-san, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. However, just as Kakashi's squad arrived at the battlefield, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, appeared. Hyde, who had just been knocked down by Sasuke's 1,000 purple lightning birds, struggled to get up from the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, he was shocked and angry. He never thought that his body, which was as hard as steel after the mutation, would actually be unable to resist the opponent's purple lightning. And Sasuke's attack just happened to shatter the Stone of Grail and laid on the back of his right hand. Without the Stone of Grail as a medium, the resonance between him and the mineral veins around him was immediately interrupted, and the chakra that lingered around him quickly collapsed. He fell from heaven to hell all of a sudden, which made Hyde extremely angry. However, just as he looked fearfully at Sasuke, who had knocked him down, he discovered that the ridiculously strong youth was also looking fearfully at the other side. Following Sasuke's gaze, Hyde quickly turned his head and looked over. Amidst the smoke and dust, another ninja wearing the Akatsuki red cloud suit slowly walked into the underground palace. At this time, the other aliens in the palace also gathered around the injured Hyde. Seeing the strange ninja slowly walking into the underground palace, as well as the horrified expression on the faces of the Mai squad, the aliens immediately realized that this Akatsuki ninja who suddenly appeared must not be simple. Soon, Nagato passed through the smoke and dust and arrived in the hall. Huh? Why is it the Byakugan? Am I seeing it right? When they saw the eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, the Mai squad couldn't help but exclaim. Because at this time, the eyes in Nagato's eye sockets are not his Rinnegan, but the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. But even so, no one dares to underestimate Nagato, even the arrogant Sasuke is no exception. The thought that flashed in everyone's mind was that Nagato suddenly changed the Rinnegan to the Byakugan. There must be some conspiracy. And Ningxi, who knows that the Byakugan can evolve into the Tenseigan, is even more shocked at this time, thinking that Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has his eyes on the Tenseigan. Nagato ignored the Mai squad. He didn't even care about the Nine Tails' Jinchuriki Naruto. Instead, he looked at the blonde alien teenager in front of Hyde, who was in a state of resonance with the Grayer Stone Mine. Not bad chakra. After a moment, Nagato gave his evaluation, then moved his eyes up and looked at the Grayer Stone Mine above his head. Including Hyde, all the aliens at this moment dare not underestimate the ninjas, because they found that the strong individuals of the ninjas are completely beyond their definition of human beings. Attack! At this moment, Kakashi shouted. Swish! Almost at the same time, Sasuke opened the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and launched the Susanoo. Naruto opened the Golden Nine Tails Chakra mode, and Satsuki also opened the Sage mode. In an instant, several terrifying chakra burst out in the underground palace, shocking the aliens and Old Man Heian, who was hiding on the side. Are they still human? Even the alien blonde teenager Timsy, who was resonating with the Grayer Stone Mine, was stunned. Naruto, Satsuki, cover me! Sasuke shouted, and then took the lead in activating the Susanoo to attack Nagato. He knew very well that it was useless to be timid in the face of Nagato. Only by fighting with all his strength could he have a chance of survival. At this time, Nagato withdrew his gaze from the mine and saw Sasuke controlling the Susanoo to rush over. He immediately put his hands together and shouted, "Flower Tree World Descend." Rumble. In an instant, as Nagato launched the wood-release ninjutsu, countless branches grew out of the cracks in the bricks of the underground palace, and then quickly became thicker and larger. In the blink of an eye, the huge underground palace was filled with these vigorous branches. In such a great change, the earth seemed to be shaking, like an earthquake. The underground palace was even more fragmented, the stone pillars collapsed one after another, and the brick walls peeled off in pieces. And the first to bear the brunt was naturally Sasuke's Susanoo. The almost complete Susanoo was suddenly submerged by the sea of trees, and then was entangled by countless thick branches and fell to the ground, unable to move. Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke and Susanoo were submerged by the sea of trees, Naruto in the Nine Tails chakra mode exclaimed, and then his figure flashed and rushed forward. Satsuki, who had entered the sage mode, followed closely behind and followed Naruto. At this time, Naruto did not use the multiple shadow doppelganger technique, but used the Nine Tails chakra mode chakra arms to stretch out 8 chakra arms at once, and 2 of them helped each other, condensing 4 Rasengan along the way to clear the trees, trying to rescue Sasuke who was trapped by the sea of trees. Satsuki also used the hidden shadow snake hand to help Naruto clear the surrounding trees. With the cooperation of the two, they quickly cleared the trees all the way, and they were about to get close to Sasuke who was trapped by the sea of trees. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, but at this moment, a golden chain with a glowing halo whistled through the layers of the sea of trees, accurately locking Naruto and Satsuki. Third update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. This. Naruto, who was entangled in the golden chain, was taken aback. He recognized that this was the ninjutsu that his mother had used to help him subdue the 9 tails in the space of consciousness. He knew that this ninjutsu was powerful, so he subconsciously tried to break these chains. However, the more he struggled, the tighter these golden chains became. He could smash a wall and tear down a building with a light touch in the 9 tails chakra mode, but under the restraint of the golden chain, he couldn't exert it at all. And the power of the tailed beast in his body seemed to be suppressed by the golden chain. Even the 9 tails chakra mode that he had long been proficient in, was faintly unable to maintain at this moment. Compared to Naruto, Suiyua's experience was not much better. The angle of these golden chains was very tricky. Not only were they all blind spots in the gaps of the sea of trees, but there was also the violent chakra of the sea of trees that interfered with the perception, so he couldn't avoid the golden chains and was tied up. Not only Naruto and Suiyue, but also Kakashi and Guy, who were also troubled by the attack of the sea of trees, were also entangled by the golden chains that suddenly emerged from the gaps of the sea of trees. Oh no! Kakashi was shocked. Unlike others, he, who was known as the copy ninja, recognized this powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan at a glance. He knew that this was not a sealing technique for ordinary ninjas, but a sealing technique used to subdue more terrifying enemies such as the tailed beast. At this time, Nagato, who was standing on a growing branch, revealed his figure from the sea of trees. The people who were entangled by the golden chains looked up and suddenly found that the source of the golden chains that entangled them was Nagato himself. There is no doubt that this King Kong lock was cast by Nagato. After losing the eyes of reincarnation, Nagato no longer had the outer Tao demon statue, the 6 paths of pain, and the powerful eye techniques of the eyes of reincarnation. But this did not mean that Nagato had completely lost his power. It was true that his power had been severely weakened, but his would escape, which was not inferior to the first generation, and the Maelstrom family's sealing techniques that he had painstakingly trained to deal with God's organization were still preserved. Strictly speaking, Nagato wasn't a tactical genius. In terms of actual combat, although he wasn't the weakest, he wasn't outstanding either. He couldn't be compared to tactical geniuses like Minato, Kakashi, and Itachi. In the past, his victories were almost all achieved by relying on his terrifying strength to forcefully crush his opponents. But once he encountered an opponent with strength close to his own, he would definitely be defeated. For example, Hyojin and Otsutsuki Samurai. He would reveal various problems such as hesitation, and wavering. The biggest problem was his choice of moves and battle tactics. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had mastered too many moves in the past and it was too complicated. In the past, he not only had to control his own body, but he also had to control the 6 paths of pain. He was in a state of multitasking for a long time, and he wasn't a genius in this area, so his grasp of the details naturally had a lot of flaws. Now that he didn't have the eyes of reincarnation, the outer Dao demon statue, the 6 paths of pain, and the various abilities brought by the eyes of reincarnation, he could instead focus on the wood release and sealing techniques and grasp the opportunity more accurately than before. Just now, he judged the threat of Sasuke and decisively used the powerful wood release ninjutsu Descent of the Flower World to suppress all the Mai ninjas present, and then by using the Sea of Trees to block the vision and interfere with Chakra's judgment, he quietly used the King Kong seal and instantly sealed Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and Tsuyu. The strength of the sealing technique lies in the suppression of chakra. Kushina, who had little chakra left in the dying state, used the diamond lock to temporarily trap the undivided Kyuubi, not to mention Nagato, who is a powerful Uzumaki clansman with a sage body close to the 6 path sages. So under the King Kong seal cast by Nagato, Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and Tsuyu were all easily suppressed. Even Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode and Tsuyu's sage mode were dispelled under the interference of the King Kong seal. Damn it! Seeing that the situation was critical, Sasuke, who was trapped in the Sea of Trees, did not care about accidentally injuring himself. He immediately cast Amaterasu at the endless Sea of Trees. Whoosh! With the activation of Sasuke's pupil power, a black flame appeared on the growing branches, then quickly spread, burning into a large black flame. However, although these black flames burned a lot of branches, more branches were still growing endlessly. Although the black flames can't be extinguished, the speed of burning is obviously not as fast as the growth of the branches. Nagato didn't care about the Amaterasu launched by Sasuke and continued to use wood release. This is obviously not the first time that Amaterasu and wood release have competed. When Sasuke used Amaterasu in the 4th Shinobi War, Edo Tensei Naruto not only recognized it at a glance, but also commented on the power of Amaterasu. It can be seen that Edo Tensei Naruto must have seen Amaterasu before his death. In other words, among the Uchiha and Madara brothers who opened the Manjikyu Sharingan in that era, one of them must have used Amaterasu. If it wasn't Madara, then it must be Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. At that time, the Uchiha clan was completely suppressed by the Senju clan who had Hashirama. As the clan leader, Madara Uchiha was defeated several times in the hands of Hashirama, so in that era, Amaterasu should have fought with wood release, and according to the result of Madara's defeat, Amaterasu was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in the contest with wood release. The current Nagato not only completely inherited the physique of Hashirama, but he also has the Uzumaki sage body that Hashirama didn't have. His physique is close to that of Otsutsuki Azura who inherited the Sage of the 6 Paths. Therefore, his wood release is not weaker than Hashirama's. In the shinobi world, perhaps only Hashirama's wood release in Sage mode is slightly stronger than him. Therefore, the endless and crazy growth of the trees quickly suppressed Amaterasu, binding Sasuke's Susanoo to the point that he couldn't move. And with the continuous activation of the advent of the flower tree world, huge flower buds emerged from the wildly growing branches and vines. Knowing that these budding flowers are the most terrifying killer move of the advent of the flower tree world, Kakashi was shocked and shouted, quickly destroy those flower buds." At this time on Mai's side, Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and Satsuki were all locked by the diamond lock, while Sasuke was trapped in the sea of trees and couldn't break free for a while. The only ones who were still free were Ningxi, Xiaoli, Tian, and Sakura, who were ignored by Nagato. "I'm asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes." Walala, looking at the overwhelming amount of branches rushing towards them and listening to Kakashi's desperate shout in their ears, Ningxi, Xiaoli, Tian, and Sakura all looked at each other in dismay. It has to be said that in a relatively closed environment, the controllability of wood release is simply too terrifying. Although this underground palace is very spacious, but under the powerful wood release ninjutsu of the scale of Descent of the Flower Tree World, in just a blink of an eye, the spacious palace became crowded and narrow. There is not much space to move around, and it is impossible to avoid the sharpness by retreating for a short period of time like when fighting on the ground. Therefore, although they were not targeted by Nagato's attack, Ningxi, Xiaoli, Tian, and Sakura were more or less confused. Compared to the other three, Xianxia is undoubtedly much calmer. But he is also thinking more than the others. The other companions were at most disturbed by the battle situation in front of them, but he fell into a great panic because of the sudden appearance of Nagato and the Byakugan in Nagato's eye sockets. Among the people present, only he knows that the only person in the shinobi world who can keep the Akatsuki leader Nagato in check, Hyojin, is still in a dead state. The other companions may be looking forward to the arrival of the Amatsukami leader Yama, but only he knows that even if Sensei comes, with Sensei's current state, he may not be able to suppress the Akatsuki leader Nagato. In addition, the Byakugan in Nagato's eye sockets also makes him particularly uneasy. He can't help but wonder if Nagato already knows the secret of the Tenseigan, so he is trying to use the Byakugan to spy on the treasure of the Hyuga clan. Because of these thoughts, he hesitated during the battle, for fear of exposing his Tenseigan and causing unpredictable consequences. However, due to his hesitation and slow movements, he was able to avoid Nagato's first round of targeted attacks. Xiaoli, Tian, and Sakura didn't have as many worries as Xianxia. After regaining his composure, Xiaoli immediately erupted with the 8 inner hidden gates, opening the 4th gate of pain. Originally, he could have opened the 5th gate of stop, but considering that he had to destroy too many flower buds, it would be difficult for his body to maintain the gate of stop for too long. Thus, he only opened the 4th gate of pain. Swish, almost at the same instant he opened the pain gate, literally brought along a wave of air and pounced toward the flower bud closest to him. At this time, Tian also took off the big scroll she had been carrying on her back, and then suddenly tore it open and unlocked the seal in the scroll. In an instant, countless kunai wrapped in detonation talismans shot out from the scroll, facing the rolling sea of trees. As a medical ninja, Sakura has not yet learned the strange power of Tsunade, so it is useless in this situation, so she had to rescue the old man and consciously hide in the corner. Boom! Boom, accompanied by a burst of roars, under the cover of Tenzin's ninja tools, Xiaoli, who had opened the 8 inner gates, quickly broke into the forest and kicked a flower bud. At this moment, whether it is Sasuke who is trapped in the sea of trees, or Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and Tsuyue who are sealed by the diamond seal, or the aliens who are forced into the corner, all looked at Xiaoli. "It's all up to you, Xiaoli," Naruto shouted. The leader of the aliens, Hyde, also realized that the flower buds growing in the sea of trees may contain great danger through Mai's actions. He hurriedly shouted to the blonde boy Timsy who was guarding in front of him, "Timsy, go and destroy those flowers." The blonde boy Timsy, who was still in a state of resonance with the surrounding stone of grayer mineral vein and surrounded by a huge amount of chakra, immediately waved his sword and rushed into the sea of trees. On one side is Xiaoli who has opened the 8 inner hidden gates, and on the other side is Timsy who is resonating with the stone of grayer mineral vein. Both of them aimed at the flower buds that are about to bloom in the sea of trees at the same time. However, standing in the middle of the sea of trees, Nagato didn't pay too much attention to these two. He just waved his hand, and the endless sea of trees attacked them. In this relatively narrow space, whether it is Xiaoli or Timsy, there is no way to deal with the endless sea of trees. Every time they destroy a tree in front of them, 10 or even more trees will immediately fill their vision. Soon, like Sasuke, they are trapped in the sea of trees. Not to mention destroying those flowers that are about to bloom, it is very difficult for them to even protect themselves. Seeing that Xiaoli's last burst of power has failed, Kakashi suddenly felt a wave of despair. The most important point of the descent of the flower tree world is that there are more flower buds in the sea of trees. Once those flower buds bloom, the flowers will release a powerful psychedelic pollen. In this closed environment, as long as the flower buds bloom, it means that the battle is over. Is this the power of a ninja? No, this is the power that only a god can have. The leader of the mutated tribe, Hyde, was also shocked at this moment. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he couldn't imagine that there is such a powerful individual in the world. Looking at the godlike Nagato standing quietly in the sea of trees, he even had an inexplicable sense of absurdity about his previous ambitions. He thought that as long as he found the grayer vein, he would be invincible, and the whole world would tremble in his shadow, but now he understood how ridiculous all of this was. This old man Kakashi, who was rescued by Sakura, also had a face full of disbelief. Although he has heard many rumors about ninjas in the shinobi world, but deep in his heart, he has always believed that the power of ninjas is far inferior to the power of the Grail mineral vein owned by his ancestor. But the scene in front of him made him admit that the rumors about ninjas being able to destroy the world are not false. At this critical moment, Sasuke's face sank in the sea of trees, and regardless of anything else, he was ready to activate Susanoo to its strongest state. Although doing so may completely destroy the structure of the underground palace, causing the palace to collapse and burying his companions deep underground, but seeing that the flower bud in the sea of trees is about to bloom, he couldn't care so much. Instead of being stunned by the pollen and killed, it's better to drag Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, down with him. Rumble, but just as Sasuke was about to activate the power of the pupil, a majestic force suddenly struck, instantly repelling all the trees into a ball. Sasuke, who was also shaken by this impact, quickly looked back and was surprised to find that this repulsive force comparable to a storm was actually released by Xianxia. Not only that, but a huge dark purple chakra that is not inferior to the surrounding grayer vein also gushed out from Xianxia's side. Kakashi, who fell to the side, exclaimed, "Dragon vein." Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the rapidly growing sea of trees being repelled by an invisible force and piled up in a corner. They were slowly squeezed into the wall and into the crevice of the mountain. What was even more unbelievable was that the person who made this attack was not someone else, but Xianxia, whom they were familiar with. Crack, Sasuke, who got rid of the sea of trees, hurriedly used Susanoo to cut the golden chain that bound Kakashi, Guy, Naruto, and Tsuyu, and then looked at Xianxia in surprise. At this time, Niji was surrounded by a mass of purple dragon-shaped phantasm, and the dragon-shaped phantasm was filled with a surging chakra. Its power was not inferior to the Grail mineral vein above his head. Sasuke opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Kakashi, like Sasuke, was full of doubts. He recognized the dragon-shaped phantom around Xianxia at a glance. It belongs to Hyojin's Ryumyaku chakra, but he didn't understand how the Ryumyaku got to Xianxia. Great, Xianxia! Naruto, who was free, shouted excitedly. And Xianxia, who was panting lightly, calmed down, and then quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't be careless, the enemy has not been killed yet." Although his heart was full of questions, Kakashi also knew that dealing with the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, was the most important thing at the moment, so he put away his scattered thoughts and focused on the opposite side. At the other end of the hall, Nagato, who was suddenly attacked, appeared from the sea of trees after a while. With a light leap, Kuroto jumped out of the sea of trees and landed on the cracked floor tiles of the palace, then looked at Niji suspiciously and asked, "Are you from the Hyuga clan? Why can you use Shinra Tensei?" Although the Ryumyaku chakra that lingered around Niji's body was terrifying, it wasn't enough to attract Nagato's attention. What really caught Nagato's attention was that the seemingly ordinary Niji was able to use a technique similar to the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei. After losing the Rinnegan, even Kuroto couldn't use such Shinra Tensei. Sasuke, Naruto, and even Xiaoli, Tian, and Sakura looked at Xianxia. They were shocked by the Ryumyaku chakra on Xianxia, but also surprised that Xianxia could use the Shinra Tensei. Feeling the gazes of his enemies and companions at the same time, Xianxia was slightly nervous. What he is most worried about now is that the Tenseigan will be exposing the secret that Hyojin Sensei is dead, because once the Akatsuki learns that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, is dead, the shinobi world will immediately usher in a catastrophe. Guy quickly said, "Xianxia, don't answer him." Kakashi also echoed, "Let's talk about it after we get back." Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the underground palace. The sea of trees that was squeezed into a ball by the invisible repulsive force collapsed a large part of the rock wall, causing the structure of the mountain to be destroyed, causing the entire palace to shake. And as the shaking continued, more and more stone pillars in the underground palace began to collapse, and without the support of these stone pillars, the bricks at the dome began to peel off, and finally, the grayer vein that was previously covered by the bricks was completely revealed. In an instant, the light blue fluorescence of the grayer vein sprinkled all over the palace. At the same time, as the sealed palace collapsed little by little, the grayer vein that had been in a sealed state finally broke free from the seal, and the whole thing became restless. Clatter, soon, there was a sound of water flowing from the grayer vein located at the dome of the palace. Everyone in the palace looked up and saw a large amount of chakra overflowing from the restless grayer vein, and then gradually condensed together, forming a cloud of crystallized liquid filled with mist. It looked like a fluorescent spring water. Old Man Heian, who was next to Sakura, was shocked when he saw this. That is the source of life of the grayer vein. Sakura, who was a little unstable in the shaking, hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Old Man Heian said in a panic, The seal has been broken, the grayer vein is about to go out of control." Sakura asked, "What will happen after it goes out of control?" Old Man Heian shook his head, "I don't know, but judging from the scale of the destroyed empire, half of the mainland may be destroyed." Humph. Sasuke snorted disdainfully when he heard this, and then burst out his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil power, and activated Susanoo to its complete form. In his opinion, although the power of the grayer vein is not bad, it is far from being able to destroy half of the mainland, and compared to the mine that is out of control above his head, he feels that the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, is a bigger threat. Naruto no longer had any scruples, and completely broke out the Nine Tails chakra. In the blink of an eye, the violent and overbearing chakra of the Nine Tails suddenly filled the entire space. The aliens who were hiding in another corner were completely broken at this time. As the leader, Hyde even almost forgot the purpose of his trip, because the grayer vein that is out of control above his head made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. Now there is no need for anyone to remind him, he knows that this place is about to be finished, and listening to Old Man Heian just now, the loss of control of the grayer vein will lead to the destruction of half of the mainland. However, he did not dare to act rashly, because Xianxia, who is surrounded by the dragon vein, Sasuke, who launched Susanoo, and Naruto, who broke out the power of Nine Tails, all have terrifying power that is not inferior to the grayer vein that is out of control above his head, which makes him feel a little confused, because he doesn't know whether the consequences of the grayer vein going out of control is more serious or the consequences of angering these ninjas. On the other side of the palace, Nagato, who suppressed Maya and the others with his own strength, made Hyde even more frightened. He can't imagine that there is such a powerful human in the world. In the face of such a terrifying enemy, he feels that his ambition to rule the world is better carried out in his dreams. Splash. At this moment, the crystallized liquid chakra overflowed from the grayer vein above their heads, to the point that the vein could not hold it, so it poured down like a waterfall, splashing towards the palace. Everyone in the palace, including Nagato, was drenched by the crystallized liquid of the grayer vein. Nagato, who was bathed in the crystallized liquid, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed. Not only Nagato, but Mai and the others were also shocked, because they were surprised to find that a surge of life force was pouring into their bodies from all directions. It was only at this moment that everyone realized what Old Man Heian meant when he shouted "Source of Life." The first update is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. With the loss of control of the grayer mineral load, everyone in the underground palace was bathed in the waterfall composed of chakra crystal liquid that overflowed from the mineral load above their heads. And this cyan chakra crystal liquid with a sparkling halo is like a stream of water, like a rainbow, pouring down from the broken dome of the palace, illuminating the broken palace with a variety of colors. Everyone who was drenched was surprised to find that their bodies seemed to have undergone magical changes. Especially the aliens who were injured, as well as Mai and others who were injured by Nagato's ninjutsu just now. They found that when their wounds were drenched with the chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral load, their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kakashi immediately said, "This chakra can heal injuries. Is this the recovery of life?" Old Man Heian, who was not injured, continued to say with emotion, "I feel that my body seems to have become younger." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and immediately felt it carefully. Soon, everyone found that not only their injuries were healed, but even some of the hidden injuries in their bodies, or strained muscles, joints, etc., after being drenched with the chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral load, they have also recovered to varying degrees. It seems that, as Old Man Heian said, this is the recovery of life. Xianxia looked at the grayer mineral load above his head in surprise. At this moment, he felt a lot more comfortable, and the burden of the Tenseigan in his eye socket was not as strenuous as before. Sasuke on the side covered his eyes and secretly thought in his heart, "Hey, what's going on? Why is my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan restless?" Humph. At this time, the nine tails sealed in Naruto's body suddenly opened his eyes and spat lightly, and immediately closed his eyes again, showing a trace of enjoyment on his face, and pretended to sleep. Kakashi and Guy looked at each other, and then saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes. As ninjas who have experienced the Third Shinobi World War, the two of them have suffered countless injuries, big and small. Although those injuries have healed, there are still some hidden injuries left, coupled with some muscle and joint strain caused by long-term training. Although these won't affect their strength for the time being, but as they grow older, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. This is also the reason why the strength of 3 generations Naruto declined so seriously. As long as there is no improvement in the level of life, then age is the biggest enemy of a ninja. Even the 3 generations Naruto who is known as Dr. Ninjutsu, Hanzo who is known as Demigod, and other strong ninjas who once stood at the peak of the shinobi world are no exception, because the decline of life is the law of nature, and it is not something that can be reversed by ordinary medical ninjutsu. But at this time, Kakashi and Guy were pleasantly surprised to find that their bodies seemed to have been reborn, and the hidden injuries and strain in their bodies were all healed in the chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral vein. Even Nagato, who has always been indifferent, showed a hint of surprise on his face at this time, and looked at the grayer mineral vein above his head with a more solemn gaze. Although because of his physique, there are no hidden injuries and strain in his body, but under the stimulation of the high-purity chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral vein, he felt that the Byakugan in his eye socket, which has not been transplanted recently, is restless. Because he has the Rinnegan, and obtained the strength close to the 6th pass level, he knew that this restlessness is not without reason. The only explanation is that his ocular power is increasing. And this restlessness has a tendency to become more and more intense, as if it is at a certain critical point. Just when everyone was still immersed in joy, suddenly, a scream came from the side of the mutated race. Everyone looked towards the direction of the sound and found that a heavily armored mutated race's body suddenly swelled up, and the originally burly body has now completely become an inflated balloon. Xianxia, who has the Tenseigan, immediately said, "He can't bear it anymore." Bang! As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the inflated mutated race exploded into a pool of flesh and blood. Everyone now knows that the chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral vein is not harmless, if the body absorbs too much and can't bear it, it will explode and die. In an instant, the original joy turned into nervousness. The Akatsuki, and the mutated race, the 3 sides are once again facing each other. The grayer mineral vein above their heads is no longer a source of life, but a symbol of death. Everyone knows that there is a limit to one's endurance. As long as they continue to delay, they will inevitably explode and die like the mutated race just now. It's only a matter of time. But because of the existence of Nagato, no one dares to act rashly. Hyde, the leader of the mutated race, also realized that the red-haired Akatsuki ninja in front of him has not changed much from the beginning to the end, even in the face of the out-of-control grayer mineral vein, is the key to break the current situation. Only if he takes the initiative to retreat, the people in the palace will have a chance to escape. Damn it, in the face of such horror, is he really not afraid at all? Hyde really can't understand why Nagato is so indifferent to the horror in front of him, and it is very likely that he will die here because of the existence of this strong person comparable to a god. Boom! Just when the atmosphere in the palace is so tense that it is almost suffocating, a big hole exploded in the rock wall above their heads, and then a figure slowly fell into the palace. Just when Hyde was about to look away from Nagato to see who is coming to die at this time, he unexpectedly found that Nagato, who has been calm all this time, changed his expression when he saw the person who came, and then his body shook, and he directly ran into the crack of the mountain and escaped. Not only Hyde, but all the mutated race people were stunned, and their faces were full of disbelief. The godlike red-haired ninja had actually escaped. And he escaped in such a panic. On the other side, when Mai and the others saw the figure of the person who came, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Even Sasuke, who is the proudest of them all, had a flash of joy in his eyes. And Xianxia, who has been tense all this time, also relaxed completely. Without a doubt, the figure who fell from the sky is not someone else, but Hyojin, who specially came to check out the grayer mineral vein. Of course, at this time, he is dressed as Yamato of Amatsukami, and he is still wearing the ghost mask on his face. After landing in the palace, Hyojin glanced at the direction in which Nagato escaped, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he has already noticed that in Nagato's eye sockets are the Byakugan and not the Rinnegan. Then, he looked up at the grayer mineral vein above his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Interesting. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to the students who gave gifts today, thank you everyone. Naturally, Hyojin was happy to see Nagato's retreat without a fight. He is still in the state of impure earth form at the moment, and he can't even enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, so if he really fights, he is not an opponent of Nagato at all. However, according to his observation, Nagato's state seems to be a little strange. The most obvious thing is that Nagato's eyes are not the Rinnegan, but a pair of Byakugan. This alone is far beyond his expectations and made him think a lot of things. However, at present, except for the internal members of the Akatsuki, the outside world does not know that the Akatsuki has actually been divided into two. On one side is the original leader Nagato, plus Konan, Kakuzu, and Hokuden, while the other side is Obsidian, Zetsu, and Mist Squad, who successfully attacked Nagato and obtained the Rinnegan. Although these two parties are hostile to each other, they both claim to be part of the Akatsuki organization, and they have not leaked any information about the Akatsuki organization to the outside world, so Hyojin, who didn't know about this matter, didn't think too much about it, but just like Ningxi, he naturally thought that Nagato has some new ideas or attempts after the last defeat. After all, Nagato has been in contact with Kuroto Aoki and Otsutsuki Samurai, and Hyojin can't tell how much Nagato knows about the Tenseigan. But now is obviously not a good time to explore why Nagato transplanted the Byakugan, so Hyojin converged his thoughts and turned his attention to the grayer mineral vein that is going out of control above his head. Frankly speaking, the amount of chakras contained in the grayer mineral vein is much more than he expected, and when he thought that he got such a high-quality chakra source for free, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. But soon, Kuroto frowned slightly. From the perspective of composition, the chakra in the grayer mineral vein is similar to the dragon vein chakra. Because it is buried deep in the ground, it continuously absorbs the energy of the dragon vein, so the chakra contains a lot of natural energy. It's just that in proportion, the natural energy in the grayer mineral vein is much less than that of the dragon vein, which actively absorbs natural energy. But unlike the dragon vein, the proportion of yang chakra in the grayer mineral vein is very high. In addition, there are a lot of water and earth chakra in it, so the overall chakra attribute ratio is very similar to the chakra attribute ratio of the chakra chs. Therefore, just bathing in the chakra crystal liquid of the grayer mineral vein for a short while, Kuroto, who has the impure earth body, instinctively felt a burst of discomfort. It felt like he was naked under the sun. If he stayed for a long time, he would feel a burning sensation. So Hyojin immediately looked away and waved his hand at Mai and the others. "I'll take care of this. You guys can leave. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." Kakashi bowed respectfully towards Kuroto, who was dressed in the attire of Amatsukumi's Yama. In the face of the leader of Amatsukumi, Kakashi didn't dare to argue at all. Sasuke, on the other hand, took a serious look at Yama. After confirming that Yama didn't have any intention of giving him a secret mission, Sasuke, who had secretly joined Amatsukumi, left the underground palace with Kakashi. Just like Sasuke, Ningxi also stared at Hyojin for a while. Seeing that Hyojin did not look at him, he knew that Hyojin did not want to expose his identity, so he left with the others. In the blink of an eye, Mai and the others left the underground palace. As Mai and the others also left the underground palace, only Hyojin and the group of aliens were left in the palace. Just as Hyojin glanced at the group of aliens, the aliens also looked at Hyojin in horror. They knew very well that the mysterious man wearing a black and gold-edged cloak and a grimace mask was definitely more terrifying than those powerful ninjas just now. Otherwise, those arrogant ninjas just now would not have fled so decisively, like mice seeing a cat. And those ninjas just now were already unimaginably strong, so they couldn't imagine how strong the mysterious man in front of them was. Haida, the leader of the aliens, swallowed his saliva and said to Hyojin with a smile, "Sir, we just entered this place by mistake. Since you want to deal with this place, we will leave first." After saying that, Haida stared at Hyojin and walked towards the crack that led to the ground. Hyojin smiled. "Who allowed you to leave?" Hearing this, all the aliens, including Haida, were stunned, and their faces showed fear. Haida even asked with a trembling voice, "Sir, no, sir, what do you want us to do? We are willing to serve you." Hyojin did not pay any more attention to this group of aliens. Instead, he raised his hands and began to form a hand seal. Kuroto wasn't interested in dealing with such a group of aliens. He just found out that the blonde boy Tenseigan among this group of aliens was somewhat different. It seemed that he could easily withstand the chakra crystallized liquid of the grail mineral load pouring down from above his head, so he kept this group of aliens. Seeing that Hyojin did not pay any more attention to him, Haida was shocked and frightened. On one hand, he was worried about the grayer mineral load that had gone out of control, and on the other hand, he was worried that Hyojin would harm him. But since Hyojin did not say anything, he did not dare to leave without permission, so he could only stand there anxiously. "Ha!" At this moment, as Hyojin shouted, streaks of black sealing techniques flowed out from the crack of his palms that were pressed on the ground. Then, they quickly spread along the ground and the walls. In just a few short breaths, these sealing techniques that seemed to have spirituality were like streaks of black chains, entangling the grayer mineral load that had gone out of control above the palace. As the sealing technique spread around, the surging grayer mineral load gradually calmed down, and the shaking of the ground also stopped. In the canyon. Swoosh, with a wind-breaking sound, Nagato rushed out of the underground and came to the surface. Xiaonan, who was guarding the surface, and Jiaodu, Fei Duan, and the others who had left the underground palace earlier quickly went up to him and asked with concern, "Nagato, are you okay? Yama seems to have gone down just now. Did you guys meet him?" Nagato, who was covering his eyes, said, "I met him, but just like last time, he did not chase after me." Xiaonan quickly asked, "What happened down there? Why did someone like him come too?" At first, Xiaonan did not care much about the grayer mineral load, but when she found out that even a powerhouse like Yama was attracted here, she immediately felt that the grayer mineral load might really be some kind of treasure. Feeling the fetal movement in his eye sockets, Nagato, who was a little dizzy, said, "We'll talk about this later, let's leave this place first. I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." After Nagato and the others left in a hurry, Kakashi and others also came out of the ground. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, Kakashi said, "Did you guys feel it? The shaking of the mountain seems to have stopped." Guy nodded, "Well, it did stop." Sakura, who escaped with old Heian, said, "It must be Yama who did something. He is a sage. It should be no problem for him to deal with the mineral vein that is out of control." Old Heian on the side opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he wisely closed his mouth. In the warning passed down from generation to generation in their clan, this ruin is a forbidden place that must never be set foot in, and once an accident causes the grayer mineral vein in the ruin to go out of control, the only way to avoid the destruction of the world is to activate the ancient psychic array located in the underground palace of the ruin and send the out-of-control grayer mineral vein into the space-time crack. Only people with the bloodline of the ancient empire royal family can activate the ancient psychic array located in the underground palace and send out the space-time crack. Old Heian wanted to tell Mai and others that the blonde boy Timsy among the aliens is a descendant of their royal family. Because the body can contain grayer stone is something that can only be done with their royal bloodline, so only the blonde boy Timsy can stop the out-of-control grayer mineral vein and prevent the destruction of the world. But when the words came to his mouth, he thought about it and swallowed it back. After seeing the strength of the ninjas, he has realized that the strength of today's ninjas has probably surpassed the empire established by their clan. And the mysterious person who entered the underground palace last was called Sage by the Konoha ninjas around him, so he felt that maybe he didn't need any royal bloodline at all, and he didn't need to summon any space-time rift to quell this disaster, and the earth that stopped shaking at this time seemed to confirm his thoughts. Ningxi has no doubt that Hyojin can solve the out-of-control grayer mineral vein, so the first thing he did when he came to the ground was to search for the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. After confirming that the Akatsuki organization has left the canyon, he turned off the Byakugan and said, "The Akatsuki organization has withdrawn." Kakashi looked at Ningxi with a deep meaning, and then said, "Let's leave as soon as possible." Everyone nodded, and then left the canyon with old Heian, who was still a little dizzy. In the underground palace. Looking at the mysterious person, the palace stopped collapsing, the mountain stopped shaking, and even the out-of-control mineral vein gradually calmed down. Just a moment ago, there was an earth-shattering scene of doomsday, but in the blink of an eye, there were only a few clanging sounds of broken bricks and pebbles falling on the palace. Looking at each other, the eyes of the aliens also became more and more odd as they looked at Kuroto. At this time, Hyojin, who was standing in the center of the palace, clapped his hands. Sealing techniques can be said to be the most unreasonable technique in the shinobi world, and the four-symbol seal is one of the sealing techniques developed by the Uzumaki clan specifically to deal with a large number of chakra, so even if the grayer mineral vein is out of control, Hyojin can still temporarily seal it with the four-symbol seal. After temporarily controlling the out-of-control grayer mineral vein, Hyojin noticed the ancient formation on the floor in the center of the palace. Is this the ancient formation that can connect to the space-time rift? After thinking to himself, Hyojin thought to himself, it seems that the ancient empire is still something. Just from this formation that can connect to the space-time rift, it can be seen that the ancient empire has some skills, at least in the research of formations. They have their own unique methods. After carefully recording the ancient formation on the floor, Hyojin raised his head and carefully observed the structure of the grayer mineral vein above his head. Soon, he discovered that the so-called grayer mineral vein is actually a huge crystal stone inlaid in the mountain. At first glance, the texture is somewhat similar to jadeite, but it is more transparent than jadeite, and its whole body is glowing with a bright light, just like a piece of jade under strong light. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin pondered about how to move this grayer mineral vein. After experiencing the loss of control of the grayer mineral vein just now, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. At the moment, he is lacking materials to construct an altar. If he can use the entire grayer mineral vein as the altar for his next ritual, then he can not only solve the problem of the altar not being strong enough, but he can also use the huge amount of chakra contained in the grayer mineral vein. This place has already been exposed, the Akatsuki organization and the 5 great shinobi villages know about this place, so I must move the entire grayer mineral vein away. Thinking of this, Hyojin looked at the group of aliens who were huddled in the corner nervously. Seeing Hyojin looking at him, the leader of the aliens hurriedly said with a flattering smile, "My lord, if there is anything you need from us, please don't hesitate to ask." Hyojin directly ignored Hyde and walked in front of the blonde boy Timsy, glancing at the grayer stone inlaid on Timsy's chest. Before this, his memory about the grayer stone was very faint, but after arriving here and seeing the group of aliens with his own eyes, his memory gradually became clear. He now knows that the blonde boy Timsy in front of him is a descendant of the ancient empire's royal family, and can barely be regarded as the legal owner of this ruin. As for the leader of the mutated race, Hyde, he was just an ambitious bandit. After slaughtering Timsy's village with his own hands, he used the identity of Hyde and the slogan of building a utopia to bewitch Timsy and a group of teenagers who hate war and killing to work for him. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Hyojin asked the aliens, "How much do you know about the grayer stone?" The aliens all shook their heads, and the leader Hyde explained, "This is just a misunderstanding, we were affected by it and mistakenly entered this place." "Is that so?" The corner of Hyojin's mouth twitched, and then he reached out to Hyde. Hyde was instantly shocked. "You? What do you want?" Including the blonde boy Timsy, the aliens all took out their weapons. Although they knew that Hyojin's strength was terrifying, they obviously did not want to be captured without a fight. Kuroto didn't pay any attention to these aliens. With just a thought, all the aliens except Hyde were sent flying by an invisible repulsive force and fell heavily to the ground. "You have no secrets in front of me." Saying that, Hyojin's hand reached into the trembling body of Hyde, and directly used the giant Tenseigan's ability to take out Hyde's memory light ball and read it. Looking at the light ball in Hyojin's hand that contained his past memories, Hyde was completely stunned. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. He took out my memory? Hyde was completely stunned. He could not imagine that there was such a powerful person in this world who could easily look through someone's memory with just a wave of his hand. In an instant, a bone-deep fear drowned him, and he could no longer think of resisting. Timsy, who was sent flying, immediately got up from the ground. He rushed towards Hyojin and shouted, "Let go of Lord Hyde." Due to the stone of Greyer embedded in his body and the large amount of chakra he obtained when the Greyer mineral vein above his head went out of control, he was in the best condition among all the non-humans and had the most chakra. Kuroto glanced at Tenseigan indifferently, and then once again activated Rain Wheel Pull, sending him flying away. Idiot! After a light snort, Hyojin threw Hyde's memory ball in his hand. In an instant, the light sphere that recorded all of Hyde's past memories streaked across the air in an arc and landed on Tenseigan, who had fallen to the ground. Then, it slowly integrated into Tenseigan's body. Tenseigan was startled. Hyde's memories flashed through his mind. From Hyde's perspective, he saw the scene of his village being slaughtered by Hyde. Ignoring Tenseigan, who was in a daze on the ground, Kuroto raised his hand lightly and took the Book of Greyer from the storage bag on Hyde's waist. After going through Hyde's memory, Hyojin found out that Hyde had such an ancient book with him. Obviously, Hyde learned everything about the Stone of Greyer through this ancient book. That was why he traveled across the ocean to find the mineral vein that produced the Stone of Greyer. He wanted to use the power of the Greyer mineral vein to fulfill his ambition of ruling the world. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Hyde thought that he was the one who played with people's hearts and manipulated everything behind the scenes. But after coming here, he realized that this world was completely different from what he imagined. With a plop, Hyde knelt on the ground. My lord, this Book of Greyer is for you. Please spare me. Hyojin was not interested in talking to Hyde. He continued to read the Book of Greyer in his hand. The book recorded the origin of the Stone of Greyer in detail. From the creation of the crystal to the various ways of using it, almost every step was mentioned. At the same time, the book also mentioned that only those with royal blood were qualified to use the power of the Stone of Greyer. Kuroto naturally scoffed at this argument. The so-called royal bloodline can only use the power of the Stone of Greyer. As long as he ponders over it a little, he will be able to find the trick in it. This was because the cause and effect relationship was obviously reversed. It was not only royal blood that could use the Stone of Greyer. In ancient times, those who could adapt to the power of the Stone of Greyer used it to build an empire and became royal. The author who wrote the Book of Greyer was most likely from royal blood. That was why he intentionally reversed the cause and effect relationship and made it seem like the royal blood belonged to him. It's you. You killed my parents and massacred my village. At this time, the blonde Tenseigan stood up and looked at Hyde angrily. Hyde knew he could not hide it anymore, so he quickly yelled to the 3 female knights not far away, "Quick, kill him." The 3 female knights who could mutate were Hyde's true accomplices. They had slaughtered villages and killed innocent people. Therefore, after receiving Hyde's order, they immediately pounced on the blonde teenager, Tenseigan. Tenseigan quickly yelled to the other heavily armored warriors, "We've all been fooled. There is no such thing as an ideal country. Hyde is the one who killed and looted." Soon, the group of non-humans started killing each other. The blonde young man with the Stone of Greyer embedded in his body was obviously more powerful than the female knight of Hyde. Soon, Hyde's accomplices were eliminated one by one. Then, Tenseigan walked to Hyde with his long sword in hand. Hyde panicked. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Tenseigan, for the sake of me taking you in, please spare me. You killed my parents and destroyed my village. How can I spare you?" Tenseigan clenched his teeth, but he could not swing his sword down. Obviously, although the young man was bent on revenge, his innocent personality made it difficult for him to be ruthless. Seeing an opportunity, Hyde's expression became ferocious. He suddenly transformed his body and reached out to stab Tenseigan's chest that was inlaid with the Stone of Greyer. Tenseigan turned pale with fright, but it was too late to dodge. He could only watch as the ferocious smile on Hyde's face gradually spread. Boom! Just as Hyde's hand was about to touch Tenseigan's chest, an invisible repulsive force sent both Hyde and Tenseigan flying. After Hyde's sneak attack was interrupted, Tenseigan no longer hesitated. He immediately swung his sword and stabbed at Hyde. In an instant, a surge of chakra gathered on Tenseigan's long sword, and like a torrent, it pierced through Hyde's body, completely beheading this ambitious alien. After taking revenge, Tenseigan threw away the sword in his hand and came to Hyojin. He bowed and said, "Thank you for your help just now." Hyojin closed the Book of Greyer in his hand and said calmly, "I'm not interested in your farce. I just want to know if you can control the ironclad warship on the ground." Timsy nodded quickly, yes. Hyojin said casually, okay, then you can help me move something. Consider it a favor. Timsy asked, what do you want us to move for you? Suijin smiled and immediately pointed to the grayer mineral vein above his head that was exuding a bright halo. With his own ability, he could actually move the entire grayer mineral lode away. However, it would be too strenuous and eye-catching, and it would be easily discovered by other forces. Coincidentally, the giant iron-armored warship of the non-humankind was in the valley. If he could borrow the iron-armored warship of the non-humankind to transport the grayer mineral vein to the sea where no one would ever travel, and then secretly transport it to the air fortress, it would save a lot of effort, and at the same time, he could hide it from the public. This is the reason why Suijin saved Timsy's life just now. Timsy was shocked when he heard that. Move the entire mineral lode away? But how are we going to move it to the ground? That's not difficult at all. With a chuckle, Hyojin activated Rain Rui. While holding the grayer mineral lode above his head, he brought the surviving alien race to the ground with a series of roars. Third update, please recommend votes and monthly votes. Also, thank you to all the students who tipped today, thank you. Standing on the deck of the alien ironclad warship, Suijin was enjoying the sea breeze while maintaining the seal on the grayer mineral vein. At this time, he secretly rejoiced that he had saved Timsy's life in the underground palace. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for him to move such a huge grayer mineral vein by himself. On the iron-armored warship, Timsy had already gotten rid of his companions who had been tricked by Hyde from the dissimulation device. It turned out that the burly, heavily armored foreign race warriors who had followed Hyde were all teenagers of the same age as Timsy. They had been transformed by Hyde's mechanical device. These teenagers, including Timsy, had been bewitched by Hyde's slogan of building a utopia. Without exception, they were all expendable for the ambitious Hyde. Out of curiosity, Hyojin also studied the dissimulation device. It was not difficult for him to see that Hyde's dissimulation device was actually a kind of gene fusion device. Hyde collected some animal genes and forcefully fused them into a human body. This way, the human body would mutate and gain the abilities of an animal. Hyde himself and the 3 female foreign race knights who were his trusted subordinates were all products of this gene fusion. After understanding the principle, Hyojin immediately lost interest in it. This kind of primitive and violent gene fusion was actually a kind of pollution to one's own genes. Even if one was lucky enough to survive the gene fusion, one would become a half-human, half-beast monster. Moreover, the gene fusion between different species was very unstable. One might be able to sleep well one night, but the next day, one would lose consciousness and memory, and become a beast. Therefore, Hyojin did not care about this at all. At this time, Timsy came to the bridge. After looking at the grayer mineral vein, which was the size of a basketball court, he immediately looked away and said to Hyojin respectfully, "Sir, we have now left the coast." "Where are you going?" Hyojin casually pointed at the sea in front of him. In fact, as long as he reached the remote area of the ocean, he could leave the ship at any time and meet up with the air fortress alone. Therefore, he did not have a specific destination. He only needed to go east, towards the depths of the sea. Timsy carefully identified the direction of Hyojin's finger, then bowed to Hyojin and said, "We will go in that direction." After saying that, Timsy informed his companions below and adjusted the direction of the iron-armored ship. Woo, with a low whistle, the iron-armored ship moved at full speed in the direction pointed by Hyojin. The iron-armored ship was indeed a bit interesting. Not only could it travel on the sea, but it could also travel on the road. However, the shinobi world did not have similar technology. Hyojin's air fortress that could float in the sky was far more difficult than this iron-armored ship. It was just that the shinobi world focused more on the improvement of personal strength, so the development of machinery was far less than the iron-armored ship. After all, although these ironclad warships looked impressive, a single jade tail beast would be enough to destroy them if they encountered a tail beast. Soon, a day had passed. The speed of this iron-armored ship was much faster than the average passenger ship, so after a day of sailing, the iron-armored ship had passed through the waters of the land of water and entered the remote area of the sea. After confirming that there were no followers nearby with the Tenseigan, Hyojin, who was sitting cross-legged on the bridge, slowly stood up. Tensei, who had been standing beside Hyojin, hurriedly asked, "Sir, are you leaving?" "Yes." Hyojin nodded, then activated rain will pull to lift the grayer mineral vein that had been placed on the bridge and slowly flew into the air. At this time, the alien teenagers on the iron-armored ship all came to the bridge and looked up at Hyojin. Hyojin looked down at Tensei, who was also looking up at him, and said, "Go back to your hometown. Although the utopia in your imagination does not exist, it does not prevent you from working hard for it." After saying that, Hyojin did not look back and quickly disappeared into the sky with the grayer mineral vein. Looking at the direction where Hyojin had gone, an alien teenager asked Tensei, "Tensei, can the utopia really be realized?" Tensei nodded heavily. "Since the sage wants us to work hard, then a utopia without disputes and killings will definitely be realized." "Yes, since the sage has said so, how can we give up so easily? I didn't expect the sage to really exist in this world. We stayed with the sage for 2 whole days." With the words left by Hyojin before he left, the depressed alien teenagers suddenly regained their confidence and set foot on the voyage back to their hometown with full of energy. On the other side, Hyojin soon met up with the Sky Fortress that came to pick him up. Because the grayer mineral vein was too big, Hyojin had to temporarily put it on the top platform of the Sky Fortress. Fortunately, a lot of watchtowers and sculptures were removed during the renovation. Otherwise, this thing would not be able to be placed. Hyojin had a slight headache. The chakra reaction of the grayer mineral vein was too strong. If it was placed on the top of the Sky Fortress, it would be equivalent to turning on a spotlight for the Sky Fortress. Even if it could hide from the ninjas on land, it might not be able to hide from Otsutsuki samurai on the moon. Looks like I have to renovate the Sky Fortress again. After secretly making up his mind, Hyojin walked into the interior of the Sky Fortress. At this time, Xianxia, Gaara, and Ziyuan, who had been summoned by Hyojin from Mai, all came to greet him. Hyojin first looked at Xianxia up and down. After seeing that the chakra in Xianxia's body was stable and there was no tendency to lose control or go berserk, he moved his eyes to Ziyuan and asked casually, "Was the journey smooth?" He was going to pick up Ziyuan himself, but the grayer mineral vein suddenly appeared, so he had to order the Kazakage puppets of 3 generations to pick up Ziyuan. Ziyuan nodded, then asked curiously, "Sir, is this Sky Fortress also the base of the village?" "Here?" After a pause, Hyojin said, "This is my private base." "Wow." Ziyuan let out a cry of surprise. Hyojin smiled, then waved his hand at Xianxia and Gaara, "You can leave." "Yes." Xiangli and Ailua bowed before respectfully retreating. After the two left, Ziyuan moved to Hyojin's side and whispered, "Sir, why does that red-haired girl have Rinnegan in her eye sockets? Put away your curiosity. Come with me to a place first." Hyojin rubbed Ziyuan's head and then walked toward the main power room. "Oh." Ziyuan hurriedly followed him. Not long after, the two came to the main power room. As they approached the main power room, Ziyuan seemed to sense something. Her face suddenly changed, and she pointed to the power room in surprise. "Morio. Morio is inside?" First update, please recommend votes, monthly votes. "Yes, Morio is inside." Hyojin nodded gently, then stepped forward and pushed open the door of the main power room. As the door was pushed open, the evil Morio chakra immediately spread out. Ziyuan's pretty face suddenly became pale, and her body trembled. For her, Morio is the nightmare that she doesn't want to face, it's a natural enemy that she doesn't even want to think about. Once she thinks of Morio, she can't help but think of her mother who died many years ago and all the horrors of Morio. Hyojin didn't urge Ziyuan at this time, but stood quietly at the door of the main power room. After a while, Ziyuan's mood gradually calmed down. After all, she is not the pampered Miko of the land of demons in the original time and space, but a ninja who has received orthodox ninja education in Konoha village and has experienced several battles, so even if her heart is full of fear, she quickly adjusted her mentality. Taking a deep breath, Ziyuan asked, "Sama, you asked me to come here, is it because of the Morio inside?" Hyojin said, "About the origin of Morio, your mother should have mentioned it to you." "Yeah." Ziyuan nodded. Before the last Miko collapsed, she told Ziyuan everything about Morio in detail, so Ziyuan knows that Morio is actually a part of her. Because of this, she is particularly afraid of Morio, because she doesn't want to accept that such an evil and ugly monster turned out to be a part of her. At this time, Hyojin waved to Ziyuan, "Don't you want to see what it looks like now?" Knowing that Hyojin will not harm her, Ziyuan struggled for a while, and finally summoned the courage to walk to the door of the main power room and carefully looked inside. Soon, Ziyuan's vision appeared Shino, who was firmly locked by the seal array. Because they are one, so there is no need for Hyojin to explain. She knew that the sealed Shino is just the carrier of Morio, an existence similar to the Jinchuriki, equivalent to Morio itself. Confirming that Morio has been sealed by Hyojin, Ziyuan stroked her chest and took a long breath. Hyojin said calmly, "Since you know the origin of Morio, then you should know that as long as you are still alive, Morio can't be really destroyed." Ziyuan said, "Anyway, you are here, I am not afraid of anything." Hyojin shook his head and then said, "Release." Bang, as the white smoke dissipated, Hyojin returned to his current appearance. After returning to the Sky Fortress, Hyojin sensed Ziyuan's chakra. He used the transformation technique to change himself from Amatsukumi's Yama back to Naruto's appearance in the village. At this time, he removed the transformation technique and returned to the appearance of Amatsukumi's Yama. Ah! Looking at Hyojin in front of her, Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed and then covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of disbelief. Hyojin still said calmly, "This is my other identity." Ziyuan had a look of disbelief. You are the leader of Amatsukumi?" At this time, Hyojin slowly took off the devil mask on his face, revealing his face full of cracks. Compared to the secret identity of Amatsukumi's leader, the reason why he used the transformation technique just now was because he did not want to scare Ziyuan as soon as he saw her. As he had expected, Ziyuan turned pale with fright. What happened to your face?" Hyojin smiled and shook his head. Ziyuan immediately realized something and cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that my previous death prophecy has come true? But didn't you promise me that you will be fine?" Hyojin replied, "Things are not what you think, but I am indeed dead now." "What?" Although she had already realized it, when Hyojin personally admitted that he was dead, Ziyuan still fell into a daze, even her bright eyes suddenly lost focus. At this time, Hyojin looked at the Morio in the main force room. No one can guarantee that it will be sealed forever. "I'm sorry, Ziyuan, I can't make such a guarantee." At this moment, he said this as a dead person, which was particularly convincing. Because he was dead, naturally he could not guarantee to Ziyuan that the Morio would never escape. Ziyuan was still stunned. It seemed that she had not completely recovered from the shock of Hyojin's death. Hyojin then said, "Everyone has something they don't dare to face, I am no exception. We can choose to be timid, choose to escape, but you can't, because the Morio itself is a part of you. This is something you have to face." Ziyuan, who recovered from the shock, shook her head. "No, it's not me, I don't want to become like it." Hyojin smiled, "Idiot, what it looks like, isn't it up to you to decide?" Ziyuan was startled and looked at Hyojin with doubt. Everyone has a dark side in their heart, this is both nature and balance. After a pause, Hyojin then explained, "But the existence of the dark side does not mean that we are dirty, ugly, because it is because of the existence of the dark side that we can understand what evil is, and only by knowing the definition of evil can we suppress it and subdue it." Immediately, Hyojin smiled and patted his chest. "We are the strongest seal of the dark side." Hearing this, Ziyuan fell silent. It's not that she didn't understand this truth. When she heard that Naruto reconciled with the dark side in the real waterfall, she knew that the dark side could actually be subdued and resolved. It's just that the Morio left a deep impression in her heart, causing her a great psychological shadow, so she didn't have the courage to face the Morio like Naruto. Seeing that Ziyuan still didn't have the courage to face the Morio, Hyojin suddenly said, "What if it's for me?" "For you?" Hyojin nodded gently. "As long as you can subdue the Morio and get back all the power that belongs to the witch, I can be resurrected." Ziyuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Hyojin eagerly. Is this true? As long as I subdue the Morio, I can resurrect you?" "Of course." Hyojin nodded and then asked, "So if it's for me, are you willing to give it a try?" Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. Of course, Hyojin's resurrection doesn't need Ziyuan's help, He just said that to give Ziyuan a little motivation, because he knows very well that what Ziyuan lacks is not the ability, but the motivation. As long as there is a strong motivation, the courage will naturally come. And even if it's not for Hyojin's own personal interests, now is indeed the best time for Ziyuan, or the Miko of the Land of Demons, to deal with the dark side of Morio. One must know that even in a sealed state, Ziyuan is the strongest Miko in history who can clearly see the death prophecy. Because the essence of the death prophecy is a high-level use of their own power, so the sealed Miko shouldn't have this ability at all. The fact that Ziyuan can unconsciously perform the death prophecy in a sealed state only shows one thing, that is, the seal imposed by the previous Miko, that is, Ziyuan's mother. Even Ziyuan, who is less than 10 years old, can't completely suppress it. Because a few years ago, when the Akatsuki organization attacked Mai for the first time, Ziyuan launched a death prophecy. Therefore, if even Ziyuan can't solve the problem of Morio, then the probability of Miko-sama being able to solve it in the future will be even lower. Out of these considerations, Kuroto had to urge Ziyuan to give it a try, both publicly and privately. Okay, I'll try. After learning that Hyojin can be resurrected by solving the Morio, Ziyuan didn't think too long and nodded. Looking at Ziyuan, who was still scared, Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." With the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto can extract chakra, so even if there is an accident when Ziyuan is fusing with Morio, causing Morio to take the initiative in the fusion, he can forcibly extract the chakra of Morio from Ziyuan's body. So according to his calculations, as long as everything goes according to plan, even if the fusion fails, it will not endanger Ziyuan's life. "Brother, I will resurrect you." Ziyuan took a step and walked into the power room. Listening to Ziyuan calling him brother for a long time, Hyojin froze for a moment. In the past, Ziyuan called him brother, but later, when he became the village's fifth Naruto, Ziyuan began to call him Sama. Now that Ziyuan addressed him as big brother, it was obvious that she regarded him as a true family member. Hyojin, who recovered, quickly pressed Ziyuan's shoulder. "What are you going to do?" Ziyuan pointed to the power room, of course, to get rid of the Morio inside. Hyojin was speechless for a while. "You still have a seal on your body, and you are not proficient in using the power of the witch. If you go in now, will you get rid of the Morio, or will you be killed by the Morio?" Ziyuan froze in place. As if sensing Ziyuan's existence, Shino, who was sealed in the power room, suddenly woke up and shouted at Ziyuan, "Miko-sama, come here, come here." Ziyuan had just mustered up the courage, but after hearing Shino's shout, she quickly hid behind Hyojin. "Come with me." Hyojin shook his head helplessly and left the power room with Ziyuan. Soon, the two came to the secret warehouse of the Sky Fortress. From the secret warehouse, he took out the witch's crown, which Ziyuan's mother had given to him for safekeeping, and took out the seal scroll of the witch branch in the country of ghosts, and handed it to Ziyuan. "This is what your mother asked me to keep for you." This witch's crown is a magical item passed down from generation to generation in the country of ghosts, and the scroll records the various sealing and prophecy techniques of the witch branch. Ziyuan first took the scroll and put it in her pocket, then took the witch's crown with both hands with a solemn face, and whispered, "I remember, my mother used to wear it." Hyojin said, "It belongs to you now." "Belongs to me?" Ziyuan looked at Hyojin. "It not only represents the power of the witch, but also represents the responsibility of the witch. From the moment you wear it, you are the real witch of the country of ghosts." After a pause, Hyojin patted Ziyuan's shoulder again. "Whether it is mastering the power of the witch or fusing with the Morio, you have to take it seriously. This is a real life and death event, not a ninja game among the villagers." Ziyuan took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. In the following days, Hyojin carried out special training for Ziyuan. After helping Ziyuan completely remove the seal, the power of the witch contained in Ziyuan's body naturally broke out, coupled with the help of the magic tool witch's crown passed down from generation to generation in the country of ghosts. The chakra contained in Ziyuan's body has undergone earth-shaking changes, surpassing Xianxia, who was still in the adaptation period. This made Xianxia feel very uncomfortable. She felt that her importance in Hyojin's heart has decreased, so she secretly competed with Ziyuan. And Ziyuan also fulfilled her mother's prophecy, quickly showed the talent of the strongest witch. Without spending much effort, she learned most of the seal in the scroll left to her by her mother. A few days later, Hyojin landed the Sky Fortress on an uninhabited island in the sea, then cut off the chakra transmission between the main power room and the Sky Fortress. He has planned to use the grayer mineral vein to replace the Morio that was about to be integrated by Ziyuan and become the new power source to drive the Sky Fortress. For this reason, he is going to remodel the Sky Fortress and absorb the grayer mineral vein from the top of the Sky Fortress to the inside of the Sky Fortress. In this way, it will be convenient to absorb the chakra and cover the chakra fluctuations of the grayer mineral vein to avoid being detected by Otsutsuki Samurai on the moon. As Hyojin cut off the connection between the main power room and the Sky Fortress, the main power room has completely become a sealing room. Standing at the door of the main power room, Hyojin glanced at Ziyuan, who was wearing a golden crown, and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Ziyuan nodded confidently. After wearing the witch's crown, she felt that her mother was protecting her by her side, and after these days of adaptation, her sealed power of the witch had completely awakened. So at this time, she had a lot of chakra. Not to mention Xianxia, even the strength of a human's Jinchuriki was slightly inferior. She truly had a tailed beast level of chakra's amount. And the confidence that came with power made him no longer so afraid of the Morio in the main power room. Hyojin smiled faintly. "Go in yourself, I'll wait for you outside." A door can't stop Hyojin's attention. There is no difference whether he is outside or inside the door, but he will not accompany Ziyuan in, because this is Ziyuan's own battle. "I'm asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes." With a muffled sound, the door to the main force room closed again. Hyojin crossed his arms and leaned gently against the door frame. At this time, his expression was calm, and there was not much fluctuation in his eyes. Although he knew that with the entrance of Ziyuan, this battle of life and death that belonged to the Miko was about to begin in the main power room, he was not too worried as he was outside the door. This was not only because the Morio was still in his seal and was extremely weak, but also because the power of the Miko in Ziyuan's body was so strong that even he was slightly surprised. If it was just chakra alone, this would be a battle with a great disparity in strength. However, considering that the confrontation in the soul realm could not be decided by the amount of chakra alone, there were many variables, so he still opened his Tenseigan and silently watched. While he was paying attention to it, he was also secretly thinking about his next plan. The problem that troubled him at the moment, apart from resurrection, was the huge amount of chakra needed for the second ritual. And from the precious information he obtained at the cost of his life last time, the total chakra amount needed to complete the bloodline trap plan was at least 10 times the chakra amount he prepared last time. In other words, if he wanted to steadily complete 2 life upgrades, surpass the sage of the 6 paths who founded the shinobi sect, and become a bloodline trap that was no longer restricted by lifespan like Kagaya, he would need a huge amount of chakra that was comparable to the chakra fruit level. In the last ritual, the chakra that Hyojin prepared was mainly his own reserve in the Ein seal, the outbreak of the 8 inner hidden gates, most of the Morio chakra, a part of the Ryumyaku chakra, and a part of the giant Tenseigan chakra. With his strength at the time, combined with the Ein seal and Hashiman Tonku, his total chakra should have been close to the 6-path level in an instant, but Kuroto was still able to use the full power of the Ein seal and Hashiman Tonku. But on average, his chakra's amount was far less than the 6 Daos level. Only by adding most of the Morio chakra, a part of the Dragon Vein chakra, and a part of the giant Tenseigan chakra, on average, the chakra he prepared was barely enough to reach the threshold of 6 Dao class. The result of the ritual proved that he was right, because he had indeed temporarily risen to 6 Daos level. If the chakra's amount that I prepared last time is defined as a unit, then I'll need to prepare at least 10 units of chakra's amount this time to push the ritual to the final step and break through the blood chain net. Hyojin's expression turned cold. It was indeed difficult to prepare 10 times more chakra than the previous ritual, but it was not completely impossible. This is mainly due to the fact that in the last ritual, Kuroto didn't make full use of the 3 chakra sources, Morio, Ryumyaku, and Tenseigan. The Morio was slightly better, about 80% was used. Because the dragon vein contained a high proportion of natural energy, it needed to be mixed with other chakra, so the ritual at that time used less than half of the dragon vein chakra's amount. The giant Tenseigan was deliberately kept by Hyojin for the final use, so the real consumption in the ritual was not much, only about 30%. Therefore, the utilization rate of these 3 chakra sources in the last ceremony was less than half. At this time, looking at the main power room, Hyojin's eyes flashed. If Ziyuan can successfully fuse with the Morio this time, her strength will have a qualitative change. Even if she can't reach the 6 Daos level, she should belong to the top group below the 6 Daos level. If Ziyuan successfully fuses with the Morio that is the same as her, she will definitely reap the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. And compared to passive extraction, if Ziyuan takes the initiative to offer chakra to Hyojin, it will make it easier for Hyojin to absorb chakra. Therefore, as long as Ziyuan can succeed this time, she alone is almost equivalent to 1 unit of chakra's amount. After thinking about it, Hyojin continued, if I master the sage arts and can absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth, leaving aside the sage arts chakra that I can refine myself, only counting the dragon vein chakra that I can use completely, I should be able to barely reach 1 unit of chakra's amount. In this way, Hyojin found that as long as Ziyuan can succeed this time, and he can also master the sage arts, he can collect 4 units of chakra's amount. Ziyuan after fusing with the Morio is 1 unit, the dragon vein that has been completely used is 1 unit, the sage arts chakra that he can absorb natural energy and refine is 1 unit, and the giant Tenseigan that has been completely used plus the Hachiman Duanjiak chakra that has been spread over the entire ritual time is 1 unit. In this calculation, Hyojin is very conservative. Ziyuan and Dragon Vein are not mentioned. The reason why the Sage Arts chakra can meet the requirement of 1 unit is actually very simple. As long as he masters the Sage Arts, Hyojin can be like Naruto in the original time and space. He can accumulate a large amount of natural energy through the Shadow Doppelganger in advance, and then recycle the Shadow Doppelganger in batches. Therefore, as long as he has enough time and preparation, the Sage Arts chakra that he refined with the Shadow Doppelganger should be enough. Although the giant Tenseigan in Hyojin's hand is far inferior to the one in the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, it is, after all, the same Tenseigan chakra. For Hyojin, it is the most efficient chakra. Coupled with the chakra that erupts from the Hachiman Duanjia, it can barely be counted as a unit. As for the Yin seal in the last ritual, it can't be counted this time. Because Hyojin can't spend a few years using the Yin seal to accumulate chakra bit by bit. Yes, now I have the grayer lode, a new chakra source. Thinking of the grayer lode that he just harvested, Hyojin was happy. Unlike other chakra sources, the grayer lode has no consciousness, so it is very convenient to extract chakra. Even as long as the seal is unlocked, it will continue to release chakra. And the chakra contained in the grayer lode is not bad, and there is not much threshold to use. From all aspects, it is a very high-quality chakra source. After a careful analysis, Hyojin said, if I extract chakra from the grayer lode regardless of the consequences, then the grayer lode should also be counted as a unit. After a pause, Hyojin raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, I didn't expect to collect 5 units just like that. Here's the second update, asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes. In addition, thank you to the students who tipped today, thank you everyone. 5 units of chakra is obviously not Hyojin's limit. The arc of his mouth continued to rise as he thought, Naruto has half a kyubi, Minato, who is sealed in the belly of the Shinigami, also has half a kyubi, plus 1 tail on my body, 3 tails on Yagura's body, and 7 tails on Fu's body. I can mobilize a total of 4-tailed beasts at my disposal. The tail chakra on the bodies of Naruto, Gaara, and Yagura can be easily mobilized by Hyojin. Although Fu is the Jinchuriki of Takanabu village, but because Takanabu can't protect Fu, Fu spends most of her time in my village. As long as he uses some means, it won't be difficult for Hyojin, Naruto, to extract the 7 tails chakra from Fu. The only troublesome thing is the half 9 tails on Minato's body. Minato died after using the undead demon seal, so his soul is in the belly of the Shinigami, and even the forbidden technique Edo Tensei can't resurrect him. Therefore, the only way to take away the half 9 tails on Minato's body is to use the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan to break the undead demon seal, like what Orochimaru did in the original spacetime, cut open the belly of the Shinigami, and release Minato's soul from the Shinigami's body, and then use the Edo Tensei to summon Minato from the underworld to the Shinigami world. If this is done, then Hyojin can harvest at least 3 units of chakra. A complete kyubi is far more powerful than the other 8-tailed beasts, and even the kyubi on Naruto's body is stronger than the other 8-tailed beasts and is obviously stronger than the other 7-tailed beasts. Therefore, a complete 9 tails can be counted as 1.5 units of chakra, and the remaining 1, 3, and 7 tails can be counted as 1.5 units. After all, they are the Jinchuriki, and Hyojin can't disregard their lives and extract chakra without any scruples. In fact, to make the most efficient use of the tailed beasts, the best way is to resurrect the 10 tails, because only when the 9 tailed beasts are fused into one and all the attributes of the chakra will change and become a strong 6 path. And of the 9 tailed beasts cut from the 10 tails, except for the most special 9 tails, the power of the other 8 is greatly reduced and is not very strong. This can be seen in the last battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the Valley of the End. At that time, Naruto and Sasuke both had one foot into the weak 6-path level thanks to the 6-path deity's gift. They were at the stage where they could not condense the truth-seeking jade at will, but they could directly touch it. Logically speaking, Sasuke at this stage is very close to the complete 6-path level. When he used the earth-shattering heavenly star to seal the 8-tailed beasts other than the 9 tails and absorb their chakra, he should be able to advance from the weak 6-path level to the complete 6-path level, and have the ability to condense the truth-seeking jade at will. But the truth is not so. The chakra of the 8-tailed beasts did not increase Sasuke's level at all, so his level in the final battle was still slightly lower than Naruto, who had condensed the truth-seeking jade. From this, it can be seen that the difference between the severed tailed beasts and the 10 tails is very big. This is not just a difference in size, but also a difference in level. Therefore, except for the special 9 tails, the other tailed beast chakra amount is far less than the dragon vein, gray or mineral vein, and other chakra sources that have absorbed the natural energy from the earth veins. That's 8 units, Hyojin whispered softly. Rumble. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the main force room, and then the whole fortress shook. Hyojin's expression immediately became serious, and he collected his scattered thoughts. Then, he focused on observing the situation in the main force room. The loud noise just now was caused by the Morio breaking away from the layers of seals. After being stimulated by Ziyuan, the sealed Morio quickly awakened, and it counterattacked Shino, who was its human pillar, and completely regained its freedom in the rampage. Seeing this scene, Hyojin narrowed his eyes slightly. The current situation was within his expectations. It could even be said that this was a tactic he specially designed for Ziyuan. The purpose was to stimulate the seal array and Shino's human pillar to consume the Morio layer by layer. Because whether it was counterattacking the human pillar or breaking away from the seal array, it was not easy. Before the final battle, the weaker the Morio was, the higher the chance of Ziyuan winning. It was just that the power of the Morio when it went berserk was slightly beyond Hyojin's expectations. He didn't expect that the Morio could still make such a big scene after he extracted chakra so many times. One had to know that this main force room was not an ordinary area. At the beginning of the construction, Hyojin had considered the situation of the Morio going berserk, so he was particularly careful when building it. The walls and the ground were all specially treated materials, and there were many sealing techniques engraved, so it could be regarded as impregnable. But even so, it was almost broken by the Morio just now. Swoosh swoosh. With 2 sounds of breaking wind, Xianlin and Ailer hurriedly rushed over and asked in unison, "Sir, what happened just now?" "Shoo." Hyojin made a gesture to keep quiet. Seeing that Hyojin was staring at the main force room, Xianlin and Ailer had to suppress their curiosity and obediently stood on both sides. Rumble. At this time, there was a violent roar coming from the main force room, and in the midst of the roar, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall of the main force room. This crack quickly spread around, and in just a blink of an eye, the crack covered the entire wall. Feeling a huge threat, the sand around Ailer became restless, and a tailed beast chakra slowly overflowed from his body and formed a tailed beast coat on his body. "My sir." Xianglin's perception was the best in the shinobi world. At this moment, she clearly felt the terrible chakra in the main force room, and her tone changed. Hyojin didn't say anything, and still silently watched the main force room. At this moment, the situation in the power room was not as critical as Xianglin and Ailer imagined. On the contrary, when Ziyuan completely released the power of the Miko, the Morio that was previously powerful was instantly suppressed. In the vision of Hyojin's Tenseigan, at this time, Ziyuan looked like a goddess. The Miko's crown on her head has now turned into a golden ring, suspended above her head, and her face has also appeared similar to the sage mode. Her whole body was dazzling, almost impossible to look directly at. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Hyojin's serious face. There is no suspense. The first one is here, asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. The dazzling light suddenly lit up the main power room, making the huge cage that sealed Wang Liang no longer dark and dirty. No, in this dazzling light, Wang Liang held at the top of his lungs. He felt that his body, chakra, and even his spiritual body were gradually melting in this light, like ice and snow melting under the sun, and filth being burned by fire. As the two sides of the natural enemy, the relationship between the witch and Morio is mutual restraint. When the Morio is stronger, even if the Miko-sama is proficient in sealing techniques, has a palace enchantment, and has a large number of guards, they can only passively defend, and vice versa. When the Miko-sama is in a strong position, the Morio can only wait to be captured. At the moment, there is no doubt that Ziyuan, the strongest witch in history, has the upper hand. Looking at the painful and struggling Morio in front of her, a trace of pity flashed in Ziyuan's eyes. It wasn't until now that she realized that Morio and Miko-sama were one and the same, because she could empathize with Morio's pain. Suddenly, a small light emerged from Ziyuan's body and lingered around her. Looking at these tiny specks of light floating around her, Ziyuan was in a trance. She seemed to see the figures of witches in these specks of light. Immediately, Ziyuan understood. These small light spots are the thoughts left by the witch of the past. Without exception, they all more or less realized the mistake of dividing their dark side and creating the monster Morio. It's just that they couldn't make up their mind to correct this mistake, which led to the disaster of Morio. Therefore, the countless small light spots accumulated from generation to generation are not only the thoughts left by the witch of the past, but also the regret left by the witch of the past. When Ziyuan bravely took this step, even if Morio has not been completely subdued, the witch of the past in Ziyuan's body felt sincerely happy and relieved. In an instant, these small light spots broke one by one, and then these broken light spots turned into a stream of light and merged into Ziyuan's body. Ziyuan was startled for a moment, and then she instantly felt that her Miko power had increased a lot. There is no doubt that in order to correct the mistakes they had made, the previous generations of Miko-sama crushed their last thoughts at all costs, turned the last of their power into pure Miko-sama power, and gave it to Ziyuan. In the blink of an eye, there was only one tiny speck of light left in front of Ziyuan. Ziyuan blurted out, "Mother." There was no doubt that the tiny spot of light that remained until the end was none other than Ziyuan's mother's thoughts. She slowly said, "Ziyuan, I left this difficult problem to you. As a mother, I'm really not qualified." Hearing her mother's voice again after so many years, Ziyuan burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Ziyuan's mother said gently, "Go. Whether you succeed or fail, you will always be my pride." After that, the tiny light spot belonging to Ziyuan's mother also broke, turned into a stream of light, and merged into Ziyuan's body. "Mother, I will not let you down." Ziyuan immediately wiped away the tears on her face. Finding that Ziyuan's power was still growing, Morio also knew that he had failed this time, and said in a muffled voice, "Damn witch, you win this time, but you wait for me, I will be back." It was not the first time for Morio to be defeated and sealed, so he was not desperate. For him, as long as the Miko-sama continued from generation to generation, his life was almost eternal. And this generation of Miko-sama was strong, but it did not mean that the next generation of Miko-sama would be so strong. He could always find a chance to escape, and even find a chance to devour Miko-sama. What are you going to do?" But soon, Wang Liang stopped clamoring and looked a little surprised. Because Ziyuan did not cast a seal on him like the Miko-sama who had defeated him in the past. Instead, she walked towards him step by step. Ziyuan didn't stop and said, "I hate you very much, but this is the only way to get rid of you. Let me be your cage in the future." Morio was stunned for a while, and then he said with a playful smile, "How dare you fuse with me? Aren't you afraid that I will devour you?" Ziyuan said, "No." Morio's face stiffened, and then he smiled and said, "Then come quickly, my long-cherished wish can finally be fulfilled today. Miko-sama, your power is mine." After that, Morio stared at Ziyuan, but there was no hesitation or timidity in Ziyuan's eyes. His mouth trembled, "You." Aren't you afraid? Ziyuan said calmly, in order to fulfill the last wishes of my mother and the previous Miko-sama, in order to resurrect my brother, I have no choice. This time, Morio finally panicked. He knew very well that Ziyuan was stronger than the Miko-sama he had seen before, and he was in the worst state. If he fused at this time, the one who would disappear completely would definitely be him. But just as Morio was about to say something, Ziyuan, who saw that Morio was strong in appearance but weak in reality, did not give him any chance to speak, and instantly sucked him into her body. Then, the fusion began. There was no soul-stirring soul battle, and there was no terrible chakra confrontation. The fusion began in an instant, and ended in an instant. Morio, the disease that had troubled many generations of Miko-sama, disappeared just like that. Click, the door of the main power room was slowly pushed open, and Ziyuan walked out from inside. Ailua, who was on guard, quickly looked at Ziyuan carefully. Xiang Lin asked directly, "Did you get rid of Wang Liang?" "Yes." Ziyuan nodded. Xiang Lin knew how powerful Morio was. That kind of extremely evil chakra was something she had never seen in her life, so she couldn't believe it. It's that simple? Ziyuan snorted lightly. It's done in one move, what else is there to say? Hyojin smiled. This result was a bit unexpected, but also expected. As he had judged before, Ziyuan was the best person to correct the Miko-sama's mistake, and Morio had been consumed by him as a chakra battery for so long, and its state had been at a low point. For the two sides who restrained each other, a slight change in strength could change the outcome of the battle, not to mention this kind of disparity between the peak and the low point. So from the moment Ziyuan made up her mind, the fate of Morio was already doomed. No matter how it dealt with it, there was no chance for it to turn the tables. The second update is here. It's going to be a new week soon, and the list will be updated, so please vote for me. In addition, thank you to the students who gave gifts today. Thank you everyone. In the conference room of the Naruto building. That's the gist of the situation. After telling the three generations and the other elders about the operation, Kakashi sat down. Grayer stone. The three generations narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was recalling something. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I have no impression at all. This kind of thing shouldn't have appeared in the shinobi world before." As the elder in charge of intelligence collection in the village, Xianxia echoed, "Well, I haven't received any reports or rumors about the Grayer stone either." Jiraiya said, "Even Nagato and the leader of Amatsukami were attracted by this Grayer stone. It's obvious that this thing is not as simple as it looks." At this time, Tsunade threw a document on the conference table and said, "It's indeed not simple. This is the medical report of Kakashi and Guy. Take a look at it yourself." The three generations picked up the medical report and glanced at it. Soon, his brows furrowed. Then, Xianxia and Jiraiya also looked through the medical report. The expressions on their faces became much more serious. "Are you kidding?" Naturally, he could not help but look at Tsunade. It was not that he did not trust Tsunade, but the contents of the medical report were too unbelievable. According to the description of the medical report, Kakashi and Guy were only 24 years old. Moreover, there were no injuries on their bodies. Even the common areas of strain on the human body were as healthy as teenagers in the puberty period. However, Jiraiya knew very well that Kakashi was now almost 28 years old. How could he be 3 or 4 years younger for no reason? In addition, because he went to the battlefield at the age of 10, Kakashi's injuries were no less than the Sannin. Almost like all the ninjas who had experienced hundreds of battles, there were a lot of internal injuries and strain left in his body. These internal injuries and strain were difficult to completely remove with current medical ninjutsu. With Jiraiya's doubts, the three generations and Xianxia also looked at Tsunade. Tsunade did not care about Jiraiya's doubts. "How could I joke about this kind of thing? I have repeatedly confirmed this medical report. The data on it is all real." Facing everyone's gaze, Kakashi gently nodded. "After being drenched in the chakra crystal liquid that overflowed from the Grayer mine, I did feel that my body has changed. It seems to be more energetic. After that, I specifically asked Tien. In the legends of his clan, the Grayer mine is also known as the source of life. Legend has it that it has the ability to neural and has the ability to extend life. Tsunade also explained, actually, this isn't something unimaginable. Even the Hashirama was able to do this. The body of chakra of Hajime Jimbo has a strong self-healing ability. Even if he doesn't do anything, the self-healing effect is similar to that of Tsunade, who has released the In seal and used the Hyakuho technique. Therefore, the body of chakra of Hajime Jimbo does not have any internal injuries or strain. However, the number of times that the human body can divide and regenerate is limited. Excessive division and regeneration is not entirely a good thing. Once the number of times that the cells divide and regenerate reaches the limit of the human body, even with the strongest recovery ability, it is impossible to avoid death. The early death of chakra of Hajime Jimbo is most likely related to this. After all, chakra grew up in the Warring States period. It was an era of endless war. Even the children of the various clans had to fight on the battlefield. Therefore, no matter how talented chakra of Hajime Jimbo is, he has been fighting since he was a child, so he must have suffered a lot of injuries. The young chakra of Hajime Jimbo Tingman may not be very clear about the cost of cell division and regeneration, and the overly strong recovery ability will make him naturally neglect the protection of his body. Over time, the consumption of the number of times that the cells divide will inevitably exceed that of an ordinary ninja. One must know that during the Fourth Shinobi War in the original timeline, Tsunade was split into two by Uchiha Madara, but she recovered afterward and lived well until 20 years later in the era of Homo sapiens. Just think about it, Tsunade suffered such a serious injury and was able to completely recover afterwards. Then, with the recovery ability of chakra of Hajime Jimbo Tingman, as long as he didn't die on the spot in the battle with Madara Uchiha, it is impossible for him to have any injuries. Therefore, as long as the number of cell division does not reach the biological limit, the data on Kakashi's medical report is completely possible. After pondering for a long time, the eyes of 3 generations flashed with emotion, so, it seems that the Stone of Grayer is indeed a treasure. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Kakashi, can you still find the vein? Without a doubt, Xianxia was also tempted. Kakashi and Kai were still young people in their 20s, and their bodies were at their peak, so experiencing such a thing was only a little emotional. However, the 3 generations and Xianxia were already in their twilight years, and the hidden injuries that they had suffered when they were young were now faintly erupting. Their physical condition was not as good as before, so they were very eager to get a chance to recover. Kakashi shook his head. After arranging for Naruto and the others to retreat, I returned to the canyon once, but it has already turned into ruins. The entire Grayer vein is gone, and I suspect that Amatsukami took it away. Sigh, the 3 generations sighed with regret. Seeing this, Jiraiya said, Sensei, if Amatsukami took it away, we might be able to get some Stone of Grayer from them if we pay some price. The 3 generations nodded and seriously considered Jiraiya's proposal. Jiraiya then said, we also need to investigate the matter of Nagato's eyes turning into Byakugan. With his personality, it is impossible for him to change the Rinnegan into Byakugan for no reason. There must be a reason behind it. Tsunade frowned and said, yes, this is really surprising. Replacing the Rinnegan, which is known as the Eyes of the Immortals, with a pair of Byakugan, this kind of thing is very strange, and thinking about the incident of Otsutsuki samurai attacking the Hyuga clan and digging out Hayashi's Byakugan, it is very worth pondering. And listening to the discussion of several people, Kakashi remembered Ninsei's abnormal performance in the underground palace, especially the strange ability that destroyed Nagato's flower tree world. Even Nagato was surprised at that time. However, after thinking about it, Kakashi did not mention Ninsei's strangeness at the meeting. If Ninsei was just an ordinary Mai ninja, then he naturally had to investigate thoroughly, but Ninsei was Hyojin's disciple, the disciple of the village's 5th generation Naruto. And the strangeness of Ninsei's body was most likely related to Hyojin's Naruto. Under such circumstances, he really did not have the right to investigate Ninsei, because compared to him, who was Naruto's agent, Hyojin, as the real Naruto, was obviously more qualified to represent the village. The first update is here, and I beg for recommendation votes on Monday. It's nothing, please everyone. End of chapter 1238. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.